the Warring States period, at the boundary between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Stop running, you brat. Catch him. You can only blame your lineage as a member of the Senju clan. In the dark of night, a middle-aged man clad in armor, with hair styled in a flamboyant manner, pointed at a young boy with hair streaked in black and white. Yiyu's face turned pale, his eyes seemingly devoid of life. For a massive stone obstructed his path ahead, while 5 middle-aged Uchiha men loomed behind him. Just moments ago, Yiyu discovered that he had traversed into the world of his soul-watched anime, Naruto, and he was none other than the younger brother of the first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama Senju Tobarama. Now, Yiyu found himself being hunted by the Uchiha clan, and according to the unfolding narrative, he was destined to perish beneath that very stone. He was merely 7 years old. How could he contend with 5 adult Uchiha, each possessing the Sharingan? Damn, is this truly how it ends? Yiyu cursed inwardly had he arrived in this world for less than an hour only to meet his demise. He had yet to even encounter Hashirama or Madara. Reflecting on the myriad regrets from the Naruto series, Yiyu let out a long sigh, feeling utterly powerless. He halted beneath the stone as the footsteps behind him grew ever closer. At that moment, a voice resonated within Yiyu's mind. Ding! System binding in progress. Binding successful. A system? A flicker of joy crossed Yiyu's face. His golden opportunity had finally arrived. There is still hope. With the last vestiges of his strength, Yiyu concealed himself behind the stone and activated the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the strongest system in the ninja world, the Ability Copy and Fusion System. The Ability Copy and Fusion System, as its name suggests, allows one to master the ninjutsu or bloodline abilities of others by making contact with characters from Naruto. But where would Yiyu acquire that now? Where are they? Keep searching, they must be nearby. Let's use the Sharingan to sense them. This was dire, Yiyu thought in alarm. He had watched Naruto multiple times and was well acquainted with the capabilities of Sharingan. It was merely a matter of time before he was detected. Moreover, Yiyu was grievously injured, the grayish armor beneath him saturated with blood. Ding! Host detected in a critical state. Would you like to activate the one-time emergency avoidance mode? Upon hearing this, hope flickered across Yiyu's face as he nodded in agreement. Soon, a surge of chakra imbued with sage energy flooded into Yiyu's body, even temporarily mending his wounds. Ding! Detected a blood relation between the host and Senju Hashirama, granted a 5-minute experience card for Sage would release. That's more than sufficient. Yiyu was elated. He hadn't expected to receive would release, created by the god of ninjas, enhanced with sage techniques. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the stone before Yiyu was obliterated by ninjutsu. Yiyu stumbled backward in haste. 5 members of the Uchiha clan were astonished to witness that Yiyu's injuries seemed to have healed remarkably. However, they believed that he was merely a 7-year-old child. Even if his wounds had mended, what could he possibly accomplish? Accept your fate, little brat of the Senju clan, one of them taunted. Yiyu chose not to engage in further banter. These 5 had pursued him relentlessly for an hour, instilling in him a deep-seated aversion. Now, the moment for retribution had finally arrived. With his hands pressed together, green markings emerged on his face, radiating from his forehead and enveloping his entire visage. What is this? The Uchiha members had never encountered such a phenomenon and were filled with astonishment. No matter how you struggle, it's futile. Would release. Would release. One of the Uchiha rushed forward, his eyes featuring 3 spinning tomo, brandishing a long blade, poised to behead Yiyu. At that instant, Yiyu opened his eyes wide, a smile spreading across his face. Time was of the essence, and the task at hand was paramount. I shall not hold back. He forcefully pressed his hands together once more. Senjutsu would release. True 1,000 hands. Boom, boom. The ground trembled violently, causing the 5 Uchiha to sway unsteadily and lose their balance, their faces painted with terror and disbelief. What? What is this? What sort of ninjutsu is this? Yet, the voice of a colossal Buddha resonated, drowning out their fears. Run! This Senju brat is a monster. The Uchiha snapped back to reality and hastily retreated, fleeing in disarray. The giant Buddha, towering hundreds of meters above the ground, left Yiyu momentarily dazed by the sheer magnificence of it all. The forest beneath him appeared as insignificant as blades of grass, the force of the Buddha's emergence scattering them in all directions. As the Buddha came to a halt, 1,000 hands extended forth, targeting the minuscule, barely visible Uchiha clan members below. Still wish to escape? Yu scoffed, tightening his grip. Here they come. 1 hand, 2 hands, 3 hands. A full 1,000 massive hands descended simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. They crashed into the forest, sending trees soaring into the air and plunging some into the nearby stream, revealing a rugged layer of exposed rock. The onslaught finally ceased, and the 5 Uchiha were left untraceable, likely reduced to mere dust. The Senjutsu chakra within Yu was nearly depleted after executing the true 1,000 hands, yet he remained exhilarated, relishing the experience. The efficacy of wood release was undeniable. No wonder Hashirama had ascended to the status of the god of Shinobitrally. The genius who invented it was remarkable. Don't I possess a replication system? Once Hashirama develops wood release, I can merely replicate it for myself. Yu indulged in thoughts of the future, allowing his imagination to roam freely in the dark of night. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the forest behind him. A few individuals, marked with symbols reminiscent of a ping-pong ball, emerged from the shadows. Alas, it was once again members of the Uchiha clan, and anxiety began to grip Yu. His experience card had expired, and he was now merely an ordinary youth, having undergone the trials of the battlefield. Boy, what was that commotion just now? They scrutinized Yu intently, their gaze shifting to the Senju clan insignia on his shoulder, revealing a glimmer of caution in their eyes. Is there truly no escape? Yu forced a wry smile as the remnants of his previous injuries began to resurface, pain radiating throughout his body in an instant. Ban Jian. A voice, etched in Yu's memory, resonated through the air. This voice. Turning to look, he beheld several individuals, like himself, adorned with the Senju insignia, emerging under the moonlight. Among them, he instantly recognized a somewhat frail youth. He was none other than the future god of ninjas, the leader of the Senju clan, the architect of the hidden leaf village Senju, Hashirama. Chapter 2. The Senju clan. Upon seeing Yu, Hashirama's expression relaxed, and he approached Yu. Is everything all right, Tobirama? Hashirama inquired with concern. Yu glanced up at Hashirama, smiled gently, and then closed his eyes. The Senju clan. Have you heard? Tobirama, the young master, miraculously escaped from the clutches of 5 Uchiha clan members. Indeed, it is said that when Tobirama was discovered, the forest bordering our territory and that of the Uchiha was left with a massive crater. Do you have any idea how large that pit is? Rumors about the events of the previous night circulated widely within the Senju clan, but fortunately, Tobirama had survived unscathed. In the residence of the clan leader, a black-haired youth, a white-haired youth, and another youth with 1 white and 1 black hair sat cross-legged, practicing their chakra control. In this tumultuous era of war, the uncertainty of survival loomed, making the pursuit of strength the sole imperative for survival. Thanks to the medical ninja-esque treatment, Yu's condition had significantly improved. He gradually opened his eyes and looked at his 2 elder brothers. The white-haired youth was his second brother, Senju Tobirama, while the other was Senju Hashirama. Indeed, they look just as they do in the manga and anime, Yu mused. Their fourth brother, Senju Butsuma, the third son of the Senju family, had been slain, leading Hashirama and Tobirama to ceaselessly care for Tobirama, who was now Yu. After enduring the crisis of the previous night, a sense of tranquility had returned. And Yu's escape from the 5 Uchiha clan members left the clan members in disbelief. Now, Yu was also capable of manipulating his chakra like the ninjas here. Although his chakra reserves were not as astonishing as Hashirama's, they were still substantial enough to evoke admiration. Yu couldn't help but wonder if all members of the Senju clan possessed such a remarkable amount of chakra. As he had yet to learn various ninjutsu, he could only delve into the intricacies of his system. This system, rather complex, had a singular function, the ability to replicate skills. The mechanism was relatively straightforward. By observing others' ninjutsu, he could copy them as his own. Similar to Kakashi Hitaki's technique, albeit Yu's system was slightly more potent. In the presence of others, Yu could perceive an unseen affinity. And aside from direct interaction, he could also inherit an opponent's ninjutsu upon defeating them, or if their affinity reached 60. However, The system's uniqueness lay in its ability to amalgamate replicated ninjutsu repeatedly, forming new bloodline limits or more advanced bloodlines. Although he understood how to utilize copied ninjutsu, he still needed to enhance his proficiency through practice, as the rarer the technique, the more challenging it was to replicate. The difficulty of practice escalates from level to level, culminating in the highest tier. Last night, through observing the shuriken techniques of Senju Hashirama and the water barrier jutsu of Senju Tobarama, Yu likewise acquired insights into their ninjutsu, albeit his mastery remains rudimentary. It appears he must seek an opportunity to hone his skills, he mused. Through the system, Yu could perceive the myriad information regarding everyone before him, presented uniformly in terms of combat power values. A typical robust man, non-ninja, possesses a combat power of 100. Although Hashirama and Tobarama are relatively young, their combat prowess is astounding. Name: Senju Hashirama. Youth combat power: 800 specialties. Level Jutsu, Shuriken technique. Level Shadow Clone technique affinity: 100, capable of learning all abilities, excluding future ones. Name: Senju Tobarama combat power: 500 specialties. Level Water Release water barrier technique. Level Shadow Clone technique affinity: 100, capable of learning all abilities, excluding future ones. Currently, their combat power reflects the level of a ninja prodigy. Yet they have not reached a state of overwhelming prowess. Combat power levels: Jinin level 400, Chunin level 800, Jonin level 1600, Elite Jonin 3200, Kage 6400, above Kage. However, Yu is well aware that once Hashirama acquires sage techniques in the Wetbone Forest, he will unlock Wood Release, and as Tobarama invents forbidden techniques, their strengths will ascend to a truly formidable level. For now, Yu cannot replicate the ninjutsu they possess through the system. He must wait for a later time. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered, his gaze sharp and countenance grave, still adorned in his crimson armor even within his territory. He was Senju Butsuma, the clan leader of the Senju clan, and the father of Yu, Hashirama, and Tobarama. Father, Yu called out, having inherited the memories of Butsuma. Alongside Hashirama and Tobarama, the instant Butsuma stepped inside, an unseen panel manifested before Yu. Senju Butsuma, clan leader of the Senju clan. Combat power: 3,000 specialties. Precision Kanai. Shuriken technique: swordsmanship. Affinity: 60. Butsuma uttered little, merely nodding at Yu while placing a hand on his shoulder. Ding. Congratulations, host affinity increased by 10. Yu observed Butsuma's affinity change from 60 to 70. This signified recognition, indicating that Butsuma's concerns for Yu from the previous day had been alleviated. Butsuma, come with me for a moment. All right. You two remain here and practice, he instructed, as Hashirama and Tobarama nodded, casting worried glances at Yu. Brothers, don't worry. I'm fine, Yu reassured them with a smile before stepping out alongside Butsuma. What transpired last night? Do you recall? Asked Hashirama. Are you referring to that enormous pit? Yu nodded. Now, Hashirama felt as if they were family, and there was little left to conceal. However, he knew he could not disclose that he was the one responsible for the pit. Yu understood that Hashirama would never believe such a claim. He began recounting the tale of being pursued by the Uchiha clan, pausing briefly when he reached the part about receiving the 1,000-hand experience card from the system. He fabricated a story, claiming that a mysterious figure had rescued him before vanishing. Although Hashirama expressed some confusion, he chose to accept the narrative. Hashirama's heart was filled with astonishment. Rather than believing in the mysterious savior, he found it easier to accept that the vast pit had been created by a meteorite. Could there truly be individuals in this world capable of such destruction? Hashirama was overwhelmed by disbelief. All right, I understand what you've said. Now, go and have a meal with your brothers, Hashirama suggested, allowing a rare smile to grace his face. Even amidst the chaos of war, the loss of his son went unacknowledged, yet the fact that Yu had survived was a stroke of fortune. This reminded Hashirama of a past moment, when Yu's brother, Senju Tobarama, had perished. Hashirama had maintained a calm exterior while grappling with profound sorrow within. Yet, the conflict with the Uchiha clan raged on. After Yu departed, a figure emerged beside Hashirama, speaking softly. The person who frequently meets with the young master has arrived. Oh, which clan do they belong to? Hashirama inquired. The clan member appeared somewhat grave, leaning closer to whisper a few words in Hashirama's ear. Hashirama's expression shifted from tranquility to shock, and then to anger. Tobarama here? Hashirama called out as he spotted Yu approaching, waving enthusiastically. Chapter 3. The Bell Heist. This is the wild boar meat I caught in the forest yesterday. Do give it a try, Tobirama said with a smile. All right. During the meal, Yu continuously monitored the battle prowess of the Senju clan members through the system. After careful assessment, he deduced that the average combat strength of adult ninjas ranged between 1,000 and 3,000. Moreover, the battle prowess of Tobirama and Hashirama was nearing that of adult ninjas, which was understandable given their exceptional circumstances. After the meal, Yu perched on a rock, closing his eyes to feel the flow of chakra within. He wished to experiment with the technique he had seen in the anime, attempting to concentrate chakra in his feet to walk upon the trees. To his surprise, he exhibited considerable talent, succeeding after only a few attempts. Standing upon a branch, Yu employed the shuriken technique he had just replicated, clumsily forming the seals, resulting in shurikens appearing around him. I didn't expect you to master this technique as well, Tobirama remarked as he and Hashirama entered the woods during Yu's training. Yu chuckled softly, covering his head. Is today the same as usual? Zhu Jian smiled as he glanced at the two, simultaneously retrieving a string of small bells from his waist and giving them a gentle shake. Yu was exceedingly familiar with this string of bells. It belonged to the game of snatching bells that Konoha Village played annually with its students. It originated from Senju Hashirama. This time, Manjian and I will not be defeated, Tobirama declared confidently, shaking his arms. Manjian, are you ready? Yu, eager to test his current strength, nodded in agreement. With a commanding shout from Zhu Jian, Tobirama swiftly formed hand seals, and a shadow clone appeared beside him. Ahem. Both Tobirama and his clone charged towards Zhu Jian from either side. Water style, water barrier. A wall of water erupted from the mouths of the two Tobiramas, shielding Zhu Jian. Banjian, don't just stand there. All right. Yu also executed the shadow clone technique, albeit it took him significantly longer than Tobirama due to his lack of proficiency. Once the water barrier had blocked Zhu Jian, Tobirama threw a punch towards him. Zhu Jian assumed a defensive stance, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he swiftly countered. His observational skills were remarkable. In an instant, he discerned the real Tobirama among the two clones. Brother's strength has increased again, Tobirama thought to himself, attempting to wriggle free, but to no avail. Shuriken technique. Yu and his clone each hurled a shuriken at Zhu Jian. Zhu Jian released his grip on Tobirama and leaped lightly onto a branch. Suddenly, a surge of chakra approached rapidly. Zhu Jian quickly turned, reaching out towards the source of the aura. Pop. Yu's form dissipated in Zhu Jian's grasp. What? A shadow clone. Zhu Jian realized immediately, turning to feel his waist. Brother, you have lost, Yu said with a smile, extending the bell in his hand towards Zhu Jian. Zhu Jian and Tobirama were still only 9 and 10 years old, lacking in combat experience, but Yu was different. His intellect was that of an adult, though his physique resembled that of a 7 or 8-year-old, and his chakra reserves were far inferior to Zhu Jian's. With a little cunning, he could engage in battle with Zhu Jian for an extended period. Tobirama, witnessing Yu holding the bell beneath the tree, waved his hand in joy. This was their first time obtaining a bell from Zhu Jian. Well done, Banjian, Zhu Jian laughed heartily, surprised at Yu's agile use of the shadow clone technique. Yu had also directly replicated the water style technique from Tobirama's earlier demonstration. However, it was unfortunate that he could only replicate the techniques that others excelled in. Tobirama's other water techniques were likely not yet fully mastered, and aside from the water barrier, there were none others he could replicate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 ninjutsu techniques and receiving the opportunity to select 5 additional ones. With eager anticipation, Yu opened the rewards. The 5 ninjutsu options included the elemental attributes of water, fire, earth, lightning, and wind, allowing for the selection of 1 technique from each category. Among these were water release, water dragon bullet technique, fire release, great fire destruction, earth release, earth flow wall, lightning release, false darkness, and wind release, wind pressure damage. Having already mastered a water release technique, Yu resolved to choose a different elemental ninjutsu, setting aside the earth flow wall, which primarily serves a defensive purpose. The wind pressure damage, false darkness, and great fire destruction techniques, however, boasted formidable offensive capabilities. After much deliberation, Yu ultimately decided on great fire destruction, recalling how Uchiha Madara had unleashed this very technique to wreak havoc upon the ninja coalition. Although he might not achieve Madara's level of mastery in the near future, he believed that with diligent practice, he could certainly attain a commendable proficiency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ninjutsu technique, Fire Release, Great Fire Destruction. Host: Yu Senju Hashirama, Combat Power, 500 Ninjutsu Techniques, Fire Release, Great Fire Destruction, Water Release, Water Barrier, Shadow Clone Technique. Shuriken Technique, Store Points, 0. Despite having learned numerous ninjutsu techniques, Yu had yet to fully master most of them. The proficiency levels range from novice, proficient, expert, to master. Except for the Shuriken technique, which he had already mastered, all his other techniques remained at the novice level. As they prepared to return, Hashirama suddenly informed Yu and Tobarama that he had matters to attend to, suggesting they return first. Observing Hashirama's demeanor, Yu pondered for a moment before a realization struck him. Indeed, during this time frame, Hashirama was likely to meet with Madara. However, the specifics of their encounter remained unclear, and it was only a matter of time before Tobarama would discover the truth. As expected, while they were on their way back, Tobarama inquired about Hashirama's whereabouts. Although Yu was aware, he shook his head in unison with Tobarama. Tobarama seemed to sense something amiss and prepared to follow Hashirama's trail. Under Yu's insistence, Tobarama reluctantly permitted Yu to accompany them. At a secluded stream deep within the forest, two youths stood on opposite banks, skipping stones across the water. They appeared to be aware of each other's presence, remaining silent as they tossed stones back and forth. One was Hashirama, while the other, with a rather unconventional hairstyle, was none other than Uchiha clan leader's son, Uchiha Madara. As they caught the stones tossed by one another, they instinctively glanced at the stones, their expressions shifting to one of shock before they forced themselves to regain composure. Well then, I shall take my leave for today, Madara said hastily, waving his hand. Just as the two prepared to depart, figures suddenly emerged from both sides of the forest with a whoosh. One party bore a crest resembling a ping-pong ball, while the other displayed a branch insignia. It seemed that our thoughts align. Senju Tobarama. Chapter 4, Frequent Wars. You must be Tobarama, and you, their younger brother Izuna. A boy, nearly the same age as Tobarama, spoke beside Uchiha Taijima, the father of Uchiha Madara. He was Uchiha Madara's brother, Izuna. It appears so, Uchiha Taijima. Senju Tobarama replied to Uchiha Taijima, tightening his grip on the kunai in his hand. Your name is Izuna, is it not? Tobarama said, bowing slightly with his long blade in hand. The two teams clashed at the slightest disagreement. Hashirama hastily embraced Yuari, exclaiming, Izuna, how could you have come too? Hashirama appeared quite flustered, for after the death of Wakana, he wished to avoid losing another brother. Brother, Yuari began, but before he could finish, Tobarama and Uchiha Taijima threw their kunai toward Izuna and Tobarama. This is bad, Hashirama exclaimed, throwing a stone at the kunai aimed at Tobarama, while the kunai directed at Izuna was deflected by Madara. Both rushed to their brothers' sides. I will not allow anyone to harm my family. Neither will I. The air suddenly thickened with tension. Then, Madara turned away. Hashirama, the beautiful future we envisioned may no longer be attainable. Madara, you. Although I have enjoyed our time together, Madara prepared to depart. Madara. Hashirama suddenly opened his mouth, but the words lingered unspoken. My brother was slain by the Senju clan, and your brother met the same fate. From this day forth, we shall meet on the battlefield. Senju Hashirama. I am Uchiha Madara. Father, look into my brother's eyes. Izuna exclaimed in astonishment. Yuari sighed deeply behind them, realizing they had reached this point. Just as Uchiha Madara turned back once more, his eyes transformed into a crimson hue, one side adorned with a tomo. Though we have failed to acquire intel on the Senju, it seems we have obtained something remarkable, Tobarama noted. Is that the Sharingan? Just awakened? Tobarama was taken aback. Upon returning to their clan, Tobarama remained mostly silent, while Hashirama grew increasingly troubled, seemingly unable to comprehend the earlier events. Yuari, sensing the tension, chose not to disturb him and retreated to another location to train. Ah, the world of ninjas is indeed complex and ever-changing, Yuari mused, lying on a stone and reflecting on the earlier scene. Although he wished to prevent the rift between the two, he felt powerless. After all, who would believe the words of a mere child? Nevertheless, what had transpired was now in the past, and he would not allow Hashirama, Tobarama, or others to come to harm, for they were his brothers in this world. Hashirama, though unaware of the true circumstances of his brother's demise, was oblivious. While Yawari knew all too well the cause of Tobarama's death. Kumogakure, you shall regret this in the future. Standing atop the stone, Yawari unleashed the fire release, great fire destruction, performing it no less than 10 times. However, this fiery orb was only slightly larger than the previous one. Yet it possessed sufficient aggression, causing an increase of 100 points to the combat power. Ding! Congratulations, host, your combat power has increased. For every 100 points, you are rewarded with 100 points. Oh, upon hearing the system's announcement, Yu opened the system panel. As he had anticipated, his points in the shop had indeed risen by 100. A bottle of chakra supplement costs exactly 100 points. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to try one. After consuming the supplement, Yu found that his chakra, which was originally nearly depleted, instantly replenished to 1 point. Just then, a ferocious roar erupted from the forest, followed by a cry for help. What was that noise? Yu halted his hand, which was about to form a seal, and gazed into the woods. However, due to his currently weak ocular strength, he was unable to discern the commotion within. Upon entering the forest, he discovered a father and daughter being pursued by a colossal wild boar. Ding! Please complete the task. Rescue the endangered father and daughter. Reward, 100 points in the shop. Yu summoned the chakra within his body and swiftly ran towards them. Duck! Yu leaped into the air, shouting. The father and daughter immediately crouched down. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Yu rapidly formed seals in midair, inhaling deeply as a torrent of flames surged within him, which he then expelled forward. Simultaneously, the chakra within him was nearly exhausted in an instant. The scorching wave surged towards the wild boar, which, upon seeing the flames, turned and fled. However, its speed was far outpaced by the spreading fire, resulting in it being roasted into well-done pork. Are you all right? Yu approached the father and daughter, tearing off a piece of meat from the boar and tossing it into his mouth. Thank you, the father said hurriedly, bowing to Yu. Where are you from? What brings you here? It was important to note that the area where Yu resided was often rife with battles among various clans, making it exceptionally perilous, especially for ordinary people like this father and daughter. As they made their way out of the forest, Yu learned that the pair hailed from a nearby village, which had been ravaged by war, resulting in the deaths and dispersal of its inhabitants. They were merely refugees fleeing the chaos. Yu then noticed their tattered clothing and the layers of dust on their faces. Sighing softly, Yu observed that the father and daughter regarded him with astonished expressions. He found this reaction rather unsurprising, for who had ever witnessed a child of around 7 possessing such formidable power? Ding! Congratulations, host, for rescuing the distressed father and daughter. Reward, 100 points in the shop. Soon, they arrived at the territory of the Senju clan. Bungshi, Yu recounted everything to Fujian. Come with me, Tobarama, you too, said Hashirama as he led Tobarama and the father-daughter pair into the house. Yu had intended to follow them inside, but Tobarama gently shook his head after ruffling Yu's hair. He believed Yu was still too young to be exposed to such matters. In a fleeting moment, Tobarama discerned the suffering that the father and daughter had endured just by observing their demeanor. Let us go. All right. Tobarama emerged from beside him, also patting Yu's head as he guided him to a spacious area. I heard you single-handedly took down a wild boar. Tobarama's eyes widened in disbelief, knowing that Yu was merely 7 years old, just a bit larger than the wild boar itself. Tobarama circled around Yu. What's wrong, brother Tobarama? Tobarama stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Yes, that's it, he exclaimed, snapping his fingers. His younger brother could potentially be a prodigy in the ninja world, surpassing even himself. Tobarama's perspective on war diverged from that of Hashirama, a difference that had already manifested in their childhood. Hashirama, having experienced the brutal loss of his brother, understood the harsh realities of war, yet he believed in resolving conflicts through peaceful means, thinking that force only begets more strife and enmity. Conversely, Tobarama took pride in the Senju clan as a whole, believing that strength would instill fear in others, thus preventing them from provoking his clan. This was also why Tobarama appeared cold and ruthless when addressing matters of war. As they conversed, Hashirama emerged from the building, his expression grave. Soon after, Tobarama and the father-daughter pair stepped out as well, but they were clad in different attire. After washing their faces, the girl, who appeared to be around 10, bore evident tear stains, and her eyes were bloodshot. Yu surmised that they had undoubtedly endured considerable hardships. This is Mr. Fushing Yoshido and Miss Wizuki. They will be staying with us for the time being, Hashirama informed Tobarama and Yiyu. Tobarama nodded in acknowledgement. However, Hashirama's face grew more serious, suggesting that something significant had transpired within the house. After Tobarama escorted the father and daughter away, Yiyu approached Hashirama, quietly inquiring about what had occurred. Hashirama contemplated for a moment, gazing into Yiyu's eager eyes. With a slight parting of his lips, he sighed and decided to reveal the truth. A war is imminent. Chapter 5. The Uchiha assault team. It turned out that Fushing Yoshido's village had been annihilated by the Yui clan, which lay adjacent to the Senju clan, and their next target was to encroach upon the Senju territory. As the clan leader, Hashirama would not permit such an event to unfold. The Yui clan, huh? Allies of the Uchiha, are they? These people merely flaunt their tactics. During the meeting, a member of the clan forcefully struck the table, expressing his indignation. The overall strength of the Uchiha clan pales in comparison to that of the Senju clan. However, as a subordinate clan to the Uchiha, any conflict with the Uchiha would undoubtedly present an opportunity for the Uchiha to engage in battle. Months swiftly passed, and the Senju clan finally declared war on the Uchiha clan, a conflict that would endure for several years. Throughout these years, numerous lives were lost, with Hashirama ascending to lead the Senju clan, while Yahaba and Tobarama emerged as the two pivotal forces of the clan aside from Hashirama. Although Yahaba had not mastered many ninjutsu due to the frequency of warfare, he obtained the coveted Sharingan, a bloodline limit of the Uchiha, through the battles with them. Yet, he kept this secret from Hashirama and Tobarama, only employing it against their enemies, mindful of the side effects that accompanied its use. Additionally, Yahaba had honed his shadow clone technique and fire release, great fire destruction, to an expert level. At this time, Hashirama had yet to learn sage technique. As the leader of the Senju, he steadfastly resisted the invasions from external clans, clinging to his lofty ideals. Presently, Hashirama was away from the village, leaving Tobarama as the acting leader. Ban, tomorrow a squad of Uchiha assault forces will pass through the small hill we previously traversed. I entrust this to you, Tobarama whispered, gesturing towards the map before Yahaba. Now 12 years old, Yahaba possessed a combat power level of 1000, making him a standout among ordinary young ninjas. He nodded, for he was now the captain of the special squad assigned by Ban, and also a member of Hashirama's personal guard. Yahaba's squad instilled fear in the hearts of other great clans, as his striking half-white, half-black hair left a lasting impression, coupled with his formidable strength. At the first sight of Yahaba, some timid souls were already inclined to flee. Tobarama specifically instructed that this assault team must eliminate the intruders, who were there to steal information from the Senju clan. Let us move, Yahaba commanded as he and several team members vanished into the night. Tobarama watched as they slipped into the shadows, a thought stirring within him. Perhaps it would be wise to organize a special unit for future nocturnal operations. The night was pitch black, and crows cried out ominously in the sky. Yahaba signaled to his companions with a series of hand gestures, and they nodded, retreating slightly. They concealed themselves among the branches, quietly observing the narrow pathway. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air echoed from ahead. Someone was approaching. Yahaba thought to himself. In the darkness, he discreetly opened his eyes, revealing the blood-red pupils reminiscent of Uchiha Madara's, with two tomo clearly engraved upon them. With a sigh, one cannot help but marvel at the Sharingan, which not only possesses the ability to replicate ninjutsu but also offers an expansive field of vision. At present, Yiyu can only manifest two tomo. He has yet to acquire the skill necessary to awaken his eyes. This implies that in order to attain the capabilities of the Manjiki Sharingan and beyond, he must engage with someone who wields it, thereby enabling him to replicate such power. 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, approached, with the leading man already having activated his 3 tomo Sharingan, necessitating caution. Yiyu murmured, "We must be careful." Upon reaching the tree where Yiyu lay in wait, he commanded his teammates to charge forth swiftly. In an instant, they launched kunai toward the Uchiha clan members. Intruders, remain vigilant. The 5 Uchiha displayed expressions of tension, all activating their Sharingan. How could this be? This mission has been compromised by the Senju clan, the leading man exclaimed, recognizing the young boy with black and white hair, his pupils widening in realization. Name, Uchiha Yuchuan combat power, 900 age, 17 abilities, 3 tomo Sharingan, level, expert. Fire release, great fireball technique, level, expert. Fire release, great fire destruction, level, beginner. Fire release, fireball indeed. Members of the Uchiha clan have been trained in fire release since their youth, Yu mused. Fire release, great fireball technique. Yuchuan inhaled deeply and unleashed a colossal fireball toward Yu. Is he employing ninjutsu directly? This is intriguing. Yu cast a sidelong glance at his teammates, who instinctively stepped back. Have they faltered? Is this the extent of the strength of the team, led by Senju? Yu remained silent, swiftly forming hand seals. Having attained expert-level proficiency, the range and destructive power of his ninjutsu had significantly augmented. He can also utilize fire release. Great fire destruction. The air stilled momentarily as a wave of flames, 2 to 3 times larger than the Great Fireball, surged toward Yuchuan. Impressive, though only a level above the Great Fireball. The destructive capacity of Great Fire Destruction was worlds apart. Observing the scale of Yiyu's release, Yuchuan quickly deduced that Yiyu's mastery of Great Fire Destruction was exceedingly high. Get out of the way. Yuchuan realized that his Great Fireball would be utterly inadequate to withstand it. As he had anticipated, Great Fire Destruction engulfed the Great Fireball upon impact, igniting the surrounding forest in flames. Captain Yuchuan, this adversary is reputed to be formidable. Perhaps we should retreat, suggested a teammate. However, Yuchuan's thoughts were in stark contrast. As a gifted member of the Uchiha clan, having awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan at merely 17, he was eager for a confrontation with a prodigy like Yiyu. But we came here too, Yuchuan interrupted, leaping to the ground, kunai launching from his hand toward Yiyu's direction. This fellow appears to be overly enthusiastic. However, his combat power was 100 points lower than mine, thus defeating him posed little difficulty. My only concern was the potential presence of other formidable warriors within their squad. After years of warfare, Yiyu had become exceedingly cautious. He would refrain from striking unless he was particularly confident in his chances. Just as he contemplated using the system to check on the information of others, Yuchuan soared into the air, brandishing a long blade towards Yiyu, while simultaneously a kunai approached him. Water release, water barrier. To his astonishment, Yuchuan was also adept at water release. The water barrier conjured by Yiyu formed a dense mist upon contact with the flames in the forest. Through the haze, Yuchuan, utilizing his Sharingan, discerned a figure resembling Yiyu ahead. Found you. The long blade lunged towards the shadow within the mist. Bang! What? A shadow clone. As the smoke dissipated, Yuchuan found himself alone. Captain, beware of what lies behind. Yuchuan turned, only to see 2 kunai hurtling towards his eyes. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Yuchuan could not help but mock Yiyu. The power of the Uchiha Sharingan allowed him to see through everything. Is that so? After Yuchuan evaded the incoming kunai, 2 shuriken emerged from behind him. This is bad. There is no time to evade. Yuchuan's heart raced as several kunai were hurled from the ground by the Uchiha squad, intercepting the 2 shuriken aimed at him. Chapter 6. A narrow escape that was close. Yuchuan felt a surge of anxiety as he surveyed his surroundings through the mist. His Sharingan's effectiveness significantly diminished. Darn it, was this all part of his plan? Yuchuan pondered. However, it was still too perilous in this fog, and he made a swift decision to leap down from the branches. Was that kunai thrown by her? Yiyu observed the only female member of the Uchiha squad below from his perch on the branches, his expression grave. The shuriken technique had been executed with remarkable speed. That woman managed to react in an instant. Name: Uchiha Mimi. Age: 16. Abilities: 3-tomo Sharingan. Level: Master. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Level: Proficient. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Level: Expert. Jinjutsu. Illusion Technique. Level: Summoning Technique. Combat Power: 1000. Affection Level: None. This Uchiha Mimi, merely 16 years of age, displayed a mastery of ninjutsu evidently superior to that of Uchiha Yuchuan. 16, and already possessing a 3-tomo Sharingan. Yiyu felt a wave of astonishment, recalling that most Uchiha clan members he had encountered with 3-tomo Sharingan were adult males. However, reflecting on figures like Obito and Itachi, his surprise diminished. What intrigued Yiyu about Uchiha Mimi was her summoning technique. Shuriken Technique. A figure lurking in the shadows behind Yiyu hurled a shuriken towards Uchiha Mimi. Yet, she reacted with astonishing speed. Her eyes widened, revealing the 3-tomo, as she formed hand seals with her hands. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Mei Ming hurled numerous small shurikens, while the flames of phoenix fire emanated from her mouth, enveloping the shurikens as they surged towards Yiyu's team. Water Release. Water Barrier. Disperse. The members of the team instantly understood. After years of conflict with the Uchiha clan, Yu was acutely aware that he must never engage them from a position where they could easily see him. Otherwise, even with an identical Sharingan, he could very well fall prey to their Jinjutsu. Indeed, Yu proved to be as experienced as the rumors suggested, despite his youth. Mei Ming mused to herself. As she gazed at the fog-like forest before her, beads of sweat began to appear on her brow. With her Sharingan activated, she vigilantly surveyed her surroundings, refusing to let her guard down for a moment. What is happening? The team turned in alarm. One member suddenly began to scream frantically, shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere. Whoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air came from behind them. Behind, Mei Ming quickly reacted, drawing a kunai to defend herself. Clang! The kunai collided sharply with an unknown, pointed object, sending sparks flying. Soon, silence enveloped the area again, and to Mei Ming's dismay, all the Uchiha clan members beside her had vanished. Summoning technique. Mei Ming bit her finger, summoning a small mole. Though its eyes were blind, its hearing and perception were exceptionally acute. Mei Ming hoped to use the mole to locate Yu and the others. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mole emitted sounds as it moved in a particular direction. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something and began to call out from behind Mei Ming. Not good. A figure swiftly dashed in front of Mei Ming and struck her with a punch. In an instant, a plume of smoke enveloped her, causing her to vanish. Shadow clone technique. Whoosh. A remarkably swift figure appeared behind Yu, but just as Mei Ming was about to strike, Yu smiled slightly, locking eyes with Mei Ming. At that moment, Mei Ming had not activated her Sharingan, and just as she intended to open her eyes to cast a Jinjutsu, clang, Yu's eyes widened suddenly, revealing the familiar red pupils adorned with two spinning tomo. How is this possible? As Mei Ming stood momentarily stunned, Yu's hand struck with precision, plunging her into darkness, her life extinguished. The other members of the Senju clan approached Yu. Is everyone taken care of? Yu inquired softly. The others nodded in affirmation. Sigh. Leave the bodies for them. Let the Uchiha take them away. Though Yu had grown cold and ruthless amidst the chaos of war, he still possessed a glimmer of humanity, allowing the bodies to return home, providing them with a semblance of closure. However, during this journey, Yu uncovered a wealth of intelligence regarding the Uchiha clan from their garments, and even replicated Mei Ming's summoning technique. Hashirama, look who has arrived. Upon returning to the clan, Yu was greeted by a figure clad in a black robe, adorned with bits of armor, who smiled at him from outside the house. Brother. After years of camaraderie, Yu shared a deep bond with Hashirama and Tobirama, and upon seeing them after a long time, he rushed forward to embrace them. Hashirama. You've grown quite a bit. Hashirama remarked with a grin, observing that Yu was only a head shorter than himself. As Yu regained his composure, he noticed that Hashirama's aura was markedly different from before. Name, Senju Hashirama, in training for Sage techniques, abilities. Beginner, Sage mode. Beginner, Wood release, Wood dragon technique. Beginner, Wood release, Wooden golem technique. Master, Shadow clone technique. Master, Shuriken technique. Master, Longsword technique combat power. 2000. It appeared that Hashirama had ventured to the Wetbone Forest to learn Sage techniques, though he seemed yet to fully grasp their mastery. After Hashirama's return, the three of them gathered for a pleasant reunion. Oh, I almost forgot. Here is the intelligence we intercepted today. Yu handed a bundle of scrolls to Hashirama and Tobirama. Upon examining the contents, both Hashirama and Tobirama furrowed their brows. What is it? Yu inquired. It's information concerning the Uzumaki clan. Hashirama sighed. The Uzumaki clan. Aren't they the ones related to Naruto and Kushina? Yu quickly took back the scroll, realizing that the intelligence detailed a joint offensive planned by the Uchiha squad against the Land of Whirlpools. The Land of Whirlpools, as its name suggests, was a small nation established by the Uzumaki clan. During the time of Buddha, they had maintained a good relationship with the Senju clan. However, due to the severance of ties by other clans such as the Yui clan, they had lost contact with the Uzumaki clan. Now, it seemed that the Uzumaki clan was in a precarious situation. Hashirama was determined to assist the Uzumaki clan and restore the alliance. Yu and Tobirama unconditionally supported Hashirama's perspective. For now, it was crucial to convey our intentions to the Uzumaki clan, ensuring they understood the situation. But who shall go? Tobirama shook his head, indicating that he had to train the Senju clan's ninjas and could not spare the time. Yu then stepped forward to volunteer. You? Although Yi Yu's strength was comparable to that of an ordinary ninja, his youth did raise concerns. I can do it. Trust me, brother. Yi Yu's eyes sparkled with determination. Coupled with his past successes leading the Senju clan's teams to various victories, Hashirama finally acquiesced. However, you must promise me to prioritize your safety above all. Yi Yu nodded. And the date was set for the day after tomorrow. After conversing with Tobirama and Hashirama for a while longer, as he stepped outside, a graceful, beautiful young girl called out to him. You are Miss Huiwe. What brings you here? Yi Yu immediately recognized the person before him. Ever since he rescued the noble Fuxing Irin and Huiwe, the father and daughter had been residing in the territory of the Senju clan. Chapter 7. The shadowless bat Fuxing Irin was exceptionally skilled in dealing with others, frequently traveling to various places over the years. Through the provisions and goods acquired from the Senju clan, he embarked upon his entrepreneurial journey. His extensive trading yielded a significant amount of resources, allowing Irin and his daughter to enjoy a life far better than before. Huiyue's visit to Yi Yu was driven by her desire for him to serve as their protector on a journey to the land of whirlpools to negotiate with the leader of the Uzumaki clan. Coincidentally, this aligned with Yi Yu's own intentions, and he readily agreed. Huiyue was evidently taken aback by Yi Yu's swift acceptance, nodding excitedly, unsure of what to say. In a moment of spontaneity, she embraced him. As Huiyue held him, a delicate fragrance wafted into Yi Yu's nostrils, and she blushed before departing. An unsettling thought stirred within Yi Yu, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, he was merely a 12-year-old child at present. The landscape where Yi Yu had once unleashed his wood-release technique, exposing vast stretches of bare rock, had since been reclaimed by vegetation, transforming it into a sprawling plain. Returning to this place, he was reminded of his initial arrival. However, the surroundings had changed dramatically. To avert any dangers during their journey to the land of whirlpools, Yi Yu resolved to further enhance his abilities. With Hashirama having returned after mastering sage techniques, the war with the Uchiha clan would likely conclude soon. Yet, vigilance towards other foreign clans remained crucial. At this juncture, augmenting his strength was the most prudent course of action. Over the years, Yi Yu had accumulated a considerable amount of points and decided to access the long-unvisited system marketplace. Ding! Purchase successful. Without hesitation, Yi Yu acquired a rapid thunder release technique, the Thunder Release, Extreme Thunder Fong. This technique allowed him to charge forward in the form of lightning, accompanied by surrounding bolts, showcasing formidable power. Having replicated the summoning technique from Uchiha Meimei, Yi Yu also opted to purchase a summoning beast for a binding contract. Among the various summoning scrolls, hunting dogs, tigers, and three-headed dogs, each possessing unique attributes and classifications, it appeared that he had sufficient points to procure a summoning beast of a suitable rank. Yi Yu navigated to the section for summoning beasts, recognizing that he lacked in agility and needed a swift creature to complement his movements. One particularly fitting option was the shadowless bat, a creature akin to a bat but swifter and more agile, flying silently and synergizing perfectly with Yi Yu's needs. You are the one. After completing his purchase, Yi Yu bit his finger and inscribed his name upon the summoning scroll. However, to truly reclaim it, he would need to conquer it by force. For the description of the shadowless bat indicated its fiercely obstinate nature. Should the summoner's strength be inferior to its own, it would likely spiral out of control. Disregarding the summoner's commands. Summoning technique. Yi Yu struck the ground, his blood dripping onto the earth and spreading into numerous black symbols. With a sudden whoosh, accompanied by a thick plume of smoke, a shadowless bat, over a meter in length with blood-red pupils, materialized before him. Since the bat detested daylight, Yi Yu had deliberately brought it to a shaded area within the woods. Are you my master? The shadowless bat unfurled its wings, regarding Yi Yu with a palpable sense of danger. Yi Yu nodded. Then you should be prepared, right? The bat hung upside down from a branch, its gaze fixed intently on Yi Yu. Let us begin. Yi Yu replied calmly. Whoosh. How swift. Yi Yu marveled silently, realizing the shadowless bat's speed exceeded his expectations. Fire release. Great fire extinguishment. A torrent of flames erupted forth. Though wide-ranging, it was effortlessly evaded by the shadowless bat. It appeared that slower ninjutsu would not suffice against it, as it could easily dodge such attacks. Perfectly timed, Yi Yu decided to employ his newly acquired ninjutsu. With his arm lowered, he formed the hand signs for lightning release and shaped his palm into a claw, aiming at the bat perched above. Lightning release, extreme lightning fawn. Crack, crack, crack. Boom, boom, boom. Yiyu's chakra swiftly transformed into the lightning attribute, significantly enhancing his strength and speed as he surged upwards into the treetops. This newfound velocity astonished even him. So fast, bolts of lightning raced towards the shadowless bat like a ferocious hound. The bat was struck by Yiyu's extreme lightning form, hurtling into the tree behind it. However, after sustaining the blow, the bat continued to flap its wings, circling Yiyu at a leisurely pace. "Are you searching for my weakness?" it mused. This human, though seemingly unremarkable, had already mastered 2 forms of ninjutsu. Yet, having unleashed such a potent technique, he could not possibly remain in peak condition. The shadowless bat, drawing upon its years of battle experience, quickly discerned Yiyu's intentions. In a short span, Yiyu's chakra was nearly depleted, causing him to nearly falter. He had not anticipated that this lightning ninjutsu would be even more difficult to control than the great fire extinguishment. During the technique's execution, Yiyu had distinctly felt an unprecedented sense of exhaustion. Though it had inflicted considerable damage upon the shadowless bat, it was a technique best reserved for dire circumstances. Yiyu endeavored to maintain his composure. It must be said that the swiftness of this spirit beast was indeed remarkable. While Yiyu was deep in thought, it had already circled around him, raising a cloud of dust. Sharingan. Yiyu suddenly opened his eyes wide, surveying his surroundings. He was determined to tame this spirit beast. Here it comes. Even though the smoke obscured his vision, the observational prowess of the Sharingan remained formidable. Yiyu hurled a kunai, blocking the potential escape routes of the shadow bat. Water style, water barrier. A wall of water surged forth, obstructing the rapidly moving shadow bat. Just as Yiyu leapt into the air, poised to strike the shadow bat with the kunai, it cried out, "Stop. I yield, I yield." Realizing it was about to be pierced by the kunai, the shadow bat hastily pleaded for mercy. It had not anticipated that Yiyu had mastered an impressive array of ninjutsu. Perhaps following such a master was not a loss after all. Finally, it submitted. Yiyu exhaled a sigh of relief, as he too was nearing his limits. "From this day forth, you shall be my spirit beast, and you will heed my commands." The shadow bat lowered its head and perched on Yiyu's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. A shiver ran down Yiyu's spine. All right, enough of that." The two returned to the territory of the Senju clan. Lord Banjian. Upon hearing the familiar call, Yiyu turned to see who it was. "Oh, Uncle Irin. What brings you here?" The newcomer was Fukushang Irin, who appeared to be holding something mysterious in his hand. Fukushang Irin hurriedly approached Yiyu, only to be met with a menacing growl from the shadow bat perched on Yiyu's shoulder. Fukushang Irin was startled. "Lord Banjian, it's Uncle Irin. There's no need for alarm. It is my spirit beast. Quiet down." Yiyu shot a warning glance at the shadow bat, which let out a few soft whines and folded its wings. "What is it, Uncle Irin?" Fukushang Irin, having learned from his daughter that they would be traveling to the land of whirlpools with their merchant convoy, was quite elated. Previously, their journeys had been fraught with anxiety, fearing interception by aggressive factions. Particularly for this trip to the land of whirlpools, where they intended to procure wealth, Fukushang Irin had prepared a plethora of precious goods, and he was deeply concerned. However, with Yiyu's involvement, his previously restless heart found peace. In gratitude, he offered Yiyu a substantial sum of money. Yet, Yiyu waved his hand in refusal. He had long considered Fukushang Irin and Huiyue's family, and it was inconceivable for him to accept their recompense. Nevertheless, under Fukushang Irin's persistent insistence, Yiyu ultimately relented, selecting a beautifully carved wooden pendant emblazoned with the Senju clan's insignia from a collection of sparkling treasures. Although made of wood, its exquisite craftsmanship brought it to life. Yiyu immediately took a liking to the pendant and secured it at his waist. "Brother, is it truly feasible for Ban to go?" Tobarama expressed with a hint of unease, for the current predicament of the land of Whirlpool was exceedingly dire. They might have already abandoned hope for their own nation. After all, Ban was their younger brother, and should any misfortune befall him, not only the Uchiha clan but also the Kagaya and Toyotomi clans would be eyeing the land of Whirlpool with predatory intent. Hashirama sighed but offered a piece of reassuring news. The Hyuga clan has communicated their willingness to send some personnel alongside Ban. The Hyuga clan ranks just below the Uchiha and Senju clans, known to be descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, possessing the Byakugan and gentle techniques. Their Byakugan, in particular, is said to rival the Sharingan. Who will they send? Hyuganiji. Upon hearing this name, Tobarama nodded, recognizing their earnest commitment. Hyuga is the son of the clan leader, which underscores the significance they place on this expedition to the land of Whirlpool. Moreover, Niji's prowess is formidable, marking him as one of the elite among ninja. I must focus on my training. The Senju clan will be under your stewardship, Tobarama. Tobarama nodded thoughtfully. In his quest to enhance his abilities, Hashirama had traveled the world, mastering sage techniques that even Tobarama, an expert in ninjutsu, had never encountered. Yet, given the nature of these techniques, they were likely far from ordinary ninjutsu. Perhaps his elder brother would soon eclipse the Uchiha clan entirely. Chapter 8. The Water Drip Punishment. Third brother, take this. Just before their departure, Tobarama produced a scroll from behind and handed it to YBA. It contains correspondence with the land of Whirlpool. You must keep it safe. YBA nodded in acknowledgement. Remember to exercise caution. My elder brother is in training and cannot see you off. Clop, clop. The sound of hooves approached from a distance, prompting everyone to turn. If you delay any further, you shall miss your departure. Is this the attitude of your Hyuga clan? Tobarama's expression reflected dissatisfaction as he gazed ahead at a group of about 10 individuals, each with striking white eyes. Are you Lord Tobarama Senju? The foremost youth dismounted and bowed respectfully before Tobarama, clasping his hands together. I am Hyuga Niji, the heir of the Hyuga clan. Name, Hyuga Niji. Battle power, 1300 abilities, mastery, Byakugan, expert, gentle fist. Mastery, 8 trigrams. Palm age, 17 favorability, 50. Though 1 year younger than Tobarama, Niji's strength was formidable. Yba's current battle power also stood at 1300, mirroring Niji's. So you are the captain of Ban's team, Lord Ban? Hinata Night Village caught sight of the board, and although Yayu was significantly younger, he commanded respect as a high-ranking member of the Senju clan, hence Night Village addressed him as Sir. Yayu nodded and mentioned that they had met the young master of the Hinata clan, emphasizing the need for a thorough discussion on their journey. Night Village acknowledged with a nod. Subsequently, Yayu led a contingent of over a dozen Senju clan members, alongside the carriage of the Fushing Irin and individuals from the Hinata clan, heading towards the land of Whirlpools. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances and ensure the safety of the Fushing Irin, they maintained a tight formation around the carriage. Yayu, Night Village, and other formidable fighters refrained from riding horses, instead channeling their chakra to seamlessly move alongside the formation. As night fell and they set up camp, Yayu inquired about Night Village's clan and their perspective on the Senju clan. Having never encountered the Hinata clan during previous conflicts, Yayu pondered their enigmatic nature, especially considering their lineage traced back to the Sage of Six Paths. Night Village chuckled, taking a bite of pork, and remarked on Yayu's cunning despite his youth. He contrasted his clan with the Ue clan, who were known for their sycophancy and oppression of the weak, affirming that the Hinata clan equally yearned for the cessation of war. However, he lamented the harsh reality where nations and clans were embroiled in conflict, and the priority was merely survival in these tumultuous times. Oh, and Night Village took another bite of pork mixed with the military rations prepared by his father, expressing satisfaction. It seemed that the people of this era shared a common disposition. Yayu, even as a traveler from another world, found himself weary of the incessant bloodshed. Yet, he held on to the belief that peace would soon prevail. As they traversed a river, a group of armored warriors intercepted them, seemingly elite soldiers nurtured by a rival nation of the land of Whirlpools. Although their combat prowess ranged between 900 to 1,000, their formation was orderly, suggesting they had undergone rigorous training. However, their mastery of ninjutsu remained uncertain. Night Village expressed disbelief at how swiftly their intelligence had been intercepted. Let us resolve this quickly, Yayu urged, casting a glance at Night Village, uncertain of the Hinata clan's capabilities and contemplating whether to replicate Night Village's abilities. Byakugan. Night Village combined his hands, interlocking his pinky and ring fingers. Veins began to surface at his temples, and his Byakugan activated, revealing the warriors before them. Their chakra levels were alarmingly low, suggesting a proficiency in close combat. Caution was warranted. The Hinata clan members, now awakened to their Byakugan, relayed this information to one another. Yayu nodded in understanding. The sound of clashing metal grew increasingly closer. This is bad. They are coming. Night Village exclaimed. Water release, water barrier. Yayu took a deep breath and expelled a massive wall of water, utilizing the flowing stream nearby to create a barrier that temporarily obstructed their advance. With a kunai in hand, Yayu leaped into the air and spotted the direction of the approaching warriors. This water wall would not hold for long. Night Village urged everyone to remain vigilant, keeping his Byakugan activated as a precaution. Despite the ferocity of their approach, they were rather cumbersome, making them susceptible to ninjutsu that could immobilize them. The only ninjutsu Yu knew capable of restraining others were Earth Release, Earth Wall, and Wood Release, and fortunately, he had previously replicated one of those techniques. Descending from the air, Yu formed the hand signs for Earth Release, Earth Wall. Upon realizing the water had vanished, the warriors surged toward their location. Seeing that the Earth Wall Yu conjured was evaded by the warriors, Night Village activated his Byakugan and charged forward. Gentle Fist Technique, Point. Night Village moved like a stream among the warriors, striking some of their chakra points. What is happening? I can't move. A perfect opportunity. Yu once again employed Earth Release, encasing the immobilized warriors struck by Night Village within the earthen wall. The remaining warriors outside were rendered insignificant, swiftly eliminated by Yu and his companions. Whose subordinates are you? The two stood atop the high earth wall, addressing the warriors below. The warriors remained silent. Go ahead and kill us. We will not speak. Oh, quite the tenacity. Night Village, step aside. Since they refused to reveal their allegiance, Yu had his methods for dealing with them. In the past, when capturing informants who withheld information for too long, Yu resorted to certain tortures commonly employed by an ancient Eastern nation. Thus, some members of the Senju clan humorously dubbed Yu their tribe's Great Huang Jinjian, the deity of healing diseases, as a form of irony. With the warriors trapped in the earth wall, they were completely immobilized. Yu instructed his clansmen to strip the warriors of their armor, revealing a group predominantly composed of large men, except for one who stood out distinctly. He was handsome, though slight of build, with an extraordinary demeanor. Particularly notable was his armor, which differed from the others. As Yu approached the elegant man, the previously boisterous warriors grew agitated, attempting to obstruct Yu and insisting that any grievances be directed at them instead. This piqued Yu's curiosity further. Longcheng Spring Saber. Upon hearing this name, the man slightly stirred, confirming Yu's suspicion. Night Village, come take a look. Yu, accustomed to interaction within his clan, found himself somewhat unfamiliar with the insignia of such a nation-based organization. Fortunately, Yi Village recognized the emblem on the armor, and his pupils contracted sharply. With a trembling voice, he informed Yu that they had captured a significant target. This individual was none other than the esteemed general of the neighboring nation, the Kingdom of Iwa. A general? How can he be so feeble? Upon hearing Yu's remark about his weakness, the previously calm countenance of the long-haired spring blade suddenly contorted with fury. Hey, you fool! Who are you calling weak? Let me out, and I shall tear you to shreds. Observing the ferocious expression of the long-haired spring blade, Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Even if I let you out, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Yu had just assessed the long-haired spring blade's combat power, which, although lower than his by 100 points, still left Yu confident in his ability to defeat him. I have a few questions for you. If you answer them obediently, I shall grant you your freedom. What say you? Humph, do you think I would trust your words? The long-haired spring blade scoffed derisively at Yu. Yu raised an eyebrow. Believe it or not, it's up to you. However, if you fail to divulge why you are obstructing us here, I fear the consequences may be dire. Yu instructed his companions to bind the long-haired spring blade and lay him flat. He then retrieved a small bag filled with water from the cart of the righteous and propped it above the long-haired spring blade's head with a twig. The water torture, a method of ancient cruelty, was one that Yu was uncertain of its origins, yet he considered it one of the most excruciating forms of punishment imaginable. What do you intend to do? Yu commanded the others to return and rest, then approached the long-haired spring blade alongside Yi Village. Let go of the general. The warriors shouted in unison. Since you are the general of your nation, I presume you possess a particularly obstinate spirit, Yu remarked. You scoundrel, kill me. I will never divulge anything. Yi Village, pay close attention. Yu punctured the bag above, allowing droplets of water to begin their descent. The long-haired spring blade instinctively closed his eyes in preparation for death, only to be met with a sudden chill. Ha ha, ha ha. The watching warriors erupted into laughter. You think these mere droplets can make the general capitulate? Perhaps after 100 years. Ha ha. Not even the general can intimidate me. Ha ha ha. Lord Ban, this, however. Yi Village noticed that Yi remained unfazed, even stifling a yawn. He instructed the members of the Senju and Hyuga clans to rotate every hour to ensure none escaped. Lord Ban, do you truly believe this method can break the long-haired spring blade spirit? Fear not. Oh, and do not forget to refill the bag after it has emptied. The clansmen responded affirmatively, and Yi took Yi Village to rest. As night descended, once everyone had succumbed to slumber, the warriors too began to feel drowsy. lying upon the stone piles of the earthen wall. The long-haired spring blade, in deep sleep, was suddenly jolted awake by a tingling sensation on his scalp. Yet, at that moment, he remained unconcerned. Humph, is this what he refers to as torment? It is rather underwhelming. At dawn, a series of anguished cries roused the slumbering warriors from their rest. They turned to behold a scene that instilled terror within them. Chang Chuanqi's face was ashen, marked by a deep impression from the incessant drops of water that had begun to wrinkle his skin, though the warriors were unfazed. The contrast between Chang Chuanqi's current appearance and that of yesterday was stark. With each drop of water that fell, an indescribable pain surged through his mind, rendering him nearly despondent and sending his sanity into disarray. "My lord Banjian, what troubles you?" Chang Chuanqi called out, declaring that he could bear it no longer. Yi Yu and Night Village exchanged incredulous glances, as if Yi Yu had anticipated this outcome. Stretching his limbs, he felt his chakra restored to its optimal state. "Let us proceed and see what he has to say. Spare me, please," Chang Chuanqi pleaded, crouching down with a smile. "Now you understand pain, do you?" Despite his inability to move his head, he nodded symbolically. "Then you can speak now. Better to endure a brief agony than a prolonged one. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall accept it." Chang Chuanqi nodded in agreement. "Take him into the tent," Yi Yu instructed. Once the members of the Senju clan led Chang Chuanqi away, Yi Yu turned to the remaining warriors. "Your words," he gestured towards the others. Under the flicker of blades, several warriors lost their lives in an instant. "Our sovereign has formed an alliance with the Kagaya clan to sever the communications of the Whirlpool Nation with other factions, thus enabling an assault on it. Aware that members of the Senju clan would venture into the Whirlpool Nation, we lay in wait to intercept you." However, Chang Chuanqi did not anticipate that the ones who arrived would be Yi Yu and the elite of the Byakugan clan. Chang Chuanqi's current mental state was utterly frenzied. His gaze filled with confusion. Under the relentless questioning from Yi Yu and Night Village, he divulged a plethora of useful information, revealing a detailed network of adversarial nations and clans against the Whirlpool Nation. Ultimately, when no further inquiries yielded results, and to prevent any complications, Yi Yu exchanged a glance, prompting Night Village to swiftly execute the general of the Eye Country, whose head fell to the ground with a thud. "Clear the bodies here, we shall proceed." Fukushing Irin felt a sudden surge of anxiety. Having only witnessed Yi Yu's gentle demeanor in the past, he now realized the depths of Yi Yu's ruthlessness in battle. Mercilessly lethal, the Whirlpool Nation was not particularly distant from the Senju clan. After a brief journey, they beheld a horrific sight of armored warriors mercilessly slaughtering countless civilians. Those were the denizens of the Whirlpool Nation, their crimson hair starkly visible to Yi Yu and his companions. With a swift motion, Yi Yu arrived before the warriors, positioning himself protectively in front of the members of the Whirlpool clan. "Where did this little brat come from? Go away. If it weren't for the Lord's decree to only slay those with red hair, I would have eliminated you as well." Yi Yu remained silent, his hand slowly moving to his chest. "Is that a ninjutsu? This little imp is a ninja. Everyone, step back." Too late. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A colossal flame surged towards the group of warriors surrounding Yi Yu. The anguished cries of the warriors echoed all around as they hastily retreated on horseback. "Are you all right?" Yi Yu glanced back at the red-haired members of the Uzumaki clan, momentarily captivated by a visage he had never encountered before, the Uzumaki Nagato. Was it true that all members of the Uzumaki clan bore such striking resemblances? As the chaos gradually subsided, a multitude of red-haired individuals emerged from the town. Yi Yu endeavored to avert his gaze from their hair, the overwhelming crimson hue causing his eyes to ache. Chapter 9. The alliance with the Uzumaki clan. An elderly man with a white beard approached Yi Yu and bowed deeply before him. "Who are you?" Yi Yu inquired. "I am Uzumaki Foreign, the head of a branch family of the Uzumaki clan." The red hue of Uzumaki Foreign's hair was less pronounced, validating his claims. In numerous clans, a distinction exists between the main family and branch families. The branch families are akin to what Yi Yu understands as the illegitimate, while the main family represents the legitimate line. Consequently, the bloodline of the branch families is less pure than that of the main family, resulting in diminished strength. Under Uzumaki Foreign's hospitality, Yi Yu and the others who accompanied him entered the town. However, the reality inside was markedly different from what Yi Yu had envisioned. Most of the buildings had been ravaged by invading warriors or hostile ninjas, and some villagers from the Uzumaki hidden village lay in the streets, their clothing tattered and bodies emaciated. "Is this what war has wrought upon them?" Night Village remarked wistfully, as they traversed the streets. Uzumaki Foreign explained the events that had transpired. Though the Uzumaki clan publicly declared themselves as the land of whirlpools, they were merely a small clan with average strength. Nevertheless, the Uzumaki clan possessed a sealing technique that even major clans like the Uchiha feared. This powerful technique posed a threat that led neighboring countries and clans to seek the destruction of the land of whirlpools to eliminate future risks. In the course of their conversation, the group arrived at the heart of the land of whirlpools, the Uzumaki Tide Ninja Village, the residence of the main family. Here, the vibrancy of the clan members' hair was even more pronounced. Yiyu and Night Village, through their Sharingan and Byakugan, detected that their vitality and chakra were exceptionally robust. It was evident that the strength of the Uzumaki clan members was considerable, and each member possessed varying degrees of proficiency in sealing techniques. If only I could learn a few sealing ninjutsu here, Yiyu mused. This is the place. Lord Banjian, young Master Night Village, please follow me. The Vortex clan leader, accompanied only by Yiyu and Icun, proceeded towards the largest edifice in the Vortex Tide Ninja Village, the sacred venue for the clan's meetings and ceremonies. This revered location bore witness to the significance of Yiyu's arrival and the potential alliance. The esteemed figure before them must be the clan leader, Vortex Lu Ming. Yiyu gazed upward at the center of the building, where a venerable elder with white hair sat cross-legged, flanked by a youthful red-haired maiden. Name: Vortex Lu Ming. Title: Clan leader of the Vortex clan, creator of sealing techniques. Combat power: 3,000 abilities. Unknown. Unknown. Could it be that his aura is concealed? Vortex Lu Ming was the most formidable individual Yiyu had ever encountered, and even his ninjutsu remained elusive. You must be Senju Hashirama of the Senju clan. The elder intoned calmly as he descended from his elevated seat to approach Yiyu. Acknowledging him with a nod, Yiyu introduced Icun and the members of the Hyuga clan. I have long heard of the illustrious Senju and Hyuga clans, Vortex Lu Ming remarked, his voice unwavering despite his advanced age. Yiyu presented the scroll he held, which Vortex Lu Ming accepted and unfurled on the spot, while the red-haired girl illuminated it with a candle. After reviewing the scroll multiple times, a smile spread across Lu Ming's face as he nodded in approval. With a wave of her hand, the red-haired maiden summoned numerous members of the Vortex clan, who promptly set forth an abundance of delectable dishes. You must be famished after your journey. Why not partake in a meal here? She suggested cheerfully. Yiyu pondered whether this girl was, in fact, Vortex Mito. Upon checking the system, he confirmed his suspicion. This girl, slightly older than him, would eventually become his brother Senju Hashirama's wife, Vortex Mito. However, at this moment, Mito had yet to meet Hashirama, as the timeline would not align until the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village. Yiyu invited the members of the Senju and Hyuga clans to join them for the meal. Along the way, aside from a few morsels consumed by Fukushingyiren, Yiyu and his companions had sustained themselves with soldier pills until now. In a gesture of goodwill towards the Senju clan, Lu Ming invited Yiyu and Icun to sit beside him, frequently inquiring about their well-being. Given the Senju clan's esteemed reputation, Vortex Lu Ming again sought clarification regarding Senju Hashirama's stance towards the Vortex Tide Ninja Village. With Yiyu's repeated affirmations, Lu Ming's smile grew ever brighter. Simultaneously, Yiyu gleaned crucial information and intelligence about the internal affairs of the Vortex clan. To preempt any further actions from other clans, Yiyu deemed it imperative to return swiftly, ensuring that once the Senju clan members settled here, other clans would be deterred from any attempts at intrusion due to the newfound alliance. The Whirlpool clan member, Uzumaki Akina, nodded in agreement with Yiyu's words. After finishing their meal, Yiyu escorted Fukushin Yoshido to Akina's residence, introducing him to the clan leader. Collaborating with merchants represents an optimal strategy to improve the impoverished conditions of the Uzumaki clan. Not only did Fukushin Yoshido bring goods that would greatly benefit the current state of the Uzumaki clan, but he also arrived with a considerable fortune. Engage in conversation. Uncle Yoshido, feel free to stay here. We have pressing matters to attend to and shall take our leave, Yiyu stated. Fukushin Yoshido nodded, expressing his gratitude once more. Yiyu led a portion of the Senju clan and members of the Hyuga clan from the Night Village back along their original path. How did it go? Upon seeing Yiyu return safely, Tobarama exhaled with relief. Yiyu nodded and retrieved a small scroll from his waist pouch. This contains intelligence regarding the Uchiha clan and the Kagaya clan. I instructed some of our clansmen to remain temporarily in the land of Whirlpool. That is prudent. Well done, Tobarama. Tobarama acknowledged, placing a hand on Yiyu's shoulder, offering him words of encouragement. What of the Hyuga clan's young master? They await outside, Tobarama replied. What is it, brother? Noticing Tobarama's concerned demeanor, Yu leaned in closer, inquiring further. What are your thoughts on the members of the Hyuga clan? It seemed Tobirama harbored some reservations regarding them, which was understandable. In times of turmoil, trust is often reserved for one's closest companions. Yu reflected carefully, recalling that there had been no unusual behavior from the Hyuga clan during their journey, and he shook his head. Chapter 10. Reverse Summoning Technique. Mayaboka Mountain. After contemplating the Hyuga clan's character as depicted in the anime, Yu nodded affirmatively. They can be trusted. If they are aligned with us, it will be considerably easier to confront the Uchiha. Tobirama nodded in agreement. Let them in. Yu approached the dwelling of the Hyuga clan and knocked on the door. The Night Village understood the cue and accompanied Yu to the Senju clan's conference room. Inside, apart from Senju Tobirama, there were several high-ranking members of the Senju clan. Yu leaned against the doorframe, listening intently to the discussions within. It was concluded that the Senju clan had agreed to form an alliance with the Hyuga clan, solidifying their unity and mutual support. Yu quietly stepped out and found himself in a small grove. His brother Hashirama had not made an appearance, seemingly engrossed in his research on sage techniques. Yu glanced at his own hands, pondering, what if I managed to replicate the wood-release abilities of sage techniques, but lacked the chakra to activate them? This question loomed in his mind like a weighty bomb. Deep in thought, Yu suddenly recalled the scene of Jiraiya's first visit to Mayaboka Mountain. In Yu's impression, only the art of reverse summoning could lead him to the three sacred places of cultivation, Nyamu Mountain, Lonely Cave, and Shigulin. While Shigulin lay beyond Yu's understanding, he felt too shy to inquire with Hashirama. As for Lonely Cave, where formidable figures like Orochimaru and Kabuto had trained, its atmosphere made Yu somewhat uneasy. It appeared that only Nyamu Mountain was a feasible destination. Yu pondered for a moment, realizing that his journey could be prolonged. With the Hyuga clan now allied with his own, alongside the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their sealing techniques, other factions would likely refrain from provoking them for the foreseeable future. He penned a letter, placing it conspicuously outside the conference room, intending to ease the worries of Tobirama and Hashirama regarding his absence. As for entering Nyamu Mountain, Yu had his own methods. He accessed the system's marketplace and selected a toad belonging to Nyamu Mountain from the summoning scrolls. Summoning technique. Yu bit his finger and formed the summoning seal on the ground. Suddenly, a toad, no larger than the palm of his hand, appeared before him. Its limbs sprawled on the ground, gazing at Yu with a puzzled expression, seemingly bewildered as to why it had been summoned here. To minimize the risk of error, Yu had specifically chosen the smallest toad available. With a swift motion, Yu opened his eyes wide, revealing two tomo within them. The toad's gaze instantly became vacant, mirroring the tomo pattern in Yu's eyes. After exerting control over the toad, Yu sensed that their connection remained intact, leading him to surmise that the toad had returned to Nyamu Mountain. He then formed a seal that countered the summoning technique. In an instant, a cloud of smoke enveloped him, and he vanished from his original location. When Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself in a breathtaking realm. Towering lotus flowers, as tall as houses, surrounded him, exuding an ethereal aura. Meandering streams twisted and turned like the roots of ancient trees, extending far into the distance. A myriad of peculiar creatures and plants, unlike anything Yu had ever encountered, thrived in this vibrant area. I did it, Yu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Now, he simply needed to locate the temple of Nyamu Mountain to find the great toad sage, Fukasaku, who had once existed alongside the sage of six paths. Meanwhile, deep within Nyamu Mountain, far from Yu's presence, an enormous orange toad, resembling a small hill, slowly opened its eyes. What is it? Inquired a green and purple toad. Minuscule in comparison to the great toad. It seems someone has arrived, the great toad replied languidly, delegating the matter to the two smaller toads. He instructed them to treat the visitor kindly and to bring him before him, as if he already knew who was approaching. After imparting his instructions, he closed his eyes once more. The purple and green toads beside him are the trusted aides of the great toad sage, Shinzaku and Shirmama, the elders of Mayaboka Mountain. Upon receiving their orders, the two toads vanished from sight. Meanwhile, many toads had gathered around Yu, among them three smaller ones whom Yu instantly recognized, Toad Watai, Toad Hiroshi, and Toad Ken. Slowly, he uttered their names in reference to the purple, green, and bluish-green toads before him. This little brat, Toad Watai, gripping his long sword at his waist, wore a puzzled expression. How could this child know their names with such precision? Nevertheless, regardless of who arrives at Mayaboka Mountain, unless they are personally invited by the great toad sage, all others must remain vigilant. Just as the three toads contemplated attacking Yu, A commanding voice halted them. Elders, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the elders Shinzaku and Shirmama, Toad Wentai and the others quickly sheathed their weapons. The great Toad Sage has commanded that this human boy be brought before him. Very well, Toad Hiroshi replied, a hint of disappointment on his face. Yet he stepped aside to allow Yiyu to pass. You are. Shinzaku moved closer, sensing no abnormalities about Yiyu, bewildered as to why the great Toad Sage would summon him to the temple's depths. Come, human boy. Someone has arrived. The great Toad Sage opened his eyes. A familiar aura washing over him, though it was only somewhat akin. You carry his essence, yet you are not him. The implications of Toad Maru's words were clear. He knew whom he referred to and had no intention of being clever, for this figure stood on par with the Sage of Six Paths in power. How did you find this place? Yiyu's gaze was resolute as he crafted a fitting explanation, claiming an accident occurred while using summoning techniques, leading him here unbeknownst to him. This scenario had also transpired with Jiraiya in the future, and the aura surrounding Yiyu alleviated Toad Maru's suspicions. However, Yiyu suddenly posed a counter-question. I sense a chakra here that differs from mine. Could you enlighten me as to what it is? What he referred to was the chakra of sage arts, revealing a desire to learn. This is sage chakra. Do you wish to learn? Yiyu nodded in affirmation. Toad Maru chuckled heartily. The human realm is quite unsafe nowadays, is it not? His sudden inquiry, seemingly out of context, revealed that although Toad Maru had not frequently appeared in the human realm, he remained well informed of current events. Chapter 11. Cultivating sage arts. Indeed, there is still frequent warfare, leaving many homeless and displaced. Old friend, your wish remains unfulfilled. With a sigh, the Toad Maru chose to disregard the matter. Subsequently, it closed its eyes and began to snore, drifting into slumber. Due to Yiyu's unique identity, the great Toad Sage refrained from imposing any trials upon him, instead permitting him to accompany Toad Shinzo in the study of ninjutsu. To master ninjutsu, one must learn to control chakra. Shinzo meticulously elucidated the cultivation methods of the senjutsu from Miyaboka Mountain before Yiyu. Under Shinzo's guidance, coupled with Yiyu's rudimentary understanding of ninjutsu, his control over chakra and comprehension of natural energy became increasingly proficient, earning him praise from Shinzo. Yiyu possessed the bloodline of the Senju clan, naturally exhibiting a heightened sensitivity to chakra control. Under Yiyu's command, his chakra began to roam freely throughout his body. Suddenly, Yiyu felt a sticky substance adhering to his face. Don't move, Shinzo whispered from the side. Your chakra control is commendable. So I brought you the toad oil that allows one to sense natural energy. From now on, I shall not disturb you. Focus on your training. Yiyu did not open his eyes, but gently nodded in response to Shinzo's words. What do you think of this lad? Shinzo mused, failing to conceal his astonishment. He pondered whether all humans were like him, as Yiyu's progress vastly surpassed that of Wentai and his companions. Both Shinzo and Jima turned their gazes toward Yiyu, increasingly intrigued by his enigmatic nature. In the days that followed, not only did Shinzo and Jima guide Yiyu in his ninjutsu training, but even Toad Hiroshi and others expressed interest in him. Yiyu's ninjutsu began to take shape. By integrating senjutsu with his most proficient technique, the Great Fire Extinguishing Technique, he astonishingly developed his own unique jutsu, the Senjutsu True Extinguishing Flame Technique. This jutsu was classified as a high-level technique by the system. However, Yiyu discovered that it was several times more challenging to control than the Great Fire Extinguishing Technique. Not only could he not direct the flames, but the sparks emitted from the extinguishing flame technique nearly ignited the woods of Miyaboka Mountain. Why is this happening? Young one, you have much to learn. You have merely scratched the surface. A young man named Yui once came here and dedicated half a month to his studies, and his talent surpassed yours considerably. Observing that Yiyu had developed his own senjutsu merely a week into training, Shinzo felt a mix of pride and concern, frequently reminding him to remain humble and diligent. For mastery of senjutsu was yet to be attained. You haven't been heeding my words, have you? After extinguishing the flames that erupted in the woods once more, even the typically composed Shinzo could no longer contain himself, bouncing around Yiyu in frustration. Apologies, my sincerest apologies. Yiyu lightly touched his head, offering an apologetic smile. Simultaneously, he sighed inwardly, realizing he had underestimated the formidable difficulty of cultivating. However, having developed a new ninjutsu demonstrated that the feedback from the of Myoko Mountain was exceedingly beneficial. The upcoming period would be devoted to mastering this. Yiyu was fully aware of who the mentioned by Shinsaku referred to. It was none other than the Sage of Six Paths, a pure-blood Otsutsuki with an astonishingly high innate talent. As time passed, The great tree he used for timing bore over 700 marks. This was the final farewell. Two lotus leaves, as large as small hills, stood side by side. Atop them stood a 14-year-old boy with black and white hair, facing three enormous green frogs, each towering several times his height, alongside red and purple frogs in the distance. A colossal frog, adorned with a on its neck, sat on a grand chair, observing the two. Below the giant frog lay countless smaller frogs. Come on, brother you. You must not lose this time. Go, Lord Jian. Defeat this human brat, as you did before. Lord Jian, give it your all. Unbeknownst to him, 2 years had slipped by. Yi Yu, embracing the gentle breeze, reflected on his journey. In these 2 years, he had not only mastered but also advanced the once formidable ninjutsu, to an expert level. Furthermore, he had learned to convert natural energy into chakra while entering the sage mode, albeit only sustaining it for a single day. Much of his time had been spent in physical confrontations with the trio of frogs, yet he had faced repeated defeats. This time, he could not afford to lose. For today marked his return to the Senju clan. Elder brother, second brother, I wonder if you miss me. The longer Yi Yu stayed away, the deeper his longing for home grew. He pondered whether the battle against the Uchiha had commenced. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. During his training, Frog Kawa occasionally sought him out for sparring, despite Yi Yu having triumphed over it. Yet, its brothers, Wantai and Jian, seemed displeased. Thus, Yi Yu proposed a challenge. They could all three face him together, but if they lost, one of them would have to sign a summoning contract with him. After enduring numerous defeats and reflecting for several months, he arrived at this climactic battle. Come on, I have waited long enough. Yi Yu closed his eyes, his chakra transforming into chakra under the influence of his and the infusion of natural power. He concentrated the chakra beneath his feet, sprinting swiftly. Their only stipulation for the battle was to rely solely on physical techniques, forbidding any other abilities. Frog Kawa withdrew the weapon from its waist, brandishing 2 twin blades from its back as it charged toward Yi Yu. Yi Yu delivered a powerful kick, meeting the twin blades of Frog Guang head-on. Unlike before when he was easily repelled, this time he stood firm, his body exhibiting no tremor whatsoever. Frog Guang noticed that Yi Yu's strength seemed significantly amplified compared to earlier, and with a vigorous push from his agile frog legs, he swiftly repositioned himself to the rear, launching a rapid assault toward Yi Yu. Having experienced the formidable strength of the frog's limbs, Yi Yu understood the peril. A direct hit would leave him incapacitated for days. However, after months of honing his celestial arts, he was acutely aware of his surroundings. In a mere instant, he evaded the attack by sidestepping gracefully. Look! That human boy has dodged Guang's assault. This is a first. An onlooker exclaimed. No worries. Guang hasn't unleashed his full power yet. Remain calm. Frog One laughed heartily from above, nodding in approval. Chapter 12. Captured. Can the previous move was Frog Guang's most potent strike, a culmination of force concentrated in his legs. Though it transpired in an instant, it could only be perceived with the enhancement of celestial arts. Behind Frog Guang, Frog Jian gestured to his companion, Frog Wantai, and both drew their weapons to engage Yi Yu. They attacked from both flanks. Here they come. Yi Yu closed his eyes, attuning his body to the environment. Under the onslaught from Frog Jian and Frog Wantai, he danced like a dragon, deftly evading their strikes. After a protracted defense, Yi Yu finally discerned their vulnerabilities, executing a decisive move that felled the larger Frog Jian to the ground. One down, it's Jian. The frogs below gasped in astonishment. Seizing the moment, Yi Yu pressed the attack. If he could force Frog Jian off the platform, he would be eliminated. Frog Guang and Wantai, aware of Yi Yu's intentions, swiftly positioned themselves in his path. Just as they were about to close in, Yi Yu suddenly shouted, Celestial Art, Frog's Croak, initiate the 5-wheel fist. What? The volume of Yi Yu's voice and the peculiar name of the technique momentarily stunned the two frogs. What kind of move is this? Bang! Before they could react, Yi Yu struck each of them with a fist, and the pain jolted them to realization it was merely the ordinary frog's fist. However, as they comprehended this, the formidable force of the frog's fist propelled them toward the edge of the platform. Frog Wantai braced himself against Frog Guang's body, sacrificing himself to prevent Guang from falling. Frog Guang, spinning his twin blades, charged at Yi Yu. Having suffered a blow to his eyes, he was momentarily disoriented, only able to vaguely perceive Yi Yu's position. A smile crept across Yi Yu's lips, and in the fleeting moment when Frog Guang soared past him, he swiftly ducked down. What? Beneath the expanse of Frog Wide lay a serpentine river. Frog Wide promptly reacted, plunging his dual blades into the lotus leaves. How is it? Leaf Feather inquired with a smile, standing atop Frog Wide. Silent, Frog Wide felt the undeniable strength of Leaf Feather during their clash. Even though the latter's victory seemed somewhat unjust, he remained speechless until Leaf Feather lifted him, at which point Frog Wide exhaled deeply. I accept my defeat. Regardless of how you triumphed, as long as you managed to bring us 3 down, it counts as your victory. Concurrently, Frog Wide entered into his spirit pact with Leaf Feather. In addition to the Shadowless Bat, Leaf Feather now possessed another spirit beast, Frog Wide. According to the system's evaluation, Frog Wide was a level spirit beast, akin to the Shadowless Bat. Marvelous. Splendid. Frog One clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Great Frog Sage, may I return now? This entire ordeal was Frog One's test for Leaf Feather, ensuring that he truly comprehended the power of sage arts and his connection to nature. Since you have mastered the sage arts, you must know how to return, correct? Leaf Feather nodded. Rest assured, Great Frog Sage, Master Shinzo, I shall return to visit you. Leaf Feather waved goodbye, bidding farewell to Frog Wide and the other 2 frogs. We shall have another match when the opportunity arises. I know you are not satisfied. He smiled at them. Despite their frequent skirmishes, Leaf Feather and the 3 frogs shared a close bond. Who knows when the next visitor will arrive? Frog One murmured softly, shaking his head with a smile. At the border between the Senju and Uchiha clans, following the outbreak of war a year prior, and with Leaf Feather absent from the Senju, Tobirama had unified the teams previously led by Leaf Feather under his command. Hashirama commanded the overall strategy, engaging in fierce combat with the Uchiha clan's leader, Madara Uchiha, who had once been Hashirama's dear friend. Over the span of a year, both sides sustained various casualties. However, many from the Senju clan, including Tobirama and Leaf Feather, excelled in medical ninjutsu, which mitigated their losses compared to the Uchiha. Upon discovering this, the Uchiha, in alliance with the Kagaya clan nearby, stealthily captured several members of the Senju clan at the border, intending to transport them secretly to Uchiha territory to extract medical ninjutsu through the Sharingan. Lord Q, it appears that one of the Senju members has perished. What? In the dead of night, at the Uchiha border, a group stealthily moved, their cart containing members of the Senju clan. Upon hearing that one of the Senju seemed to be on the brink of death, Q, a high-ranking member of the Kagaya clan, immediately grew anxious. This task was entrusted to them by the Uchiha clan. If even one person were to perish, it would surely bring suffering upon their kin. Let me see. Chu muttered in a low, furious tone as he hurried to the rear of the carriage and lifted the curtain. There, he found a frail old man, his head wrapped in bandages, his breath barely perceptible, leaning against the edge of the carriage with a pained expression. Chu kicked a relatively younger member of the Senju clan, rousing him from his slumber. As the young man opened his eyes and beheld the scene before him, coupled with the Kagaya insignia adorning Chu, sheer terror washed over him. Just as he was about to scream, Chu-Tion's subordinate swiftly covered his mouth. Listen carefully, child, Chu-Tion whispered menacingly. You possess medical ninjutsu, do you not? Heal your fellow clan member, or you shall face dire consequences. No, don't. To everyone's astonishment, the frail old man seemed to have overheard their conversation and vigorously shook his head at the young man. Do not save me. These people lack such benevolence. They are our enemies. The old man declared with great effort, leaving the youth in a state of painful confusion, uncertain of what course to take. Noticing the young man leaning toward him, the old man suddenly exerted all his strength, causing the entire carriage to sway. Chu-Tion's heart nearly leaped from his chest as he hastily ordered his subordinates to drag the old man out, while also bringing the young man down. The subordinate promptly pushed the youth beside the old man, and Chu-Tion once more threatened him in hushed tones. Hearing Chu-Tion's threats and witnessing the old man's agonized expression, the young man's resolve suddenly solidified. He sprang to his feet and confronted Chu-Tion. Dance of the Iron Vines. Bone-like protrusions emerged from Chu-Tion's body, enveloping him, while other bony extensions ensnared the already bound youth. Chapter 13. Chuna severely injured Bang. Chu-Tion delivered a kick to the youth. Seeking death, are we? Regardless, we shall deal with this later. Chu-Tion waved his hand, leading the small party onward. Just as he was about to board the carriage, a shuriken whizzed through the air, hurtling towards him at astonishing speed. Dance of the Willow, break. A bone spike jutted forth from Chu-Tion's body, slicing through the air to intercept the shuriken. There is someone. Who is it? The surrounding members of the Kagaya clan gathered together, on high alert. Lightning release, extreme thunderfawn. A figure emerged from the woods, surrounded by crackling electric sparks, the sound of thunder echoing violently. Aside from a few of stronger prowess, The remaining members of the Kagaya clan were instantaneously eliminated by the extreme Thunder Fang. Over there, Jiutian shouted, pointing toward the lightning's direction within the forest. Numerous shurikens were hurled toward that spot, while the Kagaya clan members unleashed their bone spikes, aiming toward it. In an instant, a flurry of sharp projectiles soared through the air toward the direction from which they had come. Water release, water barrier. A stream of water materialized before him, effectively halting the onslaught. The piercing voice of Jiraiya roused several members of the Senju clan, who, despite their grievous injuries, began to assist one another in healing. "Child, please check what is happening outside," one of them whispered. The young man who had been pulled away earlier nodded, drew aside the curtain, and peered outside. At that moment, a figure emerged from the woods, swiftly eliminating all those outside the carriage. Scattered upon the ground lay a dozen bodies, while one individual knelt before the figure. Terror etched upon his face. The figure brushed the dust from his clothing, removing the hood to reveal hair of black and white, and eyes sharp yet gentle. "Ah." The young man suddenly became mute, frozen in place. "What is it?" one of his companions inquired, leaning closer to gaze outside. "It's Lord Madara. He has returned." Hearing this, the others disregarded their injuries and hurriedly leapt from the carriage. You are Senju Madara." "No, but I thought you were dead. How could you be here?" The remaining Kurama, trembling in fear, questioned. A previous squad he had followed had been completely annihilated by Uchiha, though the details of Uchiha's appearance had become hazy. The black and white hair remained vividly imprinted in his memory. Dead? Uchiha felt incredulous. He had merely vanished for 2 years. Yet the world had presumed him deceased. Upon noticing the Senju insignia on the individuals who tumbled from the carriage, the smile on Uchiha's face evaporated, replaced by a chilling gaze. Initially, he had believed them to be an ordinary reconnaissance team from the Kagaya clan and had dealt with them swiftly. However, the realization that he was meeting his kin in such a manner ignited fury within him, and he no longer cared to extract information, his eyes widening slightly. "Is that the Sharingan? How is it possible?" But before Kurama could finish his sentence, Uchiha ruthlessly erased the memories from his mind. "Are you all right?" Uchiha hurriedly approached his clansmen, noting their tattered garments and severe wounds, though fortunately they were all proficient in medical ninjutsu. He hastily began to treat them, and after a while, some of those who had been unconscious began to awaken, their faces lighting up upon seeing him. As they made their way back, the young man recounted the events that had transpired. "So, the war has already begun? Have you heard of Izuna Uchiha?" Uchiha pondered, suddenly struck by a thought. "Lord Madara, you are aware of this?" The young man gazed at Uchiha in astonishment. "What?" Several days prior, Uchiha Madara led numerous elite members of the Uchiha clan in an assault against the Senju clan. The clan leader, Senju Hashirama, personally engaged in battle, summoning a colossal wooden figure to contest Madara. Meanwhile, Madara's brother, Uchiha Izuna, fought against Senju Tobarama but suffered injuries, and news of his condition remained scarce. Does this not mirror the events depicted in the anime? Furthermore, after the Kagaya clan assisted the Uchiha in capturing members of the Senju, Yu immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Izuna's injuries could be dire, prompting Madara to enlist the Kagaya clan to seize some Senju members, hoping their capture could provide a remedy for Izuna's wounds. Yu lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before making a decision that left his clansmen perplexed. "Lord Madara, you shall not return with us," he stated, shaking his head. "You need not concern yourselves. Please convey my regards to the clan leader." With that, Yu formed a hand seal and vanished from sight. The Uchiha clan, you say? Yu had already foreseen the unfolding events. In the original narrative, Izuna's grievous injuries led to his demise, and in his final moments, he entrusted his Manjiki Sharingan to Madara, granting him the power of the eternal Manjiki. Yuyu's journey to the Uchiha territory aimed to avert this tragic fate. In the blink of an eye, Yu arrived at the fringes of Uchiha territory. However, his distinctive hair was easily recognizable, prompting him to utilize a transformation technique to alter it to black. "Who are you?" A patrolling Uchiha noticed Yu and queried loudly, their vigilance heightened by the hour before dawn. "I am but a wanderer who has lost my way. Might I trouble you for shelter for the night?" Yu implored, striving to convey sincerity in his gaze while suppressing his chakra to obscure his ninja identity from the Uchiha. Seeing that Yu posed no threat and appeared non-ninja, the patrolling Uchiha, under higher orders, escorted him to the refugee reception area at the outskirts of the Uchiha clan, though some remained hidden, quietly observing his every move. It was clear that direct contact with Madara was ill-advised, Yu mused. Yet, concern for Izuna's severe injuries weighed heavily on him. Should he delay during this brief interlude, Yu diligently employed his medical ninjutsu to tend to the refugees at the Uchiha perimeter, establishing his reputation as a healer among the Uchiha. Chapter 14. Uchiha Madara. Lord Madara. There is a young man among the refugees who possesses medical ninjutsu. He may be able to aid Lord Izuna. A subordinate knelt respectfully before the turned figure of Madara, delivering the news. Uchiha Madara knelt beside the gravely injured and unconscious Izuna, remaining silent, his eyes already brimming with fatigue. In his heart, Madara believed that only a member of the Senju clan could heal such severe injuries, for their medical ninjutsu was unparalleled among all clans. However, how could he possibly request the assistance of a Senju? Madara, possessing a sense of pride, would never humbly plead for their help, especially since they were currently engaged in conflict with the Senju clan. Resigned to his circumstances, Madara decided to summon Yaiba, adopting a mindset of cautious optimism. Upon their first encounter, despite Yaiba's now altered appearance, Madara felt a sense of familiarity. He did not dwell on this, rising to offer Yaiba a space to work. Name: Uchiha Madara. Combat power: 5,000 abilities. Master of the Manjiki Sharingan. Expert in all fire release ninjutsu. Affinity: 0. Could Lord Madara provide us with a private space? Yaiba inquired softly. Madara nodded without hesitation, leading Yaiba outside. Although the medical techniques of the Senju clan were formidable, sometimes the injuries were too subtle or complex, rendering treatment exceedingly difficult. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan, could effectively counter such challenges. Yaiba's intention to isolate Madara was to prevent him from witnessing the activation of his own Sharingan. In the original narrative, it was Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique that pierced through Izuna's chest, prompting Yaiba to focus on that specific area. As anticipated, Yaiba was awestruck by the sophistication of Tobirama's attack method. The chest exhibited only a purplish hue, while the true injury lay within the internal organs. Hence the inability of the summoned physician to assist. Although Madara could discern the wound, he remained powerless to rectify it, which was the most heart-wrenching aspect. Yaiba employed the Senju clan's medical ninjutsu, conjuring a green light that illuminated Izuna's chest. However, after some time, he realized that no tangible improvement was occurring. Surface healing merely restored the discoloration, while the internal damage persisted. Thus, Yaiba proposed a bold course of action, to incise Izuna's chest in order to address the issue from within. Madara was taken aback by Yaiba's audacious suggestion. Yet there seemed to be a glimmer of hope in Yaiba's words, prompting his immediate consent. Yaiba took the scalpel from the Uchiha clansmen and requested their departure. Infusing the scalpel with Senjutsu chakra, he enabled it to be maneuvered with his consciousness, significantly reducing the likelihood of error. Through Yaiba's meticulous efforts, the once fading heartbeat of Izuna's heart began to pulsate vigorously once more. Yu skillfully sutured the wound and retrieved a potent herb for healing internal injuries from the system's marketplace, administering it to Izuna as it flowed into his body. Ding! Izuna's affection level increased by 60. Name: Uchiha Izuna. Combat power: 4,000 abilities. Manjiki Sharingan. Expert in all fire release techniques. Affection level: 60. Was it because he saved him? Izuna. Uchiha Madara's voice resonated with both excitement and astonishment, for Izuna had not perished, his only brother had survived. Finally, all was well. Yu wiped the tears from his forehead, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thank you. Uchiha Madara, filled with gratitude, wished to express his thanks to Yu, but was suddenly taken aback upon seeing Yu's face. What is it? Yu's visage had been cleverly disguised. He was nearly unrecognizable even to himself. However, when he caught a glimpse of the nearby mirror, realization struck him. He still bore the Sharingan. The two tomo in his eyes were conspicuously visible in the dim light of the room. This is not good, Yu lamented inwardly. Yet, since his identity was already exposed, it would be prudent to lead Uchiha Madara away before explaining himself. Thus, Yu turned and fled, ascending to the rooftop and sprinting into the distance. Stop! As anticipated, Uchiha Madara's face was a mask of confusion, but he was determined not to let Yu escape easily. How do you possess the Sharingan? But how to explain this? While fleeing, Yu pondered deeply, and soon a river appeared before him, obstructing his path. This shall suffice, Yu halted, and seeing him stop, Uchiha Madara followed suit, advancing cautiously towards him. Who are you? Why do you possess the Sharingan? Yu sighed, removing his disguise, revealing his distinctive black and white hair alongside his familiar face. Uchiha Madara's pupils widened in disbelief. How could this be? The one who saved his brother was none other than the younger brother of Senju Hashirama, and he possessed the exclusive Sharingan of their Uchiha clan. In that instant, an explosion of information detonated in Uchiha Madara's mind. After a prolonged silence, Yu finally spoke, resignedly confessing, "I had hoped to enter your territory in my original guise, but access was denied. Then how do you possess the Sharingan of our clan?" Yu hesitated, sighing deeply, and ultimately chose to fabricate a tale, for revealing the truth of the system might lead Uchiha Madara to skepticism. He attributed his acquisition of the Sharingan to a certain ninjutsu he had mastered, which allowed him to temporarily harness the powers of some bloodline limits. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara, though somewhat doubtful, was reassured by the fact that Yu had resurrected his brother, thereby lessening the animosity towards the Senju clan. And he chose to believe him. "Weren't you supposed to be dead?" Uchiha Madara inquired with curiosity. "Why does everyone believe I am dead?" Yu responded with a hint of exasperation. "Then why did you save Izuna? Are we not enemies?" Madara pressed for an answer once more. Sighing, Yu remarked, "Do you recall what my elder brother said to you back then?" Hearing Yu's words, Madara was transported back to his first meeting with Hashirama. The memory vivid and poignant, for Hashirama's words then had struck him as somewhat ludicrous. It was an era rife with conflict. Yet Hashirama dreamed of a day when people would cease to wage war and coexist peacefully. Was Senju Hashirama sent by him? Just as the conversation was about to delve deeper, a voice resonated from behind Yu. "Who goes there?" Yu asked warily. However, upon the arrival of the newcomer, disbelief and exhilaration washed over him. Before him stood a figure clad in crimson armor and another in azure. The visitors were Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Chapter 15. A Ceasefire and Reconciliation. Tobarama. Hashirama exclaimed, swiftly approaching Yu, his demeanor vigilant as he regarded Madara. "Madara?" Upon seeing Uchiha Madara, Hashirama hesitated momentarily before advancing towards Yu, whom he had not seen in 2 years, excitedly clasping Yu's shoulder as if to convey his longing over their time apart. "Brother." Yu quickly discerned that Hashirama's battle power had reached a staggering 8,000 points. This version of Hashirama was indeed at the zenith of his prowess. In contrast, Uchiha Madara, standing apart from the trio, possessed a battle power of 5,000 points. Significantly lower due to the absence of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. How did you come to be with Madara? Although Hashirama and Madara had once been close friends, they were now the leaders of their respective clans, each bearing the weight of their people as fate. Madara gazed at Hashirama and Yu, reminiscent of his bond with Izuna, as if awakening to a profound realization. Was it still possible to fulfill that wish? Nevertheless, the immediate concern was to ascertain Izuna's condition. Just as Madara prepared to depart, Hashirama interjected, puzzled about the events that had just transpired. "Brother," Yu gently tugged at Hashirama. "Let him go. He will seek us out soon enough." Seeing Hashirama's confusion, Yu recounted the situation in detail to Tobarama and Hashirama. "Has Izuna escaped danger?" A visible sense of relief washed over Hashirama's face, mirrored by Tobarama. "Let us return as well." Within the Uchiha territory, Madara grasped Izuna's hand tightly. Izuna, feeling a flicker of strength, weakly called out. In a moment of bewilderment, Izuna felt as though he had succumbed to death, only to be pulled back by a hand. The sensation of being alive once more was truly delightful. He expressed from the depths of his heart, "You should focus on your recovery. As for what comes next, I shall handle it." Izuna nodded in agreement. Host: Yaoyu Senju Clan, Combat Power, 2900 Ninjutsu. Expert Sage Fire Release. Extinguishing Flame Technique. Expert Shadow Clone Technique. Expert Lightning Release. Extreme Thunder Fong Technique. Novice Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Novice Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Points 5,000. Yaoyu sat cross-legged within the confines of his dwelling, channeling the chakra within him. "I have acquired so many fire release techniques," he marveled, reflecting on the substantial number of points expended to heal Izuna through a single drop of his blood, which also granted him several fire release techniques. Ding. By increasing combat power by another 100, the host shall receive a system upgrade, unlocking the lottery interface. Upon reaching 1,000 and 2,000 combat power, Yaoyu had unlocked the medical ninjutsu function and the combat power gift package function. He had already learned some medical ninjutsu, while the combat power gift package allowed enhancements in chakra and other attributes for every 500 points gained. Just 100 more? Yaoyu sighed deeply, realizing that he merely needed to refine his proficiency in those fire release techniques. With Izuna's revival, the narrative had shifted. The conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans seemed to have subsided. However, Yaoyu remained apprehensive about an unforeseen variable, the ever-scheming Kagaya, the reincarnation of Indra. Yet, he had no knowledge of its current whereabouts and could only proceed cautiously. Days passed, and the Senju clan convened a family meeting. Tobirama initially harbored significant reservations regarding the Uchiha clan. However, under the insistence of Yaoyu and Hashirama, he transformed his prior vigilance into a willingness to agree to a ceasefire. Upon the envoy's arrival at the Uchiha territory, the Senju clan was surprised to find Uchiha Madara readily consenting to the truce. At the border between the two clans, banners of the Senju and Uchiha stood side by side, as Hashirama and Madara donned their customary attire, clasping hands with smiles gracing their faces. Surrounding clansmen erupted in cheers, celebrating the absence of war. The news spread across the 5 great nations and beyond to other clans. Given the Uchiha and Senju clans' formidable reputations, their newfound alliance instilled a sense of urgency among various clans. Nevertheless, many clans that yearned for peace sought to align themselves with the Uchiha and Senju, desiring unity. In the 3rd year of Konoha, members of the Uzumaki clan arrived. Quickly, please show them in. The Uzumaki clan was the first to arrive. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama sat together in a room, and upon hearing a report, an air of embarrassment washed over Madara's face. This was due to his prior command to unite the clans of the Land of Wind and the Yuhi clan in the extermination of the Uzumaki clan. Consequently, he rose to leave the premises. Madara, do stay seated, Hashirama urged, fully aware of Madara's thoughts. Yet, the past remained in the past. It was now time to prepare for the future. As Uzumaki Namikaze and Uzumaki Mito entered, they were greeted by the sight of Madara beside Hashirama. Although they were aware of the alliance between the Uchiha and Senju clans, a sense of trepidation lingered in their hearts towards Madara. "Hello, sister-in-law," exclaimed Yayu, waving at Uzumaki Mito. Laughter erupted among the assembled, with even Uzumaki Namikaze unable to suppress a chuckle. This remark left Mito's face flushed. For the Senju clan had decided to strengthen their ties with the Uzumaki clan through marriage, with the chosen couple being Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito. Third brother, Hashirama chided Yayu, who, scratching his head, took a seat. The earlier awkwardness dissipated, and under Hashirama's guidance, the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans formalized their covenant. "The Hyuga clan has arrived," Hashirama announced. "Yayu, it has been a long time." Yayu was taken aback to see Niji. "Madara-sama, I thought you were dead." Niji exclaimed in disbelief. "Well, I certainly am not," Yayu shot back, casting a glance at Niji's father, the current leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. Name, Hyuga Hayashi. Combat power, 4,000 ninjutsu. Master, Byakugan. Expert, Gentle Fist. Master, 8 trigrams 64 palms. The strength of the Hyuga clan was indeed formidable, as evidenced by their leader's impressive combat prowess. "Madara-sama, Hashirama-sama," Hayashi addressed them, having come to pledge allegiance, and thus he regarded both as leaders. "There is no need for such formalities," Hashirama quickly gestured, insisting that all clans be treated equally, and he was merely responsible for management. "How typical," Madara remarked with a wry smile from Hashirama's side. As time gradually passed, the Akimichi and Sarutobi clans, among others, approached to request alliances. Chapter 16. The establishment of Konoha village. Once all the attendees had gathered, Hashirama rose to announce a significant decision: the formation of a large village to accommodate all clans. This had been a dream shared by both him and Madara in their youth. The village would be named Konoha, or Village Hidden in the Leaves. As for the name of the village, the other clans showed little interest but nodded in agreement. The following day, the news of Konoha's establishment sent ripples throughout the ninja world, and the village forged a cooperative relationship with the Land of Fire, becoming a representative military force for the nation. In the 2nd year of Konoha, influenced by the village, various other clans established their own settlements. Standing in juxtaposition to Konoha were the 4 great shinobi villages: Kirigakure, Kumogakure, Sunagakure, and Awagakure. Each of these ninja villages possessed formidable strength. Hashirama, standing atop the Hokage rock that would later be carved in his likeness, gazed at the establishment of Konoha alongside the Uchiha clan, filled with profound emotions. The dreams of his youth had finally come to fruition. However, it was regrettable that the ninjas of Konoha opposed Uchiha Madara's ascension to the role of Hokage. Thus, Hashirama reluctantly took on the mantle, becoming the first Hokage of Konoha, with the Land of Fire providing abundant resources and intelligence. Various facilities and a ninja academy were constructed in Konoha. The advent of ninja villages necessitated a comprehensive classification of the ninjas' abilities and missions, aimed at preventing misunderstandings of their own strengths that could lead to failure or demise in missions. Ninjas were categorized from lowest to highest as trainees, Jinin, Chunin, Jonin, Special Jonin, Elite Jonin, and A and BU ranks. Mission difficulty was similarly classified into tiers. Uchiha Tobirama, using the example of the Bantan team led by Yaiba, established the A and BU. Under the recommendation of many, Yaiba became the leader of the Konoha A and BU organization, tasked with executing the village's more sanguinary missions and significant undertakings. Individuals such as Yoru and Izuna ascended to high-ranking positions within the A and BU. Uchiha Madara became the second-in-command, assisting Hashirama, though Tobirama held a strong aversion towards him. In response, Yaiba often offered kind words to his elder brother. 3 years later in Konoha, a notification chimed, "Congratulations, host, for successfully attaining 4,000 battle points." The lottery system is now activated. Yaiba exhaled, having finally completed his training to master the Great Fireball technique. With every 500 battle points granting one lottery chance, he calculated that he currently had 6 opportunities. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the lottery button. "Thank you for your patronage," echoed the system. Just as he felt disheartened, a different sound emerged. "Congratulations, you have obtained the Kekkei Genkai, Byakugan." In that instant, a sharp pain surged through his eyes, as if the Sharingan had been summoned, awakening automatically, with white streaks beginning to spread at the edges. Yaiba fell from the tree to the ground. Once the pain subsided, a voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ability of the Sharingan, Byakugan enhancement." The combination of the Sharingan and Byakugan allowed Yaiba to perceive all movements within nearly 100 meters, augmenting his battle points by an additional 300. Had they fused? Approaching a nearby stream, he gazed at the merging of the Sharingan and Byakugan in his eyes, pondering in wonder. However, the pain from activating both dojutsu forced him to squint narrowly. Hastily, he closed the Sharingan. The dual activation of the ocular techniques has resulted in significant side effects. It is better to wait until I have mastered them before employing them in battle, thought Yu. He hastily utilized a medical ninjutsu to heal his eyes, and once the pain subsided, he fully opened them. It would be wise to adapt before applying them in real combat. Yu closed his Byakugan, opting to activate his Sharingan solely for missions and confrontations. As he contemplated, several masked figures emerged from the woods, prostrating themselves on the ground, cloaked in black robes, exuding an air of mystery. What has transpired? Yu furrowed his brow. Members of the Umbu would only seek him out in dire or significant circumstances. The daimyo of the Fire Country wishes to convene an important meeting with the daimyo of the Lightning Country concerning territorial issues. He has entrusted Lord Hashirama with the request for your presence as well. In essence, Yu is to serve in the capacity of a bodyguard. Yu nodded. Where's the envoy now? They await you in the Hokage's conference room within the village. In Konoha Village, within the Hokage's conference room, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and the envoy from the Fire Country were engaged in conversation when suddenly a figure darted past the window. At last, he has arrived. Hashirama rose and opened the window. Before the envoy could react, a young man with black and white hair stood before him. You must be Lord Senju Hashirama. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Yu nodded and took a seat opposite the envoy. The envoy sighed and glanced at Uchiha Madara and the others. Prior to establishing a cooperative relationship between the Fire Country and Konoha, the daimyo of the Lightning Country, having been misled by his subordinates, recklessly annexed villages and lands along the border, inflicting severe losses upon the Fire Country. Consequently, the daimyo of the Fire Country has resolved to personally travel to the Lightning Country to negotiate with their daimyo. That is exceedingly reckless. Should any misfortune befall the daimyo, the Fire Country would descend into chaos. Uchiha Madara immediately countered. The envoy grew anxious, fearing Konoha might refuse assistance. Hashirama reassured the envoy, "Fear not. As long as our relationship with the Fire Country remains intact, we will not stand idly by. However, I must inquire, aside from specifically requesting Hashirama, do you have any other demands?" The envoy shook his head. The daimyo has revered Lord Hashirama since his days as the prince and holds him in great esteem. Thus, he wishes for Lord Hashirama to accompany him alone. What of the news from the Lightning Country? Yu inquired, referring not only to the people of the Lightning Country, but also to the ninjas of the Cloud Village. The envoy replied, "It is said that the Raikage A of the Cloud Village will also dispatch several ninjas from the village to meet with the daimyo." The Cloud Village? Yu pondered, uncertain of the current strength of the Cloud Village. This journey would also provide an opportunity to assess their capabilities. There is no need for us to discuss the remuneration, I presume? Upon receiving Yiyu's agreement, Uchiha Madara spoke. The daimyo had stated that finances were certainly not an obstacle. The envoy nodded repeatedly, thus finalizing the task during this meeting. The following day, behind the gates of Konohagakure, several members of the Umbu, clad in plain clothes, mounted their steeds and followed the envoy towards the land of fire. Chapter 17. Golden Horn and Silver Horn. It was said that the ninjas of Kumogakure were particularly adept in lightning techniques. The Hyuga clan had long been aware that the tribes in the northern regions were exceptionally fierce and combative, their skin tones predominantly dark. Furthermore, the establishment of Kumogakure itself was that of a martial village, with the entire land of lightning revolving around it, as their chakra was fundamentally aligned with the lightning attribute. Now, in the third year of the Konoha era, the second Reikage of Kumogakure had likely become a guardian to the first Reikage. It appeared that mere displays of force would not suffice in this meeting. Inevitably, it would lead to conflicts of interest. Presently, Konoha was still in a developmental phase and could not afford to create enemies recklessly. Years passed, and Yiyu was now over 20. Having become more adept in his previous ninjutsu, through the system, he had achieved a significant breakthrough in Win-style ninjutsu, thereby mastering the 5 principal forms of ninjutsu within the shinobi world. Black Zetsu, where art thou? Along the journey, Yiyu pondered this question incessantly, hypothesizing that Uchiha Madara had departed from Konoha 4 years prior, next year, under the persuasion of Black Zetsu. It was then that Madara encountered the stone tablet belonging to the Uchiha clan and became aware of the words left by the Sage of 6 Paths for future generations. Regrettably, Madara grasped only a partial understanding, leading him astray. While Yiyu contemplated the whereabouts of Black Zetsu, they had already arrived in the city of the Land of Fire's daimyo, welcomed by the representatives dispatched by the daimyo. Yiyu and his companions were ushered into a lavishly adorned residence, where the envoy advised them to recuperate, as the negotiations with the Land of Lightning would commence in a few days. During this time, Yiyu's long-established habit compelled him to gather intelligence on both the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. The delegation from the Land of Lightning was represented by the first Reikage of Kumogakure. Throughout these days, Yiyu diligently practiced the fusion of his Sharingan and Byakugan, along with the ninjutsu he had previously synthesized: Sage Art, True Extinguishing Flame Technique; Fire Style, Sage Art, Extinguishing Flame Technique. An orange-red gleam shone in Yiyu's eyes, reminiscent of the time when Naruto Uzumaki had practiced sage techniques of Mount Myaboku, inheriting the pupils of the toads. Boom! A flame, far greater than the Great Fire Annihilation, erupted from Yiyu's chest. Fortunately, the terrain before him was bare rock. Had it been a forest, it would have ignited within moments. Impressive, remarked Night Village, astonished. Is this truly the extent of Yiyu's power? In just a few days apart, it seems I have fallen increasingly behind in his wake. The intricate patterns in Yiyu's eyes puzzled Yi Village. However, he attributed it to the effect of Yiyu's ninjutsu and chose not to inquire further. Yi Village. Let us depart, he said, to which Yi Village nodded in agreement. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, along with Yiyu and his companions, arrived at their negotiation venue, situated at the border of the 2 nations in the Land of Rice. It was there that Yiyu's pupils widened in shock. Disbelief etched across his face. From a distance, beside the Reikage, stood 2 robust ninjas, one with silver hair and the other with golden locks, strikingly identical. Kinkaku and Jinkaku. Yiyu recognized them immediately, his fists clenching tightly, for his elder brother, Senju Tobarama, had fallen victim to their hands, significantly weakening the power of the Hidden Leaf Village. Names: Kinkaku names, Jinkaku power level, 6,200 elite Jonin of the Land of Lightning, possessing the bloodline of the Sage of 6 Paths, capable of effortlessly wielding the 5 legendary tools of the Sage. By consuming the flesh and blood of the 9 tails, they acquired its chakra, revered in Kumogakure as the twin lights of the clouds, and now serve as the right and left arms of the first Reikage. Affinity level, 100. So it is indeed they. A murderous intent flickered in Yiyu's eyes, but he felt powerless. His power level stood at a mere 3,000. Although he had reached the pinnacle of an ordinary ninja, it paled in comparison to the formidable duo, whose combined strength far surpassed his own. Each possessed a power level of 6,200, and if they united their forces, the outcome would be dire. With a heavy sigh, Yiyu lamented his current weakness, realizing he could change nothing. Yet, The appearance of Kinkaku and Jinkaku sparked a revelation. Tobirama had yet to capture the tailed beasts, and perhaps he could utilize the system to replicate their chakra, thereby augmenting his own. Moreover, Kumobikure still harbored the two tails and the eight tails, likely undiscovered at present, and he might venture to locate them. Ah, is that young ninja the infamous Black and White Demon of the Hidden Leaf Village, Senjubansho? The title Black and White Demon was bestowed upon Yu by other ninja villages, owing to his frequent acceptance of clandestine missions and his striking black and white hair. It seemed the Land of Fire was particularly earnest about today's negotiations. The Raikage could not help but take heed, not solely due to Yu, but also because of the formidable figures behind him, his elder brother, the first Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara. Thus, the negotiations proceeded with remarkable fluidity, leading the daimyo of the Land of Fire to suspect that the Raikage might be jesting with him. Therefore, you agree to our proposal of 100,000 ryo. The daimyo's disbelief stemmed from the fact that 100,000 ryo could scarcely procure even a handful of trees from the land, let alone any territory. The aim of the Land of Lightning was to express their goodwill towards the Hidden Leaf Village through Yu. Raikage-sama, this seems somewhat inappropriate, he remarked. Jin Jiao spoke, asserting that both he and Yin Jiao remained exceedingly loyal to Yunin Village. However, upon hearing AI's demands from the Land of Thunder, Jin Jiao felt a twinge of doubt. In his perspective, the strength of these ninja villages paled in comparison to that of Yunin Village. By uttering those words, I have already consented. There is no need for further inquiries. In truth, the Raikage's actions were also a strategic maneuver to lower Konoha's guard, thereby preparing for future endeavors. Konoha's geographical position among the 5 great shinobi villages is unparalleled, and Yunin has long kept a watchful eye. Though they dared not reveal their intentions until after the death of Hashirama, the pinnacle of Konoha's power, Jin Jiao, though verbally compliant, fixated his gaze on Yu and the others across from him, harboring a desire to rend them apart, a scene that did not escape Yu's notice. Wait. Just as the two nations were on the brink of concluding negotiations, Yu suddenly gestured, an even grander scheme taking shape in his mind. If memory serves, this territory originally belonged to the Land of Fire, did it not? The emissaries from both sides froze in place, their currencies and land deeds swirling chaotically in the wind. Are you implying that? Chapter 18. Saratobi Izashi. If that is the case, then I believe this land need not be purchased. Jin Jiao was the first to erupt in anger, brandishing the banana fan he had brought with him, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Yu. Water release, water barrier. Yu expelled a stream of water, forming a protective shield to thwart the assault. The Night Village swiftly formed hand seals, activating their Byakugan. As the previously harmonious atmosphere was shattered by the standoff between the two factions, Yin Jiao drew forth the 7-star sword, preparing to strike, when suddenly a formidable chakra surged beside him. Tiahanasu, meaning stop. The Raikage rose, his tone serious as he admonished Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. TCH. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao sheathed their weapons, their expressions rife with disdain. Very well. The Raikage resumed his seat, his demeanor betraying no change. Indeed, as Yu had surmised, the Raikage's true aim in these negotiations was not the land itself, but rather to ease tensions with the Land of Fire. At that moment, the Raikage's gaze remained locked on Yu's face. Aside from the color of Yu's hair, his resemblance to Hashirama was striking. Why is there such apprehension towards Hashirama? The Raikage AI's thoughts drifted. The Yayue clan was, after all, the lineage of the first Raikage, who had once encountered Hashirama during his travels. Amidst the chaos of war, the Land of Thunder was particularly tumultuous, and a mere disagreement between the two had ignited a fierce conflict. The outcome, however, was an overwhelming victory for Hashirama, instilling in the Raikage a fear not only of Hashirama's unfathomable chakra, but also of the wood release technique he had mastered. Despite the full might of the Yayue clan being summoned, they could not inflict a scratch upon Hashirama, and were left to watch as he gracefully departed their territory. Such was the past. Now, the extent of Hashirama's power was beyond the Raikage's wildest imaginings. However, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao remained oblivious to Lei Ying's contemplations. Their ire was solely directed towards Yu's actions. It's over, let us depart, Lei Ying stated languidly, his expression devoid of any tumult. You little brat. We shall remember you. You better be prepared, Jin Jiao hissed menacingly while pointing a finger at Yu. The daimyo of the Land of Fire stood rooted to the spot, somewhat dazed, unable to fathom that such a significant matter had concluded so abruptly. Yet, the daimyo was astute. He recognized the rationale behind Lei Ying's willingness to relinquish the original territory without any compensation. Everything stemmed from Senju Hashirama. The funds saved this time shall be wholly regarded as mission remuneration, he declared, simultaneously bowing respectfully to Yiyu. Yiyu reciprocated the gesture, and through this incident, the daimyo gained a profound appreciation for Konoha. It became evident that matters could be resolved so effortlessly with the assistance of Konoha's shinobi. The bond between Konoha and the Land of Fire deepened significantly. Upon returning, Yiyu mentioned laying along with Jin Xiao and In Xiao to Tobarama and Hashirama, alluding, whether intentionally or not, to the matter of the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts, you say? Hashirama remarked, having previously encountered tales of them during his travels. He was somewhat astonished that Yiyu could accurately pinpoint the location of each tailed beast. If what my younger brother asserts is true, then the 9 tails must be in close proximity to our village. They were well aware of the tailed beast's formidable power and destructive capacity. If left unchecked, the potential threat loomed large. Nevertheless, even with this knowledge, it was not the most pressing concern of the day. The world had only just emerged from conflict. Although a small fraction of regions remained embroiled in turmoil, establishing amicable relations with the other 4 great nations was paramount. Uchiha Madara, accompanied by Izuna and other formidable members of the Uchiha clan, along with other prominent factions from Konoha, had ventured across the shinobi world to negotiate relationships. At this juncture, Konoha's strength was predominantly confined to Hashirama and Tobarama, aside from a handful of ordinary shinobi. We are already aware of the tailed beasts ban. You have dedicated countless years to missions without respite. It would be wise to rest within the village for a while, Hashirama and Tobarama remarked with concern. Their gazes filled with compassion for Yiyu. Upon meeting their eyes, Yiyu could not help but feel a wave of emotion. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Uchiha in his youth, he had spent his formative years engulfed in warfare, delved into sage training at 12, and scurried about gathering resources prior to the establishment of Konoha. Yiyu stepped outside, clutching a large bag of gold coins gifted by Hashirama and Tobarama, encouraging him to take time for relaxation. Just as he exited the Hokage conference room, lost in thought, a boy slightly shorter than him collided with him. Ouch! Watch where you're going, the slender boy exclaimed, his hair resembling a wild frizz. Behind him stood a bespectacled boy and a girl, both trembling with fear as they recognized Yiyu, their intended words swallowed back in trepidation. What troubles you? The boy's gaze was filled with confusion as he scratched his head. It wasn't until he turned around and saw the black and white-haired Leaf Feather, who wore a look of bewilderment that cast a chilling aura upon the 2 individuals behind him, that he fully regained his composure. The boy's shout snapped Leaf Feather back to reality. The boy before Leaf Feather seemed strangely familiar, yet his name eluded him. Ding! The system detected Sarutobi Hizashi, the son of the elite Jonin Sarutobi Sasuke from Konoha Village, with a combat power value too low to be recorded. Sarutobi Hizashi, is he already this old? If Leaf Feather's memory served him correctly, Hizashi had been born 8 years prior in Konoha, meaning he was now approximately 10 years old. Thus, the individuals accompanying him were, based on their appearances, Mito Gate-in and Tenketsu Koharu. Due to Leaf Feather's suggestion, the Ninja Academy had been completed ahead of schedule, allowing Hizashi and his companions to enroll and study. Thanks to their exceptional talents, the 3 of them had already attained the strength of Chunin. Though the Chunin exams had yet to be established, and without guidance from instructors, their skills had not seen significant advancement. Intrigued, Leaf Feather examined Hizashi's information in the system, discovering that he had mastered 5 elemental jutsus from a young age and had learned even more ninjutsu than Leaf Feather himself. My apologies, Lord Hashirama, Hizashi exclaimed upon recognizing his idol, the legendary Senju Hashirama, and he bowed excitedly to Leaf Feather, seeing that Leaf Feather was not as fearsome as the rumors suggested. And Koharu breathed a sigh of relief and approached him. Could you please give me your autograph? Hizashi eagerly rummaged through his pockets only to realize he had no paper. He quickly asked Tenketsu Koharu for a piece of white paper and a pen, which he then handed to Leaf Feather. Noticing the eager glint in Hizashi's eyes, Leaf Feather took the pen and diligently wrote his name. Chapter 19. The Bell-Snatching Fantastic. It's Lord Hashirama's autograph, Hizashi exclaimed joyfully, clutching the paper with Leaf Feather's signature. So, the 3rd Hokage was quite the handful in his youth, Leaf Feather chuckled to himself, feeling a surge of interest. What are you all up to now? Leaf Feather inquired, looking down at them. Nothing much. Lord Tobarama used to assign us some tasks, but we haven't heard anything lately, Hizashi replied nonchalantly, his hands resting behind his head. He rambled on for quite some time, explaining that due to their outstanding performance, they were being personally trained by Senju Tobarama, the future leaders of Konoha Village. Leaf Feather understood that Tobarama was currently occupied with fostering relationships with others in the shinobi world and had little time to devote to Hizashi and the others. Have you ever played the bell-snatching game? Leaf Feather asked. Bells? What's that? It seemed that Hizashi's older brother had yet to teach them about it. It was just the right moment for Yu to assess the strength of Sarutobi Hizashi and the other two. Follow me, he beckoned, leading them towards the training grounds of the Ninja Academy. Yu had preserved the bell from his earlier playful encounter with Hashirama and Tobarama, and today he seized the opportunity to bring it forth. If the three of you can snatch the bell from my grasp, I shall teach you a powerful ninjutsu. What do you say? Although Tanshin Komatsu and Mito Menko were not particularly interested in the bell, the prospect of learning new ninjutsu compelled them to nod in agreement. Sarutobi Hizashi, however, was brimming with excitement, waving his arms enthusiastically. The chance to spar with the leader of the village's Umbu, Lord Tobarama. He rubbed his palms together, instantly entering a combat-ready state. The bell is secured at my waist. If you manage to touch it or seize it, you win, understood? The three nodded. Though they were merely 10 years old, Yu discerned from the system that their combat power levels were all at 7,800. Such formidable power was largely due to the ninjutsu scrolls meticulously crafted by Tobarama and himself, which contained numerous techniques for the students of the Ninja Academy to study and practice. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Sarutobi Hizashi puffed up his cheeks and unleashed a dragon's head composed of flames, charging towards Yu. Very well, Yu responded, channeling 30% of his chakra. Given that the third Hokage was renowned for his ninjutsu teachings, Yu was eager to gauge Hizashi's current understanding of these arts. Water Release, Water Barrier. He expelled a wall of water to thwart the fire dragon's assault. A water ninjutsu that counters my own. Although Hizashi was unaware of the specific techniques Yu possessed, he was certain that Yu could adeptly combine the ninjutsu he employed, a skill honed through years of practical experience. You two attacked from both sides of Lord Tobarama. Tanshin Komatsu and Mito Menka concealed their hands behind their backs and began to run, attempting to distract Yu. However, to Yu, their movements appeared rather amusing. Whoosh! As they circled around him, the two threw their kunai. Yu merely waved his hand lightly, deflecting the flying weapons. Is this all the strength you possess? He inquired. At that moment, a shadow loomed above him. It was Sarutobi Hizashi. While Tanshin Komatsu and Mito Menka drew Yu's attention, Hizashi seized the opportunity to position himself above Yu. Yet, Yu was keenly aware of all that transpired. Hizashi held his breath and descended, his gaze fixed intently on the bell at Yu's waist. Thud! Ouch! A crisp kick landed, executing a swift side kick that struck the descending Hizashi. However, it did not unfold as Yu had anticipated. Hizashi was not sent flying. Yu turned his gaze, finding Sarutobi Hizashi clinging tightly to his leg, refusing to let go. Tikurai Kamaru and the others quickly adjusted their positions and charged towards Yu from a spot he could not see. This was bad. Yu struggled to extract his foot from Sarutobi Hizashi's grip, although his movements were somewhat reckless. It must be said that Sarutobi Hizashi possessed considerably more strength than most children of his size. Yu intended to exert some force, but his heart softened. However, in that very moment when Tikurai Kamaru and the others were about to reach Yu, a sudden sound echoed. What? Mito Menka stared in disbelief at Yu's hands. Before them stood another identical Yu. Shadow clone? How could this be possible? He had never brought his hands together. So how could he perform the shadow clone technique? While Mito Menka was still in shock, Yu's palm strike reached him. The force of two palms sent Mito Menka and Tikurai Kamaru flying. Mito Kamaru. Sarutobi Hizashi involuntarily released his hold on Yu. After breaking free, Yu swiftly retreated a considerable distance. One must admit, Sarutobi Hizashi had been quite clever since childhood. Yet, Yu would not give him another opportunity to close in. Time passed, and Sarutobi Hizashi exhausted his arsenal of elemental techniques, gradually coordinating with Tikurai Kamaru and the others. Unbeknownst to them, they had become more proficient in their execution. However, they still could not close the distance to Yu, who had clearly been prepared. Sarutobi Hizashi was well aware of this, pondering how to seize the bell. It seemed he could only resort to that technique. Should it be water release, earth release, or one of the other three elemental techniques? Yu bent down, his eyes fixed intently on the three approaching him, deep in thought. the human release three-person embrace technique. Upon hearing this name, Yiyu's body stiffened as he rapidly recalled what kind of technique it was. However, as the three initiated their move, realization dawned upon him. In his moment of distraction, Kurai Kamaru wrapped his arms around Yiyu's left leg, while Mito Menka clung to his right. Saratobi Hizashi let out a mighty roar. Hanging onto Yiyu's back with his hands and feet, resembling a sloth suspended from a tree from a distance. They were just about to grasp the bell when Kurai Kamaru and Mito Menka extended their trembling hands towards the bell at Yiyu's waist. Humph. Yiyu chuckled coldly, preparing to unleash his chakra when two familiar voices reached his ears. As he turned his gaze forward, success. Kurai Kamaru had secured the bell, joyously bouncing on his feet. Big brother, second brother, what are you doing here? It turned out that after the Hokage meeting concluded, Hashirama and Tobirama had come here to unwind and stumbled upon Yiyu engaged in a game of bell snatching with Saratobi Hizashi and the others. Unbelievable. The illustrious leader of the Umbu had lost to mere children. Konoha's thousand-handed Tobirama erupted into hearty laughter. It's all your fault, he declared. Yiyu, feeling helpless, shrugged his shoulders. Well done, monkey, Tobirama remarked, affectionately patting Saratobi Hiruzen's head, nodding in satisfaction. After all, he was indeed a student worthy of his teachings. Chapter 20. The enhanced shadow clone technique. Saratobi Hiruzen chuckled with glee. Big brother, second brother, this is all you're doing. Yiyu feigned anger. If it weren't for your sudden appearance, they might not have even touched my body. Although it was a statement of fact, a loss is a loss. And Yiyu promised to teach the three of them a ninjutsu technique. Did you just see me perform the shadow clone technique? Saratobi Hiruzen and the others shook their heads, particularly Mito Kamen and Tsurugi Komatsu. This is what I am going to teach you. Yiyu smiled gently. He had grasped this technique not long ago during a mission when the ability system had unexpectedly sent him a message. Ding! The host's shadow clone technique has reached the master level. Would you like to unlock the advanced mode? Advanced mode? What is that? The advanced mode allows the host to execute ninjutsu more swiftly while significantly reducing chakra consumption. Upon speaking, the system immediately unlocked the advanced mode for Yiyu. A wave of ease washed over him as he discovered that when he activated the ninjutsu again, he no longer needed to form seals with both hands, but could instead release the shadow clone technique with a single hand. Moreover, this technique could be taught to others, simplifying the process through a special one-handed gesture to streamline the seals. This was precisely what Yiyu intended to impart to them. I will demonstrate it for you first. Pay close attention. The three of them watched intently. Even Tobirama and Hashirama were drawn to Yiyu's movements. Yiyu placed his left hand on his chest, with his middle finger lowered and his pinky resting atop it. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A resounding release echoed as a figure identical to Yiyu appeared beside him amidst a puff of smoke. The speed of the seals is astonishing, Saratobi Hiruzen marveled, mimicking him and discovering that the flow of chakra became remarkably swifter. It is known that human blood vessels are densely packed, making it nearly impossible to locate the most efficient flow pathway. Yet Yiyu's method was exponentially faster than the previous dual-handed fixed position. This technique requires extensive practice. Achieving a perfect clone on your first attempt is unlikely, Yiyu advised. As the three attempted to replicate the gesture, they found, as Yiyu had indicated, that the clones either deflated or lacked vitality. At that moment, a flawless voice rang out, prompting everyone to turn and behold Tobirama, standing alongside a clone that mirrored him perfectly, forming the very hand signs Yiyu had described. Indeed, this is quite convenient. Tobirama was exceedingly pleased. As an inventor of ninjutsu, he solely focused on the creation of techniques, leaving subsequent matters to others. The ninjutsu he devised were predominantly intricate and multifaceted, often requiring an advanced level of skill to execute, rendering them overly complex for those outside the elite ranks of Umbu and Jonin. The technique that Yiyu had just employed, the shadow clone technique, was a modification of Tobirama's original creation, even more intricate than before. Yet, Yiyu managed to perform it in a single step, leaving Tobirama astounded. Observing Yiyu's effortless execution, Tobirama shook his head with a wry smile. True genius is indeed remarkable. Despite the advantages bestowed by the system, he had only reached this level, while his brother accomplished it so effortlessly. Third brother, do you have any more of these? Tobirama inquired eagerly. Yiyu, having mastered only this one technique, shook his head. Tobirama felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he could not suppress the admiration that welled up within him. As for Hashirama, Yiyu found himself at a loss for words, regardless of the ninjutsu. As long as Hashirama was proficient and found it useful, he could simply clap his hands and announce the technique's name, and it would manifest. After sending Hashirama and Tobarama on their way, Yu turned to inquire about their progress. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions nodded. It was noteworthy that the trio, having attained Chunin status by the age of 10, were no ordinary individuals. In under 10 minutes, they had successfully summoned a reasonably complete shadow clone. As night descended rapidly, Yu called out, "Father, over here." After the departure of Tsunade and Mito, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yu engaged in a lengthy conversation, during which their rapport grew to a level of 60. Coincidentally, Yu encountered Hiruzen's father, the elite Jonin of Konoha, Sarutobi Sasuke, who was now of comparable strength to Yu. Name: Sarutobi Sasuke. Abilities: Mastery of Fire and Wind Release, Shadow Clone Technique, Expert. Sarutobi Sword Technique, Expert. Sarutobi Leg Technique, Expert. Combat Power, 4000 Affinity. 20. Are you Lord Banjin? Sarutobi Sasuke inquired with a smile, nodding respectfully towards Yu. Though their ages were not vastly different, the disparity in their standings compelled Sasuke to afford Yu the courtesy due to a leader. "This is not a formal assembly. We need not be so formal with one another," Yu replied, gesturing dismissively. "You are my senior in age. I ought to address you as senpai." Ding. Sarutobi Sasuke's affinity increased by 10. Reaching 60 would grant Yu access to the clan's secret ninjutsu. Yu, however, was cautious with the other clans of Konoha. The Ninja Academy had only just been established, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely the first cohort of students. The primary aim of founding the academy was to dissolve the barriers between various clans and foster harmonious interactions. Konoha had yet to achieve true harmony, so Yu refrained from becoming overly familiar with any clan, lest the higher-ups of other clans pen unfavorable accounts. However, he did have a fleeting acquaintance with Sarutobi Sasuke. Sarutobi Sasuke, one of the most elite ninjas in the Hidden Leaf Village, possessed extraordinary strength and extensive combat experience, making him someone not to be underestimated and undoubtedly valuable in the future. Yu turned his attention back to his interface. Host: Yu Senju Tobarama, Combat Power, 3000 Skills, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Mastered. Senjutsu, True Extinguishing Flame Technique, Mastered. Ninja Art, Summoning Technique, Mastered. 1 Summon Beast for entry level, 2 for proficiency, 3 for expert, 4 for master, water release, and 4 types of release techniques, proficient. Sharingan, 2 Tomo, Byakugan, entry level. Yu observed for a considerable time, realizing that while he possessed numerous ninjutsu techniques, their levels were rather low. It seemed that his second brother had recently compiled a comprehensive ninjutsu manual. Perhaps he should take some time to study and learn advanced techniques. Just as Yu had awoken, he heard a hurried knocking on the window. "What is it?" Yu immediately became alert and whispered towards the window. Chapter 21. Yu and Kakuzu, Part 1. "Lord Hokage has urgent matters requiring your attention." A masked Umbu ninja outside whispered back. Yu's heart sank, and he quickly donned his attire before hastening to the Hokage building. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found Tobarama, Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, and other founding members of the Hidden Leaf Village gathered together. "Tobarama has arrived." Hashirama gestured for Yu to approach. After some discussion, it was revealed that negotiations with the other ninja villages had suddenly collapsed, shattering their previously amicable relations. Due to the proximity between the Wind and Fire nations, the Hidden Leaf Village had received news of the ongoing war among the other 4 major ninja villages. Friendly overtures had failed to quell tensions. Instead, they had emboldened the other villages' arrogance. Hashirama wore a troubled expression, while Madara, Tobarama, and the others displayed stern visages. The Land of Water coveted the territories of the other 4 nations. The Land of Lightning sought vast expanses of land. The Land of Wind desired control over water sources. And the Land of Earth yearned for fertile soil. The flames of war had once again spread, apart from the Hidden Leaf Village. The world seemed to have regressed a decade or more, returning to the era of warring states. "Tobarama, do you still remember the tailed beasts you once spoke of?" Yu nodded. Hashirama sighed. "In that case, we have no choice but to proceed this way." Utilizing wood release, Hashirama sensed several nearby tailed beasts, while others were situated farther within the Fire Nation's territory, necessitating that Yu, Madara, and the others embark on a quest to locate them. While Hashirama would capture the sensed beasts himself, Hashirama's intentions remained consistent with the original narrative, to capture the tailed beasts and allocate them peacefully, establishing a balance among the nations and ninja villages for a stable equilibrium. In other words, would he be accompanying Uchiha Madara to the Land of Lightning? Yiyu's concerns dissipated. With Madara's assistance, the journey would surely be more manageable. It appears that the Hidden Leaf Village has yet to attract the attention of outsiders. Among the 5 largest ninja villages, only Konoha remains untouched by the presence of ninjas from other clans. Nevertheless, during this period, Yiyu remains vigilant and does not dare to let his guard down. He must find an opportunity to engage with the Uchiha clan. For enduring the limitations of his 2-tomo Sharingan is quite uncomfortable. Even the ability to replicate a 3-tomo would be a welcome relief. Simultaneously, a bold idea begins to take root in Yiyu's mind. Given his perfect rapport with Hashirama, rated at 100, the system allows him to perceive all of Hashirama's abilities, particularly his wood-release techniques. Hashirama's wood-release is a bloodline limit created from the fusion of earth and water-release chakra nature transformations. Theoretically, if Yiyu could replicate wood-release, possessing a significant amount of chakra would enable him to perform techniques akin to Hashirama's with a mere clap of his hands. However, reality is often harsh. For now, Yiyu can only utilize wood-release techniques such as the tree-binding eternal burial, which, while powerful, pales in comparison to Hashirama's prowess. Each individual's chakra capacity is predetermined from birth, unaffected by the presence of tailed beasts. However, Yiyu possesses the advantage of a system that allows him to gradually reduce the chakra consumption required for ninjutsu through skill proficiency. Coupled with sage techniques that continually elevate his chakra capacity, Yiyu is confident that it will not be long before he can wield expansive and lethal wood-release techniques, such as the wood golem technique and the wood dragon technique. Suddenly, Yiyu's Sharingan flares to life as he scans his surroundings. Discerning that the presence nearby possesses combat capabilities comparable to his own, who could it be at such a late hour? An unsettling thought creeps into Yiyu's mind. Yet, it seems the intruder's target is not him, but rather, they are rushing directly towards the Hidden Leaf Village, drawing ever closer to the Hokage's building. As Yiyu has taken on the responsibility of guarding Konoha during the night, the thought of an intruder breaching the Hokage's building is utterly unacceptable. Wind release, great breakthrough. Yiyu launches into the air, unleashing a torrent of air in a powerful attack. Even at the proficiency level of merely skilled, its force is formidable. The gust generated by the great breakthrough halts the intruder in their tracks, simultaneously drawing their attention towards Yiyu. Is that a member of Konoha Zumbu? The intruder muses aloud. Yet, it matters little to him, as he has already eliminated numerous ninjas from the Hidden Leaf, and although Yiyu is not his intended target, he sees no issue in dealing with him swiftly. Yiyu swiftly approaches and accesses the system to ascertain the identity of the newcomer. Name: Kakuza. Background: Elite Jonin of Takigakure. Combat power: 3,500. Abilities: Earthgrudge Fear Mode, Level 1 Earthgrudge Fear Fusion Secret Technique, Level 1 Earthgrudge Fear Tentacle Fist, Level 1 Secret Technique Heart Extraction, Level 1 Earthgrudge Fear Nature Mask, Proficient in Fire Release, Head Hardening, Water Release, Water Curtain, Lightning Release, False Darkness, Earth Release, Earth Spear, Wind Release, Pressure Damage, among other techniques. Kakuzu. Yiyu was taken aback by Jiao Du's swift actions, simultaneously realizing that the target he spoke of was none other than his elder brother, Senju Hashirama, who was also a member of the Akatsuki organization in the original narrative. Jiao Du had been drawn to Hashirama due to the exorbitant bounty placed on him in the ninja black market, prompting his assassination attempt. His combat prowess surpassed Yiyu's by a striking 500 points. However, Yiyu remained undaunted, for when it came to battle experience, Jiao Du was still far from his level. Despite their rapport being at a standstill, vanquishing Jiao Du would nonetheless grant Yiyu the opportunity to acquire his abilities. Tentacle Fist. Jiao Du extended his arm, the lines between his forearm and upper arm breaking apart, as he launched his fist towards Yiyu. Yiyu activated his Sharingan, evading while searching for an opening. Those eyes. Is he a member of the Uchiha clan? Jiao Du pondered, yet when the dark cloak above Yiyu dropped, revealing his distinctive black and white hair, recognition struck Jiao Du in an instant. Yiyu also bore a bounty in the black market, albeit slightly lower than Hashirama's, yet still quite substantial. Let me deal with you first, before I proceed to assassinate that esteemed Hokage, Jiao Du mused to himself, activating the second form of his Doton, Jivunyu. Clearly, Jiao Du regarded Yiyu as a formidable adversary, unleashing his most potent transformation without hesitation. You shall become my third heart, he declared, shedding his garments to reveal a torso adorned with intricate, densely packed stitches, indicative of his experience as a seasoned warrior. Jiaodu served the Takigakure village, however, diverging from the original tale. Due to Yiyu's formidable strength and the persistent assaults on their territory by the Uchiha clan's guard under Uchiha Izuna's command, the village's higher-ups had bestowed the secret technique of Doton, Jivanyu, upon Jiaodu, significantly enhancing his power. Jiaodu's arrival in Kanahagakure was motivated by both the lucrative reward and a mission assigned by his organization. Nearby, a black mask resembling a human figure contorted and rose. Its mouth agape. Chapter 22. Yiyu vs. Jiaodu, Part 2. Lightning Release. False Darkness. Fire Release. Head Carving. The mask beside Jiaodu abruptly stood upright, unleashing a torrent of flames, while Jiaodu placed his left hand over his chest, sharp spines lunging forward. The combination of fire and lightning coalesced into the form of a ferocious tiger, charging towards Yiyu. Confronted with Jiaodu's dual assault, Yiyu furrowed his brow, utilizing his Sharingan to discern the trajectory of the attacks as he nimbly dodged. Water Release. Water Formation Wall. After successfully blocking the flames, Yiyu surged towards Jiaodu's position. Sage Art. Frog Sumo. Drawing upon the natural energies surrounding him, Yiyu's pupils glimmered with an orange hue, greatly amplifying his strength and speed as he closed in on Jiaodu, delivering a powerful punch. Doton. Jivanyu Nature Mask. As Yiyu's fist was about to strike Kakuzu, a shadow adorned with a mask suddenly emerged behind him. Lightning Release. False Darkness. The mouth of the Earth Grudge Fear released a sharp lance of lightning, sweeping across the battlefield with astonishing power capable of penetrating even rock. Recognizing the futility of confronting this attack head-on, Yiyu retreated swiftly. The remaining 3 hearts must not be revealed yet. They would be saved for a crucial moment. Kakuzu squinted, contemplating his next move. His earlier declaration to seize Yiyu's heart and claim it as his third mask was a strategic ploy to conceal a portion of his strength. He believed that both combatants possessed limited knowledge of each other's capabilities. In truth, Yiyu had already comprehended Kakuzu's abilities, including the Earth Grudge Fear, fully. The fact that Kakuzu could wield 5 elemental techniques indicated he possessed 5 hearts, each representing a different chakra nature: wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water. To truly eliminate Kakuzu, all 5 hearts must be destroyed. Was he intending to reserve the remaining 3 until the end? As Kakuzu resorted to only fire release and lightning release, the darkness of night rendered their battle reliant on the flickering flames produced by their jutsu. Lightning Release. Extreme Thunderfang. Lightning crackled to life in Yiyu's hand, echoing with thunderous sound. Whoosh. Kakuzu had clearly underestimated the speed of the lightning. Yiyu seized the opportunity to ascend above the fire release mask before Kakuzu could mount a defense. The extensive range of the fire release illuminated the battlefield, granting Yiyu an advantageous position in the shadows. With a swift motion, Yiyu transformed the Extreme Thunderfang, infused with lightning chakra, into a sharp blade that pierced one of Kakuzu's hearts. A surge of pain coursed through Kakuzu, akin to a devastating blow, as he swiftly lost one heart. Earth Release. Earth Spear. Kakuzu clasped his hands together, hardening his body to withstand Yiyu's lightning attack. In the blink of an eye, a new mask materialized behind Kakuzu. Water Release. Water Curtain Jutsu. A torrent of water surged forth from the mask's mouth. Alarmed, Yiyu realized the water would flow through Kakuzu's hardened body and connect with the lightning. A tingling sensation enveloped his arm, rendering it immobile due to the electric shock. Seizing the opportunity with his free arm, Yiyu formed a single-handed seal, and with a burst of energy, a shadow clone emerged beside him. This clone also activated Sage Mode, grasping Kakuzu's arm and using tremendous strength to hurl him to the ground. Once freed from the electric grip, Yiyu swiftly employed medical ninjutsu to heal his arm. Kakuzu unleashed his full power, revealing his 4th mask. Lightning Release. False Darkness. Earth Release. Earth Flow Spear. Ninjutsu. Blazing Wind Disturbance. Within Kakuzu's body coursed an enigmatic force, and once more, the mask emblazoned with the fire release insignia rose, harmonizing with the wind release technique to unleash a vast inferno. Above this sea of flames, 2 masks representing lightning and earth release materialized, and the earth flow spears, intermingled with electricity, rained down upon Yiyu like droplets of rain. Could one still survive after being pierced through the heart? However, there was no time for such thoughts. As the combination of Kakuzu's fire and wind techniques illuminated the entire forest as if it were day, Kakuzu's eyes glimmered with a green light, exuding an aura of desperation, clearly indicating the tremendous chakra expenditure this technique required. Let us see how you evade this. Yu activated his Sharingan, surveying his surroundings. The sea of flames stretched for miles, making escape seemingly impossible. Earth release, earth flow wall. As he summoned the earth flow wall, Yu simultaneously conjured a water barrier to encircle the stone wall, safeguarding it from destruction. Taking a deep breath, he slipped inside, mindful of sealing off the top. Soon, waves of searing heat assailed him, the temperature noticeably rising. Yet, with such a vast inferno, Kakuzu could not approach. Consequently, Yu chose to sit cross-legged on the ground, utilizing sage techniques to restore his chakra. Once the flames subsided, Kakuzu, from a distance, beheld merely a stone wall. After observing for some time and allowing his chakra to replenish, he approached the stone wall, aided by branches. Ah, is dawn approaching? Kakuzu mused, gazing at the sun that was about to rise. With a nimble leap, he ascended the earth flow wall and spotted Yu lying on the ground. Has he fainted from the heat? Kakuzu leaped down, faintly sensing the lingering warmth. Given such high temperatures, it was no wonder. Let me take your heart and free you. Kakuzu unleashed his tentacle fist, moving towards Yu's heart. But suddenly, a tremor reverberated beneath his feet, sending a jolt of alarm through Kakuzu, prompting an instinctive desire to leap away. Boom! The sound of shattering earth erupted. An arm surged forth from beneath Kakuzu's feet, firmly grasping him. No way! Kakuzu immediately realized, intending to unleash his lightning release mask downward, but the cramped space hindered him, trapping the mask against the stone wall. This fellow, is he attempting to lure me in to obliterate me? Kakuzu was filled with dismay, but a sound of earth breaking echoed as a figure appeared before him, brandishing 5 shurikens infused with both fire and lightning techniques. This is bad. Yet, Kakuzu had no time to be astonished as Yu unveiled his Sharingan. Locking eyes with Kakuzu fiercely. The Sharingan! Kakuzu instinctively shut his eyes, but in that fleeting moment, Yu lunged toward Kakuzu's heart, the 5 shurikens following suit. Swoosh! Kakuzu lay on the ground, devoid of life. Ding! The wielder of the ability has perished. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the secret technique, Earth Curse. The dark substance on Kakuzu's body gradually detached and transformed into a sphere the size of a palm, floating into the hands of Yu. If he were to encounter Kai 90 years hence, Yu might lack confidence in defeating him. However, the present Kakuzu was merely an ordinary ninja. Chapter 23, Divergent Thoughts. Identical outcomes. What is this? Curiously, Yu picked up the bag from Kakuzu, peering inside to discover numerous sheets of paper. He was aware that Kakuzu was exceedingly avaricious. Yet he had not anticipated the sheer volume of wealth Kakuzu possessed. The papers contained accounts of financial transactions conducted in various black markets. Regrettably, the locations of these markets were not disclosed within the records. Perhaps Uncle Irin might comprehend the significance of this. I shall keep it for now, thought Yu, tucking the documents into his clothing. He also uncovered crucial intelligence regarding the Takigakure village. Kakuzu's assassination mission targeting Hashirama Senju had been directly ordered by the higher-ups of Takigakure. Furthermore, the intelligence indicated extensive signs of destruction along the line intersecting the Takigakure and the Land of Fire. With Takigakure instructing Kakuzu to relay this information to Kumogakure before proceeding with the assassination. However, Kakuzu's eagerness for profit had resulted in the failure to deliver the message to Kumogakure. Takigakure was a small ninja village, encircled by the lands of earth, fire, grass, and frost, struggling for survival. Yet it adopted a strategy of close combat and distant diplomacy, forging an alliance with Kumogakure. Could the extensive destruction be attributed to the Seven Tails? Yu pondered, realizing the importance of conveying this intelligence to the Hokage building. Suddenly, the sound of many footsteps echoed outside the Doton wall. Lord Tobarama, what brings you here? This corpse is... Yu released the Doton wall, revealing a multitude of Konoha ninjas gathered to assess the situation. You arrived just in time. Please carry this corpse to the laboratory, Yu instructed. The body of Kakuzu held significant research value and should not be wasted. Yes, is this ninja headband from Takigakure? Tobarama and others stood beside Kakuzu's corpse, discussing among themselves while also examining the intelligence Yu had brought. Fortunately, the message did not reach them, otherwise it would have been quite troublesome. No, we cannot be certain, Uchiha Madara interjected, interrupting Tobarama's remarks. What is it? Do you have doubts? Tobarama replied, displeased. Before the establishment of Takigakure, I had negotiations with their leader, who was an exceedingly astute individual. It is improbable that we would obtain such clear intelligence from them. Uchiha Madara stated slowly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze. According to the ninja world map, there was a massive waterfall river adjacent to Takigakure, a vast expanse that was most likely to harbor tailed beasts. When Sage of the Six Paths dispersed the tailed beasts throughout the world, the one-tailed Shikaka could only maximize its power in the desert, which was likely its current location. Erwei Yulv is a colossal cat demon with a fondness for bamboo growths. Sanwei Kifwiyu swims gracefully in the lakes, while Siwei Sun Wukong resides amidst the rocky clusters. Wuwang Mu, Chiwei Chongming, and Zhouwang Jalama all cherish the forests and waterfalls. Liwei Shiquan dwells within the caverns, and Bon Nogue makes its home atop lofty peaks. These nine-tailed beasts are dispersed across the 5 great nations and numerous smaller ones, rendering their search exceedingly arduous. Even if intelligence is intercepted, Uchiha Madara fears that Takigakure may possess more than just Kaku as a messenger. And it is highly probable that the forces of the Land of Lightning have already acquired this information, potentially encountering the tailed beasts. The might of these beasts is formidable, and the Land of Lightning would undoubtedly dispatch elite troops to seize the 8 tails, especially while their own forces are relatively weakened. Uchiha Madara approached the window, articulating his insights to Yaoyu and the others, suggesting adherence to the previously established plan to depart for the Land of Lightning at dawn. Given that Hashirama is venturing alone to collect the tailed beasts, Madara is reluctant to hinder his progress. Although he harbored some reservations regarding the recent Hokage selection, he prioritized the greater good of Konoha. I disagree, Tobirama interjected, his voice gradually rising. Since Madara intercepted this intelligence, we ought to investigate Takigakure first. The distance between the Land of Lightning and Takigakure is several hundred miles. They cannot possibly arrive so swiftly. If we encounter them, our plan to capture the 8 tails would be in jeopardy, wouldn't it? What do you think, Madara? The others looked to Yaoyu, seemingly awaiting his decision. This predicament saw Hashirama entrust the 3 closest tailed beasts, the 7, 8, and 9, to Yaoyu, Madara, and the others. A conflict arose between Tobirama and Madara regarding whether to pursue the 8 tails or the 7 tails first. Ultimately, through a vote among the gathered individuals, Tobirama emerged victorious, much like the previous selection of the Hokage successor, garnering the support of the majority. This scene seemed to evoke a sense of melancholia and solitude in Uchiha Madara, reminiscent of 2 years past. Are you all right? Yaoyu approached Madara with concern. It is known that part of Madara's descent into darkness stemmed from the distrust of him by the ninjas and citizens of Konoha, coupled with an innate fear of the Uchiha clan. Madara shook his head with a faint smile, brushing past Yaoyu, though Yaoyu intended to follow him. In the blink of an eye, Madara vanished from sight. With a sigh, Yaoyu hoped that the outcome would not lead to the direst consequences. Black Zetsu, where are you? Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. A massive wall of flames, surpassing the previous combination technique of Kaku, surged towards the forest. In the presence of Uchiha Madara, a squad of ninjas adorned with the headbands of the Land of Lightning were engulfed in flames, collapsing to the ground in anguish. Another squad. Uchiha Madara stood upon the grass, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of hundreds. In a location that marked the boundary between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, the Land of Rice. Since ascending to the role of captain of the Uchiha Guard and becoming the head of the Uchiha clan, Madara had been confronted with a multitude of invaders, an experience that had profoundly altered his disposition. He now concealed any warmth within his heart, presenting instead the visage of the Uchiha clan, often deemed inherently ruthless by the world. Before him, several ninjas from the Land of Lightning trembled, their legs shaking as they instinctively recoiled. Suddenly, one of the ninjas, his eyes filled with pain, wildly swung his long blade towards his comrades. Have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Upon witnessing a teammate abruptly change targets and strike at them, the others quickly concluded that the culprit was the man adorned with the Leaf Village headband before them. Amidst the chaos, a few more among them succumbed to madness, turning against each other in a frenzy until only one remained. That lone survivor, his blade dripping with blood and his body and face smeared with gore, knelt to the ground, utterly speechless. He then erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha, ha ha. As Madara approached, his eyes widened suddenly, revealing a blood-red gaze that contrasted starkly with that of Yuya. His pattern was even more sinister and enigmatic. This was the ultimate form of the Sharingan under ordinary circumstances, a further evolution of the 3-Tomo Sharingan that emerged only in the depths of sorrow, a kaleidoscope Sharingan. When the ninja from the Land of Lightning lifted his gaze to meet Madara's eyes, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him before collapsing to the ground. It was that guard. Through his kaleidoscope Sharingan, Madara gleaned information from the unconscious ninja regarding their association with the vanguard. Tasked with scouting the vicinity of the Takigakure for the Jinchuriki, known as the Seven Tails, Mei. Subsequently, they dispatched a team led by Yatsuki A, who would later become the second Raikage. A, in truth, had already attained a level of power comparable to that of a Kage and had garnered a formidable reputation within the ninja world. Madara exhibited little reaction upon learning this. In his heart, he held only Senju Hashirama in high regard. Raikage-sama, please issue your orders. We shall comply without hesitation. Through his kaleidoscope Sharingan, Madara perceived the lightning ninja as the Raikage A of Kumogakure. You shall relay the events occurring here to A and guide them to the waterfall. Understood. The fallen ninja half-kneeled on the ground, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Here lies the Wanqing and the multitude of blessings. Yuya observed the sign above and nodded in acknowledgement. This is the Chamber of Commerce established by the illustrious Fushing Irin, which has been in operation since the Warring States period. It garnered significant initial capital through prior trade with the Whirlpool Village. Given the early alliance between Whirlpool Village and Konoha, and the fact that the land of waterfalls is renowned for its thriving commerce, many traders, while conducting transactions or transporting goods, became acquainted with the illustrious name of Fushing Irin and the Wanjing Association. The strength of Konoha Village is well known among merchants, and during their travels, they often paused for rest or made layovers at the Wanjing Association, gradually elevating Fushing Irin to the status of a wealthy and renowned merchant. A considerable portion of the funds needed for the establishment of many facilities in Konoha Village can be attributed to Fushing Irin's contributions. Hey, what are you doing standing there? Don't disturb our establishment. A middle-aged man wielding a broom scolded Yu from within the Wanjing Association. Yu withdrew his gaze and turned towards the one reprimanding him. Under the piercing gaze of Yu, the middle-aged man recoiled, fearfully retreating to the side and falling silent. However, Yu suddenly approached him. What are you doing? The middle-aged man stammered, stepping back. Recognizing Yu as a ninja from the forehead protector on his head, he feared that his disturbance might provoke a severe reaction. Excuse me, is the owner inside? With the small door of the Wanjing Association closed, Yu was unable to ascertain whether Fushing Irin was present. Only the young lady is inside. The young lady? Is it Miss Fushing Huiwe? Yu pondered as he stepped inside. Wait, my lady is. The middle-aged man intended to dissuade him, but a single glare from Yu rendered him speechless. Upon entering through the main door, Yu found the place devoid of people, prompting him to venture further inside. I never imagined this place had expanded so significantly. Yu stumbled through various dead ends until he arrived at a location adorned with cherry blossom trees. Simultaneously, he heard the sound of flowing water from within the house, accompanied by a woman's voice seemingly humming a tune, while another voice, somewhat dry and raspy, echoed repetitively. Yu scratched his head, puzzled, before placing his hands before his chest and forming a hand seal. Byakugan. As he peered inside, a pristine white area came into view, revealing the delicate form of a woman, from whom he could even sense a captivating fragrance. Ugh. Yu, still a virgin, though having watched his fair share of films, had never encountered such a sight in reality, and he found himself unable to resist. Suddenly, a cool sensation wafted between his nose and mouth. Upon touching it, he looked down to discover he was bleeding from his nose. Goodness! Yu exclaimed instinctively. Who is out there? Fushing Huiwe inside hastily ceased the sound of water, wrapping herself in a bathrobe and inquiring loudly from within. Huiwe, it's me. Yu quickly called out, fearing a misunderstanding, and proceeded to explain. I entered here. Noticing no one was present, my apologies. What did you see? Huiwe shrank back, a wave of tension washing over her as she softly inquired from within the room. Nothing. Nothing, Yu replied, sensing the awkwardness of the situation and choosing silence instead. Please wait a moment. After a brief silence, the dark figure within the door vanished. Subsequently, Huiwe, clad in a classic light red kimono, welcomed Yu inside. As Yu cast a glance, he noticed a flush upon Huiyue's face. She kept her head bowed, avoiding his gaze. Ah, how swiftly the years have flown by. It has been over a decade, and Huiwe is now in her 20s. Yu mused, simultaneously exhaling a sigh of relief. If discovered, his reputation would be ruined. However, Huiyue's figure was indeed striking, and within mere seconds, Yu took in all that he could see, both what was visible and concealed. Yu explained his reason for visiting Huiyue and inquired about Fukushing Yoshido's whereabouts. My father has been negotiating a significant business deal for the past week and has yet to return. With a mindset of hopeful inquiry, Yi retrieved a letter from his pocket. Miss Huiwe, do you recognize this place? He pointed to the array of black market symbols atop the letter, his anticipation palpable. Huiwe, having traveled extensively with her father, had gained considerable insight. She pondered for a moment before furrowing her brow. I recognize only one of these symbols, she whispered. One is sufficient, Yi exclaimed, delighted. If he could navigate through this particular black market, he could uncover others. It is worth noting that the funds within the black market account of the Kaku region could nearly establish a small ninja village. Huiwe extended her finger towards the upper left symbol and softly remarked, 3 years ago, when my father took me to deliver goods, we encountered bandits near this location. And it was a woman from this black market who saved us. Initially, the father and daughter duo had perceived the black market as a den of sordid dealings. Yet that woman had profoundly altered their perspective. The transactions were not as they had imagined. Subsequently, Fukushing Yoshido became acquainted with several black market merchants, and these obscure dealings contributed significantly to his immense wealth. Chapter 25, The Water of Heroes, the operation of the Dakinen village. The location Huiwe indicated corresponds to the present-day position of the Bear Country, specifically a small village within it, known as Hoshinen Village. The name Hoshinen Village seems so familiar. Yu finally recalled, in the original narrative, a meteor had once fallen there, its energy capable of fostering cultivation, hence the village was named Hoshinen, with its symbol being a star-emblazoned headband. According to Huiyue's description, the black market area lay adjacent to Hoshinen Village, concealed within a tunnel, obscured by a large stone. The Land of Bears is not far from Dakinen Village. Thus, a visit could be feasible tomorrow, provided that the mission is successfully accomplished. Thank you. Yu expressed his gratitude. It is my honor to assist the village, Lord Banjian. You may simply call me Banjian. Suddenly, Huiyue's voice dropped to a whisper, sending shivers down Yu's spine. He noticed the peculiar behavior of Fukushing Huiyue, but lacked the energy to address such matters, so he merely thanked her and departed hastily. Watching Yu's retreating figure, Fukushing Huiyue clenched her hands tightly against her chest, her head bowing slightly. The following day, Ban donned his long black attire, with the renowned Uchiha fan adorning his back. As Yu walked alongside Uchiha Ban, he attentively observed his companion, hoping to glean any signs of a difference in his demeanor that might indicate an encounter with Kurizetsu. However, nothing seemed amiss. Exercise caution here, Uchiha Ban suddenly warned. The border of the Land of Fire often attracted rogue ninjas with bounties on their heads, rendering the area exceedingly perilous. Activating his Sharingan, Uchiha Ban scanned their surroundings, where steep cliffs delineated their path. With a leap, they crossed into the Land of Grass, where they encountered numerous dilapidated tents and ragged individuals, homeless and destitute. These were the wandering commoners and fallen ninjas from various nations or villages, some still bearing the headbands of their clans. Yu and Ban wore grave expressions, exchanging few words as they ventured into the territory of Dakinen Village. This should be the area, Uchiha Ban said, slightly bending down to touch the ground, where a vast chasm measuring around 10 meters in width lay, with signs of destruction evident in the adjacent woods. Could this have been caused by the tailed beast? Uchiha Ban, having never encountered a tailed beast, speculated that it must have been at least 50 meters in size based on instinct. Why haven't we located Dakinen Village? Yu pondered. Dakinen Village, hidden behind a colossal waterfall, had remained untouched by invasion despite being surrounded by 4 nations, thanks to its unique geographical position. Moreover, it was notably known for its ancestral hero's water, which could significantly enhance a ninja's chakra. The hero's water lies beneath a gigantic tree, which must be conspicuous. The waterfall alone cannot obscure it entirely. An epiphany struck Yu as he sprang onto a branch and activated his Byakugan. Before long, a vast expanse of verdant vegetation captured Yu's attention. Over there, he exclaimed, dashing in that direction, followed closely by Uchiha Ban. Upon halting their journey, the two were greeted by the sight of a magnificent waterfall, amidst which stood clusters of houses and stone dwellings. The surrounding tranquility was so profound that one could hardly dismiss the notion of this being a desolate village. Uchiha Madara intended to approach closer, yet he was halted by Yu. Pointing to the village below, Yu noted that only a contingent of individuals stood at the village's entrance, their expressions fraught with anxiety, seemingly awaiting something. Behind them lay a vast pool of water. Through deduction and Yu's recollections, It became apparent that this pool contained the hero's water, capable of providing a substantial amount of chakra. What were they anticipating? Yu inquired curiously in a hushed tone. Just as Uchiha Madara was about to respond, a sudden sensation of connection surged within his mind, as if someone was drawing nearer. I now understand whom they await. Uchiha Madara remarked with a subtle smile, laced with intrigue. The inhabitants of the Land of Lightning are just beyond the waterfall. Fortunately, we arrived ahead of them. Otherwise, we would have encountered them directly. Uchiha Madara gestured toward the area beyond the waterfall, addressing Yu. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from beyond the waterfall. The leader of the Takigakure, the village head, displayed beads of sweat upon his brow, indicative of his tension. As he dispatched someone to procure several bottles of the concealed hero's water, shadows flitted by, and a dozen individuals adorned with distinctive ninja headbands entered from outside the waterfall. Leading them was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair, a rugged beard, a fierce expression, dark skin, and his nose painted with gold. He sported a long beard and wore a topknot. His robust physique was clad in a high-collared coat, layered over a mesh undershirt, tightly fitted combat attire, and a white cloud-patterned cloak, complemented by brown iron armor on his right shoulder. They arrived rather swiftly, Yu remarked, his gaze fixed upon them. The system also assessed this individual's identity. Name, Yeyue AI, in the original narrative, the future second Reikage. Abilities, lightning release, advanced ninjutsu, expert level. Extensive combat experience. Formidable physical prowess. Combat power, 5,000. Affection level, 0. It could be said that if Takigakure had further developed in the original narrative, it might have emerged as the fifth great ninja village in the shinobi world. However, in the presence of Kumogakure, they appeared submissive, wearing forced smiles. The combat power of the Takigakure village had barely exceeded 2,000, rendering him relatively weak, even among ordinary ninjas. The conversation between the two factions was clearly audible to Madara and Yu. We have encountered Lord Yeyue, the Takigakure had acknowledged. No need for excessive formalities. We are all entrusted by Lord Reikage. Since we are now allied, we shall not decline. Have you discerned the appearance of that tailed beast? The Takigakure had nodded. Due to the haste, the correspondents offered only scant details. I sincerely apologize. As the conversation unfolded, the leader of Takinen village retrieved a vial of the recently acquired hero's water from the hands of a ninja behind him. The colossal creature had tainted the water source within our village, and its essence would shift in accordance with the liquid contained within that bottle. The leader of Takinen village, lacking in knowledge, was oblivious to the fact that the immense beast was the legendary tailed beast left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. The Hidden Cloud village had amassed a wealth of information regarding the origins of these beasts, far surpassing what the smaller ninja villages knew. After Night Moon AI accepted the vial, the leader of Takinen village spoke once more. The hero's water brimmed with spiritual essence. When it drew near another vial of the same water, its hue would lighten. I entrust this to you, my lord. Night Moon AI nodded, rising to bid farewell to the leader of Takinen village. Simultaneously, the ninjas from Takinen village positioned themselves behind Night Moon AI, setting out together to capture the creature. Once the group departed, Uchiha Madara retrieved his fan and followed closely behind Night Moon AI. Leaf Feather suggested, that vial of water appears to be the key to locating the tailed beast. You should proceed to join them. I will fetch another vial and meet you. Uchiha Madara nodded, his eyes igniting with the three-tomo Sharingan as he swiftly dashed through the waterfall with his fan in hand. Chapter 26, Uchiha Madara and Night Moon AI, Second Reikage. This place resembles a graveyard. Leaf Feather frowned as he navigated the outskirts of Takinen village. The elder of Takinen village had vanished, and the world seemed to sink into an eerie silence. Leaf Feather felt uncomfortable in such an environment and hastily produced a water bottle, eager to collect some before departing. Who are you? Before he could finish his inquiry, Leaf Feather stepped forward, swiftly drawing a kunai, and the Takinen ninja collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering the chakra water pool, which allows you to expand your chakra capacity and acquire the secret techniques of Takinen village. Would you like to begin absorption? Leaf Feather was momentarily taken aback by the system's sudden announcement. The secret technique of Takinen village? Wasn't it the DNU? Hadn't he already obtained that? Nevertheless, curiosity compelled Leaf Feather to approach the center of the pool, inadvertently submerging the fallen Takinen ninja within. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming the hero's water of Takinen village. Gaining the ability of Takinen village's secret technique, DNU. Ding! Ability duplication. DNU ability transformed into DNU. Heart extraction. Divine container. Upon sipping the hero's water, a sensation of flowing energy coursed through Leaf Feather's body, and the chakra section of the system surged dramatically, doubling his chakra capacity in an instant. The hero's water of Takinen village possessed a dual effect for every ninja. The enhancement of chakra came at the steep price of the user's rapidly consumed life force, a consequence of the hero's water. Due to the side effects of this water, Takinen village sealed it away, regarding it as a vital treasure of the village, safeguarded by its leader. The existence of the hero's water also granted formidable strength to Takinen village. However, Yu is an exception, supported by the transformation of the immortal mode and the system. After consuming 3 sips, the effects of his chakra enhancement began to wane. The sudden acquisition of the divine heart, divine container, took Yu by surprise. The divine heart is one of the secret techniques of the Earth Grievance, yet under the system's enhancement, its power has become extraordinarily formidable. Unlike the heart technique originally employed by Kaku, this version not only retains the 5 fundamental nature transformations but also accommodates various special techniques including yin and yang transformations. This means it provides a space for the acquisition of other transformation techniques. However, you must seek out exceptionally powerful hearts to install within, thus enabling the utilization of those techniques. As Yu meticulously observed the augmented Earth Grievance capabilities, he suddenly recalled an urgent matter. He was concerned that Madara was still tracking that team from the hidden cloud village. He hoped they would not encounter any danger near the waterfall behind Takigakure. The colossal trees were uprooted, and the grass was torn away, flung dozens of meters afar, suggesting devastation wrought by some fearsome beast or the forces of nature. Yet, the multitude of corpses strewn across the grass and branches negated both possibilities. Beside the bodies, a brown-haired man, his face adorned with stubble, leaned heavily on a large blade, panting as he gazed ahead. Before him stood a man clad in a long black garment with flowing black hair, wielding a fan of black and white flames, emblazoned on his back with the emblem of the Uchiha clan. The brown-haired man was filled with disbelief. Despite sharing humanity, the chasm between him and this individual seemed insurmountable. Even without the power of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Madara Uchiha could still handle anyone other than Hashirama Senju with ease. After a brief skirmish, Yuyue AI immediately recognized the unfathomable strength of Madara Uchiha, who was the most formidable opponent he had encountered aside from the Raikage. Just moments ago, upon noticing Madara's presence, he had reacted far faster than his own reflexes. In the blink of an eye, several elite ninjas from the hidden cloud village had perished. More alarmingly, the eyes of Madara were those of the legendary Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Unbeknownst to him, he and all the other ninjas had fallen into an illusion. And by the time he regained his senses, he found himself utterly alone. "May I inquire your name?" Yuyue AI asked. Madara, with his arms crossed, paused momentarily upon hearing the question, hesitated for a moment, and finally replied, "From Konoha village, I am Madara Uchiha, the clan leader of the Uchiha. I shall remember that." Yuyue AI nodded, rising to his feet. "Now, I will unleash my strongest form to battle you, as a token of my respect." He grasped the large blade beside him. "Lightning release, lightning strike," he murmured, simultaneously covering his eyes with a black ninja headband. "Are you attempting to fight me blind?" In Madara Uchiha's view, a ninja deprived of sight, even with keen hearing, was hardly a threat. Night Moon AI remained silent, surrounded by a crackling aura of lightning. Although the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan posed a considerable challenge, it was not insurmountable. The lightning release technique, floating thunder, which Night Moon AI had mastered, allowed him to perceive the movements of his adversaries through the dispersing lightning, akin to possessing a second pair of eyes. "Is he serious?" thought Uchiha Madara, forming hand seals and summoning a shadow clone beside him. The two charged toward Night Moon AI from opposite directions, skillfully evading the floating arcs of lightning. However, what Madara remained unaware of was that, aside from avoiding contact with the lightning, being swept by its gaze would also alert its wielder to his presence. "Shadow clone technique," murmured Night Moon AI. "Lightning release, lightning strike." With that, a torrent of lightning erupted from around Night Moon AI, crackling violently and indiscriminately blasting outward. Utilizing the grassy terrain, Uchiha Madara leaped into the air, wielding his fan poised to strike at Night Moon AI. In response, Night Moon AI instinctively raised his great sword, and with a resounding clash, their weapons collided, sending sparks flying. Night Moon AI grimaced. Although Uchiha Madara lacked his physical strength, his power far exceeded Night Moon AI's expectations. As the fan drew closer, Night Moon AI suddenly relented, dodging to the side. Engaging him head-on was unwise. Madara's strength was significantly greater than he had anticipated. Night Moon AI had encountered numerous ninjas from the Leaf Village, yet none exhibited the same level of abnormality as Uchiha Madara. Lightning release, thundercloud lightning. Night Moon AI formed hand seals, and with a thunderous roar, a multitude of lightning particles gathered around him, accompanied by a booming sound. Although this ninjutsu was a C-rank technique, its power had escalated to that of an A-rank. The formidable thunderclouds surged like a massive boulder, hurtling down towards Uchiha Madara. Expanding upon contact with the ambient lightning. "You initiated the ninjutsu first," Madara remarked, drawing his fan behind him. "In that case, let us settle this with our techniques." Fire release, Dragon Flame Song Technique. Chapter 27. Uchiha's counterattack. Let us hope no unforeseen incidents arise, thought Yiyu. The survival of Izuna had altered the course of events from the original tale, preventing Uchiha Madara from transplanting Izuna's eyes to unlock the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, significantly diminishing his power. Have we already encountered them? Yiyu paused, the chaos surrounding him indicating all too clearly what had transpired. Byakugan. Yiyu placed his hands before his chest, surveying his surroundings. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song Technique. A voice suddenly echoed from afar. Boom. In an instant, the ground trembled violently. Even though Yiyu was not at the epicenter of the technique, he could still feel an overwhelming sense of pressure and impact. Faintly, Yiyu caught a glimpse of 4 fiery dragons coalescing in the distance, ascending into the sky and launching a fierce assault towards the ground. Could this be the Dragon Flame Song Technique? Such formidable power must surely belong to Madara. Yiyu hastened towards the scene. Lightning release, thunder. What a powerful fire release. Yiyu's heart raced as Madara's 4 fire dragons simultaneously attacked from above, below, left, and right, achieving a hit rate of nearly 100. There was no way to evade except to endure. Night Moon AI swiftly performed a defensive ninjutsu, enveloping his body in crackling lightning. As the first fire dragon struck him, he spat out blood. Even with the protection of the lightning, the fire dragon's might was undiminished, and Night Moon AI silently bore the brunt of the 4 fire dragons' onslaught, causing thick smoke to rise around him. Has it gone quiet? Could he be dead? The execution of this technique had drained a significant amount of Madara's chakra, and he had no doubt about the destructive power of the Dragon Flame Song. Aside from Hashirama, no one could withstand such a blow unscathed. Who? Madara sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching, and his unblinking Sharingan scanned the surroundings. It is I. Upon seeing the black and white hair come into view, Uchiha Madara let out a sigh of relief. How are you? Are you unharmed? Yiyu inquired urgently. He had encountered numerous corpses on the way and feared for Uchiha Madara's safety, hastening to his side, only to find the reality starkly different. Madara's black combat attire bore not a wrinkle, as if nothing had transpired, while Night Moon AI, a few meters away, was a vivid contrast, his clothing charred by flames. Uchiha Madara nodded. He had just withstood my most powerful strike and likely could not fight further. However, I was concerned he might have a trick up his sleeve. Thus I hesitated to approach. Yiyu cautiously moved closer to Night Moon AI, ever ready to form hand seals. In that moment, all 3 fell silent, as if the sound of a pin dropping on the ground could be heard. Crack. The sound was not loud, yet Yiyu heard it distinctly. Not good. In an instant, Yiyu swiftly sidestepped to the left, as a bolt of lightning surged through the air like a sword, racing towards him at incredible speed. Lightning release, Thunderblade. Standing motionless amidst the smoke, Night Moon AI formed hand seals for a high-level ninjutsu. Lightning release, Thunderblade. With remarkable speed, the Thunderblade possessed a sentience of its own. Whenever a person or object moved nearby, it would tear through them directly. Can this lightning actually curve? In the blink of an eye, Yiyu had shifted countless positions, yet the Thunderblade followed his every move with relentless precision. Earth release, Earth flow wall. Yiyu pressed his hands against the ground, and a towering earthen wall sprang forth, aiming to block the oncoming assault of the Thunderblade. UAI stood still, cradling his left arm. The recent strike of ninjutsu had depleted a significant portion of his chakra, and he urgently needed to recuperate his strength. For that flash of lightning would not last long. Observing UAI's attempt to regain his chakra, Uchiha Madara approached him. Why have you stopped moving? As Yu lingered behind the stone wall, he noticed an unsettling stillness ahead, the brilliant flash of lightning having vanished. However, a sudden crackling noise erupted behind Uchiha Madara, who was watching from the sidelines. The lightning streaked through the air, its sound resembling a cacophony of birdsong. Madara turned, instinctively raising the Uchiha fan to deflect the attack from the lightning blade. The fan, crafted from a fragment of the divine tree, possessed the ability to manipulate fire ninjutsu through wind release and had claimed countless lives of those unaware of its true nature. Uchiha rebound, rather than a milkshake. What? At the moment the fan collided with the lightning blade, Madara simultaneously employed wind release ninjutsu to enhance the attack. The sound of lightning suddenly crackled before Uai, compelling him to concentrate all his attention. The fan had managed to redirect the attack back towards him. Uai hurriedly enacted a lightning defense jutsu, but he was ultimately a fraction too slow. Though formidable, this jutsu posed a grave danger to its caster, as the lightning blade lacked a precise target and could inadvertently strike its wielder during movement. As the lightning blade advanced towards Uai, a collision occurred, momentarily illuminating the sky like a flashbang. What the hell? Why is it so bright? Yu, hiding behind the stone wall, suddenly exclaimed. As he emerged, he beheld the fallen Uai and Uchiha Madara standing beside him. The first thought that crossed Yu's mind was to eliminate Uai, yet he quickly reconsidered. In the original narrative, Uai, serving as the current Raikage's bodyguard from the Hidden Cloud Village, was destined to become the second Raikage if no unforeseen circumstances arose. Furthermore, his future stance towards Konohagakure was one of cooperation and alliance, fostering friendly relations, an ideal scenario for both the present and future of the village. Yu's true concern did not lie with distant enemies. He lifted his gaze towards the encroaching night sky and sighed. Wait. Yu approached Uai, crouching down beside him. Uchiha Madara suddenly called out, mistakenly assuming Yu intended to eliminate any future threat. Rest assured, I share your thoughts. Yu smiled gently, employing medical ninjutsu to tend to the unconscious Uai. Fortunately, it's not a fatal injury. It seems that even medical ninjutsu cannot be neglected in training. Healing alone consumed Yu several minutes, whereas previously, during battles alongside his elder brother, Hashirama, the wounds on Hashirama's body seemed to mend themselves effortlessly, without his intervention. They would regenerate automatically, leaving Yu in a state of astonishment for quite some time upon witnessing it for the first time. That should suffice. Yu and Uchiha Madara reached a consensus, and Yu restored Uai to a state where he could awaken just enough for them to maintain control over him easily. Chapter 28. Capturing the Seven Tails. As Uai opened his eyes, Uchiha Madara revealed the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Instinctively, Uai attempted to close his eyes, but the decline in his bodily functions prevented him from reacting in time. Consequently, the pattern of the Sharingan briefly manifested in Uai's eyes before vanishing in an instant. Uai attempted to draw the large blade beside him, yet found himself utterly immobilized. We have no intention of killing you, rest assured. Yu assured as he and Madara rose to their feet. Following a brief exchange, Uai was taken aback by their decision to spare him. Yu seized Uai, tossing him conspicuously at the entrance of Takinan village before preparing to search for the tailed beast with a vial of hero's water in hand. By the way, be cautious of those two golden-haired and silver-haired individuals from your village. Yu cautioned Uai before departing. Uai's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils trembling. Are you referring to the ones with golden horns and silver horns? Why are you warning me? What are those golden-haired and silver-haired beings? Do you know the ninjas from Kumogakure? Yu nodded, his tone laced with concern. Two exceedingly powerful ninjas from Kumogakure. Humph, Uchiha Madara scoffed, showing no regard. In his eyes, only Senju Hashirama held any significance among the ninja world today. Had he not held back against the recent Raikage bodyguard, eliminating him would have merely been a trivial expenditure of time, for he possessed abilities far surpassing even the Dragon Flame singing technique and the Sharingan. Wait a moment. Yu suddenly halted, observing the hero's water in his hand becoming remarkably clear. It must be nearby. Yet, why was there no commotion in the surroundings? Be careful. Yu warned Uchiha Madara, activating his Byakugan to scan the area, but he only discovered a dilapidated house, with no other suspicious locations in sight. Upon approaching the house, they found two corpses inside, devoid of any other presence. These two bodies had only recently succumbed, yet bore no signs of injury. Madara's words immediately reminded Yu of the attack method employed by the Seven Tails, Mei, which included expelling scale powder to paralyze adversaries. However, the potency of such a technique would surely prove fatal even to skilled ninjas, let alone ordinary individuals. This doesn't make sense. It should have been right here. Yu continuously scrutinized the vial containing the hero's water, harboring doubts about its integrity. A low, resonant buzzing filled the air. Where could such a sound be coming from? No. The volume seems excessive. Suddenly, Yu recalled the visage of the Seven Tails, his expression shifting dramatically. In the sky, both Yu and Uchiha Madara looked up simultaneously to behold a colossal beast, several dozen meters in size, hovering above them, emitting that ominous buzzing sound. Is this the tailed beast? Madara, well-versed in various matters, felt a twinge of astonishment at witnessing a tailed beast for the first time. Despite Yu's thorough preparations, he was still overwhelmed by an intense sense of pressure. The Seven Tails ranked low among tailed beasts in terms of strength, yet one must not underestimate it. This tailed beast's combat capabilities were average. Its only troublesome attribute was its ability to fly, thus requiring caution. The two exchanged nods and leaped into action, sensing impending danger. Chomei exhaled a cloud of scale powder. Wind release, great breakthrough. Yu dispersed the scale powder and swiftly approached Komiai's leg. The two had adequately prepared beforehand, aiming to exhaust Komiai's stamina while preventing its escape, ultimately intending to control it with the Sharingan. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Their attacks intertwined, and with Yu's wind-enhanced boost, the fireball expanded to nearly match Komiai's size, hurtling toward it at an astonishing speed. Chomei let out a howl as its Seven Tails launched a counterattack, striking the fireball and sending it reeling toward the two. Seizing the opportunity, Yu ascended from the leg to the beast's back. Earthgrudge Fear. Fire release, head technique. Yu unleashed the secret technique of Earthgrudge Fear. A dark figure erupted from his being, adorned with a mask identical to that of Kakuzu, relentlessly pounding on Komiai's back. This marked Yu's first use of the Earthgrudge Fear technique. Upon acquiring Kakuzu's abilities, he inherited 5 masks, which endowed him with a hidden heart's pathway. However, the heart was no longer present, necessitating Yu to procure one himself, sequentially acquiring the hearts of masters proficient in fire, wind, water, earth, lightning, and other nature transformations to restore his own heart. Chomei felt a sharp pain in its back and began thrashing wildly, attempting to dislodge Yu. One tail lashed out toward him. Sharingan. Yu activated his Sharingan, discerning Komiai's attack trajectory to evade the assault. Concurrently, Uchiha Madara harnessed his immense chakra to unleash a wide-ranging barrage of fire attacks targeting Komiai's head, body, and tail. This is bad. It intends to flee, Yu shouted, prompting Uchiha Madara to leap onto Komiai's back with a powerful push against the ground. Hold on tight. Chomei could only retaliate with its tails, suffering considerable damage from its own strikes in the process. At last, Yu lost his footing along with his companion, being evaded by the swift movements of Chongming. Ding! Chongming's stamina plummeted to 20, his resistance weakened. Now is the moment. While Uchiha Madara utilized his Sharingan to manipulate Chongming, the latter let out a furious roar, a dark substance beginning to coalesce at the corner of his mouth. Tailed Beast Bomb. Yu recognized the formidable nature of the object forming in Chongming's mouth, and unease stirred within him. However, Yu underestimated the innate and formidable ocular prowess of the Uchiha clan, as the tailed beast bomb gradually diminished in size and then vanished. The emblem of the Sharingan appeared in his pupils. It was a success. Chongming descended from the air, obediently approaching Uchiha Madara's side. The mission was accomplished. You should return to Konoha. I have matters to attend to and will return in a few days. Uchiha Madara did not inquire further, leaping effortlessly onto Chongming's back. Departing from the scene, Yu retrieved a piece of paper from his small waist pouch, scrutinizing the map intently. He then set off in a specific direction. Outside of Takigakure, a ninja emerged and discovered the unconscious figure of Yu AI on the ground. What is a person doing lying here? Could they be dead? Upon recognizing the face, terror and shock washed over him, causing him to stumble back several meters. How can this be possible? The Takigakure ninja hastily scrambled to his feet, stumbling back to the village in urgency, calling for the village chief. Chapter 29. Mizuki's Illusion. A day later, within the borders of the Land of Bears. On the streets of a small town, a young man with black and white hair, adorned with the headband of Konoha, clutched a palm-sized map in his hand, mumbling to himself intermittently. This map is far too chaotic. After studying it for a considerable time, Yi Yu finally pinpointed the specific location. It lay at the heart of the land of bears. Now that he had located the position of Hoshigakure, finding the black market would not pose much difficulty. Along the way, Yi Yu observed numerous bounty posters affixed to trees and the walls of houses. They were either for rogue ninjas or bounties issued by rival factions. Is it beneath this? At an inconspicuous intersection, a desolate patch of grass was obscured by a massive rock, next to which stood the newly established Hoshigakure. Yi Yu pushed the rock aside, revealing a dark void that glimmered slightly. Upon entering, he found the interior far exceeded his expectations. People came and went, each adorned with masks resembling floral patterns, lending an air of the bizarre. However, Yi Yu had already gathered a wealth of information regarding the operations of the black market from Fukushin Kagyuki. In the underground, everyone was required to wear a mask that concealed their features, ensuring that once they acquired their bounties, their identities would remain unknown to avoid attracting undue trouble. Yi Yu donned the dark mask issued by the Hidden Leaf Village and ventured deeper into the shadows. Although many individuals were obscured from view, their ninja headbands allowed Yi Yu to discern their national affiliations. Is there such a multitude of ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village? Yi Yu pondered in astonishment. For in this mere black market locale, the presence of ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village was overwhelming, while those from the other four great nations seemed to be few and far between, comprising only a handful, including black market dealers and bounty hunters. Surely, the Hidden Mist Village cannot be surviving solely on bounties at this time, Yi Yu mused. This is the place. Within this black market, Kakuzu was encumbered with several bounty notices, and judging by their monetary value, they likely represented high-difficulty tasks. So many? The proprietor of the window gazed incredulously at Yi Yu, estimating his age to be between 20 and 25 based on his physique. Yet, at such a young age, he had managed to eliminate so many infamous ninjas, compelling the proprietor to take him seriously, hastening his pace as he counted the coins for Yi Yu. Do you know where these places are? Yi Yu inquired, surveying his surroundings. As the crowd gradually dispersed, he noticed patterns on the stone wall behind the black market dealer that resembled those on other bounty notices. After the proprietor settled the gold coins, Yi Yu presented another bounty notice. Can you process this symbol here? Another? The black market dealer's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he hurriedly examined the bounty notice. After scrutinizing it for some time, a smile crept across his face. Young man, this is your first time taking on such a bounty task, I assent it? Yi Yu did not conceal the truth and nodded. The black market merchant acknowledged him with a nod and explained, though the black market appears to be widespread across the world, it is, in fact, interconnected. It is merely the locations for accepting tasks that differ. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu felt a sense of relief and emptied his entire pack, scattering all the bounty notices before the dealer. Wow, what is this? The black market dealer stood frozen in place. Simultaneously, his exclamation caught the attention of passing ninjas, samurais, and wanderers who paused to gaze curiously at Yi Yu. A ninja from the Leaf Village? I've never seen him before. Is he a newcomer? Sir. In the shadows, 5 or 6 ninjas adorned with Hidden Mist Village headbands leaned against the wall, observing Yi Yu's direction. A leaf ninja? The mask he wears. I've seen it before. It belongs to an organization known as the Umbu. Sighing, the leader, clad in a high-collared trench coat with a black silk belt cinched at the waist and a green autumn garment underneath, cradled his head. I had already advised the old man that the Hidden Mist Village requires such an organization, but he refused to listen. Lord Watershadow must have his reasons for ignoring your counsel, a subordinate replied. Is the matter resolved? As the words fell, several figures emerged from behind, each adorned with an unquantifiable amount of gold coins. When, I wonder, will our village escape this predicament? The man shook his head in resignation. You all may leave. This young man possesses a certain intrigue, and I wish to make his acquaintance, he stated, removing his hood to reveal his tousled golden locks and striding towards Yi Yu. At that moment, countless gazes were fixed upon Yi Yu. Although the forces backing him remained a mystery, the gleaming gold was undeniably enticing. Just as they were about to act, the golden-haired man approached and patted Yi Yu on the shoulder. Who are you? Yi Yu was about to inquire about the stranger's name when he keenly observed the surrounding individuals, particularly the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, who recoiled in fear upon the arrival of this person. Despite the mask concealing his features, Yi Yu's system recognized him, and upon seeing the name, he involuntarily shuddered. Name: Ghost Lantern Huan Yu. Identity: future second Mizukage, current head of the Ghost Lantern clan in the Hidden Mist Village. Combat power: 5,000. Abilities: Expert, Water Release. Water Iron Cannon Technique. Expert, Water Release. Water Sphere Technique. Summoning Technique. Mirage, Mastery of Illusions. Ghost Lantern Huan Yu? Yi Yu instinctively murmured, though it was within the realm of expectation. With so many ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village around, encountering the current Mizukage was hardly surprising. However, Ghost Lantern Huan Yu was unaware of Yi Yu's identity, only recognizing him as a ninja from the Leaf Village. He displayed a remarkable enthusiasm, jovially engaging with Yi Yu. According to the descriptions in the Book of Formation, he was portrayed as a man devoid of eyebrows, sporting a mustache, possessing an exceedingly talkative and humorous nature, and brimming with optimism for the future of the Hidden Mist Village. Rest assured, I shall not inquire about your name, nor will I concern myself with your national affiliation. In the depths of the black market, we are all the same, he remarked, casting a quick glance at the bounty notices laid upon the table. The bounties were categorized into levels: A, B, C, and D. Yi Yu's bounty notice predominantly featured the A level, with numerous additional classifications. As Ghost Lantern Huan Yu expressed his astonishment, his fingers twitched slightly. Though the movement was subtle, it did not escape Yi Yu's keen observation. Has he developed murderous intent? Is it because I am a ninja from the Leaf? Yi Yu pondered, the image of the Sharingan flickering in his eyes. Chapter 30. The root of all evil. Although Yi Yu was not overly confident in his ability to eliminate him, should the situation necessitate, he would not hesitate to act. Yet, Ghost Lantern Huan Yu did not press upon Yi Yu. He merely cast a glance before shifting his attention elsewhere. Yi Yu found himself momentarily taken aback by Huan Yu's words. Relax, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to make a friend, he added, leaning closer to whisper into Yi Yu's ear. Your eyes, they must be the legendary Sharingan, are they not? However, I would advise against revealing them here. For many ninjas in this vicinity harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing these words, Yi Yu glanced around. Although the presence of Ghost Lantern's Phantom Moon kept them at bay, their gaze remained fixated on him. Ghost Lantern's Phantom Moon patted Yi Yu's shoulder, leaving behind a remark that he belonged to the Ghost Lantern clan of the Hidden Mist Village before departing. Yi Yu observed as Ghost Lantern's Phantom Moon delved deeper into the black market, preparing to take his leave after collecting the gold coins handed to him by the merchants. Coincidentally, at that moment, a shady merchant gestured for Yi Yu to draw closer. Do you know Lord Phantom Moon? Yi Yu hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. Then I advise you to exercise caution. To my knowledge, Lord Phantom Moon is rather unfriendly to those outside his village. You must be exceedingly careful. Yi Yu nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. The Hidden Mist Village had been established for less than a year, and its internal stability was exceedingly precarious. Ghost Lantern's Phantom Moon engaging him in conversation likely indicated a desire to forge connections, perhaps to facilitate future developments with the Leaf Village. Though he had yet to attain the title of Mizukage, he was already contemplating the future of the Hidden Mist Village. Yi Yu then turned his gaze to a bounty poster hanging on the wall, accepted a few more, and subsequently departed. Upon arriving in the Leaf Village, Yi Yu handed over all the gold and wealth acquired from the black market to the village's financial department. A few days later, while training within the ranks of the Umbu organization, a shocking revelation swept through the Leaf Village. The Hokage had returned. After a prolonged absence since Hashirama embarked on a mission to capture the tailed beasts, the sudden announcement sent ripples of excitement through Tobarama and others. To accommodate the captured beasts, Hashirama had previously utilized wood-release techniques to create a vast artificial forest for their habitation. Clad in his black attire, complemented by red armor and adorned with the Leaf Village's ninja headband, Hashirama approached the village gates. By the gates, figures such as Madara, Yi Yu, and Tobarama awaited him eagerly from early morning. Brother, Yi Yu was the first to rush forward. Madara, it has been quite some time. Hashirama clapped Yi Yu on the shoulder, erupting into hearty laughter. Behind him loomed an enormous wooden giant, towering hundreds of meters high, cradling various large creatures within its hands and wooden cages at its waist. Whether from a distance or up close, Yi Yu, Madara, and even the villagers of the Leaf Village, who heard the commotion from afar, were momentarily stunned by the giant's sheer size. Since Uchiha Madara and Yi Yu had jointly brought the Seven Tails back, Madara had ventured to the Land of Wind to capture the One Tail and had exerted his might to intimidate Inoki of the Earth Country and his future successor. The second Tsuchikage. The Earth country's submission to him and their fear of the one-tailed Shikuko led Madara to believe that the gap between himself and Hashirama was gradually narrowing. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, the confidence he had painstakingly built crumbled invisibly. In the eyes of the onlookers, the fearsome-tailed beast appeared as docile as a tamed pup in the hands of the Hashirama. After placing the beast in the woods behind, Hashirama proposed convening a summit of the 5 nations, scheduled for the following day, with the ninjas of Konohagakure tasked to disseminate the news to the other countries. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, Uchiha Madara quietly departed. The keen-eyed Waiyu swiftly followed his movements. Madara arrived at the very stream where he had first met Hashirama, gazing silently at the flowing water, cackling. It seemed the renowned Uchiha Madara was not so formidable after all, aside from your brother. It appeared no one in Konohagakure had taken notice of you. Who? Madara did not turn, instead responding coolly. Suddenly, a sound akin to something viscous slithering emerged, landing atop a tree branch. Who I am is of little consequence. I am here to convey a message. What message? Madara turned his head, scanning the surroundings, but finding no one in sight. Cough, cough. Do not seek me out. If you will, consider me merely as another voice within your heart. I have come to inform you that the current course of Konohagakure cannot yield true peace. The genuine method to bring happiness to the world lies at the ancestral monument of the Uchiha clan. With your Manjiki Sharingan, perceive the true nature of the world. Why should I trust you? Ha, ha, ha. The voice gradually faded, ultimately vanishing. Madara activated his Sharingan and searched for a long time, yet found no living being around. Although puzzled, he inadvertently etched that strange voice into his memory. Have you finally revealed yourself? Waiyu, hidden at a distance, activated his Byakugan and spotted a dark figure concealed atop a tree branch. Following the trail of Kurizetsu, Waiyu pinpointed its hiding place within a dim cave. Though Kurizetsu possessed no combat abilities, it was exceedingly cunning. If it sensed him, it could vanish for several years or even decades, perhaps until the next cycle. As the third son of Kagaya Tsutsuki, Kurizetsu had lived for millennia, intimately familiar with the world's affairs, and with Waiyu's arrival, other variables were likely to emerge. Regrettably, upon entering the cave and illuminating it with fire techniques, Waiyu found only a dead end. Not here. How could that be? Doubt crept into Waiyu's mind. He refused to overlook any small detail. Summoning technique. With a flicker, a shadowless bat over a meter long perched upon Waiyu's shoulder. Go take a look. The shadowless bat circled around, meticulously inspecting every corner, yet still found nothing. As dusk fell, Waiyu had no choice but to return. Ding. The fusion was successful. And congratulations to the host. The proficiency of wood release has reached mastery. Since the emergence of uncertainties cannot be prevented, you can only strive to grow stronger. Through the integration of the ability system, Yu has significantly diminished the repulsion of wood release towards himself, making the application of its powers considerably more effortless. Stretching his limbs, Yu contemplated how to inherit the Manjiki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Currently, the person with whom he shares the highest affinity is Uchiha Azuna, followed closely by Uchiha Madara. With this thought in mind, Yu directed his gaze towards a remote area of Konoha village, where the Uchiha police force's headquarters is located. The present residence of the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Uchiha Madara stood beneath the Uchiha clan shrine, staring incredulously at the stone tablet before him. Chapter 31. A shift in perspective. How could this be? Uchiha Madara instinctively emitted a sound from his throat, his expression one of utter shock as he gazed at the stone tablet. Due to his failure to activate the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Madara's understanding of the contents inscribed on the tablet was limited and increasingly deviated from the true intentions of the Sage of Six Paths. He stared at the tablet, rendered speechless. Inside the Uchiha police force, Uchiha Azuna was meticulously cleaning a bloodstained blade. Prior to this, he had been assigned to accompany Yu to the fortress in the Land of Fire, awaiting the commencement of the meeting the following day. While ensuring that no unforeseen incidents occurred, Izuna, from the shadows, a figure flitted by, revealing crimson Sharingan in their eyes. Brother, are you still awake? Izuna, unaware of any anomaly, replied without turning. Uchiha Madara stood outside the door, intending to speak, but his hand, which he had just raised, fell back down. It's nothing. You should get some rest as well. Madara gazed at his only brother, offering a gentle smile. The eternal Manjiki. Uchiha Madara stood upon the cliff, silently reflecting on the words from the stone tablet. The culmination of the Sharingan is not the Meijiki Sharingan. Beyond the Meijiki Sharingan lies the eternal Meijiki, and even more formidable ocular powers. What, then, is the force that must be united with the Uchiha? Clenching his fist, Madara pondered deeply. Could it be the five-elemental release? Or perhaps some other potent bloodline limit? Nevertheless, one thing Madara could affirm was that only he knew the path he and Hashirama had chosen was a flawed one. Since this method was left by the Sage of Six Paths, I must give it a try, regardless of the outcome. With a groan, Uchiha Madara clutched his head, suddenly overcome with pain. The vision in these eyes has been gradually diminishing. Upon the stone tablet, there is an inscription stating that if one were to transplant the eyes of a beloved kin into oneself, the result would be a fusion into a more potent Sharingan. Yet, Uchiha Obito would never lay a hand upon his own brother. Should I inform Hashirama? Uchiha Obito pondered deeply, aware that Hashirama's might is not solely his own, but a universally acknowledged strength throughout the ninja world. Cackling echoed once more in the morning air. Are you certain? The voice reverberated beside him. Who are you? A glint of sharpness flickered in Uchiha Obito's eyes. Do you wish to shatter my psyche? How absurd. Suddenly, the voice fell silent, only to be replaced by a sticky sound that grew louder. Do you desire the power you witnessed today? How could he know? A wave of confusion surged within Uchiha Obito, causing his expression to shift. The evolution of the Sharingan knows no bounds, yet you remain at the outset. Furthermore, I advise you to venture into the streets of Konohagakure and observe the attitudes others hold towards the Uchiha clan, including yourself. With that, the voice abruptly ceased. The following morning, sighing, Yu awoke from his slumber. His body remained utterly exhausted. The previous day had seen him tirelessly review the assignments of the Umbu over and over, leaving him with aching limbs. While others bask in the glory of heroic narratives, I find myself feeling utterly uncomfortable. Initially, Yu had proposed the establishment of the Umbu organization, and under Tobarama's recommendation, he was appointed as the leader of the Umbu. Recognized by all the high-ranking officials of Konohagakure, he had thought it would be a relatively easy task, only to discover that despite the Umbu's impressive portrayal in the original narrative, being in charge was far more taxing than anticipated. Ding. Shimura Danzo's favorability level, 10. Ding. Shimura Danzo's favorability level, 20. Ding. Shimura Danzo's favorability level, 30. Ding. Shimura Danzo's favorability level, 50. Ding. Congratulations, host. Favorability level of 100 reached with 3 individuals. Reward. Select 1 advanced ninjutsu. What is happening? Yu felt perplexed, yet he heard the sound of children from below, prompting him to glance down. Danzo, you may not be aware, but that is how Lord Hiruzen sparred with us back then. As he spoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi formed a single-handed seal, summoning a shadow clone. Danzo observed Hiruzen's ninjutsu with a calm demeanor, yet within his heart, he held deep admiration for Yu. On the eve of the establishment of Konohagakure, after the Shimura clan's joining, Danzo had long harbored envy for the legendary Senju clan's formidable warrior, Senju Tobarama, who was none other than Yu. Believing that both the village and clan required a steadfast figure like Yu to uphold and support them. Moreover, Danzo had always aspired to join the Umbu, but feared that his youth would lead to rejection. Like Hiruzen Sarutobi and others, he too was merely a student of the Ninja Academy. Indeed, I have heard that the village will soon host its inaugural Nin exam. The ninjutsu entrusted to me by Lord Tobarama will undoubtedly shine during this event. Sarutobi Hiruzen twirled around Lord Danzo, seemingly eager to flaunt the shadow clone technique he had learned from Yaiba. What do you think, Danzo? Hiruzen leaned closer to Shimura Danzo, his eyes glimmering with anticipation, seeking a word of praise from him. Danzo averted his gaze, disdainfully focusing on another direction, though a twinge of jealousy stirred within him. When he opened his eyes, he discovered a figure standing behind Hiruzen, their hair a striking blend of black and white. Danzo was taken aback, his heart racing. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Yaiba placed a finger to his lips, gesturing towards the eagerly chattering Hiruzen. Hey, Danzo, once Lord Tobarama recognizes my talents, I might even become his prized disciple, but I've heard that Lord Tobarama is still unmarried, while Lord Hashirama is already a grandfather. Do you think there might be something amiss with Tobarama? Hiruzen's voice lowered conspiratorially. Danzo, startled, shook his head vigorously, desperately distancing himself from Hiruzen's musings. Why do you keep staring behind me? Is someone there? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Hiruzen's heart skipped a beat, yet he remained composed, smiling as he addressed Danzo. I have matters to attend to. I shall see you shortly. Yaiba joined his fingers, channeling lightning chakra, crackling with sparks as he aimed for Hiruzen's rear. Chapter 32. Yaiba, the 12 Mist Ninjas. Oops, I misspoke. I won't say anything further. Hiruzen exclaimed, patting his back nervously. Why the sudden silence? Yaiba chuckled, giving Hiruzen a light pat on the shoulder. At that moment, he also noticed Danzo standing nearby. Just moments ago, Danzo's favorability had surged dramatically, likely due to Hiruzen's incessant chatter about himself. Could this individual truly be the cold-blooded revolutionary of the Root organization? He seems to idolize himself even more than Hiruzen does. It appears that Danzo has harbored a fascination for the dark organization of the Umbu since childhood. Are you not all preparing for the CHNIN exam in a few days? Hiruzen and Danzo nodded in affirmation, as Yu engaged in lively conversation with them. A masked figure emerged from the shadows between two houses. Leader, it's time to act. What? Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the others froze in place, cold sweat streaming down their brows, too fearful to look further. Deep within the depths of that mask, a pair of blood-red eyes inadvertently met with Shimura Danzo's gaze. Is that the Sharingan? Danzo silently exclaimed in his heart. Those eyes, regardless of who beheld them, radiated a palpable aura of murderous intent intertwined with an innate fear. Our next encounter will likely be during the Chunin exams. Yu nodded, smiling at Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the others before vanishing into thin air. At the Hokage building. Where is Madara? Hashirama scanned the surroundings, realizing that Uchiha Madara was nowhere to be found. Brother, we should focus on the task at hand. Let us go, Tobirama urged. They still had some distance to cover to reach the meeting point. In the land of Earth, Lord Tsuchikage, it's time to depart, a young man. His entire body swathed in bandages, obscuring his true visage, with a black silk ribbon as a forehead protector and clad in black trousers, spoke softly. Patience. One cannot rush and expect to savor hot tofu. Tsuchikage Ishikawa replied leisurely. Young man, do not be so hasty. In the land of water, Lord Hakurin. Should we bring Lord Mizukage with us? A long-haired man inquired. If we take that brat along, unforeseen complications may arise. Let him stay in the village, Hakurin decided. In the land of wind, Shaman, do you remember our objective for this journey? I've kept it in mind, Kazekage Reto replied, casting a worried glance at the desert-covered village. In the land of lightning, Konoha village, Yatsuki Ai stood atop the Yunlei Gorge, reminiscing about the day he was defeated by Uchiha Madara. Raikage, he greeted hurriedly as the Raikage approached. Have you prepared everything? Ai nodded. Let us go? After Yu and the members of the Umbu arrived at the meeting location, they settled in a relatively concealed area. Leader, we won't encounter ninjas from other countries here, will we? Uchiha Izuna sat down beside Yu. Their rapport was amicable, often engaging in casual conversation. However, he maintained a cool demeanor toward Tobirama, a clear consequence of Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique. Why aren't you Uchiha making use of the Sharingan anymore? Yu jested. Upon hearing Yu's words, Izuna suddenly retracted his smile, shaking his head in dismay. Observing Izuna's expression, Yu seemed to grasp something, producing a kunai from his hand and attaching a paper bundle inscribed with a single character. At the end of the kunai, a thread was affixed to facilitate repositioning. With a swift whoosh, the kunai soared toward a nearby tree. Can you see it clearly? Izuna was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Kibin, do not jest with me. Even your face appears somewhat hazy now. A sigh escaped Izuna's lips. The side effects of the Sharingan, an inability to alter fate. However, there was no profound sense of loss, for this condition had evidently persisted for quite some time. Let us replenish our chakra. It seems someone is bound to arrive shortly, whispered Yu, issuing orders to all Umbu members. Other nations, without a doubt, would dispatch elite forces to safeguard their respective leaders. Indeed, they came. Perched atop a grand tree, Yu gazed into the distance, where the forest was alive with commotion. Judging by the chakra signatures, there were a total of 12 ninjas. So many have arrived, it is the perfect opportunity to confront them. Shuriken technique. A massive shuriken materialized in Yu's hand and was hurled into the thicket. As it sliced through the air, Yu formed additional seals, causing the shuriken to multiply into numerous clones that sped through the forest. Who goes there? The 12 ninjas from the hidden mist landed and looked around in fear until they spotted the masked figure perched upon the treetop. Which nation do you belong to? We are ninjas of the hidden mist. Do not obstruct our path, the leader shouted. Concealing the Leaf Village headband, Yu remained unidentifiable to them. Stop wasting time with him. We have a mission and cannot afford delays, murmured one of the ninjas. This is your own doing. The 12 ninjas swiftly drew kunai from their pouches and hurled them toward Yu. Water style, water barrier. Can they use water techniques? They initially intended to discern Yu's allegiance through his jutsu, but it was evidently unnecessary. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A man behind the mist ninjas formed the necessary seals and unleashed the attack from behind. Boom. A colossal water dragon emerged from the forest, baring its fangs and claws as it charged at Yu. Earth style, earth wall. Bang, bang, bang. The water dragon collided with Yu's earth wall, shattering the earth and sending debris flying in all directions. Outnumbered, direct confrontation was not an option. Each of the 12 ninjas possessed strength considerably inferior to Yu, each with combat power around 2,500. Yet, until they revealed their full potential, Yu remained vigilant. Fire style, grand fireball technique. The fireball met the residual water droplets, hissing as steam billowed forth. Yu had employed such tactics on numerous occasions. He excelled at striking from the shadows. As the mist began to envelop the area, some of the mist ninjas grew anxious. Who exactly is the opponent? Chapter 33. Overcoming the 12 mist ninjas and unveiling the conspiracy, it appears they harbor ulterior motives. Yu observed that the leader of the mist ninjas had a pouch at his waist containing explosive tags, which filled him with a sense of foreboding. Approaching the last of the mist ninjas, he silently charged at one, deftly drawing a kunai and slashing across the ninja's throat before vanishing from the formation. Water style, mist concealment technique. The elite mist ninjas, no mere novices, quickly employed their mastery of the water style, each conjuring their own version of the mist concealment technique, enveloping the area in a thick fog and disappearing from sight. Clearly, they were a well-trained unit, swiftly understanding Yu's intentions and concealing their presence to avoid falling into a disadvantageous position. However, they overlooked one crucial detail. Yu's eyes were far from ordinary. Amidst the swirling mist of the forest, Yu activated his increasingly adept Sharingan. I see you. To his left, 2 mist village ninjas lay in ambush, blissfully unaware that their demise was imminent. Lightning release. Thunder slash. With a subtle motion, Yu unleashed the lightning release, manifesting a sphere of electricity that enveloped his arm and hand, radiating outwards with brilliant arcs of lightning and a resounding crackle. Oh! The sound of the thunder slash intertwined with the anguished cries of the 2 mist village ninjas, and soon the area was once again shrouded in silence. Indeed, the technique, a brilliant invention of the genius ninja Kakashi, proved to be far more potent than ordinary lightning release. Yu mused inwardly. The remaining mist ninjas felt a jolt of apprehension. They needed to tread carefully, as their adversary was formidable. Regardless, the mission assigned by Lord Mizukage must be fulfilled without fail. The group of mist ninjas exchanged determined nods and launched a frenzied offensive toward Yu. Water style, water chaos technique. All the mist ninjas combined their efforts, unleashing torrents of water that converged into an even greater cascade, surging toward Yu like a tidal wave. So swift, Yu exclaimed, quickly evading the deluge, striving to avoid being swept away. With the positions of 4 adversaries still uncertain, launching an attack now would be perilous, Yu thought, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings until he finally pinpointed the locations of the remaining 4. Utilizing the system to lock in on their positions, Yu summoned lightning once more. Lightning release, extreme thunder fong. After years of relentless training, Yu had elevated the extreme thunder fong from a novice technique to an expert level. Not only had the chakra consumption significantly decreased, but the extreme thunder fong could now precisely lock onto an enemy's location. Once targeted, it would pursue relentlessly. After the formation of the seal, a radiant lightning enveloped Yu's body, transforming into the shape of a wolf king, reminiscent of another ninjutsu, Thunder Tiger's lethal technique. However, the distinction lay in the fact that the range of the Thunder Tiger technique was limited, insufficient to obliterate all adversaries within this vicinity. Zinai, a woo. A howl erupted from Yu's hands, resonating through the heavens. This is bad. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The shinobi from the hidden mist village felt an ominous premonition and hastily manipulated the water to form a barrier. Yet, the gathering of water was excruciatingly slow, far from matching Yu's pace. A woo. The sound drew nearer, and before the mist ninja could react, Yu had already surged forth. Lightning release, extreme thunder fong. Break. With a piercing sound, the lightning pierced through one of the ninja's chests, leaving a gruesome gash, yet Yiyu's momentum remained unbroken. Crack, crack, crack. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have slain a hidden mist ninja and acquired the water release, water disturbance technique. Who are you? Why do you obstruct our plans? Yiyu paused momentarily, a jolt coursing through him. Just as he suspected, any personnel dispatched from the 4 great nations, aside from guards and shadows, must harbor ulterior motives. As Yiyu opened his mouth to respond, the leader, the last remaining hidden mist ninja, suddenly trembled, his gaze sharpening. Yiyu sensed the shift in his demeanor and hastily retreated a few steps, wary of unforeseen developments. However, the hidden mist man merely raised his head to meet Yiyu's gaze, seemingly confirming some intelligence, his expression momentarily frozen. Indeed, those eyes of yours, you are a ninja from the Leaf Village. Yiyu's Byakugan remained active, but it mattered little, for he would not allow the man to escape alive. Lord Mizuki's, your subordinates have failed in their mission. I sincerely apologize. At this moment, death is the only recompense. What? While Yiyu contemplated the man's words, the hidden mist ninja swiftly unwrapped a bundle from his person, revealing hundreds of explosive tags. Upon sighting these tags, Yiyu instantly grasped the hidden mist's scheme. They intended to dispatch a unit to scout the meeting location in advance and plant a multitude of explosive tags. If, during the conference, the Mizuki expressed dissatisfaction or made unfavorable demands towards the hidden mist, the explosive tags would detonate. As a leader capable of establishing a large ninja village amidst chaotic times, the Mizuki possessed unparalleled insight and resolve. Thus, an individual capable of such feats could not be easily intimidated or dealt with lightly. The Mizuki viewed this conference as an opportunity for the hidden mist to dominate the ninja world. If a single Mizuki could undertake such reckless actions, one could only imagine the potential reactions from the other 3 shadows. However, before Yiyu could ponder further, a hissing sound erupted from below. Did he wish for mutual destruction? The explosive tags emitted a bright light, signaling imminent detonation. As hundreds of these tags were scattered around Yiyu by the ninjas of the hidden mist village, under a fatal order from the Mizuki, these ninjas were forbidden to survive even if their mission failed. You cannot die? Yiyu activated his Sharingan, rendering the hidden mist ninja unconscious. The intelligence from the hidden mist village was not fully uncovered. Until now, it had merely been conjecture on Yiyu's part. He hoisted the hidden mist ninja and swiftly retreated. Hiss! Boom! A series of explosions erupted behind him, and Yiyu felt a searing pain on his back. However, he did not dare glance back, continuing to run without pause. Just as the explosions erupted in the trees nearby, Yiyu was thrust towards the direction of their Umbu's encampment by a powerful shockwave. Hiss! Groaning. Yiyu staggered to his feet and hastily checked the hidden mist ninja's breath, feeling the warmth of his exhalation, which brought him a slight sense of relief. Chapter 34. The 5 Kage Summit Ban. Wake up! Wake up! Yiyu drowsily opened his eyes to see the face of Izumi-na. Wonderful! Where are the medical ninjas? Izumi-na shouted urgently towards the tent's entrance. It was then that Yiyu realized he had lost consciousness earlier. How did you end up collapsed with a hidden mist ninja? What happened? What about that ninja? We have him under control. He is now bound beneath a large tree outside. That's good. Yiyu nodded, recounting the earlier events to Uchiha Izumi-na, who looked utterly astonished. This situation undeniably revealed how simplistic his assumptions about other nations had been. After receiving treatment from the Umbu medical ninjas, Yiyu rose and approached the captured hidden mist ninja. You are indeed a ninja from Konoha, the hidden mist ninja said calmly. What shocked him was that each of them wore a mask, effectively preventing identification by ninjas from other nations and minimizing unnecessary complications. I leave him in your hands, Yiyu said to Izumi-na. She nodded and approached the hidden mist ninja. That is the legendary Sharingan. In the instant their gazes met, the hidden mist ninja lost consciousness, succumbing to Izumi-na's mental control. Under her influence, the ninja divulged all he knew. Although Yiyu was already familiar with much from the original narrative, there were still some pieces of intelligence that remained unknown, such as the current strength of the hidden mist village and information regarding the Mizuki. After extracting the necessary information, the ninja, having lost his utility, met a swift end. What time is it now? It is already noon. Yiyu nodded. The Hokage should have arrived by now. You all stay at the designated location. Yes. Let us go? Izuna. Yiyu donned his mask once more and set off with Uchiha Izuna to their assigned spot, which was atop the towering structure of the 5 Kage Summit. However, what troubled Yu was not the content of the meeting. He fundamentally disagreed with Hashirama's approach to distributing the tailed beasts. Nevertheless, Hashirama remained steadfast in his belief that this was the sole path to peace in the shinobi world. Yu, despite Tobarama's dual admonitions, was unconvinced. His understanding of this world was rooted in the principle that strength begets respect, a notion reminiscent of Uchiha Madara's philosophy. What worried Yu further was the absence of ninjas from the other 3 hidden villages, aside from those from the Mist Village. Yet, such concerns seemed wholly unwarranted at that moment, for just below, a middle-aged man clad in a white Hokage cloak, with a red ninja outfit underneath and a red ribbon as a forehead protector, adorned with a Hokage hat, arrived alongside a white-haired man in a long robe. They were none other than the Senju clan, the founders of Konohagakure, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Hashirama greeted warmly. Behind him, an aged voice echoed. The speaker wore a white robe, and his brown skin allowed Hashirama to quickly recognize him. Is that the Raikage of Kimogakure? It has been a while, Hashirama smiled. Beside the Raikage stood Yagura, who had once fought alongside Yu. Is this truly the Hokage? The aura surrounding him is undeniably formidable. The Raikage's words ring true, Yagura mused internally. The mere presence of Hashirama, even without any overt display of intent to fight, instilled in Yagura a profound sense of helplessness, reminiscent of the struggle he felt when facing Uchiha Madara. As the two exchanged pleasantries, the other 3 Kage also arrived at the scene. Being their first encounter with Senju Hashirama, they, like Yagura, were awestruck by his overwhelming presence. Their initial thoughts of hostility dissipating entirely. I have never encountered such an aura in my life. It even extinguishes the desire for battle, the wind and water Kage contemplated. In contrast, the Earth Kage maintained a genial demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier intimidation tactics employed by Uchiha Madara. He even shared a light-hearted joke with Hashirama. Once they entered the room, the Water Kage, alongside his long-haired companion, suddenly looked up towards the upper floors of the building, prompting Yu to quickly retract his head. All the Kage have arrived. It seems the other villages have not dispatched any ninjas, Yu pondered. Among the Kage, only the Raikage, Hashirama, Tobarama, and the Earth Kage possessed a thorough understanding of the 9-tailed beasts, while the others held only a vague awareness of their powers and significance. Through the ideas proposed by Hashirama, a suggestion was made during the meeting to exchange monetary compensation for the tailed beasts, leading to the equitable distribution of the 9-tailed beasts among the 5 great nations. Consequently, this facilitated the establishment of the first peace treaty in the ninja world, achieving comprehensive peace on this land for the very first time. However, the true source of their apprehension was not the tailed beasts, but rather Hashirama himself. Yu was acutely aware that once Hashirama were to suddenly pass away, the ninja world would inevitably descend into chaos once more. Perched atop a building, Yu listened intently to the conversations within, yearning to effect change, yet feeling utterly powerless. Nonetheless, his conviction grew ever more resolute. Hashirama and Tobarama, and even Uchiha Madara, who would later inherit the cells of Senju Hashirama, would eventually age and succumb to death. Yet, Yu conceived a method to prolong his life akin to Orochimaru, learning techniques such as the impure world reincarnation. However, it took Orochimaru many years to discover these methods, and he too would not find it easily attainable. While Yu pondered these matters, another enigma remained unsolved, perhaps the true mystery. How did Hashirama meet his demise? He could prevent his brother Tobarama's death at the hands of the Gold and Silver Brothers, yet the cause of Hashirama's death eluded him completely. Following his marriage to Mito, Hashirama had a son, yet Yu seldom concerned himself with such matters. In Hashirama's words, he dedicated himself to ensuring that every clan could fully integrate into Konoha, allowing the people to thrive in happiness and health, with his son leading a life of ordinariness as merely a common villager of Konoha. What remained certain was that, regardless of the reasons behind it, Yu would do everything in his power to assist Hashirama and Tobarama. In his heart, Yu fervently contemplated this, once again accessing the system interface. The system indicated that the affinity with Izuna had reached 80. Upon reaching 100, he would acquire the ability of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, elevating the affinity further would prove increasingly challenging. While Yu contemplated how to raise Izuna's affinity to 100, Hashirama and the others had already exited the building. Was it so soon? Chapter 35, CH NIN Exams. 3 years in Konoha. The 5 Kage summit commenced and concluded within a mere 2 hours. On one hand, the other 4 Kage were intimidated by Hashirama's formidable strength, preventing them from taking rash actions. On the other, aside from Konoha, every other ninja village was newly established, with internal conflicts yet to be fully resolved. After assuring that no danger lurked nearby, the group departed. Hashirama fulfilled his promise made during the meeting, distributing the 9-tailed beasts from Konoha to the 5 nations. The ninja world attained an unprecedented and genuine peace. That same year, Uchiha Madara departed from Konoha after a brief farewell to Izuna, in pursuit of new power to evolve his Sharingan into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. During this period, Yu not only traversed between Myamu Mountain and the human realm, diligently honing his celestial arts, but also collaborated with Izumi-na on numerous missions. Their affinity finally reached a remarkable 100, allowing Yu to acquire Izumi-na's Meijiki Sharingan through the system's replication. Astonishingly, the ability of Izumi-na's Meijiki Sharingan was identical to that of Uchiha Itachi, Amaterasu. Amaterasu, also known as the Eternal Black Flame, possesses the capability to unleash extensive burning attacks with tremendous power, albeit at a significant cost to ocular strength. With the system's augmentation, Yu activated one eye, causing blood to spill from his eye socket, an excruciating sensation. However, the destructive prowess of Amaterasu did not disappoint. In the vicinity where he unleashed the ninjutsu, a small grove was swiftly incinerated. Subsequently, Hashirama and Tobirama, along with Yu and others, deliberated for an extended period before establishing the inaugural Shichinin exam. Notably, during the original timeline, a ninja school had yet to be founded at this juncture. The anticipation was palpable. Sarutobi Hisashi, brimming with excitement, anticipated the participation of not only his father, Sarutobi Sasuke, but also ninjas from the other 4 nations. Moreover, the safety of the exam was personally overseen by the deputy leader of the Umbu, Uchiha, Izumi-na. Sarutobi Hisashi could hardly contain his eagerness to prove his capabilities. He stood before the ninja school, alongside several hundred peers, including Shimura Danzo, all of whom exhibited a hint of nervousness. Gazing at the immovable figures of several Umbu members atop the roof, Shimura Danzo felt a yearning. How wonderful it would be to enter the Umbu. Are you all nervous? Sarutobi Hisashi inquired of Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torafu, and Mito Menka. Uchiha Kagami shook his head, exuding confidence about the upcoming exam. Observing Kagami's self-assured demeanor, Sarutobi Hisashi wished to undermine him but found it difficult, for Kagami's performance in their cohort was exceptional, far surpassing his peers. In several minor team missions, Kagami's calm and outstanding performance had garnered constant praise from Tobirama. Akimichi Torafu confidently patted his belly, assured of his strength. The other 3 nodded in agreement. They were indeed among the finest youths of Konoha. From the heights of the school building, Izumi-na, clad in a mask, gazed down at the students preparing for the exam. They were arriving. Izumi-na lifted his eyes toward the gates of Konoha, where he discerned numerous indistinct figures approaching from his vantage point. Given that it was the first Shichinin exam with candidates from all 5 nations, a substantial number of Umbu ninjas were deployed to ensure the safety and smooth conduct of the event. They are here. They are here. Sarutobi Hisashi exclaimed excitedly, shaking Akimichi Torafu. Brother, why does that guy look so infuriating? A young girl with brown skin, adorned with the headband of the hidden cloud village, observed Sarutobi Hiruzen's menacing demeanor and spoke with palpable irritation. Known for her fiery temperament, she was ready to confront him in a fit of anger. Longi, do not forget the purpose of our visit. Do not provoke unnecessary conflict. Beside her stood a tall boy, resembling an adult, who spoke in a deep, resonant voice. He was the prodigious ninja of the Night Moon clan, Long Wong, merely 14, yet already towering at 6 feet. He was also a disciple of the Raikage's trusted guard, AI, proficient in the formidable lightning release technique. Their mission was to elevate the reputation of the Hidden Cloud Village while simultaneously acquiring a Shichinin certification. Long E lowered her head, pouting in disappointment. It seems everyone has arrived. Yu, seated in the chief examiner's chair at the school, twirled a pencil in his hand and smiled faintly. Chief, the school has been thoroughly cleaned. We await your command to commence the examination. Where are the other 4 Kage? They have been allocated accommodations to rest and, per your request, will return to observe the 3rd exam in person. Yu nodded. Do not forget the task I assigned you. Rest assured, Chief, I shall not fail in my mission. That is reassuring. Yu nodded contentedly, noticing the bell hanging outside the window. With a swift motion, a kunai materialized in his hand and struck the bell, producing a clear, ringing sound. Ding ding ding. The sound of the bell quickly captured the attention of the candidates outside. A ninja from the Leaf Village, standing atop a prominent position, proclaimed loudly. The CH-NIN exam commences now. The first event, a written test. What? A written exam? Upon hearing the nature of the first event, several burly men sagged in disappointment, while Long Wang questioned whether he had misheard. Indeed, this was precisely the format Yu had borrowed from the original CH-NIN exam, intended to assess each individual's abilities. His hope was that participants would either demonstrate knowledge of the questions or rely on their ingenuity to complete the first task. Naturally, the tasks for the second and third events mirrored those of the original as well. Another motivation for Yu was to gauge the strengths and weaknesses of all participants through the initial assessment. Lacking detailed insights from the system, he was unaware of which ninjutsu were superior or inferior. Although the system could replicate various techniques, an abundance of jutsu could lead to dilution of strength, a scenario Yu wished to avoid. He sought practical ninjutsu, such as the Flying Thunder God technique he had copied from Senju Tobarama. Despite some dissatisfaction, the candidates dutifully entered the building, awaiting the exam directives from Chief Examiner Yu. Sarutobi Hizashi's previously exuberant demeanor had transformed into a visage of despondency, while Uchiha Kagami remained unperturbed. Accompanied by the academically gifted Tsunade and Mido, this situation posed no challenge for them. Chapter 36, The Wandering Uchiha. Hey. Sarutobi Hizashi murmured. When I send you a message later, you must lend me your assistance. Just moments ago, someone had confidently asserted they would succeed, yet now. The atmosphere was laden with gloom. Tsunade, with a playful grimace, teased, "The exam has commenced, my dear brother." Hashirama and Tobarama stood atop the Hokage building, gazing down at the ninjas engaged in their examinations. Tobarama, rarely displaying such warmth, revealed a rare smile. Everything in the Hidden Leaf Village seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. However, as Tobarama turned his gaze forward, Hashirama's expression, though cheerful, bore a hint of distraction, as if he were lost in contemplation. The memory of Uchiha Madara's farewell lingered vividly in his mind. Hashirama, I believe we have strayed from our path. Upon witnessing the stone tablet, Madara had been resolute in his belief that only formidable power could command the surrounding nations, thereby facilitating fundamental survival and communication beneath a supreme force. Madara, what exactly did you see? Hashirama pondered, knowing that only Madara's return could elucidate the mystery. Coo. The sound of a bird's call roused Uchiha Madara from his repose beneath the dilapidated temple. It was raining. Madara extended his hands to catch a raindrop falling from the eaves, soon followed by a torrential downpour. Although the temple was in ruins, it provided adequate shelter from the wind and rain. Leaning against a stone pillar, Madara's mind wandered back to the words of the mysterious figure in the forest, which seemed to resonate with his very soul. Despite his efforts to dismiss them, the thoughts infiltrated his mind, refusing to be shaken off. At last, he had found refuge from the rain. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached from outside the temple. Madara focused his gaze and discerned a pair of tattered figures, a mother and her daughter. The little girl, appearing no older than 3 or 4, cried pitifully in her mother's arms. Their appearance and attire suggested they had recently endured severe hardships. "Excuse me, sir," the woman said softly as she settled beside one of Madara's pillars. Taken aback for a moment, Madara quickly regained his composure and turned to face her. Noticing the fine fabric of his clothing, the woman assumed he was a wealthy merchant or a young noble passing through. "Could you spare some food for the 2 of us? We have been traveling for quite some time and have not eaten in days." Listening to the faint voice of the woman, Uchiha Madara, inherently sensitive by nature, retrieved his provisions from his satchel, fearful that their shared meal might prove insufficient. He generously offered her a substantial amount of food. "Thank you, my lord, thank you," the woman exclaimed, hastily accepting his gift with relentless gratitude, while simultaneously nodding her head and tearing the sustenance into small pieces to feed the infant cradled in her arms. Uchiha Madara sat quietly before her, lost in contemplation. He found himself at the border of the Land of Water, having journeyed eastward from the northern reaches of the Land of Fire. Driven by the quest to uncover the Kekkei Genkai of the Land of Water, in hopes of determining whether he could unlock the powers inscribed upon the stone tablet. As he pondered, The rhythmic sound of dripping echoed from the forest. Initially, Madara presumed it to be merely the sound of water. However, upon glancing to the side, he observed the woman's face suddenly contort in terror. She hastily took refuge inside the dilapidated temple, pleading with Madara to keep their presence hidden. Where have they gone? Several figures emerged, each adorned with the forehead protectors of the Mist Village, armed with shuriken, and glaring ruthlessly at the crumbling temple where Madara resided. Yet, the overwhelming aura emanating from Madara deterred the Mist ninjas from approaching. How could Leaf Village ninjas be here? One whispered. Fear not, have you forgotten? We have a pact. They dare not attack us. Let us charge in together. At the command of one, the group exchanged glances, preparing to circumvent Madara and storm into the temple. The rain continued to pour heavily. The rain is intensifying, Madara murmured. As the lead Mist ninja prepared to enter the temple, Madara remained seated, unyielding. The Mist ninja exhaled in relief, confirming his suspicions. As he lifted a foot to step inside, the mother and daughter concealed within the temple clasped their mouths tightly, stifling any sound. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. The Mist ninja paused mid-step, glancing back to find Madara still seated, prompting the others to regard him with perplexed expressions. What is the hold-up? Hurry inside and complete the mission. I eagerly await the reward to indulge and enjoy the company of beautiful women, one urged. The Mist ninjas entered the dwelling, immediately spotting the mother and daughter. Without hesitation, they drew their sharp weapons and mercilessly struck. Did the mother and daughter offer no resistance? Succumbing to silence and death, Madara continued to sit beside the temple's pillar, eyes closed in tranquility. In an instant, crimson blood erupted, pooling on the ground. A vivid and grotesque testament to their tragic fate. At last, the mission was accomplished. Upon confirming the demise of the mother and daughter, the Mist ninja nodded in satisfaction, a sinister expression emerging on his face, far more eerie than that of the deceased. But then, an astonishing scene unfolded that left the Mist shinobi in disbelief. The lifeless bodies of the mother and daughter, with their severed wounds, emitted an eerie crimson glow, and to their horror, they stood upright, eyes vacant yet fixed intently upon the Mist shinobi. Suddenly, the two corpses lunged at the male shinobi. What the hell? What is happening? The other Mist shinobi stood frozen in place, paralyzed by shock. What are you doing standing there? Come and help. Yet his pleas fell on deaf ears as the mother and daughter gripped him with their icy hands, breaking into a chilling laughter. Having never encountered such a spectacle, the Mist shinobi felt a surge of panic wash over him. His body rendered immobile as he watched helplessly as the two spectral figures clawed at his flesh with their razor-sharp fingers. Help me. The Mist shinobi desperately sought to break free, but to no avail. In his desperation, he turned to Uchiha Madara for assistance, only to find Madara seated calmly, eyes closed in meditation. Just as an inexplicable dread began to envelop him, darkness suddenly clouded his vision, and a voice echoed from afar, drawing nearer to his ears. Captain, Captain, wake up! The Mist shinobi felt a chill run down his spine, and abruptly opened his eyes to find himself still standing in the rain, surrounded by bewildered ninjas from the Mist Village, who were equally perplexed by the recent events. Only Uchiha Madara remained composed, silently observing him. Chapter 37. The bizarre eye technique. The leading Mist shinobi displayed a look of shock, the haunting image still vivid in his mind. Was it an illusion? When did it occur? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he fixed his gaze upon the long-haired man before him. Was it him? Ah! Suddenly, all the ninjas behind him began to tremble violently, howling in agony, their cries echoing with a palpable terror amidst the rain. You! Just as he attempted to speak, his mouth opened wide, yet no sound emerged. This is the Sharingan. Experience its power in your final moments. Madara spoke slowly from the front. Woo! The Mist shinobi clutched his throat, gradually succumbing to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the ground with a thud. A scroll tumbled to the ground, having fallen from the Mist shinobi. Uchiha Madara brushed off the dust from his attire and approached through the rain to retrieve the scroll. The Land of Water's daimyo's decree. Madara reopened the scroll, quickly scanning its contents. Initially indifferent, one particular phrase piqued his interest. Bizarre eyes? The mother and daughter who had just been pursued were the remnants of a clan wiped out due to their possession of such an uncanny ocular technique. Only the two of them had survived, due to a clan member who frequently lingered by the side of the daimyo of the Land of Water. The daimyo's recent mysterious demise led to the family being unjustly blamed, solely because of the ominous blood-red hue of the member's eyes. which was believed to have brought about the tragedy. Uchiha Obito's current journey aims to locate the legendary god tree, the very tree from which the fan is crafted. However, given the potential insights into ocular techniques, he summoned the mother and daughter duo from the dilapidated temple. Upon witnessing the carnage strewn across the ground, the woman's complexion turned pale, her body trembling slightly, rendered speechless. "Do you still remember where your home is?" She nodded, then shook her head, seemingly unwilling to return, perhaps haunted by the horrors she had witnessed. Uchiha Obito generously shared his provisions with the mother and daughter, setting off once he gathered the precise location. As he departed, he sighed, pondering the fate of the two. Such is the human realm, where true peace is but an illusion. Even amidst amicable relations among the five nations, internal strife is inevitable. In the shadowy recesses of the temple, a viscous black mass intermittently morphed into a semi-human shape, slowly articulating. Throughout the journey, despite his unwavering resolve, Obito's thoughts seemed to waver, yet he remained steadfast in his convictions. Was it the presence of those he cared for that tethered him? The dark figure chuckled ominously, indicating that action against them was imminent. The black mass dissolved into a puddle and vanished into the ground. "Leader, here is the compiled data of the candidates and their abilities displayed during the examination." An UMBU member placed a thick stack of documents on Yiyu's desk. "Good. Very good," Yiyu nodded, signaling the surrounding UMBU members to exit. He began to peruse the files one by one. Illusion technique, Sand Dune Tower, illusion technique, Aki Jewel. Lightning release, Thunderbolt, he noted with approval. He had witnessed this technique during the battle with Yiyu AI. It seemed capable of perceiving the surrounding environment and enemy movements, proving to be a valuable support ability, which was precisely what he lacked. Yiyu Long Wang. Indeed from the Yiyu clan like Yiyu AI? This one is merely 14? Upon seeing Yiyu Long Wang's photograph, Yiyu could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This is rather too robust. Any chance of enhancing rapport seemed futile, leading him to consider acquiring an item from them or resorting to direct action. However, he quickly shook his head. If the people of the Cloud-Hidden Village attributed all the blame to the village itself, it would spell trouble. Thus, he resolved to pursue the latter option. The second phase of the CHNIN exam, the survival exercise, awaited. In groups of 3, each team is tasked with carrying a scroll of heaven and earth, and must reach a tower located 10 kilometers from the entrance within 5 days to qualify for advancement. The scrolls, the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth, are evenly distributed among the teams, with each team possessing either a heavenly or earthly scroll. Successfully collecting both constitutes success. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Akimichi Takafumi form one team, while Uchiha Kagami, Yamanaka Koharu, and Mito Gate Inazuma comprise another. Ninjas from various other nations also form their own teams. "Lord Tobarama, what brings you here?" Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in astonishment, rushing to Yeyu's side, with other students gathering around as well. "Is that truly the rumored leader of the UMBU? He appears quite different from what I had imagined." Yiyu Longfang wore a look of disbelief, as Yeyu did not embody the cold demeanor one would expect. Rather, he possessed a warm smile and an unusual black and white hair that disarmed their vigilance. It was only when Yeyu's gaze met his that an inexplicable pressure surged within Yeyu Longfang, compelling him to swallow hard. "I have obtained it," Yeyu thought with delight, as a single strand of hair appeared in his hand, yet it was sufficient. "All right. It is about to commence. You all must give it your utmost effort." Yeyu smiled at the candidates from Kanahagakure before vanishing from sight. "Wow, Lord Tobarama is so handsome." Yamanaka Koharu, typically indifferent to attractive boys, found herself inexplicably drawn to Yeyu's charisma, unable to tear her gaze away. "Is that so?" Mito Gate Inazuma observed the hard-eyed Koharu, his face suddenly flushing. "Then I shall strive to become someone like Lord Senju Tobarama in the future." At Azuna's command, several teams sprinted forward, each unwilling to yield to the others. "Brother, once this examination concludes, if the monkey performs well, let us promote him to Jonin." Tobarama expressed his fondness for Sarutobi Hiruzen, recalling how he had once led Hiruzen's team during their time at the Ninja Academy. Hashirama, however, harbored concerns, as Hiruzen was still quite young, and a hasty promotion could lead to complications in the face of challenging tasks. "I heard the monkey recently formed a contract with a little monkey," Tobarama chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement. "Not just the monkey, but these youths are the future of Kanahagakure." Lightning release, Thunderbolt. Yeyu performed the hand seals for lightning release, summoning numerous floating orbs of lightning around him. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The lightning orbs, unleashed for the first time, struck Yeyu, causing a tingling sensation mixed with pain that elicited a cry from him. Chapter 38. The emergence of new power after a considerable duration. Yeyu finally mastered the ability to have the thunderbolt follow his thoughts and actions. Soon, the orbs of lightning began to orbit him gently, reminiscent of the time with Yeyu AI. Over the course of 5 days, Yeyu honed the proficiency of the thunderbolt technique to an expert level. Subsequently, the second round of the Ch-Nin exams concluded, and as Yeyu had anticipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kagami, and several other ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village emerged victorious. This experience starkly illuminated the brutality of the battlefield, as a number of participants met their demise due to unforeseen circumstances during the second round. The once spirited Sarutobi Hiruzen now appeared somewhat subdued, suggesting that he had witnessed scenes of profound anguish. The third round, which he eagerly anticipated, involved a confrontation among the 11 contestants, a phase he had fervently followed in the original narrative. Hashirama and the other 4 Kage also took their places on the arena stage. The Ch-Nin exam served not only as a means for ninjas to ascend to the rank of Ch-Nin, but more significantly, it allowed the allied nations to observe one another's military capabilities, fostering communication among the various countries. The guards accompanying the Kage mirrored those present during the 5 Kage summit. Is this the arena for the competition? Yeyu AI and others surveyed their surroundings, seemingly intent on imprinting every detail into their memories to replicate this venue in their own village. The list of those who passed the second round was announced by the examiners: 5 from the Hidden Cloud Village, 4 from the Hidden Sand Village, 6 from the Hidden Leaf Village, 3 from the Hidden Mist Village, and 3 from the Hidden Stone Village. The Hidden Leaf Village boasted the highest number of victors, while the Hidden Stone and Hidden Mist villages had the least, reflecting the overall strength of each village to some extent. Have they all arrived? Yeyu stood atop the highest point of the dueling arena, scrutinizing the 5 Kage and their accompanying guards, ensuring there were no surprises. The area was densely populated with Umbu ninjas. However, this seemed somewhat excessive, as Hashirama was now universally acknowledged as the god of ninjas, with no one capable of rivaling him. That individual has also emerged victorious. A chance glance from Yeyu Longwang revealed Sarutobi Hiruzen among the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village. They had encountered one another in the forest during the second round, but circumstances had prevented their battle. While he felt a tinge of regret, he also experienced a sense of relief, for he had yet to reveal his greatest trump card. Prior to this event, he had undergone a harrowing experiment, and through the words of the Reikage and Lord Yeyu AI, he learned that he was the only one perfectly suited to be the vessel for that monstrosity. Once fused with the creature, his physique had more than doubled in strength, far exceeding that of his peers. This time, he was determined to instill fear in the other ninja villages on behalf of the Hidden Cloud Village. Yeyu Longwang clenched his fists tightly, glaring at the ninjas from the other 4 nations. Aside from those from the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Leaf villages, Yeyu observed that even among those who had passed the second round, the expressions of the young men and women were devoid of emotion, rendering them akin to puppets. Izuna also ascended to the high platform, patting Yeyu on the shoulder with a bittersweet expression. Yeyu nodded in acknowledgement. Hashirama, seated at the center of the arena, had naturally noticed this as well, casting a sidelong glance at the other 4 Kage. However, the expressions of the Water Shadow, Wind Shadow, and Earth Shadow remained unchanged. From their faces, one could discern their desire to swiftly conclude this Chunin exam. In stark contrast, the candidates beside them openly displayed their yearning and admiration for the fresh strength emanating from the Hidden Leaf Village. Each of the original Hokage was a legendary figure who pacified tumultuous eras. Perhaps they had shifted their focus away from nurturing the village's new talents, seeking instead to ensure stability during their tenure. The youthful ninjas present might have been compelled to partake in this process. After several rounds of matches, the ninjas from Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure faced consecutive defeats, leaving only 1 from each village, while Kumogakure retained 2, and Konohagakure had 3 remaining. Following the matches designed by Yeyu, the brackets of the defeated and victorious were established. Ultimately, the top 4 contenders emerged: Kirigakure's Hsukisu Ujetsu, Kumogakure's Urijetsu Gaku, along with Konohagakure's Sarutobi Hizashi and Uchiha Kagami, who advanced to the semifinals. "Brother, you must avenge me," Urijetsu Gaku exclaimed during the intermission, her anger palpable as the earlier incident replayed in her mind. The opponent she had encountered was none other than the previously underestimated Sarutobi Hizashi. In a moment of lowered guard, he had summoned a small monkey that leapt onto her face, with its backside perched atop her head, relentlessly slapping her face, leaving her utterly humiliated in the arena, now simmering with rage. Rest assured, victory in this competition will undoubtedly belong to Kumogakure, she insisted. Although winning the championship was not a prerequisite for advancing to Chunin, Urajetsuri Gakka felt she deserved that title based on her prowess. In the semifinals, the first match was Uchiha Kagami versus Atsuki Suigetsu. Isn't it me? Urajetsuri Gakka remarked with a hint of disappointment. But this presented an opportunity for her to hone her skills and recalibrate. Uchiha Kagami. You had heard of him from the original text. He was among the founding members of the Konoha police force established by Tobarama, who sacrificed himself while protecting Sarutobi Hizashi. Yet, at present, his eyes still bore the three-tomo pattern, not having evolved into the Manjuki Sharingan. Atsuki Suigetsu, a prodigious ninja of the Atsuki clan, excelled in powerful water-based techniques such as the water gun technique, making him a formidable opponent. Their strengths appeared nearly equal. Consider it a lesson, Uchiha Kagami remarked coolly, nodding towards Atsuki Suigetsu and the instructor. Water release, water gun. Atsuki Suigetsu formed seals, extending his arms in a pistol-like stance, his fingers beginning to gather droplets of water. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp sounds echoed as the projectiles hurtled towards Uchiha Kagami. The advantage of my fire release seems negligible against water release. It appears I must engage in close combat. Uchiha Kagami mused inwardly. Shadow clone technique. Uchiha Kagami formed hand seals, and a shadow clone emerged beside him, hurling a shuriken towards Hozuki and Jetsu. However, mid-flight, the shuriken collided with a water bullet, causing both projectiles to veer off course. The clone of Uchiha Kagami clasped its hands behind its back and advanced towards Hozuki and Jetsu. Water release, water gun technique. Bang, bang, bang. The water bullets surged forth like a tempest, rapidly sweeping towards both Uchiha Kagami and his clone. After dispersing the clone, Hozuki and Jetsu continued his relentless assault with the water guns. If he persists like this, his chakra reserves will surely deplete swiftly, Uchiha Kagami mused. However, Hozuki and Jetsu seemed unfazed, maintaining his overwhelming barrage. Chapter 39. The Sharingan. The prowess of this youth from the Hozuki clan was indeed commendable, Tobarama contemplated. Mastery of water release ninjutsu was evident. But could such chakra consumption be sustainable? This boy possesses an astonishing amount of chakra. On the high platform, Uchiha Izuna activated his Sharingan and discerned the vast reservoir of chakra within Hozuki and Jetsu's system. Not only Izuna, but also Yuyue beside him noted this, which reminded him of another prodigious ninja from the Mist Village, renowned for his immense chakra reserves, known as the Tailless Beast, Kisame Hashigaki. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Kagami formed hand seals, unleashing a spherical inferno from his mouth, hurtling towards Hozuki and Jetsu. Water release is indeed a formidable counter to fire release. However, should Uchiha Kagami's proficiency in fire techniques be exceptional, he might still gain the upper hand. Yet, it appeared that the odds were currently skewed, Yuyue thought. According to the system panel, Uchiha Kagami's fire techniques were only at a proficient level, comparable to Hozuki and Jetsu's. Nevertheless, Injetsu primarily relied on his vast chakra, which exceeded Kagami's by more than double, enabling him to continuously unleash water guns. Uchiha Kagami was evidently aware of this disparity. The frequency of their ninjutsu releases was on entirely different tiers. Water release, water clone technique. A water clone materialized beside Hozuki and Jetsu, charging towards Uchiha Kagami after dispersing his shadow clone. Unlike shadow clones, water clones are slightly weaker, as they rely on water release and cannot stray too far from the user. Uchiha Kagami understood this as well, while evading the water guns. He retreated to the edge of the arena. Yet, merely dodging was not a viable strategy, for victory could only be achieved in close quarters. Sharingan. Is he finally resorting to his ultimate technique? Yuyue pondered. The moment Uchiha Kagami's eyes transformed from black to three-tomo, he surged forward at an extraordinary speed towards Hozuki and Jetsu. Even with an abundance of water guns and an overwhelming density, Uchiha Kagami remains capable of discerning the gaps within, which is the very pride of the Sharingan. Any assault before those blood-red pupils appears riddled with flaws. Is that truly the Sharingan? Ponder the other four shadows discreetly. Indeed, it is the apex of ocular techniques. Even the Byakugan pales in comparison beneath this pair of eyes. Meanwhile, the likes of Maki and others envisioned themselves in the guise of Akatsuki Aigetsu, believing that although Uchiha Kagami seemed vulnerable to them now, who could guarantee what the future holds? They too felt a sense of impending crisis. Upon their return to the village, should they seize power, reform must be enacted. Swish, swish, swish. The kunai sliced through the air with a piercing sound, precisely scattering droplets of water as they hurtled toward Akatsuki Aigetsu. How infuriating! Akatsuki Aigetsu felt the fabric of his garment tear as the kunai grazed him, a silent exclamation echoing in his mind. If we can secure victory, our clan will rise to prominence within the shinobi world. For that reason alone, I cannot afford to lose. Akatsuki Aigetsu's master is none other than the current clan leader, Akatsuki Kagyuki, the most formidable family in the Hidden Mist Village. I must not disappoint my master. Water release, water iron cannon technique. Swish. The speed of the technique and the movement was astonishingly swift. Just as Uchiha Kagami sought to ascertain where the water iron cannon had relocated, a resounding bang echoed, leaving the spectators in the stands awestruck. Such speed. Night Moon Riki was the first to exclaim, noting that the velocity of the water release nearly matched that of his lightning release. This implies that the previous technique was swifter than lightning striking the ground. Observing Uchiha Kagami being struck, Sarutobi Hizashi and other students from the same cohort felt a pang of distress, fervently cheering for Uchiha Kagami. That technique is impressive. Yayu nodded. Perhaps this technique could be replicated for future offensive maneuvers. Regarding Uchiha Kagami's safety, Yayu resolved to intervene and declare the victor once he sensed the outcome was clear. Ouch! That hurts, Uchiha Kagami murmured, half kneeling on the ground, instinctively clutching his left shoulder, where a bloody puncture had appeared, an opening through which one could almost see from one side of his body to the other. After a brief respite, the onslaught from Akatsuki Aigetsu did not relent. He gathered another water cannon in his hand, preparing to strike Uchiha Kagami once more. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Uchiha Kagami leaped from the ground to a higher vantage point, suppressing the pain as he activated his jutsu, his Sharingan whirling into action. The Phoenix Fire Technique. Originally a simple small-scale multi-strike attack, could typically be evaded by any swift ninja. However, bolstered by the dynamic visual acuity of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, Uchiha Kagami unleashed a barrage of small fireballs that scattered in all directions, rendering evasion exceedingly difficult. This is bad. Water release, water barrier. Yagami Izuki was acutely aware that he had already lost his advantage. As he unleashed the water cannon, he simultaneously expelled a water barrier around himself for defense. Uchiha Kagami, while observing the direction of the flames, scrutinized the trajectory of the water cannon with heightened vigilance. He saw it. Uchiha Kagami sidestepped, the water cannon narrowly grazing his cheek. That was close. He exhaled a sigh of relief. The water barrier was unable to detect any disturbances from the outside, allowing him to gracefully descend to the ground. The flames of the Phoenix Fire Technique continued unabated, relentlessly striking the water barrier. This jutsu is futile. No matter how Kagami unleashed his fire techniques, they could not overcome the water-based jutsu. This is worrisome, Tsukikage Kamaru expressed with concern. Kagami wouldn't use jutsu without reason, especially considering the vast chakra superiority of his opponent. Sarutobi Hizashi murmured. Even without the Sharingan or Byakugan, he had observed throughout the battle that Yagami Izuki had deployed jutsu far less frequently than Uchiha Kagami. Has it finally ended? Yagami Izuki sighed with relief upon not hearing the sound of flames colliding with the water barrier. But then, an ominous foreboding flickered in his eyes as the ground trembled beneath him. Suddenly, a gaping hole formed in the earth, and flames surged upward from below. Yagami Izuki leapt away, and as he searched for Uchiha Kagami's whereabouts, he caught sight of the watching Mist Village ninja, their expressions laced with despair. The long-haired man in the blue robe beside the Mizukage shook his head regretfully. A hand clapped Yagami Izuki on the shoulder, and he instinctively turned to see a blood-red pupil meeting his gaze. The Sharingan. Yagami Izuki hurriedly shut his eyes, but it was too late. This is the Sharingan. The voice resonated as Uchiha Kagami unleashed a taijutsu strike, sending Yagami Izuki crashing to the ground. Chapter 40. The First Fusion, Advanced Ninjutsu. I cannot lose. Struggling to rise after being struck down, Yagami Izuki still possessed enough chakra for further combat. I have unwavering confidence in you all. The words of Yagami Huanyu echoed in his mind. I must win, for the sake of my clan. Water style, Water Sphere Technique. It was becoming increasingly challenging for Yagami Izuki to execute the more destructive water cannon. However, although the Water Sphere Technique was swift, it paled in comparison to Uchiha Kagami, who wielded the Sharingan. Let us end this quickly, Uchiha Kagami thought, feeling a dull ache at the wound on his left shoulder. The blood already congealed upon his ninja garb. Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami swiftly evaded the water gun and launched a physical attack against Yagami Izuki. Despite Yagami Izuki's advantage from a distance, he was exceedingly unskilled in close combat. After being swiftly struck by Uchiha Kagami, Hozuki Izuki had lost the ability to continue the fight. Just as Uchiha Kagami was about to deliver the final blow, Hozuki Izuki instinctively shouted out, his eyes tightly shut. However, Uchiha Kagami merely struck the ground with his fist before standing up. You should fight for your village, not for your family. Everyone is gone. How can a small family survive? Upon hearing Uchiha Kagami's words, Hozuki Izuki lay on the ground, momentarily dazed. Except for the Hidden Leaf Village. The internal stability of nearly every other village was exceedingly fragile, which was precisely why Uchiha Kagami had uttered those words. Hozuki Izuki belonged to this category of individuals, possessing a sense of honor for his family but lacking a profound understanding of the Hidden Mist Village. Subsequently, Uchiha Kagami turned around, gazing up at the instructor. The instructor nodded after confirming that Hozuki Izuki was incapable of continuing the fight. The victor is from the Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha Kagami. Cheers erupted from the audience in the outer arena. We won. That was a splendid fight. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed animatedly in front of Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami nodded, but soon felt dizzy and fainted. Kagami. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in alarm, hastily helping Uchiha Kagami. He's merely fainted from excessive blood loss, Yabuki stated as he approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, instructing others to take Uchiha Kagami to the medical room. In the next match, Sarutobi Hiruzen vs Yagami Ryamaru. It's your turn, monkey. Make sure to give it your all. Yabuki said with a smile, patting Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder. Sarutobi Hiruzen's combat power was rated at 1200, and Yagami Ryamaru also boasted a power level of 1200. Despite his robust physique. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just entered a summoning contract with the Monkey King, a powerful beast known for its remarkable prowess in the original story. The outcome of their match remained uncertain. Once seated on the platform, Yabuki opened the system, seizing the opportunity to experiment with a feature he had yet to try, the fusion system, a counterpart to the ability replication system. According to the system's explanation, it allowed for the merging of two ninjutsu of different attributes through points to create a new ninjutsu, although it was not guaranteed that the result would be entirely novel. During the fusion process, it was possible to merge into existing techniques such as the Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, or Fire Release, Great Fire Extinction, which Yabuki already possessed. Regardless, I should give it a try. Who knows, I might unexpectedly unlock a true wood release. Thousand Hands, Yabuki mused. Recalling the scene when he first arrived in the ninja world, standing atop a giant Buddha, feeling the adrenaline surge within him amidst the thrill of slaughter. After much deliberation, Yu decided to merge the Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique with the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall Technique. Upon fusion, these two ninjutsu would cease to exist. Yet both techniques were relatively easy to learn and could be reacquired after consumption. Now, please confirm the fusion. Fusion. In a concealed space. Two swirling orbs appeared before Yu, one inscribed with Great Fireball and the other with Earth Flow Wall, gradually drawing closer until they collided. Congratulations! You have acquired the advanced ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique. Due to your prior possession, it has automatically ascended to mastery level. Damn, what's wrong? Izumi asked, turning to look at Yu upon hearing the commotion. Nothing, Yu replied, shaking his head. He spent 500 points and even forfeited the Earth Flow Wall Technique. Let us try again. Yu combined the Great Fireball Technique with the Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. If successful, the resulting ninjutsu would exhibit both wind and fire attributes. Fusion successful. Congratulations on acquiring the advanced ninjutsu, Fire Release, Wind Dragon Flame Bullet Technique. The enhancement of the Fire Dragon, based on the Fire Release Dragon Flame Bullet, now bore the attributes of both wind and fire, countering both wind and lightning techniques. This is excellent. Yu nodded, having exchanged two advanced techniques for one, which possessed dual attributes. It was a profitable endeavor regardless. Yu collected his thoughts and summarized his ninjutsu. Aside from the use of the Cursed Technique, Sharingan, and Byakugan, he could now adeptly handle most ninjutsu through various transformations. His next objective was to acquire the two heart containers of the curse technique, yin and yang releases. Yin release harnessed the power of the mind's energy, drawing from imagination and creating form from nothing, whereas yang release drew from the life energy of the body, bestowing life upon form. Most secret techniques relied on these yin and yang releases, with bodily techniques predominantly belonging to yang release, such as the Akimichi clan's expansion technique and the Senju clan's healing arts. In contrast, techniques related to the mind largely fell under yin release, including illusions and the Nara clan's shadow manipulation techniques. To obtain these two forms of ninjutsu, you needed to connect with the higher echelons of the clans in Konoha village, as only clan leaders could wield their family's secret arts with greater flexibility and power, making the mastery process easier for Yu. Why does that kid from the Cloud Village seem so robust, yet falter so easily? The murmurs of those around interrupted Yu's contemplation, drawing his gaze towards the center of the arena. There, he beheld the towering figure of Yua Longfang, half kneeling before Sarutobi Hiruzen, motionless, while Sarutobi, panting heavily, gripped his kunai tightly, poised to defend against Longfang's onslaught. Even though Yua Longwang appeared to be at a disadvantage on stage, both Reikage and his sister, Yua Longi, seemed unconcerned. Rather, they were filled with anticipation. Chapter 41. Let us call it the Jinchuriki. Whoosh. How swift. As the lightning manifested, the surroundings crackled with a sound akin to the swift northern wolf. Lightning release. Lightning spear. The lightning transformed into a long spear, its shaft radiating with electric light, distorting the air around it. Body flicker technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen concentrated chakra in his feet, swiftly evading the assault of the lightning. I must not engage him in close combat, he thought, for their size disparity was too great, and a melee confrontation would likely place him at a disadvantage. Summoning technique. Monkey King. The little monkey was back again. The audience buzzed with chatter, recalling how Sarutobi had previously utilized a summoning beast to defeat Yua Longwang's sister. With a sudden burst, a monkey, half the size of Sarutobi, appeared amidst the smoke, perched on his shoulder. The match isn't over yet? Sarutobi nodded. I will rely on you once more. Unlike the previous battle, this time the little monkey king did not leap directly toward Yua Longwang. Instead, he turned and leapt, transforming into a long staff before the amazed eyes of the crowd, with two segments shimmering in gold and the center displaying a deep black. Transformation technique. Diamond Wish Staff. Sarutobi skillfully seized the staff that the monkey had morphed into, standing it upright on the ground. Look, that monkey can even transform into a weapon. They still have a trick up their sleeve. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. There seems to be something amiss with the kid from Kumobikure. Despite the prolonged battle, his chakra appears to be increasing rather than diminishing. Not only Izuna, but also the arriving ninjas from the Hyuga clan, capable of sensing chakra fluctuations, noticed this anomaly. A cough. Monkey King. Sarutobi wielded the Diamond Wish Staff, charging towards Yua Longwang. Lightning Release. Scatter technique. Yua Longwang rose, conjuring two orbs of light in his hands, unleashing a barrage of lightning indiscriminately. Wind Release. Great breakthrough. As the lightning drew near, Sarutobi unleashed a gust of wind, dispersing the lightning orbs. Bang! When the Diamond Wish Staff struck the lightning spheres, they erupted with a cacophony of sound. He still has so much chakra left, Sarutobi thought to himself during the collision. He then retreated a few steps, holding the Diamond Wish Staff before him. His chakra continues to rise. Izuna exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. Suddenly, Yu remembered something and glanced at Reikage and the nearby Yua AI. Yua AI's expression turned grave, while Reikage appeared oddly expectant. This does not bode well. Previously, Sarutobi Izashi had always maintained an advantageous position, but as his chakra began to deplete, the balance of power gradually shifted. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Yua Longwang, shocking all those present as an astonishing spectacle unfolded. An eerie crimson glow began to emanate from around Yua Longwang's body. You have indeed proceeded as such, Hashirama remarked, without turning to face the unfolding scene in the arena. Lord Hokage, you surely recall your statement during the meeting. Once the tailed beasts are distributed among us, as long as it does not jeopardize the peace of the ninja world, their usage will not be questioned. Hashirama nodded in acknowledgement. Brother, are we truly to allow a monkey to confront a ninja with a tailed beast perfectly aligned with their body? Tobarama exclaimed anxiously. Hashirama, though uncertain, was not as distressed as Tobarama. He merely exchanged a glance with Yeyu on the high platform. Yu, having perceived that gaze, nodded in response. Hashirama will make the final decision for us. Shall we continue? Izuna inquired. To him, facing an opponent with an insatiable reservoir of chakra would instill a sense of trepidation, especially considering that Sarutobi Hizashi had yet to reach the rank of Chunin. Do not be hasty, Yu replied. Though the monkey is currently a genin, his prowess far exceeds mere appearances. And what do you suggest? Yu pondered for a moment. Let us observe first. If the situation truly becomes dire, we can intervene then. He wished to gauge the capabilities of the current Jinchuriki while also assessing how Sarutobi Hizashi would respond, regardless of the circumstances. Yu was resolute in ensuring that Sarutobi Hizashi would not find himself in genuine peril. What is happening to him? The curious Karui from the spectator stand inquired. That aura reminds me of a certain creature, she mused. A tailed beast, came the response. Though inexperienced, they had heard Tobarama speak of them during their time at the Ninja Academy. The tailed beasts were colossal entities of chakra, each possessing a tail. With a total of 9 discovered thus far, they could enter a human body through specific means or sealing techniques, bestowing immense chakra and allowing the host to access the tailed beast's unique abilities, but only if the human was perfectly compatible. Otherwise, they would endure tremendous suffering. Lord Tobarama merely mentioned this in passing during class, yet it appears that the Cloud Village has indeed begun conducting human experiments. Judging by Yeyue Longwang's current condition, it seemed he was on the verge of entering the tailed beast mode. They also possess a distinctive name. Do you remember what Lord Tobarama referred to them as in class? Jinchuriki? That is a rather fitting name. Let us adopt it henceforth, Reikage nodded, while Tobarama let out a dismissive hum. Unexpectedly, the villagers of Yunin are quite combative in their daily lives, and their research on tailed beasts is surprisingly profound. Ha ha. Reikage chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. The concept of Jinchuriki, other 3 Kages pondered silently. Perhaps the tailed beasts assigned to their villages could be utilized in a similar manner. However, my words are not yet concluded. Oh, while it is true that Jinchuriki can serve as a formidable force within the village, achieving a perfect state is exceedingly rare. The individual chosen must possess mutual understanding and recognition with the tailed beast. Otherwise, as I have stated, the consequences could be immeasurable. You must have conducted numerous experiments as well. Tobarama remarked coldly. Despite being the first to discover this method regarding tailed beasts, he was not as callous towards his villagers as other shinobi villages. If the tailed beast truly wreaked havoc within their village, sealing it using this method would not be too late. Hashirama sighed softly during their conversation, casting a compassionate gaze upon the soon-to-be tailed beast transformation of Yeyue Longwang. A sentiment difficult to articulate. Chapter 42. The emergence of Kurizetsu. He must have encountered the 8 tails by now. Tobarama approached Hashirama, speaking slowly. Young one, brace yourself for my power. In the spiritual realm of Yeyue Longwang, a colossal bull with octopus-like tentacles for a tail spoke softly from behind, having been implanted within Longwang. Their personalities and approaches to tasks were remarkably similar, resulting in a harmonious coexistence once they became one. After receiving a nod from Yeyue Longwang, a fine thread of chakra, resembling long fluff, surged forth from the bull and extended into Longwang's being. In the physical world, Yeyue Longwang suddenly opened his eyes wide, a crimson aura materializing around him. With a slender tail protruding from his back, is it only able to manifest a single tail for now? Yet, that seems reasonable. What is this? Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled words spoken by Tobarama during his time at the Ninja Academy. Could this be what the esteemed Tobarama referred to as a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast? Eager to engage, Sarutobi felt he still had half of his chakra remaining. Even if he were to falter, he aimed to do so with flair. Come. Upon the completion of the chakra tail behind Yeyue Longwang, he charged forward swiftly. So fast, Sarutobi hurriedly raised his Vajra rod to defend, yet was still sent crashing against the wall. This so-called perfect Jinchuriki does not seem so perfect after all. Yeyu's expression grew increasingly grave. In his view, if Yeyue Longwang were truly a flawless Jinchuriki, the chakra within him should not be so chaotic. To ensure against an uprising of the bull demon within Yeyue Longwang, Yeyu concentrated all his mental faculties on the duel arena. This won't do. The disparity in our powers is too great. As I pondered, the fierce Night Moon Ryuwang charged towards us once more, his fist raised. Bam! Another punch landed, shattering the wall behind Sarutobi Hizashi and leaving a massive crack in its wake. Look at that person from the cloud-hidden village. Haruno Kanaharu pointed at Night Moon Ryuwang, who was now far more frenzied than before, his strikes increasingly relentless. Hey, kid, calm down. In the mental realm, Nyogue shouted anxiously at Night Moon Ryuwang before him, doubting whether he had supplied too much chakra. If the young one from Konoha continued this way, it would not merely result in injury. Bang bang bang. That was close. Sarutobi Hizashi gasped for breath as Night Moon Ryuwang's attacks quickened in frequency. This could not continue. Sarademon, it seems I require your assistance. Sarutobi Hizashi hurled the King Kong Rui staff into the air, transforming it into a diminutive monkey. What is happening with him? Sarademon was taken aback by Night Moon Ryuwang's frenzied onslaught. I don't know. Let us just hold on as long as we can. Hey, kid, did you hear what I said? Nyogue roared from behind Night Moon Ryuwang, now sealed by the amber purifying pot of the cloud-hidden village, unable to move independently. However, at this moment, Night Moon Ryuwang was already under the control of the tailed beast chakra, with the sole aim of defeating Sarutobi Hizashi before him. Among the illustrious Night Moon clan, residing in the Cloud Thunder Gorge for generations, Night Moon Ryuwang was a paragon, holding honor above all else. Reminiscent of the previously defeated Akatsuki Hoshigaki. Thus, his desire to win intensified, and his heart became somewhat fragile, leading to an explosive surge of tailed beast chakra. Look, what is that? All eyes suddenly fixated on Night Moon Ryuwang. Could he be on the verge of tailed beast transformation? Tobarama's expression darkened. Is this truly the perfect Jinchuriki of your cloud-hidden village? He pondered. Has he grown larger? The nearby spectators exhibited expressions of panic. Enough. Yiyu vanished from sight. Boom. The crimson cloak expanded dramatically, with red-tailed beast chakra shimmering across his form. In this moment, although Night Moon Ryuwang retained some personal awareness, his emotions were still influenced by the tailed beast chakra, rendering him violent and filled with aggression. Just as he was about to strike Sarutobi Hizashi, Yiyu suddenly appeared, positioning himself before Hizashi. With his mask obscuring his face, Hizashi assumed Yiyu to be an ordinary ENBU member. That's enough, it ends here. Even the audience members who had previously felt fear expressed discontent at Yiyu's interruption of the match. Why did it stop? We were enjoying it. Yes. Who is declared the victor now? As the crowd expressed their dissatisfaction, Yiyu Longwang suddenly struggled to break free from Yiyu's control. His tailed beast tail swinging towards him. Had he lost control? With a leap, Yiyu ascended to the viewing platform alongside Sarutobi Hizashi, whose chakra was nearly depleted. And even the Monkey King had vanished. In this match, the victor was the Yiyue clan's Longwang from the Hidden Cloud Village. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi Hizashi, Yiyu called out to the onlookers, a slender thread appearing in his hand, darting towards Longwang, ensnaring him and causing the tailed beast cloak to gradually shed from his form. I won, Longwang exclaimed, rising to his full height. Finally regaining consciousness with incredulity. He was unaware of the events that had transpired, only that his body seemed to be under control. Losing consciousness during the battle with Sarutobi Hizashi. Your mind is too weak. Be cautious when wielding such power in the future, remarked Yiyu AI beside him. However, the immediate priority was to prepare for the finals. After a brief intermission, Uchiha Kagami was gradually regaining his composure. As the crowd awaited the commencement of the next match, one ninja in the stands scanned the surroundings anxiously before retreating to a secluded corner. Is that the tailed beast? The ninja exclaimed excitedly, as his skin began to slowly shed, revealing a black, viscous form beneath. It was Kurizetsu, who had been tracking Uchiha Obito. He was certain that it was one of the tailed beasts separated by Otsutsuki Kagaya long ago. Though he had encountered several tailed beasts in his extensive search, most had yet to come into human view. Now that humans had had close contact with the tailed beasts, this posed a significant threat to his plans. Damn humans. Wait for the day my mother is resurrected. That will be your demise. Kurizetsu cursed, before transforming back into the guise of the earlier ninja. Uchiha Azuna. You shall be the first, Kurizetsu cackled, disappearing into the shadows. Are you not going to watch the final match? Izuna inquired, noticing Yiyu's intent to leave. Chapter 43, Temptation? Transformation. Yiyu shook his head, believing the outcome was already decided. Uchiha Kagami's combat power was 1,500 points, a full 300 points higher than Longwang's current state, which lacked the enhancement of a tailed beast. As anticipated, Uchiha Kagami emerged victorious. Nonetheless, the designation of Chunin required the assessment of each examiner. The 6 of you, including Uchiha Kagami, were specifically requested by Lord Tobarama. The youths from the Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud villages also seemed to qualify. The examiners relayed to Yiyu. Yiyu nodded. Proceed as you see fit. Consequently, Uchiha Kagami, Sarutobi Hizashi, Long Wang, Long E, and several dozen ninjas were promoted to Chunin. It appears I have failed after all, Reikage murmured. Their year-long research on the tailed beasts has yielded rather meager results. However, the issue does not lie in the compatibility between the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki, but rather in the latter's insufficient endurance. Reikage, please trust me. I will surely overcome this, declared Yue Long Wang with resolute determination. Feeling a profound sense of disappointment for not securing the top position this time, after bidding farewell to them, he resolved to return to his village. The 5 Kage convened once more, expressing a favorable impression regarding the Chunin exams. I hear it was your brother's suggestion? Hashirama nodded. Indeed, this exam was proposed by Yeyu, leading the 5 Kage to devise a comprehensive plan for ninja promotions to be conducted biannually in a rotating manner across the 5 shinobi villages. At last. I have found you, Izuna. As the Kage departed, only the Umbu members remained in the arena. Kurizetsu concealed himself in a hidden location, observing the Uchiha Izuna. Is he truly the brother of Uchiha Madara? If I could seize control of him. After the Umbu members departed, taking advantage of the forest cover, Kurizetsu leaped nimbly from the branches onto Izuna, subsequently vanishing. Izuna felt a sudden chill, but, seeing no immediate threat around him, dismissed the incident. 12 years after the founding of Konoha, this marked the year before Hashirama's demise. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had all been born and were now preparing to enter the Ninja Academy. During these years, Yiyu had been tirelessly seeking methods to elevate his Sharingan to a higher level and integrate various research on ability replication, yet all his endeavors had ended in disappointing failures. In the original narrative, aside from Orochimaru, only one other person maintained a youthful visage, Tsunade, who mastered the 100 healings technique, derived from Senju Hashirama himself. The regenerative capabilities of Hashirama's cells are remarkably robust and proliferate swiftly, allowing wounds to heal almost instantaneously. Since Yeiyu's body is partially composed of Senju Hashirama's cells, he too possesses a fragment of Hashirama's regenerative cells. However, to draw closer to Hashirama's capabilities, he must continue his research. Yeiyu found an excuse to collect additional cells from Hashirama, yet regrettably, he had not achieved any breakthroughs thus far. Damn it, another failure? Yeiyu lamented as he emerged from underground, having established a laboratory dedicated to the study of regenerative cells, much like the future Orochimaru. Is Izuna not back yet? Yeiyu inquired coldly of the nearby Umbu member. The Umbu member trembled at Yeiyu's tone, as he had become increasingly fierce over the years, seemingly influenced by some unknown force. Yeiyu urgently required the cells within Izuna's body. Though lacking the pure Indra bloodline like Uchiha Madara, they could still potentially react with Hashirama's regenerative cells. The task assigned to Izuna has yet to be completed, and he remains within the borders of the Land of Grass. A member of the Umbu spoke tremulously. As time gradually passed, Hashirama too began to age. Even now, he is still revered as the god of ninjas. This notion, though somewhat implausible given the absence of a stated cause for Hashirama's demise in the original narrative, suggests that the regenerative cells could not sustain his body, leading to his ailments and eventual passing. Let us simply adapt to this interpretation. The leaders of the other 4 nations have slowly begun to perceive this situation, growing increasingly restless and initiating movements within the ninja world. Izuna's current mission is to quell the unrest in the Land of Grass that borders the territory of Konoha. It seems we must await his return, sighed Yaiba, waving his hand to dismiss his subordinates. The Umbu member breathed a sigh of relief and hastily exited. After engaging with the Hyuga, Akimichi, Nara, and other clans proficient in yin-yang release techniques, Yaiba utilized the ability replication system to assimilate their powers, which he subsequently stored within the divine container of the Earth Grudge Fear. From previous missions, he had captured 2 rogue ninjas from other nations, seizing their hearts and successfully acquiring the remaining 2. Now, Yaiba possesses 7 hearts within the divine container of Earth Grudge Fear, in addition to the foundational 5 elemental ninjutsu. He has also acquired the Yin Release, Shadow Secret technique from the Nara clan, and the Yang Release, healing technique, akin to the 100 healings technique, albeit activated actively. Hashirama's ailments have grown increasingly dire. Though Madara Uchiha has not engaged in combat with Hashirama, the latter's health continues to deteriorate, leaving most of the political affairs to Tobirama. One wonders where Madara has disappeared to. Surely, if he were to cause any disturbance, the village would receive word of it. Yaiba stood atop the Hokage building, lost in thought. Please spare us. Many ninjas knelt in the darkness, pleading fervently. Beside them, a figure clad in black robes, with a peculiar kaleidoscopic pattern in his eyes, coldly gazed upon them. Kill them, kill them. Black Zetsu whispered from the shadows. Izuna's gaze then grew even more frigid. With a swift motion, he executed a clean strike, and several ninja heads fell to the ground in an instant. There was no trace of anger upon Izuna's face. He appeared as devoid of life as a corpse. Over the years, that voice had incessantly echoed in his ears, compelling him to visit the South shrine to witness the inscriptions above, leading him to question whether the Uchiha clan truly remained as noble as it once was. Madara is no more. Your brother is gone. Upon first hearing this voice, Izuna felt not fear, but rage and indignation. Who is it? He exclaimed, scanning his surroundings in a futile attempt to locate the source of the voice. Gradually, the frequency of this phrase increased, accompanied by a variety of different rhetoric. I am another version of yourself that you have created. I am you, and you are me. Although Izuna was reluctant to believe this voice, he found himself inevitably inquiring about the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara. Slowly, even within the Uchiha clan, a certain rumor began to circulate, leaving Izuna in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 44. Betrayal is what you say true? Due to his affiliation with the Umbu, Izuna often found himself away from the inner circles of the Uchiha clan. The senior members of the Uchiha, summoned by Izuna, nodded in unison. Could it be that the Senju clan has already taken action against us? Aside from Uchiha Madara and Yaiba, the other members of the Uchiha were the only ones he could trust. However, Yaiba had been residing in the underground laboratory for an extended period, and Izuna was unable to ascertain his precise location. Once Izuna, filled with doubt, departed, a dark, ominous presence suddenly emerged from the Uchiha members he had gathered, causing them to collapse onto the ground. Heh. Finally found the opportunity. Now things will proceed smoothly, Black Zetsu chuckled, returning to the present. After Izuna eliminated his target, he did not sheath his blade. Rather, he maintained a firm grip on it. What? Lord Izuna, please allow us to refuse. Upon hearing Izuna's intention to have the Uchiha clan members leave Konohagakure, many began to question whether Izuna had lost his mind. After all, the village was flourishing, and the Uchiha had not experienced such a sense of stability and prosperity in a long time. The words of Black Zetsu echoed incessantly in his mind, disturbing him even during his slumber. I'm sorry, brother, Izuna murmured, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Now in his 40s. Izuna sighed helplessly as he witnessed the refusal of his clan members, unaware that his consciousness was gradually being altered by Black Zetsu. What? Are you saying Izuna has left Konohagakure? Upon receiving this news, Yaiba was first taken aback, but then immediately connected it to Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Has it appeared again? Yaiba sneered, a glint of coldness in his eyes. This seems quite serious. Lord Ban, you should personally visit the Hokage building, Yaiba suggested. He nodded and vanished from sight. At the Hokage building in Konohagakure, several Umbu members, their bodies riddled with numerous wounds and burns, lay amidst the chaos. They are. Yaiba's heart trembled as he asked in a hushed tone. They died last night, coinciding with Izuna's departure. Without further consideration, one could deduce from the wounds on the bodies that they had indeed encountered Izuna, leading to a fierce battle. Izuna's current actions are sufficient to categorize him as a traitor. However, aside from being concerned about Izuna's whereabouts, Uchiha Madara would undoubtedly be disheartened to witness such a scene upon returning to Konoha. Only one member of the Uchiha clan has survived the ordeal. Indeed. Suddenly, Senju Tobirama, standing nearby, erupted in fury, his body emanating a radiant blue chakra. His compassion was solely reserved for his own kin, displaying indifference towards other clans. Coldly, Tobirama remarked, his previously favorable impression of the Uchiha clan dissipating. Yet, it is premature to draw conclusions. Yue shook his head, as the events of that fateful day remained unclear. You, come here. Tobirama summoned the Uchiha clansmen, demanding, tell us exactly what transpired last night. Trembling slightly, the Uchiha clansmen glanced at the high-ranking officials of Konoha and nervously recounted. Last night, while we were patrolling outside the main gate, we encountered Lord Izuna, who was attempting to leave. adhering to Konoha's nighttime curfew. We approached to inquire about his intentions. However, Lord Izuna suddenly drew his sword, and before I could react, several of my comrades were already slain. I was paralyzed with fear, and then you let him go? The Uchiha clansman nodded. Did he utter any words? Tobirama pressed. He asked if I wished to accompany him, but before I could respond, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Did he exhibit any abnormalities? Yuyue inquired. Lord Izuna's eyes seemed somewhat different than before, the Uchiha clansman replied. Different? Yuyue pondered this statement, reflecting on the possibility that Lord Izuna's Mangeki Sharingan had acquired new patterns, and his aura felt significantly more potent than before. Could it be? Yuyue suddenly had a revelation and, accompanied by Tobirama and the others, made his way to the residence of the Uchiha clan. One of the houses was crowded with people, their voices a cacophony of murmurs. It appeared that Miyoshi had met his demise the previous night. Did he have enemies outside? How could they have infiltrated his home, brutally gouging out his eyes? It was utterly barbaric. Make way, make way. Amidst the curious gazes of the Uchiha clansmen, Yuyue and his companions approached, noting the peculiarities of the surroundings which bore the scars of a recent battle. Upon inquiry, Yuyue learned the identity of the deceased Uchiha clansman. He was one of the few within the clan to possess the Mangeki Sharingan, and he shared a familial bond with Izuna and Madara. A cousinly connection, coupled with the gruesome act of his eyes being plucked from their sockets. A resolute thought took root in Yuyue's mind. Could it be that Izuna had succeeded? Wasn't the probability of attaining the eternal Mangeki Sharingan exceedingly low? The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, a power accessible only through the transplantation of another Sharingan, allows for the awakening of a higher level of ocular technique. The closer the bloodline connection, the greater the likelihood of success. This explains why Izuna Uchiha sought out his cousin, Ky Uchiha, in order to unlock the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Black Zetsu. It was a grave mistake not to search for you sooner. Yiyu now felt a deep sense of regret. He had encountered Black Zetsu only once many years ago, and to discover its reemergence with such significant repercussions was utterly unexpected. Seal this place off, and ensure the information does not spread, Tobirama commanded, simultaneously severing all communication between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village. Who would have thought that not only Madara but also Izuna would be ensnared? Yiyu was acutely aware of Black Zetsu's peril, although it was merely a manifestation of Kagaya's will. It possessed remarkable intelligence and could endure for millennia in pursuit of its resurrection plan. However, all Yiyu could do now was to bolster the night patrols in Konoha. Under Hashirama's guidance, he issued a bounty, and during discussions among Tobirama, the Hyuga clan, and other high-ranking officials, it was concluded that the power of Izuna's newly awakened eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan was overwhelmingly formidable. Thus, an additional phrase was inscribed beneath the bounty, regardless of life or death. Ah, how troublesome it is to have long nights filled with dreams, Yiyu mused. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Fire, a man carrying a fan on his back entered the territory, his countenance resolute and his aura commanding, causing the ninjas lining the roadside to step aside. Chapter 45, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama Part 1. A sudden gust of wind compelled the man to pause momentarily. What is this? The man with the peculiar hairstyle picked up a paper that had blown by and cast a hasty glance at it. That single glance left him utterly astonished. Izuna. Once more. In the underground laboratory, Yiyu reopened the container housing Hashirama's cells. Two equally sized cell samples appeared before him. Soon, the cells began to move toward Yiyu, as Hashirama's regenerative cells were astonishingly potent, rapidly producing more of themselves within moments. However, after a brief period of survival on Yiyu's body, the Hashirama cells suddenly exhibited signs of distress, swiftly becoming shriveled before plummeting to the ground with a thud. A failure? Yiyu pondered, feeling a wave of disappointment. It seemed that Izuna's Sharingan alone lacked the necessary strength, requiring an additional pair of Sharingan for a perfect fusion with Hashirama's cells. Yiyu was now certain that Izuna had been possessed by Black Zetsu, and in order to locate him, he needed to rely on the aura emanating from Izuna. No wonder even Yui could not discern Black Zetsu's whereabouts. This being was exceedingly adept at hiding. Leader, the head of the Uchiha clan has returned. The head of the Uchiha clan? Yuyu's heart skipped a beat. At the entrance of Konoha, Uchiha Obito approached slowly, bearing an enormous fan on his back, his countenance icy and his gaze piercing. It was Uchiha Obito. He had returned. Over a decade had passed since his departure from the village, and no one knew the purpose of his sudden reappearance. Hashirama. The resounding call of Uchiha Obito echoed throughout Konoha as he swiftly ascended the rock face, gazing blankly at the Hokage building. Is it really him? In the Hokage building, Hashirama observed the figure on the cliff, his expression darkening. Yet, he was unaware of why Uchiha Obito had vanished, only to return abruptly. And an ominous premonition settled in his heart. Summoning jutsu, Uchiha Obito bit his finger and pressed it against the rock wall, and with a sudden whoosh, a massive orange-red fox with 9 tails materialized, its enormous eyes adorned with the pattern of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, indicating it had fallen under Obito's control. The 9 tails, Tobirama exclaimed anxiously. What is happening? How did the 9 tails come to be here? Uchiha Obito had managed to capture the 9 tails from the wild. He intended to wreak havoc upon the village. Senju Hashirama rose to his feet. Even at over 40 years of age, despite the torment of regenerative cells, his combat prowess remained undiminished. A sharp glint crossed Hashirama's eyes. Anyone who posed a threat to the village, be they friends, brothers, or even children, would not be spared. Hashirama leaped from the Hokage building, landing squarely on the Hokage rock. Obito, what are you planning? Do you intend to destroy the village we built with our own hands? Uchiha Obito remained silent, instead directing the 9 tails to charge at Hashirama. Aware that a battle here could endanger the villagers and their homes, Hashirama drew Obito's attention, leading him into a forest outside the village. Without hesitation, Obito commanded the 9 tails to pursue him. Amidst the astonished and dazed crowd, Yuyuki donned his mask and rushed forward. He was not joining the fray. If his instincts were correct, Uchiha Obito's objective was not to annihilate Konoha, but to obtain Hashirama's cells. Would Dragon Jutsu. Hashirama clasped his hands together, summoning a magnificent wood dragon that surged forth, emanating a regal aura, its eyes glowing golden as it advanced toward the 9 tails. In the instant of their clash, the wood dragon coiled around the 9 tails, binding it tightly. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song Jutsu. Obito performed hand seals, and 4 colossal fire dragons erupted from the ground, their heads crashing into the wood dragon, igniting it. The wood dragon, sustaining damage, lunged fiercely at the 9 tails. Given their immense sizes, even the slightest movement sent tremors through the entire forest. Obito, what is it that you truly seek? With hands clasped together, Hashirama inquired in a stern voice. Come, let us engage in a true battle. Years have passed, and I have long forgotten when we last faced each other. Obito's countenance grew increasingly menacing, his entire frame trembling slightly, while the kaleidoscopic pattern of his Sharingan began to evolve. Uchiha Obito's left eye, spinning in a mesmerizing dance, ultimately transformed into the 6 Tomo Sharingan. The sight of those eyes left Hashirama profoundly shaken. Their power surpassed his expectations, and he remained oblivious to the origins of Obito's newfound abilities. In the distance, watching the unfolding confrontation, Yaiba was equally astounded. Is that the Sharingan? He pondered, noting that even the original narrative had not depicted such eyes. Why had Azuna turned traitor? After activating these eyes, Obito suddenly mused aloud. Although he had other motives for arriving in Konoha, he found it astonishing to hear of Azuna's defection. He sought answers from Hashirama, but the despondence in Hashirama's gaze spoke volumes. Obito's 6 Tomo Sharingan began to whirl, and beneath him, the 9 tails let out a ferocious roar, its fur bristling as its own Sharingan transitioned from 3 Tomo to 6 Tomo. With a thunderous crash, the 9 tails struck the ground, sending trees soaring and dust enveloping the area. Would golem technique. Beneath Hashirama, a colossal wooden figure emerged, having witnessed the 9 tails assault. The golem approached, mending its injuries. Hashirama's wood release allowed him to rejuvenate his strength and heal his summoned constructs by absorbing the energy from trees. Obito, well aware of this, sought to thwart Hashirama's recovery by uprooting the surrounding trees during their conflict, denying him access to nature's energy. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Hashirama unfurled a scroll from his back, unleashing a massive shuriken that spiraled toward Uchiha Obito. As it glided through the air, the shuriken spawned numerous clones, all charging at Obito, riding atop the 9 tails. Obito evaded the onslaught of shurikens while simultaneously gathering dark chakra within the beast's maw. He then unleashed a powerful tailed beast bomb, a formidable skill possessed by all tailed beasts. The chakra of the beast was composed of blue yang chakra and dark purple yin chakra, allowing it to reach its utmost potential. A fully charged tailed beast bomb had the capacity to obliterate an entire mountain. Chapter 46, Uchiha Obito vs. Senju Hashirama Part 2. Hashirama swiftly raised his hands, and simultaneously, the wooden golem below also extended its arms, absorbing the impact of the tailed beast bomb. The recoil from the bomb sent the golem staggering back hundreds of meters. The nine tails radiated a surge of crimson light, its form expanding significantly. Was it those eyes? Hashirama's expression grew increasingly grave. It seems that Madara has encountered numerous experiences over the past decade. However, it is imperative to thwart his actions. Fire style, Grand Fireball. A radiant blue light emanated from Madara Uchiha, appearing exceptionally brilliant against the nine tails. Is it Susanoo? A skeletal form initially manifested from Madara's body, subsequently transforming into arms and ribs. Although his body was not entirely enveloped by Susanoo, leaving considerable gaps, its defensive capabilities were sufficient to withstand the majority of assaults. Following this, the form took on a skeletal appearance, with chakra enveloping his entire being. Ultimately, four great swords materialized upon Susanoo. As Madara moved, the azure Susanoo brandished its blades towards Hashirama. A streak of blue light sliced through the air, striking directly upon the wooden figure. Wood style, Flowering Tree World. Hashirama unleashed his wood-style ninjutsu, and in an instant, massive tree branches rose from the depths below, cleaving through mountains and engulfing the entire ground. Blossoms adorned the trees, releasing toxic pollen upon blooming. Should an ordinary ninja inhale this pollen, they would succumb to paralysis and possibly even death. Is it this technique again? Madara had witnessed it in their previous encounter. This time, he covered his mouth and nose with his clothing while adeptly maneuvering the nine tails to evade the assault. Yet, Hashirama's wood-style ninjutsu had not fully unleashed. The trees summoned by the Flowering Tree World surged towards Madara Uchiha. Upon seeing the trees advancing towards him, the nine tails conjured a tailed beast bomb, releasing it with a resounding impact. The tailed beast bomb shattered the defenses of the Flowering Tree World and struck the wooden figure. However, Hashirama had already regained his footing through the growing trees. Indeed, this is a thrilling and exhilarating clash. How exhilarating! Madara's eyes gleamed with increasing excitement as he charged once more on the back of the nine tails. His left eye spun again, and the nine tails let out a fearsome roar, extending its claws to seize the wooden dragon, forcefully pulling it forth. Simultaneously, the four long swords wielded by Madara's Susanoo launched an offensive, the azure blades slicing towards Hashirama. Hashirama descended from the wooden figure. As the assault ceased, Madara redirected the nine tails to face Hashirama. Behind him, Hashirama bore a scroll. His Hokage cloak tattered from the battle's aftermath. He decisively discarded the cloak, revealing the crimson armor he had donned long ago. Madara, I shall not permit you to shatter the dreams we share. Gazing down at Hashirama, Madara's thoughts wandered far afield. This fruit, said to be derived from the legendary divine tree, is akin to your fan. Throughout his lengthy journey, Madara finally uncovered the secret of the divine tree. Located in a serene and tranquil realm, untouched by storms. In retrospect, Uchiha Madara found himself unable to recall that particular location, as though it had been expunged from his memory. The fruit in question was the true catalyst for the transformation of his left eye into the Rinnegan. Hashirama, you have no idea what I have endured over these past years. My singular desire now is to engage in battle with you once more. Come, do not hold back. Hashirama, that stone, I've already thrown it to the other side. Is that so? I had no intention of fighting you seriously. Are you suggesting that you could eliminate me at any moment? Madara's gaze intensified, and the nine tails unleashed another tailed beast bomb, hurtling it toward Hashirama. Summoning technique, five-headed gate of hell. Hashirama patted the ground, which instantly erupted with five towering gates adorned with ghastly visages, intercepting the tailed beast bomb's onslaught. Would release, Great Wall technique. Hashirama spread his arms in a defensive stance, conjuring a wooden shield shaped like a fanged demon's face. Would release, Would clone technique. Several colossal hands surged from beneath the ground, encircling the nine tails. This technique channels chakra into the earth, manifesting numerous wooden hands that can be deftly manipulated at will, far more versatile and mobile compared to the colossal wooden golems Hashirama typically commands. While this technique produces an array of massive hands, it requires little time to activate, leaving enemies unaware of where the hands may emerge, rendering them nearly impossible to evade even for Uchiha Madara. When did this happen? Damn it! Madara attempted to maneuver the nine tails to flee, but the enormous hands had already seized its tail. Susanoo. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of light blades sliced through the hands. standing anxiously in the background. Tobirama wondered if Hashirama was holding back due to Madara's prolonged absence, allowing him to persist in his restraint. Yet, given the magnitude of this confrontation, even Tobirama's Sharingan, replicated from Izuna, would be of little consequence. Are you still not using your full strength? Hashirama. As Madara spoke, he directed the Nine Tails to charge at Hashirama. Alas, Hashirama finally comprehended that matters had spiraled beyond redemption. Madara, I never anticipated that our first encounter after parting would unfold in such a manner. Sage Art. As the Nine Tails barreled toward him at breakneck speed, Hashirama displayed no hint of fear. Green patterns reminiscent of the Thousand Hands experience card gifted to Tobirama adorned his visage. Would release, true Thousand Hands. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. What? Madara stood frozen, astonished by the tremors emanating from the ground. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have deemed it unimaginable that merely raising his hand could instigate a localized earthquake. Soon, thunderous booms echoed through the air. From beneath the earth emerged the head of a Buddha statue, but that was not the end, accompanied by the thousands of hands behind the Buddha's head. The entirety of the great statue finally revealed itself. In comparison to the Nine Tails, the latter appeared as a diminutive creature. Hashirama, facing the colossal Buddha that greatly surpassed him. Madara exhibited no sign of fear, instead roaring as he charged toward Hashirama. Madara. Hashirama responded in kind, his body slightly leaning forward. As the great Buddha began to move slowly ahead, as they drew near, the multitude of hands from the Buddha obscured the sky, striking down upon the Nine Tails. Chapter 47, the Sixth Tomo. Kenishi. Bang, bang, bang. For several minutes, the thousands of hands of the Buddha did not cease, each blow landing with palpable force. Bang, bang. After hundreds of punches, blood spewed from Madara's mouth as he leaped off from atop the Nine Tails. Seizing the opportunity, Hashirama extended his right hand at the moment Madara descended. The great Buddha below Hashirama reached out with its hands, grasping the Nine Tails as one would a mere toy. The wooden figure atop the Buddha descended from the sky, placing its palm upon the head of the Nine Tails. With serene eyes closed, the Nine Tails remained tranquil. Beads of sweat began to form on Madara's brow, solidifying his belief that the title of God of Shinobi held by Hashirama was indeed well-deserved. Nine Tails, your power is overwhelming. Forgive me for not allowing you to act as you wish. The Nine Tails trembled momentarily before standing motionless. Now it is your turn, Madara. Hashirama leapt down from the great Buddha, retrieving a scroll from behind him. The moment the scroll unfurled, a large sword materialized before Hashirama and surged toward Uchiha Madara. Seeing that the Nine Tails had been restrained, Uchiha Madara scoffed, brandishing a fan in one hand and a scythe in the other as he approached. As they drew closer, Yu also entered the fray. Name: Uchiha Madara, Fruit Absorber, Combat Power, 7,500 Abilities, 6 Tomo Sharingan, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Susanoo. Mastery of Fire Release Techniques. Name: Senju Hashirama. Combat Power, 8,000 Abilities. Mastery of Wood Release Techniques, Superhuman Strength, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Dark Movement Technique. Mastery of Swordsmanship. Is it not possible for the system to perceive the capabilities of the 6 Tomo Sharingan? Yu felt a wave of anxiety. The inclusion of the 6 Tomo Sharingan introduced an unpredictable variable that could lead to complications. Observing further, it seemed that aside from enhancing tailed beasts, there were no other apparent manifestations of power. Wood Release. Birth of the World of Trees. Hashirama took several steps back, utilizing his chakra as nourishment for the trees, which rapidly sprouted from the ground, creating an entire forest in an instant. Madara was exceedingly acquainted with this ninjutsu. He initially employed fire release to conjure a colossal wall of flames, subsequently wielding a fan with great vigor. Boom! Upon contact with the wall of fire, the wind-natured chakra ignited into a roaring blaze, gradually incinerating the area within the realm of the trees. In an instant, the entire region was engulfed in a sea of flames. With a swift leap among the trees, Uchiha Madara located Hashirama amidst the inferno, raising his fan and scythe to strike. Hashirama, in turn, grasped his katana, poised to counter the aerial assault from Madara. At that moment, a faint smirk graced Madara's lips, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan in his eyes began to rotate slowly. Hashirama, allow you to experience the true essence of ninjutsu. Susanoo, 4th form. A blue armor of Susanoo materialized behind Madara. As Hashirama processed Madara's declaration, his mind raced, his gaze fixated on Madara. Swish, swish. Numerous ethereal forms of Susanoo emerged around Madara, flickering in and out of view, elusive and unfathomable. Multiple shuriken jutsu. Hashirama hurled his gigantic shuriken towards the Susanoo. Yet his intention was not to harm Susanoo itself, for its durability was immense. Mere shuriken would not suffice to breach it. The shuriken circled around Susanoo in a relentless dance, while the aura of the Sage of the Six Paths emanated a purple glow from Hashirama, a manifestation of his extraordinary strength. In the distance, many figures approached. Lord Tobirama, shall we assist Lord Hashirama? Sarutobi Hiruzen, now promoted to Jonin, alongside numerous elite shinobi and Umbu members from Konohagakure, arrived at the scene. Tobirama shook his head. Even with only Madara and Hashirama engaged, their extensive assaults rivaled that of a vast army of ninjas, and their intervention would scarcely alter the course of the battle. Should Hashirama find himself in dire straits, Tobirama would employ the Flying Thunder God technique to transport him to safety. Gazing at the Flying Thunder God seal upon Hashirama's left arm, Tobirama's expression grew increasingly grave. Lord Madara, what? Upon hearing the name of Yaiba, Tobirama quickly turned his attention to the battlefield. Indeed, behind a large boulder a few hundred meters away from Madara and Hashirama, Yaiba was observing their confrontation, seemingly preparing to intervene. As Yaiba turned back, he noticed Tobirama watching him intently. After signaling with a gesture, Tobirama, despite his concerns, felt helpless and could only silently pray. It has been activated. It has been activated. Yaiba was certain that the phrase Madara had just uttered was indicative of a new power of the Three-Tomo Sharingan. The fourth form, you say? Merely from its name, one cannot discern its true form. However, from the fleeting presence of Susanoo, Yu sensed an unsettling aura. Sage mode. Hashirama clasped his hands together, intricate patterns resurfacing on his face as he harnessed natural energy to perceive the myriad of Susanoo's avatars, seeking to locate the true form of Uchiha Madara. To Hashirama's astonishment, despite the overwhelming number of Susanoo manifestations, none approached him, seemingly awaiting something. At last, one spectral Susanoo launched an assault, a blue blade cleaving towards Senju Hashirama. Among the shurikens swirling around Susanoo, one darted towards the blue blade, intercepting it before redirecting its attack towards the originating Susanoo. Upon contact with Susanoo's surface, the shuriken astonishingly penetrated through, leaving only a fleeting ripple in its wake. Is it an illusion? Activate. Hashirama clasped his hands again, his pupils widening in realization. The illusion vanished, leaving only a single Susanoo, yet Uchiha Madara was nowhere to be found, merely the empty shell of Susanoo remaining. Boom. Hashirama leapt aside as a massive boulder plummeted from the sky, crashing directly beside his left hand. The surrounding trees were instantaneously obliterated, and simultaneously, the vanished Susanoo reappeared, hovering in the air, fixated on Senju Hashirama. After several rounds of attempts, Hashirama finally came to a profound realization. Madara, is this your new ninjutsu? A hint of a smile graced Hashirama's face. Any contact he made with the spectral Susanoo would cause its shattered form to transform into various attack types, such as small meteors or shurikens. However, this alone would not suffice to make Madara perceive the true potency of this technique. Indeed, as Hashirama sought a means of destruction, Madara emerged from within Susanoo as if stepping out from another realm. Damn it, my chakra is running low. It seems I must resort to Taijutsu to resolve this. No matter, once that jutsu is activated, my plan will have succeeded, Madara contemplated silently. Chapter 48, Izanagi. Regrettably, the chakra consumption of the Rinnegan was immense. Even with Uchiha Madara's vast reserves, they were rapidly depleting. The two combatants found themselves amidst a waterfall, the very side of the Valley of the Inn from the original narrative. They battled fiercely for an entire day and night. Hashirama's red armor became increasingly tattered, and Uchiha Madara was equally battered, his black attire in ruins, gasping for breath. Whoosh! The two collided once more, and Hashirama fell to the ground, while Tobirama and the others watched anxiously from a distance. Uchiha Madara stood motionless, gazing at the fallen Senju Hashirama, when suddenly, a katana pierced through Madara's chest, blood gushing forth. Should the safety of the village be threatened, even my brothers, friends, and children would not be spared. The words of Hashirama still echoed in my mind, his gaze revealing a fierce intensity. Uchiha Madara, with all his might, turned and sank his teeth into Hashirama's shoulder, tearing away a piece of flesh and consuming it. However, The figure before Uchiha Madara was merely a would-release clone of Hashirama. One day, Hashirama, you shall comprehend that your methods are flawed. Gazing at the fallen Uchiha Madara, Hashirama pressed his hand against the wound on his shoulder, reclining against the nearby stone wall. Just as Yaoyu was about to make a move, a sudden cold wind swept through, and a blue figure appeared beside Hashirama. "Brother, are you all right?" Tobirama inquired anxiously. Lord Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and others also approached Yaoyu. Although Hashirama bore some injuries, he exhibited no signs of pain. "Leave his body to me," Yaoyu murmured, casting a glance at Senju Tobirama. Understanding the implication, Tobirama said nothing further and assisted Hashirama in departing the scene. It must be acknowledged that this battle could only truly be appreciated in person, and it was only now that Yaoyu was beginning to recover from the shock. "Are you still going to pretend?" Yaoyu spoke coldly in the deserted surroundings. Uchiha Madara lay motionless on the ground. Had one been unaware of the original story, even with the Sharingan and Byakugan activated, they might not have suspected Madara still lived. As Yaoyu approached Uchiha Madara, numerous dark figures flickered around his body, reminiscent of the earlier battle with Hashirama. "Is it the power of the sixth tomo?" Yaoyu pondered silently. "How did you know I was still alive?" A familiar voice emerged from the direction of the corpse. Yaoyu's body jolted, and the shadows beside him suddenly launched an attack. Concurrently, Madara's fingers twitched, and his eyes abruptly opened. One eye had gone blind, revealing a white pupil, while the other bore the sixth tomo Sharingan. "Just as I suspected." "Oh, you actually know of Izanagi?" Uchiha Madara appeared genuinely astonished, for only he or a select few from the Uchiha clan were privy to this technique. How could a member of the Senju clan like Yaoyu possibly know? Madara burst into laughter, a sound that felt discordant in such an environment. "Ha ha." Hashirama and Tobirama had already departed some distance away, clearly a deliberate act on Madara's part to avoid unforeseen circumstances. "So you are Tobirama Senju? Even if you are aware of it, what does it matter? Even though my chakra is nearly depleted, it will not be so easy to extinguish my life. By the way," Uchiha Madara greedily remarked, "I recall that you possess eyes capable of activating the Sharingan. Before I commence my experiments, allow me to utilize your eyes." With that, the shadow beside Uchiha Madara surged towards Yiyu. The instant it made contact with Yiyu, the fragmenting shadow morphed into various forms of attack, showcasing the unique ability of Kenyu Shurho. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Yiyu swiftly formed seals, causing 4 earthen walls to rise from the ground. However, the shadows created by Uchiha Madara were devoid of any physical entity. Upon contacting the stone walls, the attacks were still deemed to target Yiyu. Shuriken and Kunai, emerging from unknown origins, shattered the earthen barriers and surged toward Yiyu. This cannot continue. Uchiha Madara sought to exhaust Yiyu's chakra and stamina through the sixth tomo, setting the stage for a true assault. Shadow Clone Technique. The speed of his seals was astonishing. Uchiha Madara marveled inwardly. Sharingan. Yiyu abruptly opened his eyes, utilizing the Sharingan's formidable observational prowess to evade the shadow's attacks as he closed the distance to Uchiha Madara. Recognizing his dire predicament, Uchiha Madara began to retreat. As dawn approached, he relinquished his intention to seize Yiyu's eyes. "We shall meet again, provided you survive until then. I shall remember you, Yiyu," Uchiha Madara declared from his elevated position, before swiftly departing, leaving behind merely a corpse of a shadow clone. Through Izanagi, Uchiha Madara could render unfavorable events within a certain time frame, as though they had never occurred, transforming only those circumstances that favored him into reality. The duration of this ability varied with each individual, but using it would result in the user's Sharingan becoming blind, posing significant risks. This was precisely why Uchiha Madara regarded it as a life-preserving skill. When activated, it allowed the Sharingan to document the user's current state within the skill's effective period. Regardless of the damage or even death the user might endure, they could physically revert to the recorded state, though expended chakra could not be restored, and the condition of the eye was excluded from this recovery. However, using Izanagi would lead to permanent blindness of the eye. Did he manage to escape? Yiyu lamented, gazing at his clenched hands. Within them lay Uchiha Madara's already blind eye. Originally, Yiyu intended to seize Uchiha Madara's sixth tomo Sharingan. Yet Madara's deft evasion caused Yiyu to grasp at the wrong location. However, these eyes remain invaluable, for they flow with the blood of Indra. In the original narrative, Uchiha Madara awakened the Rinnegan even with one eye blind, and both of his eyes were in pristine condition. Could there be some other means? On the other hand, Uchiha Madara had one eye that bled and remained tightly shut, while the other was unscathed. How infuriatingly careless. Yet, thankfully, the plan could still proceed. Chapter 49. Sealing the Nine Tails? No need. I possess would release as well. Konohagakure. The news of Uchiha Madara's demise spread not only throughout the Leaf Village, but also reached the other 4 shinobi villages. Surprisingly, the Uchiha clan did not mourn Madara's passing. Rather, it felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted, allowing them to breathe easy. Meanwhile, Yu quietly concealed the truth within his heart. Revealing the information would only plunge the village back into chaos. Madara. He has finally perished. In Iwagakure, Inoki and Mu both sighed in relief. This development diminished their fear of Konohagakure, emboldening them to engage in various underground activities without restraint. Warfare began to erupt across every nation. By this point, not only the first Tsuchikage, but also other Kages had passed away. Those who once served as guards, such as Mu, as well as members like Hozuki Mangetsu, Yazuki Ai, and Sabaku had all ascended to the role of Kage. Unlike their predecessors, these new leaders made tremendous contributions to unify their villages. With the presence of tailed beasts, each shinobi village sealed them within the bodies of their blood relatives, becoming Jinchuriki, to prevent the beasts from escaping their control. Konohagakure followed suit. After Uzumaki Ashina's death, Uzumaki Mito became the new leader of Yuzushiogakure, her sealing techniques having grown even more formidable. At her behest, Hashirama finally consented to her desire to become a Jinchuriki willingly. What do you intend to do? The Nine Tails revealed its crimson eyes, and upon detaching from Hashirama's wooden construct, it harbored an even greater disdain for humanity. Although Uzumaki Mito had now surpassed 40 years of age, her beauty remained captivating, imbued with an added grace. Listening to the Nine Tails' curses in silence, Mito raised her hands to form seals. Just as she was about to complete the incantation, a shouted voice halted her movements. Sister Mito, Ban, what brings you here? Mito inquired, as Hashirama and Tobirama turned their gazes toward him. The reason for sealing the Nine Tails was that, aside from Hashirama, no one else could contain it. Yu, recognizing this fundamental truth, tirelessly studied wood-release techniques under the enhancement of the system. Nowadays, aside from the sage techniques Hashirama learned from the Wetbone Forest, Yu had elevated all his wood-release techniques to a proficient level, primarily to control the Nine Tails. Although Yu could manipulate the Nine Tails using his Sharingan, doing so would only deepen the beast's resentment towards them. In the interstice of the wooden beams, one could hardly fathom the extent of your progress. Hashirama, observing the distinct chakra coursing through Yayu's being, expressed his astonishment, remarking that he had merely spoken in jest. If Yayu could master his wood-release, there would be no need for anyone to become a Jinchuriki. With hands clasped together, Yayu fervently summoned the chakra within him. Wood-release, the technique of the 4 pillars of sealing. Upon uttering the ninjutsu, he felt the volume of chakra within him diminish by half instantaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Before Yayu, 4 colossal wooden pillars materialized, encircling the Nine Tails and forming a prison. Under the gaze of onlookers, Yayu rose on tiptoe, leaping to a level with the trees alongside the Nine Tails. You human brat, I shall remember you. When I break free, I will rend you to shreds. The Nine Tails bellowed furiously, grasping at the prison. Must you resort to such threats? Yayu shook his head. If you comply with us from Konohagakure, we would not confine you here. You are all as treacherous as that accursed Uchiha Madara. Yayu disregarded the Nine Tails' outcry, procuring a sealing talisman from the whirlpool of water and affixing it to the wooden bars. In an instant, the wooden prison, which had been swaying under the Nine Tails' incessant struggles, became significantly sturdier. If you behave well in the future, I may consider releasing you. What do you think? The Nine Tails seemed to tire of the exchange, turning away to close its eyes and rest. Yayu could only smile helplessly as he leapt down from the wooden structure. After a few more years of training, perhaps I will no longer need Sister Mito's sealing techniques to assist me. What age are you? Yet you still call me sister without a hint of embarrassment. Mito sighed. Calling you sister only enhances your youthful appearance, Yayu chuckled. Ding. Congratulations, the affinity between the host and Mito Uzumaki has reached 100, allowing the acquisition of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. Adamantine sealing. Adamantine sealing is a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, manifesting multiple chakra chains from the user's back. These chains serve not only as formidable weapons, but also as a means to create barriers and seal-tailed beasts. The stronger the chakra, the more chains are produced. amplifying the sealing capacity. At last, I have succeeded, Yayu thought to himself. Through his relentless efforts, he had finally achieved a perfect affinity with Mido. All right. Hashirama waved his hand, feeling a measure of relief at Yayu's ability to master wood release. With Madara deceased, he was nearing his own departure from this world. Yet his deepest concern lay with Konohagakure. Even though he had quelled the chaos, as long as the shinobi world existed, war would remain an inescapable topic. Tobirama, Hashirama. The future of Konohagakure rests upon your shoulders, he silently reflected, gazing at his brother with whom he had grown up. Host. Yu abilities. I technique. Kaleidoscope Sharingan Izuna. Byakugan proficient. Taijutsu proficient. Can further elevate under the enhancement of Sharingan or Byakugan. Ninjutsu. Sage art. True extinguishing flames technique proficient. Fire release. Wind dragon flame bullet technique proficient. Water release. Water formation wall proficient. Land grievance god container 7 heart state. Would release ninjutsu proficient. Unable to unleash the true thousand hands without the wet bone forest sage art. Wet bone forest? At this moment, Yi was in the Umbu, meditating with his eyes closed. As Yiyu's chakra increased, his mastery of ninjutsu became increasingly adept. At last, he succeeded. The adamantine sealing technique. Yiyu formed hand seals, and suddenly, 8 chains erupted from behind him, instantly shattering the massive boulder before him. Next came another matter. Yiyu stood up and bit his finger. Summoning technique. A colossal blue-green toad materialized before Yiyu, though awkwardly. Its size rendered its movements exceedingly cumbersome. How did it grow so large? Yiyu couldn't help but marvel at the toad's rapid development. What brings you here? The toad, Gamahiro, crossed its arms, 2 long blades resting on its back, appearing like an invisible display of grandeur. Is the great toad sage well? Chapter 50. Transplanting the Senju cells. Encounter with Izuna. Gamahiro nodded. Please convey my regards to the great toad sage. I shall visit him whenever I have the opportunity. Yiyu's tone brimmed with respect. This toad, more unfathomable than Kagaya Tsutsuki, instilled in him a sense of caution. Since his first use of the summoning technique to arrive at my Bokuzen, he had intermittently trained there. Yet he had never met Gamamaru. Gamahiro nodded. Although Gamahiro was Yiyu's summoning beast, Yiyu often relied on his other summoning beast, the shadowless bat, to navigate challenges. Gamahiro then vanished into thin air. Yiyu returned indoors and retrieved the white-pupiled eye from his pack. Yiyu was uncertain whether the increased variables would deter Uchiha Madara from visiting the Valley of the End. In the original tale, Uchiha Madara remained there until his demise. Regardless, it would be prudent to investigate. With the Ninja World War yet to commence, Yiyu resolved to act decisively, especially since Izuna had departed from Konoha and had even awakened the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Yiyu had not informed anyone in the village. Given that Uchiha Madara was gravely wounded, mobilizing many could inadvertently alert him. The Valley of the End, if memory served, should lie to the north of the Land of Fire. Yiyu donned his Umbu attire and set forth in the direction of the Land of Fire. The Valley of the End. With his torso bare, Uchiha Madara was enveloped in bandages, yet his face radiated joy. At long last, he had acquired Hashirama's cells. The Graveyard of Mountains was a perilous location, filled with the skeletal remains of large beasts, a place that ordinary individuals would not dare approach. Thus it had become Madara's sanctuary for recuperation. However, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Madara meticulously safeguarded Hashirama's flesh and blood. Once he had surveyed the surroundings to ensure no threats loomed, he retrieved Hashirama's remains. After the flow of blood from his chest subsided, Madara inhaled deeply and placed Hashirama's cells upon himself. In that fleeting moment, an indescribable agony surged through him. Remarkably, Madara, unlike ordinary beings, silently merged Hashirama's cells with his own body despite the excruciating pain. Nonetheless, to avert any mishaps, he utilized only a small portion of Hashirama's cells. Amidst the rising smoke, the wounds on Madara's body began to heal gradually. To his astonishment, the eye that had been taken by Leafs you had remarkably regenerated into an ordinary eye. The regenerative prowess of Hashirama's cells was indeed formidable. This reinforced Madara's belief in the veracity of the words inscribed on the stone tablet. Senju Hashirama, await my return. A fierce glint flickered in Madara's eyes, for he recognized only Senju Hashirama as a worthy adversary. The memory of his humiliating defeat at the hands of Yu lingered in his mind, deepening his animosity toward him. He resolved to remain hidden, having acquired Hashirama's cells. He would proceed as dictated by the stone tablet's instructions. In the northern region of the Land of Fire, the Graveyard of Mountains, situated on a small island, was not particularly difficult to locate. Is what you say true? Izuna questioned the heir as he sprinted northward. Since he had slain several Umbu shinobi and departed from Konoha, he found himself devoid of any recollection of his actions. Under the influence of Kurizetsu, coupled with the bounty on his head from Konoha, Izuna subconsciously believed he had been forsaken by the village. Uchiha Madara, coursing with Indra's bloodline, rendered Kurizetsu incapable of possessing him, forcing Kurizetsu to manipulate Madara's actions solely through words. However, Izuna was different. Kurizetsu had erased the memories of Izuna's departure from Konoha and had actively revealed himself, claiming to be his brother, a manifestation of Madara's will. Indeed, Kurizetsu whispered to him, "Is the content of that stone tablet genuine? You can inquire with your brother to ascertain that," he replied. Suppressing his excitement, Izuna quickened his pace. Shuriken technique. Just as Izuna landed on a branch, a shuriken severed it, causing him to lose his support and plummet from the heights above. However, in the fleeting moment of descent, Izuna deftly flipped over, agilely adjusting his posture and activating his Sharingan to survey his surroundings. Uchiha Izuna, Combat Power, 6500, I Technique, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Mastery, Taijutsu, Mastery, Ninjutsu, Fire Release Ninjutsu Expert, Wind Release Ninjutsu Proficient. His combat power is nearly on par with mine. Who goes there? Izuna inquired sternly. Izuna, it has been a long time. Above him appeared a cloaked figure from the Umbu, whose presence was surprisingly comparable to that of Uchiha Izuna. You must be Obito. Oh. Uraha was taken aback by how swiftly Izuna recognized him. Come back to Konoha with me. Do not be deceived by that dark little creature. You little brat. Who are you calling that? Kurizetsu interjected, a mixture of surprise and anger in his tone. You know Kurizetsu? Izuna asked Uraha, becoming increasingly vigilant. I do not have much time. Will you return with me? Uraha's tone was calm, devoid of any emotional inflection. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Izuna remained silent, solely intent on attacking. Uraha's current objective was to locate Uchiha Madara, but encountering Izuna necessitated a halt. With Izuna under Kurizetsu's control, Uraha was left with a singular thought, to eliminate Izuna. Water Release, Water Barrier. Although Izuna's Great Fireball Technique had reached an expert level, Uraha's Water Barrier encircled him from all sides, extinguishing the fireball. Let us end this swiftly, Izuna. Do not forget, you still need to find your brother. Izuna's gentle disposition was a key factor in Kurizetsu's ability to manipulate him, rendering him akin to a puppet. Susanoo, Izuna shouted, as azure armor enveloped his body, much like Uchiha Madara during his battle with Senju Hashirama, though the color of Izuna's Susanoo differed from Madara's, and he wielded a long sword that exuded an imposing presence. The Eternal Mangeki Sharingan can summon a complete Susanoo. This is all one needs to remember. Uraha formed hand seals, murmuring softly, Earth Release, Earth Spear. Izuna had not activated the complete form of Susanoo, prompting Uraha to initiate his attack from beneath Izuna's feet. What is that? Izuna exclaimed, observing an unfamiliar ninjutsu emanating from Uraha, directing his gaze toward Kurizetsu. Chapter 51. At last, I have you, candidate for Hokage. Kurizetsu, well-versed in various knowledge, hastily informed Uchiha Izuna. Be cautious, it appears to be a secret technique from Takigakure. It is truly astonishing that he has mastered such a ninjutsu. Just as Kurizetsu's words fell, a crack appeared beneath Izuna's feet, and a sharp object surged forth from the ground. Fire Release, Great Fire Extinguishing Technique. Uchiha Izuna swiftly formed hand seals, evading the assault of the Earth Spear. A dark mass once again materialized behind Yu, revealing a mask upon its surface. Presently, only the Wood Release technique could counter Uchiha Izuna's Susanoo, and Yu had to await Izuna's voluntary release of Susanoo before employing his Wood Release. However, Yu need not overly fret, for the chakra within Izuna was limited, and even though he possessed the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the forcibly merged eyes lacked sufficient power to awaken the full Susanoo and the Black Crow. The immense chakra consumption of the Wood Release technique necessitated caution. He would not recklessly employ it until Izuna unleashed his Susanoo. Izuna, do not prolong this any further. Let us conclude this swiftly. Black Zetsu spoke slowly from within him. Izuna's pupils widened abruptly. Susanoo. The emerald green Susanoo began to grow in size, ultimately manifesting its lower body and legs. Consequently, the stature of Susanoo became colossal. Wielding a massive long blade, Susanoo swung towards Yiyu. Yiyu retreated several steps, ensuring ample space. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Yiyu formed hand seals, and half of his chakra was instantaneously depleted. A wood dragon, equal in size to Susanoo, soared through the air, lunging towards Uchiha Izuna. Who is this child? Capable of wielding such a technique? Black Zetsu marveled in astonishment. A flood of memories sealed for centuries surged in his mind. Is it the same wood release technique as Ashura's? Izuna, flee. You cannot defeat him. Black Zetsu, fearing the reenactment of the battle between Ashura and Indra, urgently cried out. At this moment, Izuna was deeply embroiled in the conflict with Yiyu, too preoccupied to heed Black Zetsu's warnings. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Izuna exhaled flames, simultaneously maneuvering Susanoo as he charged towards Yiyu. Would release. The 5 Walida flower tree realm birth has concluded. Deplete it all, no matter the cost. Towering trees tore through the valley, surging towards Izuna's Susanoo. What is this? The branches of Yiyu's flower tree realm birth rapidly ensnared Susanoo's arm, rendering it immobile. Damn it. The usually gentle Izuna couldn't help but curse. However, the majority of his consciousness was dominated by Black Zetsu, preventing him from showcasing his true prowess. As Yiyu controlled Susanoo, he remained vigilant of Black Zetsu's potential escape. There, Yiyu activated his Byakugan, perceiving Black Zetsu attempting to detach from Izuna. Trying to flee? Relying on his dwindling chakra, Yiyu leaped from the branches, charging towards Izuna. This is bad. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Black Zetsu hastily exited Izuna's body. Upon Black Zetsu's departure, Izuna's body weakened, and Susanoo vanished abruptly, crashing to the ground. Where do you think you're going? Yiyu grasped the dark figure of Kurizetsu with a swift motion. How could you be aware of my existence? Kurizetsu exclaimed in a state of sheer terror. I not only know of you, but I am also aware of your intentions. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, Kurizetsu felt an even greater sense of dread. His fear of Yiyu deepening as he contemplated the depths of his knowledge. Was he not the brother of Hashirama Senju? How could he possess such extensive understanding? While Kurizetsu was lost in thought, Yiyu returned to the Hidden Leaf Village with Izuna and Kurizetsu in tow. It would be best to keep Kurizetsu's existence from my elder brothers. Otherwise, it would surely lead to unnecessary complications. With a casual toss, he confined Kurizetsu within a jar in the laboratory. You little brat, release me, or you shall regret it. Kurizetsu splashed around in the jar, shouting vehemently. Yiyu paid no heed to Kurizetsu's threats and turned to assist Izuna towards the village hospital. Hey, you little brat. Don't leave me here alone. Can you hear me? You little brat. In the mountain, Tobarama inquired. What is the situation? The current head of the Senju clan shook his head. Their priority was not to rescue Izuna, but to probe into his memories. For the past several days, it appeared he had been residing in inns within the village or town, without any interaction with individuals from other villages. Nonetheless, Izuna had slain several Umbu ninjas, inflicting significant losses upon the Hidden Leaf Village, and if he did not make amends, he would remain imprisoned indefinitely. What do you think, Ban? Hisashi asked. Looking back at Yiyu, who stood by the window, Yiyu remained silent, merely nodding in response. Very well, let it be so. You may leave for now. I wish to speak with Ban. The head of the Senju clan nodded and withdrew. Elder brother's condition is deteriorating, Tobarama murmured, his tone laced with helplessness. In Tobarama's heart, Hashirama had always been a towering figure. As long as he was alive, the other 4 nations would refrain from reckless actions. Yet, inevitably, all must face departure. Indeed, Yiyu stated calmly. Although Tobarama was a few years older, he often felt that his younger brother possessed a maturity and steadiness that surpassed his own. Tobarama nodded gravely. A battle is imminent. Yiyu gazed at the luminous moonlight, silently reflecting, I wish for the villagers to recommend you as the second Hokage. What do you think? Tobarama instructed Yiyu. Me? Yiyu's heart jolted momentarily, but he quickly shook his head in rejection. Had he just traversed into this realm? He might have felt excitement and eagerness, perhaps even readily agreed. Alas, Yiyu had spent over 30 years in the ninja world. Why not? Tobarama asked, puzzled. Previously, the Dark Realm, the Ninja Academy, the Nin exams, and the Konoha Guard. These were all proposed by Yiyu. Given his contributions to Konoha Village, he is more than deserving of the title of Hokage. However, Yiyu declined for his own reasons, and Tobarama did not press further. Brother, you have arrived. The two turned to see Hashirama, clad in the Hokage robes, approaching them. Hashirama nodded. After the fierce battle with Madara, his expression had become rather haggard, yet he still radiated vitality. I heard from the mountain that you were here, so I came to check on you. As Izuna lay in bed, the trio made their way to the hospital building. Chapter 52. Little Tsunade Tobirama and Izuna stood by as Hashirama clasped his hands behind his back. Gazing at the flourishing Konoha village, heaving a sigh, Yu observed the back of Senja Hashirama, who could fathom the thoughts of this deity of ninjas. The village will be entrusted to you from now on. The following day, what do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. Kurizetsu cowered in a ball, hiding behind a jar. Yet, even such efforts were futile. Yu opened the jar and placed Kurizetsu into a smaller box, setting it down on the table. Let us converse. Converse? Gazing at Yu's mischievous grin, Kurizetsu's yellow eyes brimmed with despair. After hiding for so many years, a single misstep had led to his capture. Had he known, he would never have attempted to control Izuna. The loss outweighed the gain. Now, Kurizetsu's sole wish was to escape swiftly, to hide for several more decades. And outlast Yu. Did Kaguya speak anything to you before her sealing? Since Kurizetsu was a manifestation of Kaguya Otsutsuki's consciousness, he should possess knowledge about the Otsutsuki clan. What do you want? Yu leaned closer to Kurizetsu, activating his Sharingan. You possess that eye as well. However, Kurizetsu had no time to express his astonishment, as Yu cast an illusion that ensnared him completely. Ah! Excruciating pain surged from Kurizetsu's mind, leaving him in torment. Regrettably, Yu had not replicated the mental techniques of the Senju clan. Otherwise, he could have extracted information with greater ease. Currently, I am the only one aware of your existence in this world. Even if I cannot kill you, I can ensure you vanish from the shinobi world, thus thwarting your mother's plans. Rest assured, I will not impede your resurrection scheme. What? He knows about that too? Kurizetsu, racked with agony from the Sharingan, was also filled with shock. I will speak. I will speak. Kurizetsu could no longer endure, and he began to divulge. Had you done this sooner, it would have saved me the trouble. Kurizetsu slumped onto the table, taking a moment to gather himself before slowly stating, in my mother's memories. The divine tree belongs to the Otsutsuki clan. Stop. I am already aware of that. Share something I do not know. I do not know. Black Absolute felt an overwhelming sense of despair. My lord, I truly do not know. Please spare me. My mother has merely stored these few matters within my memory. I genuinely have no idea. He sobbed pitifully, curling into a ball. How could Kaguya have given birth to such a creature? Yu shook his head repeatedly. Very well. Very well. For today, we shall leave it at that. When I require your assistance in the future, I shall release you. Yu rose, preparing to depart from the place. My lord, wait, my lord, Black Absolute implored. For now, you shall remain here underground. It seems that Kaguya has only entrusted Black Absolute with memories of her revival. As Yu pondered deeply on the street, an unexpected fragrance wafted into his nostrils. A noodle shop? Just as his stomach grumbled with hunger, he glanced at the shop's entrance and stepped inside. In that instant, Yu noticed a little girl, around 2 or 3 years old, with golden hair. She had long, light yellow hair styled into a high ponytail, delicate light yellow eyebrows, and bright brown eyes that curiously observed Yu's black and white hair as he entered. Is that Tsunade? Yu asked with intrigue, recalling that he had only seen her once at her birth, thus she did not recognize him now that she had grown. You must be Tsunade, right? Yu crouched down, smiling gently as he inquired. Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise, and she nodded vigorously. She was just about to turn 3. As Yu spoke, Fuxing Huiwei appeared from behind, smiling. What a coincidence, Ban Jiankuan. Yu turned to see Fuxing Huiwei standing behind Tsunade, now in her 30s. Fuxing Huiwei exuded a newfound maturity and charm. For reasons unknown, despite having numerous suitors, she remained unmarried, much to the dismay of her father, Fuxing Yiren. Through years of effort, Wan Jinghui and its associates had become one of the 5 major business associations in the ninja world, holding a significant position that even the feudal lords of each nation sought to trade with them. Who could have imagined that the current Fuxing father and daughter were once mere individuals whom Yu had casually rescued? What brings you here? Fuxing Huiwei asked. Gazing at Yu's face, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. I was entrusted by Lord Mito to help look after young Tsunade. I have had no pressing matters lately, so I brought her here for some noodles. Come here, little Tsunade. Let Grandpa hold you. Yu said with a smile at Fuxing Huiwei as he lifted Tsunade into his arms. Who are you? Tsunade murmured. Guess who I am? Yu playfully teased the little girl with a smile, while Fuxing Huiwei joined in their laughter, creating an atmosphere that resembled a family enjoying a meal together. During dinner, Tsunade idly toyed with a pair of dice she had mysteriously produced. Indeed, this little Tsunade was as the original narrative described, fond of gambling from a young age. This prompted Yu to playfully tease her. Shall we engage in a game, little Tsunade? All right, Tsunade replied, nodding with an innocent demeanor. After you roll, cover it with the lid, and I shall guess the number. What do you say? Tsunade placed the dice on the table, jumbled them with her hands, and swiftly covered them with the lid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How about that? Yu proudly closed his eyes and declared. Impressive. Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Yu. Fuxing Huiwei, who sat nearby, was equally dumbfounded and hurriedly inquired how Yu achieved this feat. Yu affectionately ruffled Tsunade's hair and beckoned Fuxing Huiwei closer. Curiosity piqued. Fuxing Huiwei leaned in, their breaths almost mingling in the air. Just as her face flushed deeper, Yu suddenly closed his eyes, only to open them again, revealing blood-red tomo swirling in his pupils. Ah! Fuxing Huiwei recoiled in surprise. Ha! Both Yu and Tsunade burst into laughter. Realizing Yu was merely teasing her, Fuxing Huiwei pretended to ignore him and resumed eating her noodles. Yu shared numerous jokes with little Tsunade, causing Fuxing Huiwei to occasionally chuckle, though she soon glanced at Yu, feeling inexplicably melancholic. May I treat you to dinner tomorrow? After a while, little Tsunade unexpectedly fell asleep. Observing Fuxing Huiwei as she continued her meal, Yu spoke softly, his gaze deepening with unspoken emotions. Chapter 53. A Night Worth 1,000 Gold. 13 years in Konoha. After Hashirama's passing, Tobirama ascended to become the second Hokage. Upon learning this news, various nations began to aggressively invade the borders of the Land of Fire, placing the situation in peril. Fortunately, Konoha promptly dispatched elite shinobi to the borders to fend off the attacks, leading to a slight improvement in circumstances. Mayaboku Mountain. After years of arduous training, Yu had managed to grasp the natural energy once possessed by the Sage of Six Paths, unlocking the ultimate form of Sage Mode. Indeed, the most potent transformation, Sage Body. The Sage Body functioned like a continuously activated Sage Mode, significantly enhancing physical techniques, chakra, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. This was the fruit of Yu's self-cultivation, independent of any system. I never imagined you would truly succeed. Even the seasoned Gamamaru was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he vaguely perceived the silhouettes of Yu and Yu converging. Now, can you reveal the locations of the Wet-Bone Forest and the Dragon Cave? Gamamaru sighed, gently waving his hand to transmit a stream of energy into Yu's mind. In Yu's mind, a sudden influx of memories concerning the two great sacred lands emerged. Since you possess the ability to harness the essence of immortals, the two sacred lands should pose no threat to you. Remember, do not acquiesce when those ancient beings attempt to impart their mystical arts to you. As anticipated, Yu's concerns materialized. Why? Alas, young one. Hama Wan, producing a grand pipe from an unknown source, took a deep draw and exhaled a plume of ethereal energy. Is it due to incompatibility? Yu hesitated, wrestling with the thought that weighed heavily on his heart, before finally voicing it. As expected, Hama Wan nodded in affirmation. I understand your desire for strength, yet gaining power should not be pursued blindly, even amidst the current turmoil of the mortal realm. Do not allow your eyes to deceive you. Hama Wan deliberately emphasized the word eyes. A chill ran through Yu's heart. He inclined his head in respect to Hama Wan, and just as he was about to release the returning ninjutsu, Hama Wan slowly remarked, if you remain persistent, you might consider inquiring with those ancient beings. They should possess some knowledge. Yu nodded in acknowledgement. With a deep sigh, Yu sank onto his bed, lost in contemplation. In the original narrative, the celestial figure Otsutsuki Kagaya descended upon the world, bestowing the miraculous essence known as chakra upon the inhabitants of this planet. Thus, the ninja sect was established, and ninjas were born. However, the three great sacred lands were indigenous to this realm, which is precisely why Yu yearned to master the ninjutsu, secret arts, and immortal techniques of these lands. Only through such mastery could he significantly elevate his combat prowess. Yu firmly believed in the unique functionalities of each of these three immortal arts. Why then did Hama want to assert their mutual incompatibility? Suddenly, the sound of a baby's wail reached Yu's ears. Hung air, Do not cry. Beside Yiyu lay a woman of exceptional figure and beauty, cradling a baby who had yet to reach his first birthday. This woman was Fukushing Huiyue, the girl he had rescued in his youth, now his wife in the world of Naruto. The infant in her arms was none other than Yiyu's newborn son. As Fukushing Huiyue soothed the baby, she leaned against Yiyu, and after months of companionship, the reality of having a son was astonishing for both of them, leaving even Huiyue occasionally in disbelief. Tomorrow, I must visit the daimyo's estate. You and Hung Heir should remain in Konoha. Fukushing Huiyue's face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of their initial meeting. As Yiyu gazed at the mother and child, he could not help but reflect on the scenes from months prior. After he had invited Fukushing Huiyue to dinner, he had already begun to demonstrate his earnest intentions towards their relationship. The fleeting moments of spring nights, once merely read about in books, were now vividly experienced. A joy beyond words. The dialogue from that night lingers vividly in memory. Does it hurt? No, not at all. And thus, a night passed in silence. At the border of the land of fire, a ninja clad in an umbu mask respectfully addressed the middle-aged man before him. Captain Izuna. The Hokage has indicated that this is the location. The other four nations were relentlessly encroaching upon the land of fire's borders, and even the Vortex clan's country was left in ruins. With Mito now residing in Konohagakure, the news of his family's siege by major nations ignited a fierce wrath within him. After deliberation among the higher-ups of the village, including Tobarama, a decision was made to release Izuna from Konoha's prison, granting him an opportunity to redeem himself. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A resounding explosion illuminated the scene, clearly revealing the golden and silver-haired figures that etched themselves into Izuna's memory. Kinkaku and Ginkaku, one member of the squad, who had previously accompanied Yahiko during negotiations between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, recognized them, noting their significantly more menacing aura than before. Humph. Izuna brandished his long blade, eager to test the might of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. You insolent brat. Brother, allow me to handle this. Ginkaku seethed with indignation at Izuna's arrogance. Phantom gold rope. Suddenly, Ginkaku extended a rope, and Izuna, lacking prior knowledge, swiftly turned to evade. He surmised that contact with the phantom gold rope would spell disaster. Susanoo. A greenish-blue skeletal figure materialized around Izuna, wielding a long sword. A member of the Uchiha clan, I see, Ginkaku chuckled darkly. Susanoo can disregard any defense, but I wonder if my rope can penetrate your Susanoo. Izuna pondered. Ginkaku concealed the phantom gold rope behind him and maneuvered to the side. Where do you think you're going? Sword of the divine command, Izuna proclaimed. From the skeletal figure, a long sword gradually revealed itself, unlike before, now adorned with an eerie green substance that appeared unsettling from a distance. The Sword of the Divine Command is one of the powers of my eternal Manjiki Sharingan, capable of ignoring terrain and range. Where my heart desires, the blade will strike. There. With a swift motion, the sword shot forth at an imperceptible speed towards Ginkaku. What? Ginkaku hastily raised his 7-star sword to defend his face and body, but after the flash of the blade, a gash appeared across his chest, and several strands of silver hair were severed. Uft. The strike not only marred his hair and flesh, but even drew blood from his ankle. Damn it. I can't figure it out. This brat from Konoha infuriates me. Chapter 54. The 4 great shinobi villages surround the land of the vortex. The long sword of Susanoo unleashed a blade so swift that the ordinary eye could scarcely perceive it, rendering tools of linguistic manipulation like the shimmering gold rope and the purple gold-red gourd utterly ineffective. The voice of Silverhorn calling out brother compelled Golden Horn to join the fray. Lord Izuna, be cautious. It seems there are others here, exclaimed a ninja from the Hyuga clan within the squad. Sharingan. Izuna activated his Sharingan, revealing not just the duo of Golden Horn and Silverhorn, but also other shinobi clad in attire distinct from theirs, rapidly approaching from various directions. Their numbers exceeded 100, likely just the vanguard. Their unified objective was the Uzumaki clan located in the land of whirlpools to the north of the Fire Country. The other 4 nations were acutely aware that the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were exceedingly potent. Only by eradicating them could the strength of Konoha, their ally, be significantly diminished. Damn it. You all retreat to the land of whirlpools. I shall hold them off. Izuna commanded authoritatively. Understood. His subordinates responded hastily, retreating towards the land of whirlpools behind them. Hey, little ones. Why are you leaving? Come play with us a bit longer. Golden Horn laughed. Laugh all you want. Here comes my strike. Susanu's divine slash of the command of fate. Brother, quick dodge. Silverhorn seemed to anticipate the might of the impending attack, urgently warning. The skull of Susanu was once again enveloped in a layer of bloodline tissue. Though the sword remained still, its aura silently loomed closer. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal sword strikes generated tremendous tremors and blue shockwaves, obliterating the surrounding trees into mere ashes. Apart from Golden Horn and Silverhorn, who reacted swiftly, every other ninja from the Cloud Village was mercilessly decapitated by the sword of command of fate. Although Golden Horn and Silverhorn remained unscathed, they were rendered dazed by the immense vibrations. Izuna retracted his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Curse it, I'm running low on chakra. He longed to consume a pill that could fully restore his chakra, enabling him to fight for days and nights. What is that sound? In a distance away from Izuna, ninjas from the Cloud Village, Mist Village, Sand Village, and Rock Village were disturbed by the commotion, prompting those with long-range vision to employ ninjutsu to observe. What do you see? Night Moon Long asked his sister, Night Moon Long E, who stood beside him. It's the people from Konoha. At last, the battle we VE awaited. Night Moon Long replied, clasping his hands together with enthusiasm. Since the CH9 exams, he had not encountered any shinobi from Konoha and yearned to clash once more with the likes of Saratobi Izashi and Uchiha Kagami. ISNT that the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? Long time no see, remarked Hozuki Igetsu, adorned in the distinctive garb of the Mist Village, with a hint of mockery in his tone. A year prior, at a conference regarding the territorial claims of the Land of Thunder and the Land of Water, the formidable figures of Zuki Igetsu and Yuzuki Risaku had crossed paths. They engaged in a duel that ultimately concluded in a stalemate, leaving Yuzuki Risaku, who possessed the chakra of the Eight Tails, frustrated and simmering with unresolved tension. The disparaging remarks made by Zuki Igetsu further ignited Risaku's fury. You insolent brat, do not be too arrogant, lest the next hidden village of Whirlpool be your Mist Village. What did you say? Zuki Igetsu retorted, equally incensed, as both adversaries positioned themselves for a potential clash of ninjutsu. Cease your bickering, interrupted a female ninja from Sunagakure, utilizing her sand to sense movements ahead. It's Uchiha Izuna from Konoha, a voice exclaimed, revealing that intelligence regarding the combatants had already circulated. An Uchiha clan member? The images of their previous defeat at the hands of Uchiha Kagami resurfaced in the minds of Yuzuki Risaku and Zuki Igetsu. This time, they vowed not to suffer the same humiliation. Suddenly, Jin Kaku succumbed to consciousness, spitting forth a torrent of blood. Curse it, my weapons. Jin Kaku and Kin Kaku watched helplessly as Izuna seized their treasured artifacts, the 7-star sword and the H-kin rope, crying out in despair. As Izuna prepared to eliminate the two, a shuriken sliced through the charred roots of a tree, hurtling toward him. Enough. Without their weapons, they pose no real threat, Izuna thought, as he turned to flee toward the Land of Whirlpool, having only confiscated their armaments. Is he escaping? As the shadows of the forest receded, a figure emerged, long, lustrous black hair framing a composed visage, exuding an aura of superiority. The distance is still too great. My jutsu cannot be activated. Swish, swish, swish. Zuki Igetsu and his companions arrived at the scene, beholding the man before them. What brings you here? Zuki Igetsu inquired, his expression a mix of surprise and excitement. Please escort them to the rear. Understood. A dove soared to the Hokage's office in Kanahagakure. Has it come so soon? Tobarama's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated the swift movements of the four great nations, which had proceeded without a whisper of disturbance. Were it not for Izuna's chance encounter with Kin Kaku and Jin Kaku, the entire Land of Whirlpool might remain oblivious to the impending peril. Come forth, Hokage-sama. Bring Banra to me. I have matters to discuss with him. Yes, Banra-kun, awaken, awaken. A gentle voice reached Yabuki's ears, drawing him from the depths of slumber. Since completing his senjutsu training, Yabuki had found himself inexplicably ensnared by an overwhelming drowsiness, only roused after Huiyue called to him several times. Banra-kun, do you not have tasks to attend to today? I nearly forgot. Yi Yu hastily rose, gently caressing Huiyu's cheek as she nestled into his embrace. Their tender moment was abruptly interrupted by a series of knocks from outside the window. I shall take my leave. All right, Huiyu nodded understandingly. Yi Yu embraced her once more, pushed open the window, and leaped outside. Is it news from the Hokage? An Umbu ninja nodded in affirmation. Yi Yu's heart sank. Indeed. The very concerns he harbored had come to fruition. Banjian, what has happened to your eyes? Tobarama instinctively inquired, noticing the change in Banjian's gaze since his return from training in my Bokuzen. Ever since Yiyu had acquired sage powers, his eyes had taken on a golden hue, exuding an air of mystery. Enough of this. Let us discuss the matter at hand. They have made their move. Chapter 55, A Fiery Assault. The Siege of the Four Great Shinobi Villages. Quicker than I anticipated, Yiyu mused. Their target was indeed the Uzumaki clan, just as it was in the original tale. Numerous ninjas from Iwagakure, Sunagakure, Humogakure, Kirigakure, and other villages roamed the land between the Fire Country and its villages. The priority now was to secure the safety of the daimyo. Yiyu nodded. Tobarama stood before him, fingers crossed over his chest, one hand resting on Yiyu's shoulder. Flying Thunder God Technique. Within the walls of the Fire Country daimyo's residence, the mark of the Flying Thunder God appeared. A seal placed long ago following the alliance between the Fire Country and the Senju clan, intended to prevent any disruption in the route between Konoha and the Fire Country. Tung. The daimyo of the Fire Country trembled as he beheld the sudden appearance of Yiyu. Upon noticing the Konoha headband atop Yiyu's brow, the weight upon his heart finally lifted. After ensuring the daimyo's safety, Yiyu raced towards the direction of the land of whirlpools. Simultaneously, in Konoha, Senju Tobarama rallied the troops for the impending battle. Everyone recognized that war was imminent. The elite ninjas of Konoha, including the Yamenka, Akimichi, and Nara clans, along with the distinguished jonin of the Konoha Guard established by Tobarama, such as Sarutobi Hizashi and Uchiha Kagami, stood watch at the borders of Konoha and the Fire Country. Someone's here. Yiyu activated his Byakugan, detecting figures emerging from the forest. They were ninjas dispatched by various villages, tasked with eliminating the Konoha reinforcements heading to the land of whirlpools. However, this small squad seemed to have overlooked the existence of the Byakugan, opting to hide within the woods. In my opinion, the Mizukage is being overly cautious. Do they truly believe that together, the land of whirlpools and Konoha cannot withstand us? Instead, they languish here, which is rather tedious. This small team, led by the formidable Akatsuki, has resided in this location for 3 days, tasked with ambushing the Leaf Village ninjas en route to the Land of Waves. Senjutsu, True Annihilation Flame Technique. A thunderous roar resonated through the treetops, followed by flames engulfing the area, instantaneously consuming the team, leaving but one survivor. The last remaining ninja from the Mist Village, paralyzed by fear from the sudden onslaught, brandished a kunai towards the approaching Leafyu. Scream it out. What? Summoning technique. With a flourish, a shadowy bat, measuring over a meter in length, manifested beside Leafyu, seizing the incapacitated Mist Ninja and soaring into the sky. Athe! The Mist Ninja cried out in terror. Come on, everyone, join in. Leafyu, perceiving distant footsteps through the sensory abilities of the sage body, smiled. Is this all that has arrived? How underestimated I am. Lord Akatsuki, it's our squad. Silence. I am already aware. Akatsuki quickened his pace. If the defenses of the Mist Village were breached first, their water shadow would suffer great embarrassment before the other 3 shadows. Over there. As they raced through the branches, a Mist Ninja caught sight of the captured comrade above. Who dares to be so audacious? Akatsuki was astounded. For all elite ninjas from the 4 great ninja villages had gathered near the Land of Waves. Did they not know? No. He realized they did know. Akatsuki dismissed his initial thought, forming another notion. He sought to draw everyone's attention, allowing the Land of Waves time to adjust and breathe. 2 months after Hashirama's demise, the Land of Waves began enduring assaults from the remnants of the Northern Yui clan and the Kagaya clan. With the alliance of the Kagaya and Yagami clans, enemies multiplied. Gradually, the current situation crystallized. Their essay sound. The ninjas from the Leaf Village have arrived. Other ninjas, alerted by the commotion, dispatched personnel to investigate. Upon arriving, Akatsuki's team was struck with disbelief. The devastation at the scene was overwhelmingly catastrophic. Trees lay splintered, and the ground was littered with bodies consumed by flames. Those who came must be at least of J-Nin level. Everyone, be cautious. The fallen team was merely a CH-Nin squad tasked with guarding the periphery. Akatsuki was not particularly surprised by their demise, for the disparity between J-Nin and CH-Nin, though only 1 tier apart, was immense. J-Nin are categorized into Special J-Nin, Regular J-Nin, and Elite J-Nin. Based on the devastation at the scene, Akatsuki classified them as Elite J-Nin. Is this all that has come? Leaf Yu emerged slowly from the shadows. "Ah, what color is your hair?" asked an elder shinobi from the Ghost Lantern squad, trembling as he pointed a finger at Yu. "There is no mistake. You are Ban's younger brother, the leader of the Umbu in Konoha from the Senju clan, right?" "Senju Ban." Ghost Lantern Ing swallowed hard, repeatedly murmuring Yu's name in this world. Yu gazed at Ghost Lantern Ingwe, who had now become a significant figure in the Hidden Mist village, marveling at how swiftly time had passed. He recalled how, during the CH9 exams, he had coveted Ingwe's bloodline limit, yet it was not too late to obtain it now. "Captain Ingwe, the ninja from the Cloud and Sand villages are about to arrive," he said, and Ingwe felt a slight sense of relief. "Let us all attack together. As long as we have enough numbers, we can hold out until reinforcements arrive." Whoosh. With determination, Ingwe led the charge, summoning a water cannon in his hand and launching it toward Yu. Charge. The forest erupted into chaos as dozens of ninjas launched their assault from the ground toward Yu perched on the rocks. Reinforcements had finally arrived. In the land of whirlpools, Izuna stood upon a cliff, observing the other ninja villages converging towards Yu, and instructed for the gates of the land of whirlpools to be opened, leading the Uzumaki clan towards Konoha, drawn by Yu's fire techniques. No one noticed the Uzumaki clan at the secluded gates of the land of whirlpools. Shuriken technique. Izuna wielded a kunai in one hand and a long sword in the other, clearing the path for the Uzumaki clan. "I am quite surprised, Izuna. Are you returning to Konoha?" A middle-aged man with a distinctive hairstyle resembling a face on his chest observed this scene while resting his hands on his waist. His voice tinged with astonishment. How peculiar. Did Mito not seal the nine tails within her? It seems the plan has gone awry. Uchiha Madara glanced at Izuna once more before vanishing from sight. Chapter 56. The Conspiracy of the Four Shadows. "Lord Izuna, what's wrong?" "Nothing," replied Uchiha Izuna, shifting his gaze from the rock wall. "That aura felt so much like my brother's." Unbeknownst to the people of Konoha, who believed Uchiha Madara to be dead, Izuna's memories of his brother had been altered while he was unconscious, using ninjutsu. Now, Izuna's subconscious also accepted that his brother was no longer alive. "Hee Madara, are you not going to meet your brother?" After Madara departed, a blob of white, viscous substance appeared beside him, emitting a thin voice. "Be silent. You are merely a creation of mine, meant to execute my commands." Dual sword technique. Flatfish. Is this a ninja tool? Quite interesting. Ghost Lantern Ingwe summoned the dual sword Flatfish from the scroll, slicing straight towards Yu. Just in time to test my current physical skills. Bang. Yu evaded the Flatfish's strike and swiftly turned, delivering a punch towards Ghost Lantern Ingwe. Sage art. Frog pummeling. Bang. Uffed. Such immense strength. Ingwe Gazai fell to the ground, having underestimated the situation. It was evident that Yu's strength had reached at least the level of a shadow. With a single, unadorned punch, Yu unleashed a force that Gazai had never before encountered, shattering his water-release defenses. With a flash of lightning, Yu summoned his lightning release, Extreme Thunderfang. The air crackled with electricity as he unleashed the lightning release. Auxiliary Thunder. Boom. Such formidable lightning. At last, the ninjas from the Yue clan, along with those from Sunagakure and Iwagakure, arrived at the scene. Many seasoned ninjas, battle-hardened from years of conflict, recognized Yu. Humph. What does it matter how strong he was in the past? He is no longer the formidable Senju Hashirama of his prime. Everyone, attack together. Do not give him a moment to breathe. The crowd nodded in agreement. Earth Release. Earth Mountain Technique. Water Release. Heavenly Weeping. Fire Release. Rock Bullet Technique. Lightning Release. Lightning Torment Dance. In an instant, a torrent of ninjutsu surged towards Yu. What had initially been an assault on the land of whirlpools had now turned into a concerted effort to subdue a single individual. This is bad. The second Suchikage, Mu, was the first to react, realizing that they were merely diverting attention. Upon recognizing that all the ninjas had been drawn towards Yu, he was taken aback. Your village is too reckless, sending only a single man to create such a commotion. Mu directed his words at the second Mizukage, Gazai Huanyue, clearly criticizing Gazai's ability to lead and his overreactions. What did you say? Gazai Huanyue had never held much hope for the siege of the land of whirlpools. And Mu's comments incited an outburst from him. Do you want to fight, Bandage Man? Their relationship was already strained, and now they were openly bickering. The youth today, the fourth Kazakage, Shaman, shook his head, having been in power longer than both Mu and Gazai Huanyue. He was aware that this operation against the Land of Whirlpools was primarily their initiative. Given the scarcity of resources in Sunagakure, there was an urgent need to acquire resources from other nations, making the Land of Whirlpools an ideal target. If they lost this war, it would be a disgrace. The current situation was that the four great ninja villages were uniting against Kanahagakure. Essentially, it marked the opening of the First Ninja World War, albeit without any intentions of encroaching upon the Land of Fire just yet, and it served as a means to vent their frustrations. You two, cease this bickering. Shaman finally could no longer tolerate the arguments between Mu and Gazai Huanyue. Rising, he paced the room as he spoke. With Hashirama dead, as long as our four great ninja villages unite, Kanahagakure poses no threat to us. In due time, we shall acquire the resources we desire. Right, Lord Rakage? Yi Yu nodded, his expression calm, betraying neither joy nor discontent. Let us proceed according to plan. Even if we do not slay a single member of the Uzumaki clan, we shall ensure that the Land of Whirlpools ceases to exist. The art of fire release, the extinguishing flames technique. Yi Yu formed hand seals, conjuring a colossal wall of fire before the ninjas. A team from the Hidden Mist village stepped forward. Water release, water barrier. How formidable. Gue Deng Ingwe and the others were astonished to discover that Yi Yu's fire release had reached such a level that only a team of ninjas could withstand it. Do not be afraid, everyone. He has already expended a significant amount of chakra during our earlier confrontation. Surely his chakra is nearly depleted now. Let us hold on a little longer. Gue Deng Ingwe shouted to the group. The immense destructive power left the surroundings desolate, and as Yi Yu vanquished his foes, the system prompts echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ninja art of fire release. Great fireball technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ninja art of water release. Water clone technique. Blood-stained Yi Yu's ninja combat attire, rendering it a deep crimson, clouding his judgment with a thirst for blood. Summoning technique. Boom. The shadowless bats and the giant toad descended from the sky. Together, the giant toad wielded dual blades as massive as trees, charging into the crowd. Everyone, what is happening? Speak quickly, Sha Min asked urgently, sensing an ominous thought. The ninja known as Senju Hashirama is still engaged in battle. Our forces have suffered tremendous losses. Is he injured? One of the arrivals shook his head. It is unclear. All we see is blood covering his body, as if he were a god of slaughter. The god of slaughter is a deity from Japanese Onmi-D, one of the 8 generals associated with destruction and war. The group was taken aback, realizing that aside from the legendary Senju Hashirama, the Hidden Leaf Village possessed such a formidable opponent. Reinforcements from the Hidden Leaf Village were also on their way. What? Just Yi Yu alone has managed to hinder the majority of our forces. Once the Hidden Leaf ninjas arrive, our chances of victory will dwindle even further. I shall dispatch another team, Sha Min sighed. Although Yi Yu was powerful, he was merely a part of the 4 great ninja villages. The true strong ones had yet to fully reveal themselves. Swish, swish, swish. Magnet release and puppet master. Gue Deng Huanyue gazed at the elite team from Sunagakure, marveling at their presence. Despite their chakra being average, the aura of death emanating from them was palpable in an instant. Sha Min nodded. This team is not merely capable of controlling magnet release and puppet techniques. The real battle has only just begun. You all go intercept the approaching team from the Hidden Leaf. Do not allow them to unite with Senju Hashirama. Understood. Chapter 57. Encounter. The puppet master of the Hidden Leaf Elite Guard. Mirror, can you see Lord Hashirama? Uchiha Kagami shook his head. Although they had already departed from the borders of the Land of Fire, a considerable distance still lay between them and the Land of Whirlpools. Their primary mission was to assist Uchiha Izuna and Yi Yu in safely evacuating the members of the Uzumaki clan from the Land of Whirlpools. Whoosh. Dozens of shurikens shot forth from the shadows, aimed at the elite guard team. Be cautious. Uchiha Kagami sensed the impending danger and, while evading, warned the 5 individuals behind him. Reinforcements from the enemy. Prepare for battle. Summoning technique. Monkey King. Sharingan. Manipulation of hidden weapons. Mito Gate and unfurled the large scroll on his back, enabling him to summon an array of ninja tools and props at any moment. He conjured a fire weapon, directing it towards the forest. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of wooden and metallic objects colliding filled the forest, suggesting a substantial number of them. Sand manipulation. It's a puppet master. Uchiha Kagami was the first to identify the enemy's ninjutsu type and immediately informed the others. A puppet master? It seems they are ninjas from Sunagakure. Monkey King. With a cough, Sarutobi Hiruzen brandished his Vajra rod, swinging it toward the leading puppet master who controlled creatures resembling animals. Thud, thud, thud. The animal puppet master, utilizing chakra threads, forcefully retracted his puppet, causing it to retreat swiftly. Swish, swish, swish. Surrounding Sarutobi and his companions were dozens of puppet masters, each wielding an animal puppet and glaring menacingly at them. Fire style, great fireball technique. Akimichi Torfa retrieved a green spinach pill from his pocket and consumed it, his aura surging instantly. Super expansion technique. Lightning style, thunder crash technique. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of their ninjutsu reverberated throughout the area. Have Sarutobi and the others arrived? Yeyu inquired upon hearing the commotion. It seems I must conclude my part swiftly. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Suddenly, Yeyu began forming hand seals, the sequence entirely divergent from the 5 basic elemental styles. Everyone, be careful, cried Zuki in Jetsu. It appears that headquarters has dispatched reinforcements. We cannot afford to linger with Senju Hashirama any longer. Let us unleash all our power, regardless of his ninjutsu. We shall press on. Yes, Dreadful Earth. Yeyu simultaneously revealed 5 black dreadful earths, the essence of 5 elemental styles manifesting from his being. What peculiar entity is that? The dreadful earths surrounding Yeyu exuded an aura of mystery, causing the assembled ninjas to hesitate in their approach. Let us all advance. Do not be afraid. Night Moon Ri also shouted, expressing his disbelief that their combined force of hundreds could not overcome Yeyu alone, even if he is a powerhouse from the bygone era. What of it? Fire style, grand fireball technique. Lightning style, thunder explosion technique. At the center stood Yeyu, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of vibrant lights. A manifestation of 5 different ninjutsu unleashed simultaneously. Come forth. Yeyu bellowed. Earth grievance. Combined ninjutsu, flame wind turbulence. Boom. As he moved his body, he ensured that the attack would radiate in all directions. The fusion of fire release and wind release. Was it a mixed ninjutsu? Water release. Water surge wave. Lightning release. Auxiliary lightning technique. After neutralizing Yeyu's assault, Gui Ding Ingwei and others breathed a slight sigh of relief. No, he was still gathering strength. A terrified exclamation from Yeyu Longi sent a jolt through their hearts. Earth grievance. Final strike. Boom. A powerful beam shot directly towards Gui Deng Ingwe with such speed that evasion was impossible. Twin blades, water flounder. Yet, even as Gui Deng Ingwe positioned his ninja blade before him, he could not withstand this terrifying force of destruction. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying the Mist Village ninja Gui Deng Ingwe, successfully replicating the water release, water gun technique. Other ninjutsu can be acquired in the System Points Mall. Captain Ingwe. The ninjas of the Mist Village, bereft of their leader, were engulfed in despair. Everyone, remain calm. After 2 rounds of bombardment from Yeyu, only a few remained on the field, with some ninjas already contemplating retreat. 8 Tails. It's your turn. Yeyu Longwang, having honed his skills over the years, had become the perfect Jinchuriki, maintaining a semblance of calm even as he transformed. Leave it to me. Yeyu Longwang brushed off the dust from his body, then suddenly tilted his head as red light began to emanate from above him. Lord Longwang is about to unleash the 8 Tails. Everyone, step back. The Mist Ninjas wept as they carried Gui Ding Yue's body to the rear. Sister, you go first. If we leave together, we won't escape. Brother. Yulongi instinctively reached out her hands, only to reluctantly withdraw them and turn away. Boom. The red chakra finally enveloped Yu Longwang's form entirely, and simultaneously, tails began to emerge from his back. 1 tail, 2, until 8 tails were revealed. And the chakra surged to the brink of frenzy. Little brat from Konoha, taste my claw? Yu Longwang's consciousness was overtaken by the Nyo Gui, charging towards Yu. Whoosh. Such incredible speed. Upon completing his transformation into a tailed beast, both his power and velocity had undergone a qualitative enhancement. And Yu sensed a far superior synergy between Yu Longwang and Nyo Gui than during the Chunin exams years ago. The 8 tails, huh? Allow me to grasp the strength of a tailed beast. Previously, when he had captured the 7 tails alongside Uchiha Madara, it had been among the weakest of the tailed beasts, but the 8 tails was different. It ranked just below the 9 tails. Water release, water barrier. Yu unleashed a colossal jet of water, successfully repelling the Eight Tails' assault once more. Suddenly, the creature let out a fearsome roar. Had it entered its second phase? Both through ordinary sight and the lens of the Sharingan, the chakra emanating from the Eight Tails surged to a terrifying capacity. Eight Tails dance. The black and crimson beast bellowed, and a crimson aura enveloped its form, causing the surrounding foliage to wither under its fiery glare. The Night Moon Dragon's size expanded dramatically, as if something within its being was breaking free, towering like a hill in an instant. Before Yi Yu stood a gigantic bull with tentacle-like appendages, its imposing horns radiating an overwhelming presence. "Look over there." The fleeing ninjas gasped as they beheld the monstrous silhouette of the bull demon, their fear escalating. Has my brother truly unleashed that beast? A flicker of trepidation crossed the eyes of Night Moon Dragon. Meanwhile, in the distance, Izuna and Sarutobi Hisashi also noticed the disturbance emanating from Yi Yu's direction. Is Lord Madara truly confronting that tailed beast? This is terrifying. Chapter 58. The Shattering of the Four Shadows Alliance. The Eight Tails returns to Konoha. The retreating crowd was engulfed in astonishment, yet Izuna remained composed. To him, Yi Yu's battle with the Eight Tails was hardly a daunting task. The secrets Yi Yu harbored were numerous and unfathomable. Previously, during a fortuitous encounter, he had witnessed Yi Yu's Sharingan and even the wood-release techniques of the first Hokage. Now, Izuna's sole focus was to safely complete the escort mission. The Earth Grudge Fear technique was formidable. In an instant, a torrent of flames resembling an ocean erupted from the mouth of the Earth Grudge Fear mask, rapidly expanding upon contact with the ground and engulfing the Eight Tails before it. Damnable flames. The Eight Tails deftly manipulated its tails, creating powerful spatial disturbances with a mere flick. As the fire was dissipated, the Eight Tails, enraged, slammed its massive form against the ground, unable to maintain its stance for long. Gathering its energy, it prepared to unleash its most devastating attack. Tail Beast Bomb. Boom. In an instant, the Eight Tails wrapped itself in its tentacles and began spinning at high speed, generating a colossal storm. The area surrounding the Eight Tails was consumed by a furious whirlwind, and anyone caught in its vortex would likely meet a grim fate. Thud. Fukasaku and the Shadowless Bat found themselves caught off guard. Fukasaku promptly seized Yi Yu, hurling him into the air. As Yi Yu ascended, he released the summoning restrictions on the Shadowless Bat and Fukasaku. With a flash, the two summoned beasts vanished just as they were about to be engulfed. Cursed Konoha Brat. The Eight Tails' fury reached its zenith, a tempest of wrath unleashed. Yi Yu had distanced himself from the swirling chaos of the Eight Tails. Any attempt to re-enter would be futile. Yi Yu is currently hiding in an unknown location. Even the Eight Tails is unaware, rendering the situation quite precarious. Seizing a fleeting moment, Yi Yu, who possesses the wood-release technique, intended to execute a jutsu, but was suddenly beset by a sharp pain in his shoulder, while the chakra within him was nearly depleted. It would be prudent to restore my chakra first. The Eight Tails remains oblivious to my whereabouts, granting me a brief respite. Fortuitously, Yi Yu now possesses the Sage Body, allowing for a remarkably swift recovery of chakra without the need for soldier pills or other means of replenishment. In another arena, with a single fire jutsu executed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the puppet masters controlling the marionettes were decisively defeated. Panting heavily, Sarutobi Hiruzen urged, "Come closer." Tsubaki Kanahara hastily interjected, as they needed to proceed to Yi Yu's location, and the group required urgent medical attention. Fortunately, they had brought along two medical ninjas, and with Tsubaki Kanahara's expertise in medical ninjutsu, their injuries were soon tended to. Though these puppet masters were a newly emerged ninja force, having appeared only a few months prior, they had quickly approached the level of elite jonin. With beads of sweat forming on his brow, Shimura Danzo expressed his concerns. The emergence of puppet masters had occurred months ago, reportedly initiated by the second Kazekage of Sunagakure, Sabaku no Hka. These masters manipulate artificial bodies using chakra threads, reducing their own risk while allowing them to observe their surroundings. In scenarios where they remain untouchable, they are nearly invincible. If such a class of ninja continues to develop over the years, it is inevitable that we will see exceptionally talented ninjas proficient in this technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions approached the remains of the puppet masters to collect materials related to their puppet creation before heading towards Yi Yu's direction. In the temporary residence of the four Kages in the Land of Grass, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had also been relocated by Konohagakure, indicating that they had gained little advantage from this encounter. "This is quite unsatisfactory," muttered Kirigakure's H. Getsu Mangetsu, his tone laden with discontent. particularly due to the loss of a remarkable genius ninja from their village, leaving him deeply disappointed in the other three Kages. I shall lead our village's ninjas ahead. We can discuss the matter concerning Konohagakure later, Getsuman Gitsu stated, adjusting his cloak and addressing the other three Kages, while patting the long-haired man beside him, who wore the Kirigakure headband and had previously thwarted Azuna's attack on Kin Nariku and Jin Nariku. Huh, bearded man, you aren't afraid of Konohagakure, are you? One of them jested. What did you say? Getsuman Gitsu initially bristled but quickly regained his composure. Regardless, I have acquaintances in Konohagakure, while we are not yet close. I believe exercising caution is far wiser than a reckless assault. Bandaged man, you may continue your skirmishes. Just refrain from coming to our village to lament later. Upon concluding his remarks, Getsuman Gitsu turned to leave, as voices echoed from outside, commanding, disperse, disperse. Let us return to our village. After the departure of Tsuki Mitsuki, the three remaining Kage fell into a profound silence. The members of the Uzumaki clan had yet to relay any news, and the Kage could only surmise that they had possibly already arrived at Konohagakure. However, the exodus of the Uzumaki clan left behind vast tracts of land in the land of whirlpools for the three Kage. With the Mizukage having departed, the land could be divided among them. How about we split this territory? Proposed the Sand Village leader. The other two nodded in agreement without uttering a word. Thus, the initial operation against Konohagakure concluded abruptly due to the unforeseen developments involving Hayabusa and the relocation of the Uzumaki clan. What? Riem is still battling with Uchiha Madara. The Raikage had not anticipated this. He believed that the shinobi of the Cloud Village had already retreated. This was disastrous. If Konohagakure were to gain control of the Eight Tails. Yagami Eri immediately shook his head, unable to fathom the potential consequences, and hurried towards the location of Yagami Riem and Hayabusa. Lord Madara, you've arrived, Hayabusa exclaimed as he stood atop the body of the ox demon. Briefly harnessing natural energy, Hayabusa's chakra surged to an unprecedented level, a magnificent gift bestowed by the sage body. Truly, Lord Madara was remarkable, having not only subdued the attacking shinobi, but also recovered the Eight Tails. We must depart swiftly. This place is no longer safe. In an instant, the Eight Tails vanished, only to reappear amidst a cloud of smoke, revealing the figure of Yagami Riem. It is indeed him. Saratobi Hizashi and his companions recognized Yagami Riem. They should be arriving shortly. Let us hasten our departure. With the sage body's support, Hayabusa effortlessly lifted the enormous Yagami Riem as though he were merely a stone. With a whoosh, the group vanished from their current location, returning to the village. Upon reaching the spot where Hayabusa had once stood, the Raikage found it utterly deserted. Yagami Riem had still been captured by them. Had he known this would transpire, Yagami Eri would have refrained from sending out Yagami Riem. His concern was not for Riem's safety, but rather for the Eight Tails, the ox demon, residing within him. Konohagakure already possessed the formidable Nine Tails, and now they had gained the Eight Tails, second only in power. It was imperative to reclaim the Eight Tails. Chapter 59. A Night in the Gentle Village. The Raikage's plea Lord Madara and the others have returned. A gatekeeping ninja at the entrance of Konohagakure spotted Hayabusa and his companions, the Eight Tails. With a thud, the group brought the unconscious Yagami Riem to the base of the Hokage Tower. Simultaneously, the Uzumaki clan members escorted by Uchiha Azuna also successfully arrived at Konohagakure. Observing the survivors of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mido let out a sigh of relief. Though the assaults from the four great nations had ceased, no one could guarantee that they would not launch another attack in the future. Having knowledge of the original story, Hayabusa seemed to have an inkling of how events would unfold. This is also one of the reasons why Yiyu sought to capture the Eight Tails. In addition to the Eight Tails, the Hidden Cloud Village possesses another tailed beast, the Two Tails. However, the combat prowess of the Two Tails is evidently inferior to that of the Eight Tails, which ranks just below the Nine Tails. Yiyu contemplated that in order to negotiate an exchange, they must be prepared to pay a price. He thought to himself that the tailed beast he had painstakingly captured could not simply be relinquished without due consideration. Following this battle, all within the ninja world once again recalled the name of Yiyu, instilling fear in the hearts of all four great ninja villages. The God of Slaughter. This was the latest title bestowed upon Yiyu by the four Kages, signifying his extraordinarily terrifying combat power. First, ensure that the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village are treated and then place them under house arrest. Understood. Upon receiving Yiyu's command, Sarutobi Hizashi promptly confined Yiyu Longwang. Will the people from the Hidden Cloud Village truly come to us for a trade? Tobarama questioned, still somewhat incredulous. Do not worry, brother. Losing the 8 tails is akin to having a piece of their very heart severed. They will undoubtedly come to exchange, regardless of the cost. Tobarama was concerned that Konoha had recently encountered friction with the 4 great ninja villages, questioning whether such actions were too irrational. Brother, what troubles you? In the world of ninjas, there has never been a true dichotomy of right and wrong, only the relationships of interests. Yiyu's words enlightened Senju Tobarama as if he had received a profound revelation. During the time of Hashirama, they had enjoyed a life of tranquility. But after the 4 great ninja villages vented their pent-up frustrations on Konoha, coupled with Yiyu's words to Tobarama, the latter's gaze became sharp and resolute. This world has always revered the strong. It has always been so. Yiyu's residence is adjacent to the Hokage building, distanced from the bustling streets and various clans. The house spans approximately 200 square meters, a large villa constructed under Yiyu's personal supervision, surrounded by a plethora of flowers and plants, exuding an enchanting fragrance. I'm back. A graceful figure emerged from the house, clad in a light red kimono, her face radiating relaxation and joy. Fuxing Huiwe had been on edge ever since hearing that Yiyu had engaged in battle at the borders of the Land of Fire with ninjas from other nations. Now that he had returned safely, her excitement compelled her to rush towards him. The fragrance emanating from Huiwe startled Yiyu's senses. How delightful! He lifted Huiwe and carried her into their grand home. After an hour had passed, the two lay on the bed, Fuxing Huiwe, her cheeks flushed, nestled closely beside Yiyu, holding him tightly. Are you comfortable? Stop it. Though Fuxing Huiwe held the esteemed position of the second-in-command within a large trading company, she only revealed her true self in Yiyu's presence, exuding both charm and an endearing innocence. What about Henner? He's asleep. Oh, by the way, concern once again washed over Fuxing Huiwe's face. You weren't injured, were you? Upon hearing her worried words, warmth blossomed in Yiyu's heart. Who do you think could possibly harm me? The weight upon Fuxing Huiwe's heart has finally lifted. Although uncertain, she is aware that her husband's intentions are most formidable. The following morning, Yiyu suddenly found himself intrigued, and a shy smile graced Fuxing Huiwe's face. However, after another hour of passionate entanglement in bed, both reluctantly descended from their shared sanctuary. At last, Yiyu had the opportunity to gaze upon his son, Chinsho Yihen. As Yihen had yet to reach his first birthday, it was difficult to discern much about him. Upon Yihen's birth, Yiyu's initial thought was whether his son would possess a system akin to his own, but that notion was swiftly dismissed. Yihen's hair differed from both his parents. While Fuxing Huiwe's locks were raven black, his were a striking black and white. Yet, to Yiyu's surprise, his son's hair was entirely white. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past outside their abode. Leader, the Hokage requests your presence at the Hokage Tower. Representatives from other ninja villages have arrived. Just as I suspected. Yiyu mused, planting a gentle kiss on Fuxing Huiwe's cheek before departing the house. Hokage-sama, I have conveyed the message from Reikage-sama. The cautious representative from the Lightning Village ventured, unsure of the Hokage's reaction. The scene of the Reikage's instructions played vividly in Yiyu's mind. Even the representative seemed skeptical of such a demand. Banjian, you have arrived, Yiyu announced. Upon hearing the name Chinsho Banjian, the representative from the Lightning Village visibly recoiled, clearly aware of Yiyu's reputation, which had reached even the Hidden Cloud Village. Are you suggesting that we, the Hokage of Konoha, accompany a small contingent of ninjas to a village with which we have recently been at war? Do you truly believe that? Yiyu spoke slowly, as if interrogating the representative. This alliance, it seems, is more of a notion conjured by your Hidden Cloud Village. Yiyu's voice rose slightly, causing the representative's heart to race. As he spoke, Yiyu exchanged a knowing glance with Tobarama, who nodded in agreement, prompting Yiyu to continue. Banjian, if memory serves, you are acquainted with this Reikage, are you not? Acquainted? Yiyu feigned ignorance, lowering his head to ponder for a moment. Ah, you refer to the member of the Yiyue clan, correct? Yes, indeed, the representative nodded, hope rekindled. Yes, this Chinsho Banjian is indeed familiar with the Reikage, which brings me some relief. I recall having an altercation with him during our pursuit of the Seven Tails. He fought rather fiercely, Yiyu remarked with a mock frown. Daring to send a representative with such a request, you shall bear the brunt of my ire. As he spoke, he approached the representative. Th this. The representative stood speechless, unable to articulate a response. Very well then. At this moment, Tobarama took on the role of a mediator, clearing his throat before speaking. We may hand over the 8 tails to you. However, he paused, prompting the Hokage to clarify his intentions. Upon hearing the prospect of negotiation, the representative's excitement surged as he prepared to absorb Tobarama's next words. Chapter 60, Nanha Shrine. An exchange of the 8 tails for the 2 tails, which shall remain in the Hidden Leaf Village. Such a proposition was evidently unforeseen by the representatives of the Cloud Village, who displayed considerable hesitation, stammering in uncertainty over whether to acquiesce or refuse. Relay this to your Raikage. Within 3 days, we expect a response, Tobarama declared, effectively ushering the representatives out of the Hidden Leaf Village. The previous night, Yaiba had informed them of the conditions they could propose, and upon learning of this notion, Tobarama's expression brightened. This arrangement not only provided an answer to the Cloud Village, but also satisfied the interests of their own village. Now, they awaited the response. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck Yaiba's eyes, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his eye. He hurriedly supported himself and sought refuge in a concealed area. Could this be a side effect of the Sharingan? Yaiba pondered, clutching his eyes. He realized he must acquire the eternal Mangeki Sharingan swiftly. His thoughts shifted to Izuna. In a fleeting moment, Yaiba arrived within the territory of the Uchiha clan. Since the Uzumaki clan had relocated to the Hidden Leaf Village, the Uchiha had exhibited a significant change in their disposition towards him. Lord Tobarama, what brings you here? Uchiha Kagami, practicing shurikens at the training ground, approached him eagerly. Name: Uchiha Kagami. Combat power: 3000 age, 20 affiliation, member of the elite forces established by Senju Tobarama. I am looking for Izuna. Lord Izuna? He is inside the Nanha Shrine, Kagami indicated with a casual gesture. Nanha Shrine? Below the Uchiha territory, Uchiha Izuna stood absorbed, gazing at the inscriptions on the stone wall. A sudden realization seemed to strike him, accompanied by a stabbing pain in his head. Due to the Mountain Clan's mind-altering technique, Izuna's memories of the inscription had been erased, allowing him to perceive more through his current Mangeki Sharingan. Are you alright? A voice resonated from outside the Nanha Shrine, and the sight of Yaiba's black and white hair calmed Izuna's previously restless heart. Why? Why does this inscription exist beneath our clan? Alas, such is the fate of the Uchiha clan. Regardless of circumstances, the destined individuals are bound to witness this string of text. Yiyu dismissed the words of Izuna. Though perhaps due to the ancient nature of the stone tablet, Izuna initially found it hard to believe what Yiyu had said. Helpless, Yiyu resorted to his ultimate tactic. Hey, little brat, what do you intend to do by bringing me here? Black Zetsu recognized the place. But after calming his flustered heart, he spoke with a composed demeanor. What is this? Izuna exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the sticky mass that was Black Zetsu, encountering such a being for the first time. Oh ho ho! Is this the strongest form of the Uchiha clan, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan? Yet, you are still unaware that there exists an even higher form beyond the Sharingan. Black Zetsu, upon seeing Izuna's eyes, spoke with excitement. Much like encountering Izuna for the first time. You scoundrel! Yiyu seized Black Zetsu, demanding him to comply, or else Black Zetsu, feeling a measure of trepidation towards Yiyu, had no choice but to wriggle his form toward the stone tablet. Yiyu, arms crossed, appeared to be awaiting something. What is that? Under Izuna's incredulous gaze, the inscriptions on the stone tablet began to transform under Black Zetsu's influence, to restore it to its original state. Do you hear? Black Zetsu trembled, then commenced the alteration of the text. I see. It was Yiyu's first encounter with the original inscriptions, mirroring Izuna's expression of astonishment. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully modifying the stone tablet of Nanha Shrine. Izuna's favorability has reached 100. However, the absence of further notification left Yiyu somewhat disheartened. Was there a limitation to acquiring the eternal Mangeki Sharingan? So this was the original text? Yiyu elucidated the origins of the stone tablet to Izuna, recounting all the significant events from the era of Kagaya Otsutsuki to the present day. These revelations left Izuna in disbelief. Yet he was convinced that Yiyu's words were not mere fabrications. The Otsutsuki clan, so there really are extraterrestrials. Yiyu nodded in affirmation. However, we are still decades away from the next arrival of the Otsutsuki clan. We must endure a lengthy wait. Black Zetsu, upon hearing Yiyu's words, was struck with profound shock. Who exactly are you, and how do you know so much? Black Zetsu gazed at Yiyu in terror. having presumed Yi Yu to be merely an ordinary individual acquainted with the history prior to the Warring States. Yet he had not anticipated that Yi Yu would possess such extensive knowledge, including things even he was unaware of. You still hold some value for me. I suppose I shall confine you. Yi Yu chuckled softly, departing from Nanha's shrine and returning to his laboratory. Even after sharing this information with Izuna, it bore little significance, serving merely as an outlet for Yi Yu's emotions. Sigh, when will I truly possess a Sharingan devoid of side effects? Thus, after 3 days had passed, the Hidden Cloud Village finally provided a response. Have they agreed? Yi Yu was taken aback. He had initially anticipated that the Hidden Cloud Village would linger in a corner, yet they acquiesced so readily. The Hidden Cloud Village dispatched numerous ninjas to escort the young Cloud Ninja away. Standing atop the Hokage building, Yi Yu witnessed this exchange. Was that the Two Tails? He observed a group of robust men from the Hidden Cloud Village, their brown skin glistening as they pulled a massive platform cart, upon which lay a colossal feline creature enveloped in blue chakra flames. Remarkably, it sported 2 long, azure tails trailing behind it. The creature struggled desperately within its nets, yet could not break free, emitting a mournful roar of despair. It seemed the experiment had not succeeded. Yi Yu deduced that the Hidden Cloud Village had likely been unable to find a suitable Jinchuriki for the Two Tails, prompting their decisive agreement to this exchange. Nevertheless, tailed beasts are indeed a crucial measure of a nation's strength. This fact would surely weigh heavily on the Hidden Cloud Village. The Raikage has instructed us to convey to the Hokage a heartfelt request to enter into a peace treaty with us. This is the sole condition set forth by our Raikage, and we hope for your favorable consideration. Tobirama nodded, indicating he would deliberate on the matter. Several ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village departed Konoha, carrying the unconscious Yue Longwang with them. Did they propose an alliance? Tobirama nodded. A fortuitous opportunity, Yu contemplated. In the original narrative, Kinkaku and Ginkaku had slain Senju Tobirama, but today, he vowed that such a scene would not unfold. Chapter 61, The Abrogation of the Treaty. The Collapse of the Conference. Chief, the personnel are in position. Let us depart. Donning his Umbu mask, Yu nodded to them. Concurrently, Saratobi Hizashi and 6 others accompanied Senju Tobirama to the Hidden Cloud Village for the alliance ceremony. As they departed, Yu cautioned Senju Tobirama to be wary of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, assuring him that he would remain in the shadows to protect them. Having allowed them to escape last time, he was resolute in not letting them slip away again. Izuna followed closely behind Yu, seething with indignation. Kinkaku and Ginkaku had also obtained the chakra of the 9 tails within this timeline, thus requiring utmost caution in dealing with them. As for whether they would harbor treachery during the alliance ceremony, Yu felt compelled to alert Tobirama and the others to ensure their safety. To his astonishment, they had indeed arrived. Brother, should we strike now? Kinkaku and Ginkaku's excitement surged as they beheld Tobirama and his entourage approaching. Let us wait until the ceremony reaches its midpoint. I have long harbored disdain for that Night Moon AI. This time, I shall ensure his complete eradication. Kinkaku grinned maliciously. Wielding the 5 legendary tools passed down from the Sage of 6 Paths Izuna. Have you spotted them? Uchiha Izuna scanned the conference room's surroundings and shook his head. However, the location was indeed somewhat secluded, sending shivers down one's spine. In the meeting chamber, Tobirama Senju donned the most classic attire, his face adorned with an iron forehead protector featuring 3 red markings. He was clad in a form-fitting black combat uniform, complemented by layered blue armor, and a white fur collar that connected to his back. You are none other than Tobirama, the younger brother of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. At another end of the conference, I, the Raikage, emerged with a retinue. We are grateful that you have once again bestowed upon us the 8 tails. Contrary to the reports of his volatile demeanor, the Raikage displayed a surprising calmness, catching Team Saratobi off guard. No one anticipated that the 2 Kage would engage in such amicable discourse. This doesn't seem right, Izuna remarked, observing the unfolding scene from the woods outside. Banma, didn't you say there would be a fight? It appears Tobirama and the others are conversing quite amicably. Patience, there are still others who have yet to arrive. Let us draw closer. Otherwise, they may find themselves in a predicament soon. Why don't we take the initiative instead of remaining idle here? Yu waved his hand dismissively. You may not grasp the situation. If they were to strike first, they would be the ones openly breaking the alliance. Although the other 3 hidden villages are absent, they are likely observing this conflict in silence. I see, Izuna responded. As long as the Raikage side makes the first move, Konoha's reputation within the shinobi world will remain intact. Subsequently, as Ieyu had anticipated, the Raikage clapped his hands, summoning Kinkaku and Ginkaku from the shadows, holding the very documents required for their alliance. Tobirama and Sarutobi Hizashi, having been forewarned by Ieyu's intelligence, readied their weapons, their gazes fixed intently upon the newcomers. Suddenly, a flurry of figures bearing the forehead protectors of the Cloud Village materialized behind Kinkaku and Ginkaku. I gasped in astonishment. What are you attempting to do? Clearly, I was unaware of the betrayal by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Are we not to confront the Raikage? Izuna said anxiously. There is no need. This is an internal matter for the Cloud Village. Our intervention would be unwarranted, though he is indeed a competent Kage. Kinkaku tore the alliance contract asunder, wielding a fan that stirred a tempest of flames, directed straight at the assembly in the meeting room. Hokage-sama, quick, get down. Sarutobi Hizashi seized the opportunity to push the unprepared Tsukikage Komatsu aside. Earth release, earth flow wall. A massive stone wall erupted within the conference room. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Tobirama swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a swirling water dragon above his head, its eyes glowing with a fierce light as it surged toward Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Thud. Ginkaku struck at Eye before he could react. You are esteemed founding ninjas of this village. Why the sudden betrayal? Under the cover of the Thunder Shield technique, Ieyu AI swiftly fortified her defenses. However, it was evident that Jin Xiao and Yin Xiao had long devised their scheme. Bang. With a crack. What? A fleeting expression of disbelief crossed Ieyu AI's face. How can this be? Under Yin Xiao's sweeping strike, the Thunder Shield technique crumpled like mere paper, unable to withstand the assault. A sudden burst of crimson erupted from her chest, blood gushing forth instantaneously. You two imbeciles. Raikage, despite the agony, swung his great blade towards Yin Xiao. Don't just stand there. Move. Seeing Raikage still able to muster the strength to rise, Yin Xiao was taken aback and called to the rogue ninjas behind him. Whoosh. Several kunai swiftly embedded themselves in Raikage's chest. Damn, that amount of blood. You couldn't help but exclaim. Brother, what's going on? We need to leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen, while fending off Jin Xiao's assault, led the ninjas of Konoha out of the building. Without a doubt, with Raikage's demise, the events of this night would send shockwaves throughout the ninja realm. Those Konoha scoundrels must not escape. Otherwise, the entire ninja world will learn of today as happenings. Jin Xiao felt a tightening in his chest and shouted to his brother, Yin Xiao. Understood, brother, watch me. Yin Xiao, seeing Raikage, now devoid of combat capability, delivered the final blow, kicking Raikage to the ground and charging with numerous ninjas towards Hiruzen's direction. You brat, aren't you running away? Jin Xiao mocked Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stood defiantly against him, chuckling ominously. Damn it. Cold sweat trickled down Hiruzen's face as he ultimately fled from behind the earth flow wall. Humph. None of you shall escape. Jin Xiao swung his banana fan towards the retreating Hiruzen. Susanoo. Slash of divine mandate. A colossal greenish apparition materialized, accompanied by an invisible slash. Bang. 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 Damn it. What is happening? How could they be here? Upon recognizing the newcomers, Jin Xiao furiously shouted, You Konoha villagers are truly treacherous. Elder Izuna. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in excitement upon seeing the figure within the towering Susanoo before him. Monkey, you go first. I will handle this. Yes, this infuriates me. Jin Xiao, now serious, brandished the amber purification bottle. Uchiha Izuna. Jin Xiao suddenly called out to Izuna. Chapter 62. This is the third power, Susanoo. Heavenly Raging Flow. Is that the attack method of that ninja tool? Fortunately, you had previously warned Izuna to be wary of the ninja tools wielded by Jin Xiao and Yin Xiao, for they could launch an attack through the enemy's words, usurp the power of their speech, and seal them within the purple gold-red gourd and the amber purification bottle. What is happening? Why does he remain silent? Has he already detected something amiss? Jin Xiao, sensing the prolonged stillness of Quan Nai, anxiously pondered. Is it sufficient to remain silent? Quan Nai formed hand seals, and simultaneously, the Susanoo enveloping him grasped dual blades, sprouting 3 heads and 6 arms. Heavenly command, divine turbulence. Quan Nai placed his hands before his chest, raising them, while his pupils transformed from the 3-tomo Sharingan into the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and then into the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. That pair of eyes reappeared. Earth release, Earth Rock Wall technique. Jin Jiao finally began forming seals, as a massive earthen wall rose around him, creating a barrier between himself and Quan Nai. Subsequently, the Susanoo divided into 3 heads and 6 arms, each wielding a long sword. A sense of foreboding began to rise within Jin Jiao. The Susanoo swung toward Jin Jiao, the 3 blades emanating a blue glow, as sharp as if they could sever anything. The resulting shockwave shattered nearby stones and debris. So swift. Even with Jin Jiao's formidable reflexes, facing the 3 colossal blades of Susanoo rendered him immobile, as if paralyzed. Brother. Jin Jiao heard the commotion behind him and halted his steps. How infuriating. How could this be? This is not what we had planned. Some of you go assist my brother. The rest continue pursuing those Leaf Village scoundrels. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village united to unleash the fire technique, and a colossal fireball intercepted Tobirama and his companions. Lord Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and others felt a sense of unease at the sight of the fireball ahead. They were merely elite jonin, and faced with the near Kage-level ninjas. Specifically chosen by Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, they were at a significant disadvantage. Moreover, Yin Jiao was among the most powerful in the entire Hidden Cloud Village. Whoosh! Suddenly, several shurikens were hurled from an unknown source, embedding themselves fiercely at Yin Jiao's feet. Are there any others? Yin Jiao was taken aback by the Leaf Village ninjas' meticulous preparation. Those vile Leaf Village brats. Grasping the 7-star sword, Yin Jiao began to manipulate the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions. It's futile, don't waste your efforts. At that moment, a voice resonated from the woods. It's you. Yin Jiao instantly recognized Yu, his expression a mix of indignation and shock. Could it be that he knows the capabilities of the purple gold red gourd? Impossible. We never disclosed anything to anyone. Lightning release, extreme lightning fong. Yu wasted no time, swiftly unleashing a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Yin Jiao. 7-star sword. Yin Jiao hurriedly raised his sword in defense. As Yu closed in, he prepared to employ the H-kin rope to counter Yu's assault. The H-kin rope, as depicted in the original work, was skillfully manipulated by Yin Jiao to extract numerous ninjutsu from the surrounding ninjas. When combined with the red gourd of purple gold, it could ensnare anyone touched by the H-kin rope, drawing them into the gourd. The force with which Yin Jiao cast the H-kin rope was formidable, reaching Yu in the blink of an eye. Just as the H-kin rope was about to make contact with Yu, he invoked the Flying Thunder God technique. A mark appeared behind him, and in an instant, Tobirama materialized before Yu, grasping him and teleporting them away from the area. Ah, how careless of me. Yu tapped his forehead, realizing the true power of the H-kin rope was not to be underestimated. In that fleeting moment before contact, he distinctly felt an irresistible pulling force within him, as if something was about to be forcibly extracted from his being. Monkeys, you should go ahead. I will hold the rear with Tobirama. But Lord Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately expressed concern for their safety. Do not worry, we will be fine. You must go now. Yu replied to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a reassuring demeanor. His confidence stemmed entirely from one person. How could this be, brother? Brother. Yin Jiao stared in disbelief at the lifeless body of Jin Jiao thrown before him, anguish evident in his voice. Will you continue to resist? Alas, Raikage. You could have led the Cloud Village to greater heights, had it not been for you 2 rogue ninjas. Izuna strolled forward casually. Had he not held back during that previous technique, the body of Jin Jiao would have been utterly destroyed. However, that attack had severely depleted his chakra reserves. Despite possessing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, without the innate vast chakra reserves like Uchiha Madara, even a single use of his most powerful Susanoo technique would leave him nearly drained. I will kill you, you bastard. Yin Jiao surged to his feet, brandishing his 7-star sword as elite ninjas swiftly moved to his side. The Uchiha clan is truly terrifying. At this moment, Yu found himself surprised that Tobirama began to express concern about the formidable strength of the Uchiha clan. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Yu formed hand seals, causing his shurikens to multiply into countless forms, launching towards Yin Jiao and the ninjas from the Cloud Village. Brother, it is our turn. Tobirama nodded, executing the Flying Thunder God Slash. His figure darted forward, striking at the enemy. So fast, Yu couldn't help but marvel at the incredible speed, unable to react in time. Is that the Hokage of Konoha? And the person beside him, with hair of black and white, truly fearsome. Izuna, you should also retreat. Take care. After Izuna withdrew, Yi remained to confront Yin Jiao. Brother, Brother. Chakra began to swirl around Yin Zhao's body. Had he awakened it? Once again, the narrative takes an unexpected turn. In the original text, after the reincarnation of the gold and silver horns through impure reincarnation, it was Gold Horn who transformed into the Nine-Tails cloak due to Silver Horn being sealed. However, this has now been reversed. The Earth Grudge Fear. A crimson mask materializes behind Yu. The Earth Grudge Fear's head is resolute. A wall of fire erupts, targeting Silver Horn, who is cloaked in the Nine-Tails form. Silver Horn extends its scarlet claws, effortlessly dispersing the flames with a single swipe. Mudada. Mudada. Zinniai. Silver Horn's words are laced with the growls of the Nine-Tails as it lunges towards Yu. After Yu dodges, it revolves around itself, mimicking the Eight Tails, causing the surrounding trees to sway and tremble. Dark matter begins to coalesce in Silver Horn's mouth. This is bad. It's the tailed beast bomb. Is it locked onto me, rendering escape impossible? Chapter 63. The Death of Gold and Silver Horns, marking the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War. The tailed beast bomb stirs the air around it, hurtling towards Yu. Tobarama. Be careful. Tobarama instantly teleports in front of Yu. Such an expansive attack would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of chakra if one were to employ the Flying Thunder God technique for evasion. At that moment, Yu places a hand on Tobarama's shoulder. Leave it to me. Copying in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successful copy achieved. Obtain the Flying Thunder God technique. Beginner. As Yu's affinity with Senju Tobarama has reached a pivotal threshold, in an instant, he masters the Flying Thunder God technique. What Yu intends to do is to utilize this technique to transfer the tailed beast bomb. With my current chakra levels, moving this colossal entity should be feasible. Yu begins to absorb the surrounding natural energy, transforming it into chakra within his body. Konoha Ninja, perish. Silver Horn descends into further madness, unleashing the tailed beast bomb. Yu's pupils widen, his orange toad-like eyes fixated intently on the tailed beast bomb. Flying Thunder God technique. What? Upon hearing the name of the jutsu, Tobarama is the first to be astonished. Could it be that just from a mere touch, Yu has acquired my jutsu? If that is the case, such a talent is truly formidable. Open. Yu shifts his form, arriving before the tailed beast bomb. At the moment of contact with the bomb, whoosh. Both Yu and the tailed beast bomb vanish simultaneously. Tobarama. After Yu's disappearance, Silver Horn seizes the opportunity, launching another attack in its tailed beast form, rampaging through the environment. Whoosh. Tobarama. Brother, get down. Yu has no time to explain, urgently shouting as he encases himself within an earth wall. A tremendous wave of energy surges from a distance. Yu has transferred the tailed beast bomb to the nearest towering mountain, utilizing its vastness to obstruct the bomb's assault. However, the residual force from the explosion continues to ripple outward. This presence, is it the tailed beast bomb? As Azuna followed Sarutobi's departure, he sensed a peculiar aura and turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. Are Lord Hokage and Lord Tobarama truly unharmed? Do not fret. I believe they shall resolve the situation shortly. TCH. Shimura Danzo scoffed disdainfully. He harbored an inherent animosity towards the Uchiha clan, rooted in a long-standing history of oppression that the Shimura family endured before the establishment of Konohagakure. The bitter memories of their subjugation at the hands of the Uchiha had shaped Danzo's current worldview. What a pity for that pair of Sharingan. Danzo stared intently into Azuna's eyes, which bore the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, a legendary ocular power that could not manifest its full strength due to a lack of chakra. If the opportunity arises, I too shall acquire a pair of Sharingan. Danzo mused inwardly. Boom. A tremendous shockwave surged overhead, obliterating the earthen wall that Yabuki had erected. Lightning release. Lightning strike. Yabuki formed hand seals, summoning a bolt of lightning that illuminated the moment Silver Horn fell victim to the air currents. Lightning release. Extreme lightning fawn. Silver Horn attempted to raise his hand in defense. You cannot evade this. Sharingan. Clang. Ah! The lightning surged into the tailed beast's body, causing Silver Horn to wail in agony. Clang. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain Silver Horn. Reward. 10 Purity of the Sage of Six Paths Bloodline. Bloodline purity? What could that possibly mean? As Yabuki pondered, a sensation of relaxation and warmth enveloped his being. The bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, it seems, was indeed a reward for vanquishing Silver Horn. Both Gold Horn and Silver Horn possessed the lineage of the Sage of Six Paths, making the system's reward rather justifiable. Since the Uchiha and Senju clans are descendants of Indra and Azura, respectively, Yabuki could learn the ninjutsu and Kekkei Genkai of both clans through the sage's bloodline. Being a member of the Senju clan, Yabuki was already well-versed in their techniques, and now with the acquisition of the Meijiki Sharingan, could he potentially unlock the legendary Rinnegan through the connection of both bloodlines? However, for now, it remained merely a notion. Yabuki had yet to form a comprehensive understanding of the Rinnegan, and he still needed to digest the inscriptions on the stone tablet at the Nana shrine. Tobirama, how are you? Yabuki shook his head. In that moment, Gold Horn and Silver Horn vanished from the ninja world, while Tobirama survived, continuing to serve as the second Hokage. During the brief yet tumultuous period of the Four Nations Ninja Alliance assault on Kanehagakure, alongside the Reikage and Hokage Alliance, this event, though fleeting and limited in scope, was heralded by the world as the first great ninja war, specifically targeting the Hidden Leaf. Through this war, the Hidden Leaf village has gained immense prestige and status, causing the other four ninja villages to no longer underestimate the Leaf Village, which has lost the legendary Hashirama Senju. Meanwhile, the Cloud Village, bereft of its second Reikage, erupted into a significant internal conflict, as its inhabitants, fervent warriors by nature, engaged in fierce clashes. Ultimately, the formidable A, revered as the strongest spear and shield, was elected as the third Reikage, proving to be the most powerful leader in that role. Under his guidance, the combat strength of the Cloud Village has even surpassed its pre-war capabilities. However, when the Cloud Village proposed to exchange gold for the corpses of the Gold and Silver brothers, as well as the 5 great ninja tools, their request was firmly declined by Hate, who regarded the brothers, possessing the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, as indispensable subjects for his experiments. This era of peace is not genuine tranquility. Perched upon the Hokage Rock, Hate gazed at the flourishing Hidden Leaf Village, overwhelmed by a wave of nostalgia. He had witnessed the village's journey from its inception to its current state and was one of its founders. Oh, how unfortunate it is that my brother could not witness this scene. Izuna lowered her head, a flicker of melancholy in her eyes, though it dissipated swiftly. While she could not comprehend Uchiha Madara's desire to obliterate the village, she did not harbor the same animosity towards him as the villagers of the Leaf. During my absence, you and brother must continue to protect the village. Hate smiled, finishing his drink. Are you not going to see your family? Hate nodded, stating that after visiting them, he would depart once more. The position of Umbu leader will be entrusted to you for now. Where are you going? Fush Ketsuki inquired anxiously, not wishing for Hate to leave immediately after his return. I will remain in the village for a few more days before returning. Rest assured, there is no danger. Hate gently caressed Ketsuki's smooth, luminous back, speaking softly. Chapter 64. Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Fush Ketsuki gazed at Hate, her heart suddenly warming, and she instinctively leaned closer. One day, I will become the strongest in the village. Don't you think so, Orochimaru? Jiraiya exclaimed in agreement. At a corner in the Hidden Leaf Village, a white-haired youth conversed with a pale-faced child clad in a kimono. Nearby, a bathhouse stood. Indeed, Jiraiya nodded, surprised at Orochimaru's discernment. Now, let's take the first step towards becoming stronger. Every man must undergo trials. Allow me to have a sneak peek into the future as Jiraiya-sama. Hee. Jiraiya flashed a mischievous grin. Let us begin. With that, Jiraiya tiptoed towards the bathhouse. Wow, this is amazing. He marveled at the splendid sights within the bathhouse, urging Orochimaru, come and see. It's truly magnificent. Jiraiya hastily called for Orochimaru to come over as well. I have no interest, Orochimaru softly replied. Turning away, his cheeks flushed. It's you again, Jiraiya. Just as Jiraiya was enjoying the moment, a wooden stick swiftly flew through the air, striking him directly. Ouch! Jiraiya yelped in pain. Who dares to strike Lord Jiraiya? You still dare to call yourself Lord Jiraiya? A girl with a ponytail and yellow hair clapped her hands disdainfully from a distance. Hey, Tsunade, I advise you not to ruin my good fortune. Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes wide as he waved his arms. Humph. Tsunade remained silent, and behind her appeared a tall figure. As Jiraiya gazed at the man's black and white hair, he recalled a terrifying rumor that even the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is said to embody the will of his father, Sarutobi Sasuke, had once been instructed by him. Moreover, his identity was widely known. He was the brother of the first and second Hokage, and a participant in the First Shinobi World War, Senju Hashirama. His gaze is so frightening, Jiraiya stammered, his legs trembling. Beside him, Orochimaru showed little reaction, yet remained still, fixated on Hashirama, seemingly deep in thought. Tsunade, witnessing Jiraiya's state, couldn't help but burst into laughter. If you ever peek at someone bathing again, I'll have my grandfather deal with you. No, please spare me, Lady Tsunade, Jiraiya cried out. Look at Jiraiya and Orochimaru. They've grown so much. Hashirama observed the two before him. Tomorrow marked the day of the Ninja Academy's enrollment, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer the third Hokage, but rather a senior instructor at the academy. Perhaps tomorrow, Hiruzen would be teaching them. Hashirama mused with a smile. Grandpa, why are you laughing? Oh, it's nothing, heh. It seems the leader of the Umbu isn't as fearsome as rumored. Jiraiya cautiously approached Orochimaru and whispered, Is this truly the leader of the Umbu organization? Were you peeking at someone bathing? Hashirama feigned ignorance. Seeing Jiraiya's embarrassed demeanor, he couldn't help but laugh heartily, suggesting they all head to the back of the Konoha gates. Today was the day before his departure, coinciding with the visit of the Ghost Lantern Moon from the Mist Village and Anoki from the Rock Village to Konoha. Would you like to join me and witness this? Hashirama tossed the invitation to Jiraiya. Grandpa, what are you? Hashirama waved his hand. Little Tsunade, these two will be your classmates from now on. So be sure to get along well with them, understood? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and Orochimaru, realizing that their presence would indeed lead to endless conversations. With a sigh, Tsunade had always been inclined to heed Yiyu's words, covering her face and nodding in agreement. Hooray! Jiraiya exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of meeting the legendary shadows he had heard so much about, bouncing with excitement. Soon, they arrived at the entrance, where Sarutobi Hiruzen, waiting for the Water Shadow and Earth Shadow, spotted Jiraiya and the others, intending to greet them when he noticed Minato, Banjian-san, and the indifferent Dana. At the entrance, a man donned in a flamboyant trench coat, with striking blonde hair and a small mustache, approached, accompanied by an aide and a bandaged figure. Jiraiya remarked quietly to Orochimaru and Tsunade, Did we not eliminate several elite members from their village before? How could they dare to come and seek an alliance? Tsunade explained with a sense of pride. In the world of shinobi, relationships are merely a matter of interest. Their desire to ally stems from the flourishing resources of our Leaf Village. Nodding in agreement, Yiyu recognized that these words were intended to help Tsunade grasp a broader perspective. Upon noticing Jiraiya and Orochimaru gazing at her with envy, Tsunade puffed out her chest, filled with pride. Then, Tobirama emerged from the building, clad in the rarely worn Hokage robe, to meet with the likes of Kahaku and others. Banjian-san, do you still remember me? Kahaku gestured playfully towards Yiyu with a mock gun pose, smiling. Indeed, it has been years since we last met. Yu was incredulous, exclaiming, You truly know Senju Banjian? Upon learning that Kahaku had also come to Konoha to forge a bond with the Hokage, Yu's spirits plummeted. Just moments ago, they had nearly clashed on the road. Water Shadow, Earth Shadow, please follow me, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, bowing to the three shadows, leading them on a tour of Konoha. Yiyu followed closely behind Jiraiya and Orochimaru, occasionally offering guidance on ninjutsu. If the events unfolded as per the original narrative, Jiraiya would inadvertently perform the reverse summoning technique the following day, leading him to Myaboka Mountain. How intriguing this all was. The group traversed various locations, and at times, Kahaku posed numerous questions about himself, to which Sarutobi Hiruzen responded diligently. Such ignorance, Yu sighed slightly, seemingly disheartened by the presence of such a shadow from the Mist Village. What are you saying, Bandage Man? Yu calmly shook his head. Observing the playful banter between Kahaku and Yu shook his head in disbelief. It was no wonder they had perished together in the First Shinobi World War. However, due to Yiyu's intervention, their fates had diverged, allowing them to continue their existence. Chapter 65, The First Appearance. Jiraiya arrives at Myaboka Mountain. Indeed, the village hidden in the leaves is remarkable. With great enthusiasm, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon gazed upon phenomena never before witnessed in his village, marveling at the extraordinary. Once the events concluded, Sarutobi Hiruzen led a group into the Hokage building. Are we not entering, Grandpa Tobirama? Asked Yuyuki, shaking his head. Let the adults handle adult matters. But Grandpa Tobirama, you are not going in either? You have Grandpa Hashirama with you. Accompanied by Yuyuki and others, the Mizukage and Tsuchikage signed a decade-long peace treaty with Konoha, simultaneously establishing trade routes among the three great nations for mutual exchange. In the 19th year of Konoha, coinciding with the year the three nations forged their pact, Yuyuki resolved to venture to the locations of the other two sacred lands as mentioned by the Great Toad Sage. However, mere directions from the Great Toad Sage proved insufficient, as entry into the Dragon's Cave and the Wetbone Forest required specific methods. Have you finally made your decision? The Great Toad Sage opened his eyes, observing this boy who had visited Mayaboka Mountain since childhood with keen interest. Had the prophecy been erroneous? Gamamaru pondered, gazing at Yuyuki's contrasting hair colors. Young lad, is your hair naturally of this hue? What is the matter? Yuyuki inquired curiously. Nothing of consequence. Let me send you on your way. Do you wish to visit the Wetbone Forest or the Dragon's Cave? Yuyuki bowed his head in contemplation. Let us proceed to the Wetbone Forest first. The reasoning was simple. The Dragon's Cave posed far greater danger, not only due to the trials of the White Snake Sage, but also because of the high-level serpents who disregarded the lives of those who sought to learn sage techniques, truly a domain only a madman would dare to enter. It appears this lad possesses quite a degree of caution. The Great Toad Sage nodded approvingly, then waved his finger, conjuring a verdant green sage technique. This is the transportation technique of Mayaboka Mountain, allowing transit between the three sacred lands. Good luck, young one. With a gentle smile, the Great Toad Sage whisked Yuyuki away in a flash, leaving only himself and a gathering of toads behind. What a rare youth, not seen in a century. From him, I seem to glimpse the shadow of Yuhi. He is of the Senju clan, and by bloodline, a descendant of Yuhi. Shinzaku and Shima echoed beside the Great Toad Sage. So it is, Gamamaru realized. Yuhi, your descendants are all remarkably skilled. Just moments after Yuyuki departed, a youthful figure clad in white, with flowing white hair, materialized amidst a swirl of white smoke, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a rapid fire drum. Another seeker of sage techniques? Could it be the fated one? The Great Toad Sage recalled the scenes of the initial prophecy. Shinzaku, Shima, I leave this to you. I shall take a short rest. The Great Toad Sage yawned and fell asleep. Where am I? Jiraiya gazed at the suddenly unfamiliar environment, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Was he not just training in summoning techniques? How had he arrived here? Young one, you have come to master sage techniques, haven't you? At that moment, Jiraiya was startled to see two small toads, adorned with hair and capable of speech. Are you toads or frogs? We are the sage toads of Mount Mayaboku. Sages? Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Does that mean you are remarkably powerful? Indeed, the reverse summoning technique entrusted to me by Lord Fukasaku is truly extraordinary. Thanks to the intervention of Yiyu, Jiraiya had arrived at Mount Mayaboku ahead of schedule. Shizune and Samuji nodded. Do you wish to learn? Of course. Is this the Wetbone Forest? Yiyu appeared on a stone, surveying the environment of the Wetbone Forest. The entire area was almost entirely covered by a thick layer of grass, surrounded by trees that soared several meters in height, resembling a dreamscape. Numerous small slugs lay motionless on the trunks. This is indeed the Wetbone Forest. Yiyu glanced around, noting that according to the location provided by Gamamaru, he still had some distance to cover before reaching the Slug Sage. Flying Thunder God technique. Utilizing the map etched in his memory, Yiyu pinpointed the location of the Slug Sage's temple and, in an instant, arrived at its entrance. Who goes there? Suddenly, a massive stone was hurled from within the temple, hurtling towards Yiyu. Moments later, several figures emerged from the temple. Hey, are you also here to learn sage techniques? Lightning release, extreme thunder fawn. A bolt of lightning manifested in Yiyu's hand, shattering the colossal stone before him. Lightning release ninjutsu. Are you a ninja from the Cloud Village? Is that a slug? I am one of the avatars of the Slug Sage of the Wetbone Forest. To learn sage techniques, you must first ascend to the highest level of this temple. With that, the slug hurled several massive boulders from the temple, while numerous plants from the Wetbone Forest obstructed Yiyu's path. However, these trials posed no challenge for Yiyu at this moment. Flying Thunder God technique. In the astonished gaze of the slug, Yiyu directly appeared before it. Wow, the slug was taken aback. Please, follow me. With that, it led Yiyu to the presence of the Slug Sage. This aura. Upon entering the temple, the Slug Sage immediately opened its eyes. Yiyu's presence reminded it of a ninja who had visited before, the most powerful it had ever encountered, known as Hashirama Senju. That ninja had mastered Slug Sage techniques in less than a month. How long would it take this ninja? The Senju clan, Hashirama Senju, has met the Slug Sage. Indeed. Another from the Senju clan? Within you, I sense another form of sage technique. Indeed, I possess another form of mystical art, imparted to me by the Toad Sage of my Bokuzen. Yiyu nodded. The Toad Sage? So it is that fellow Toad Maru. Since you have already mastered one form of mystical art, why have you come to my whetbone forest? Because I wish to learn the mystical arts of whetbone forest. I beseech you, sage slug, to teach me. Young one, do you comprehend the consequences of learning two distinct mystical arts? Sage slug cautioned. The toad art is derived from understanding the transformations within nature while simultaneously bestowing upon oneself various external forms. In contrast, the slug art is a medical ninjutsu that utilizes chakra to sustain cellular vitality and combat aging. The two are entirely disparate forms of ninjutsu. To pursue them both requires an immense investment of time. Are you not apprehensive about failing to fully comprehend either? I am not afraid. Oh? Sage Slug inquired with curiosity. Yi Yu formed a hand seal, and the disguise within his eyes dissipated. I see. Sage Slug nodded. Within the northern chamber of the temple resides the method for training in slug art. Proceed there first, and I shall join you shortly. Yi Yu bowed, and then vanished from sight. Master, why did you ultimately permit him to train? The Sage Slug clone asked with intrigue. Did you not observe his eyes? You mean the orange irises? Sage Slug nodded slowly. Those eyes are not something an ordinary ninja can maintain. He has fully comprehended the toad art, and need not squander time on such techniques. Is this truly the place of training? Quite intriguing. Yi Yu sat cross-legged, surveying the traces within the room. Did my elder brother once train here as well? The slug art can extend life, much like Tsunade in the original narrative. Perhaps I could bring Hui Yu here to practice this ninjutsu, though I wonder if she possesses the aptitude. Boom. A resounding chime echoed throughout the whetbone forest, heralding the commencement of training, signifying that someone had come to learn the slug art. As such, the slugs clinging to the trees would gather, merging with Sage Slug to form a complete entity. Upon the conclusion of your training, the bell shall toll once more, known as the end of training. Now, seeker of knowledge, are you prepared to embrace the slug art? I am prepared. Konohagakure, Ninja Academy. Jiraiya, where have you been? Sarutobi-sensei was quite startled. During recess, Tsunade and Orochimaru approached the returning Jiraiya, filled with curiosity. You cannot fathom it. I ventured to a most extraordinary place, teeming with toads. Jiraiya exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Today marks the day of class division. As anticipated by Yi Yu, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru have all been assigned to the same team. All frogs. Tsunade grimaced in distaste, finding it utterly repugnant. They even claimed they would teach me sage techniques. Sage techniques, what are they? I have no idea. Jiraiya shook his head. Yet it was evident that it was something incredibly formidable. At that moment, a voice echoed from the entrance, and a shadow approached Jiraiya from behind. Jiraiya, where on earth did you vanish to yesterday? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to the back of Jiraiya's head in annoyance. Teacher, you might not believe me if I told you, Jiraiya replied, recounting the words he had spoken about Tsunade and Orochimaru. A giant frog? I recall Lord Tobarama mentioning something like that, and he even invited me to join. What? Lord Senju Tobarama has been there too, Jiraiya exclaimed with excitement. It seems destiny has chosen me as well. Before long, I too shall become a figure of great stature like Lord Senju Tobarama. Did Grandpa Tobarama also visit? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, perhaps, but I declined at that time. What a pity, teacher, Jiraiya lamented. It's truly unfortunate. With a thud, Jiraiya sulked. Sarutobi-sensei, please stop hitting me. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, do you understand why I am so furious? Jiraiya shook his head. From behind, Sarutobi Hiruzen produced a piece of paper, holding it in front of Jiraiya. Take a good look at how many points you scored on yesterday's exam. Jiraiya smiled slightly. Teacher, we cannot judge a person's worth solely based on scores from a textbook. Oh, is that what you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to grasp the implication, saying, well, today is the day for your assessment. Do you three know what day it is? Yes. Today, you have been grouped together. Yes. That's fantastic. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled as he couldn't help but jump in elation. It is an honor to be your teacher. But I still need to put you to the test. Upon reaching the training ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved 2 small bells from his pocket. Do you know what these are? No. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained the rules for seizing the bells to the trio. Isn't this rather simple? Jiraiya remarked after Sarutobi Hiruzen finished. Jiraiya-kun, do not be overly confident. Orochimaru cautioned, shaking his head softly. Watch me. As Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded the start, Orochimaru launched the first attack. Shadow of the Serpent. Orochimaru's speed surged, bringing him swiftly to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Have I succeeded? As he approached the bell, Excitement surged within Orochimaru. Not so easily, Orochimaru. With a subtle twist of his waist, Sarutobi Hiruzen evaded the grasp of Orochimaru's hands, simultaneously extending a fist that struck Orochimaru squarely. The impact reverberated as Orochimaru retreated at an astonishing speed, finally coming to a halt. Hiruzen-sensei is formidable, Orochimaru remarked involuntarily. You must be cautious. I shall not hold back, Sarutobi Hiruzen warned as he glanced at the trio. Tsunade clenched her fists and charged at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he effortlessly dodged her punch once more. A resounding crash echoed as the ground where Sarutobi Hiruzen had stood was shattered, leaving a significant crater. Tsunade is incredibly powerful, Jiraiya exclaimed, utterly astonished by the damage she had wrought, swallowing hard in disbelief. It seems I must be more vigilant in my peeping endeavors. Tsunade's destructive capability sent a chill down Orochimaru's spine as he observed her. This woman is truly terrifying. Impressive destructive force, Sarutobi Hiruzen complimented, acknowledging her strength, yet cautioned. But such speed alone will not secure the bells. Watch this, Jiraiya shouted, forming hand seals. Ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed surprise, a smile creeping upon his lips. Well done, Jiraiya. I didn't expect you to master ninjutsu at such a young age. Under the expectant gazes of the others, Jiraiya completed his hand seals and swiftly swung his arm outward, proclaiming, the art of scatter shurikens. As he lay supine, a flurry of shuriken and kunai were launched from his person, but instead of soaring forward, they fell to the ground. What an idiot, Tsunade exclaimed, her fists clenched in frustration. Sarutobi Hiruzen covered his face, muttering, I shouldn't have trusted him. I did it, Jiraiya suddenly declared with newfound confidence. At that moment, a small toad appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is a summoning technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback as the toad, filled with energy, unleashed a stream of water towards him, obscuring his vision. What an opportunity. Orochimaru seized the moment, dashing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, aiming directly for the bells. Just as Orochimaru was about to leap, Sarutobi Hiruzen employed a shadow clone technique. What? Orochimaru thought, realizing too late. Chapter 67, Hanzo the Salamander. With a forceful kick, Orochimaru was sent flying. As he soared through the air, Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances and charged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Did we succeed? They both queried in unison. Just then, a rope inexplicably appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, ensnaring Jiraiya's foot and hoisting him into the air. Indeed, among the three of you, the one ensnared most by the trap I set will find themselves bound to that tree stump. Why didn't the teacher mention this sooner? Jiraiya struggled to break free, but his efforts were in vain. Summoning technique. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi pursued Orochimaru and Tsunade, Jiraiya formed the hand seals for the summoning technique with his hands positioned behind him. Hey Jiraiya, didn't Lord Fukasaku say you can't use the summoning technique until you've mastered Sage Technique? Never mind. Just this once, quickly help me untie these ropes. A crimson toad appeared beside Jiraiya and released a projectile from its mouth, severing the ropes binding Jiraiya's feet. Just as Jiraiya fell, he unexpectedly tumbled into a pitfall that opened beneath him. Jiraiya, this time I cannot assist you. Ultimately, Jiraiya could not escape the fate of being tied to the stump. How about that, Jiraiya? I was right, wasn't I? Little Tsunade gleefully brandished a bell in front of Jiraiya's face. Humph, don't get too cocky. Your chest is as flat as a washboard. What did you say? Tsunade yanked at Jiraiya's clothing, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. All right, Tsunade. You and Orochimaru should head back now. Tsunade stuck her tongue out at Jiraiya, reveling in her victory as she departed. Jiraiya, what is going on? Can't you even detect the most basic of traps? Hiruzen Sarutobi found Jiraiya to be the most troublesome of the trio. If you listen more to Orochimaru, enough with the Orochimaru talk, I'm tired of hearing it, Sarutobi sighed. Didn't you once tell me your transparency technique was quite formidable? How come you didn't notice anything? When peeping, my transparency technique is indeed quite powerful. Just how powerful? I've never been discovered. It's true. Since you say so, Sarutobi mused, glancing up at the sky, his face flushing slightly. Next time, I'll accompany you. Such a lecherous old man. Hiruzen. Cough, cough. Hiruzen cleared his throat and said, as a reward, how about I teach you a ninjutsu? Upon hearing the prospect of learning a new technique, Jiraiya's interest peaked immediately. What ninjutsu? Hiruzen formed hand seals, and with a resounding bang, a colossal ape, twice the size of Hiruzen, materialized beside him. How about that? Interested in learning? Hiruzen inquired. Don't get too smug, I can do it too. Oh, Hiruzen expressed surprise, not expecting Jiraiya to have already mastered summoning at such a young age. Seems Jiraiya has more tricks up his sleeve than I realized, Hiruzen thought, shaking his head with a light chuckle. Allow me to impart another technique to you. Oh, Jiraiya gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with curiosity. Observe closely. After placing one hand upon his chest, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned forth a shadow clone with a swift motion. Impressive, Jiraiya exclaimed in admiration. For Sarutobi had executed the exceedingly intricate technique known as the multi-shadow clone jutsu, a creation of the legendary Tobirama Senju, in less than half a second. This technique demands an immense amount of chakra, thus earning its classification as a forbidden art. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen demonstrated remarkable precision in controlling the number of clones, ensuring the chakra flowed in an optimal balance. I wish to learn this technique too. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally reveled in his triumph, thinking it was indeed wise to have learned this technique from Lord Tobirama, narrowly avoiding embarrassment at the hands of this young rascal. I can teach you this technique, but you must promise me one thing. What is it? You must commit to studying the ways of the ninja diligently, so that such blunders as today do not occur again. Sarutobi's tone grew somewhat stern. Jiraiya nodded, of course. In truth, Jiraiya had deliberately stepped into the trap to ensure that Orochimaru and Tsunade would not be tied to the stake, as one chosen by the great sage of the Toads. How could he possibly make such mistakes? In the Hidden Rain village, the relentless downpour seemed as though it would never cease. Bang! Several ninjas stared in terror at the mysterious young man before them, bare-chested and masked. Hans, what do you intend to do? Lord Rain Shadow has decreed that you cannot leave the village. Can you stop me? One of the Rain ninjas retorted, his voice rising before faltering. It was not that he feared combat with Hans. A swift demise would be preferable. However, Hans was host to a toxic sac within his body. If he were to suddenly attack while breathing, the noxious gas would inflict unbearable suffering upon them. This toxic sac had been implanted in Hans during his childhood, after encountering a highly venomous black pufferfish in the Hidden Rain village. Consequently, Hans developed a resistance to poison. With each breath, those around him inhaled the toxic fumes, leading to a pervasive fear of the young Hans. To prevent harm to others, he was compelled to wear a mask and breathe through his mouth. Hans could not easily remove his mask, as it conferred him an advantage in battle. Yet, should the toxic sac in his abdomen rupture during combat, even Hans would be powerless against the pufferfish's venom. This was precisely why the Rain Shadow regarded Hans as a tool of war, confining him within the village. You. Go report to Lord Rain Shadow. Do not let him escape. Several ninjas cast fearful glances at Hans as they retreated. Hanzo swung the scythe at the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village. In an instant, several ninjas were cleaved in two, and a noxious purple gas began to emanate from their bodies. Thud, thud, thud. The ninjas attempting to obstruct Hanzo fell unconscious to the ground. I shall return. Hidden Rain village. Hanzo cast one last glance at this tormenting place before departing, an indelible memory etched in his mind. Chapter 68. The new leader of the Hidden Rain village. With a resounding thud, a colossal salamander appeared beside Hanzo, carrying him aloft on its back. The summoned beast. A salamander exuded a highly corrosive toxin that could paralyze an opponent upon mere contact, followed by swift poisoning. The salamander possessed remarkable speed. Quickly arriving at the borders of the Hidden Rain village, a signal was emitted. And then a group of ninjas adorned with the insignia of the Hidden Rain village appeared around Hanzo, loyal not to the village's leader, but to Hanzo himself. Wait for my signal before you act. Yes. After issuing commands to his subordinates, Hanzo turned towards the heart of the Hidden Rain village, the residence of the village leader. The Rain Shadow. Sir, we have nearly collected all the villagers' funds. There is simply nothing left to extract, whispered a man in a kimono, bowing slightly beneath the leader's gaze. Surrounding him stood a multitude of masked ninjas clad in specially designed pale yellow cloaks, casting an eerie presence against the backdrop of the rain. Seated atop a platform was the village leader, a corpulent figure, flanked by two frail women in kimonos, one of whom he held tightly in his embrace. Humph. How do you know they have nothing left? Regardless of your methods, if I do not see gold by tomorrow, you shall meet your demise. Why yes, the man's scalp prickled, and he could only retreat in silence. Come, dear, the leader coaxed, offering a piece of fruit to the woman in his arms. She lowered her head, biting her tattered collar and sobbing softly. She and the two women beside her had been forcibly abducted from the hidden rain village to serve as concubines for the leader. Smack! Upon witnessing the woman's tears, the leader struck her across the face, just as a commotion erupted outside the dwelling. I shall deal with you later, ungrateful wretch. The leader tossed the woman aside and, with impatience, inquired of the incoming ninja, what has happened now? Hanzo has left the village. What? The leader slammed his hand down upon the table. Go retrieve him. He must not be allowed to escape the hidden rain village. No need to search. I have returned. The voice was soft, yet it resonated with the thunder that accompanied it, shaking the very ground. The leader shuddered, and everyone in the room simultaneously gazed upwards. A large gaping hole had formed above the dwelling, explaining the thunderous roar of the lightning. As the raindrops cascaded down, a man, bare-chested and masked, emerged from the roof. His gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the leader of Rain Ninja Village. You. It's you. Someone, come quickly. With a swift motion, Hans appeared before the leader in the blink of an eye. You actually recognize me? He asked, his voice devoid of emotion, exuding an oppressive aura that caused the leader to retreat, while the three women beside him collapsed weakly to the ground. Their eyes not filled with fear but rather with anticipation. Shuriken technique. The rows of guards standing within the house finally sprang into action. Some hurled shurikens, while others brandished large blades, slowly advancing towards Hans. Your subordinates are truly loyal, Hans remarked, one hand gripping a scythe, the other wielding a chain as he charged towards the guards. What are you standing there for? Quickly seek reinforcements. Why yes. The man beneath the house trembled as he fled. Run. I must escape quickly. Move, move. The leader realized his legs had turned to jelly from fear, rendering him powerless. Suddenly, a bottle struck his head, sending him crashing to the ground. You. The leader saw one of the women he had abducted daring to strike him and retaliated with a resounding slap. Just as his hand was about to descend, a scythe flew through the air, severing his right arm. Blood gushed forth, staining his garments crimson. Aya! The leader finally experienced the searing pain in his severed arm, cold sweat pouring down his face as he wailed in agony. Leave, Hans commanded the three women, who, upon receiving his order, felt a wave of relief mixed with disbelief. If you do not leave, you shall follow him to hell. Realizing their liberation, the three women embraced each other in tears before hastily fleeing from that perilous place. At this moment, Hans, bare-chested and masked, was splattered with the blood of the two rows of guards, resembling a harbinger of death from the depths of hell, the chain in his hand gleaming ominously, its other end embedded into the wooden wall behind the leader. Spare me, the leader pleaded, enduring the pain as he knelt before Hans, speaking in a hushed voice. It was not my command to imprison you. It was the Wind Country that orchestrated this. They ordered me to do it. The Wind Country? Hans murmured to himself. Yes, them. The state of the village is not what I wish to see. I am powerless against them. These great nations intimidate me. The leader gazed up in terror at the suddenly towering Hans, his body gradually losing sensation, peering down only to see the pitch-black floor below. You shall perish, Hans declared. Hanzo spoke softly. What have you done? In an instant, a multitude of Rain Village ninjas arrived, gazing in astonishment at the scene within the house. No one understood what had transpired, yet ultimately, Hanzo's formidable presence rendered the ninjas of Rain Village motionless. Summoning technique. A colossal salamander burst through the roof, resonating with a thunderous sound, drawing even more ninjas to the scene, creating a standoff. The leader is dead. From this moment forth, I shall be the next leader of Rain Village. Does anyone dissent? Perhaps due to the imposing aura of the salamander, none dared to challenge Hanzo's declaration. Soon, those who had come to oppose him transformed their stance, rallying in support of his ascension to leadership. From this day forward, Rain Village shall no longer heed the commands of any great nation. We shall establish a village that belongs solely to us. Perhaps the deities of Takuma no Hara favored Hanzo, for the incessant rain of Rain Village miraculously ceased. Is it truly unbelievable? Has the rain stopped? Can our village truly experience a day without rain? It is Lord Hanzo. He has brought the rain to a halt. With the seamless transfer of power, Hanzo tore up the treaties previously established with the Land of Fire, Land of Wind, and Land of Earth, declaring independence for Rain Village. Chapter 69. Deploying the Umbu. Infiltrating the Land of Rain. A mere Rain Village dares to disregard us. Within the Wind Country's Kazakage building, Shaman cursed vehemently. The current situation was perilous, and now this small village sought to break free from their control. However, the Wind Country found itself in a precarious position, unable to ally with the neighboring Land of Fire, while expansion of territory remained impossible, creating a dilemma. Let them stir. A small ninja village is of no consequence. The Wind Country refrained from taking further action, leaving Hanzo quite surprised, yet it suited his purpose perfectly. Under Hanzo's governance, Rain Village began to flourish, now possessing the strength to contend with great nations. Apart from the Rain-hidden tribe within the Land of Rivers, Hanzo achieved true unification for Rain Village. As Tobarama sat thoughtfully in the Hokage chair, he reflected on the current state of affairs. Even without Hashirama's protection, Konoha still stood at the pinnacle among the 5 great shinobi villages. However, what troubled Tobarama was the northern Land of Lightning. Following the last shinobi world war, although he had survived, Kumobikure had lost a Kage. Nevertheless, the Third Reikage had withstood the pressures from other covetous great nations, consolidating internal unity, and now held a prestige second only to Konoha among the 5 great nations. Koharu, please fetch me the information on the Third Reikage. Yes, Lord Hokage. As the young Nin, Xiaochun, approached the bookshelf, she discovered a collection of documents containing information on the high-ranking officials from various other villages, gathered by the Umbu. After receiving the files, Senju Tobarama meticulously examined them, noting even the details of the ninjutsu contained within. It was evident that this comprehensive information had been meticulously compiled by Yu, yet Tobarama found himself perplexed by the extent of Yu's knowledge, particularly the fact that he was aware of the impending birth of the Third Reikage son. Such revelations seemed utterly inconceivable. According to the documents, the Third Reikage was rated at 5 stars, a designation used by Yu within the Umbu to indicate strength, akin to a power rating system, with 7 stars denoting the highest level. Another 5-star individual, Tobarama mused, feeling a headache coming on. He had encountered numerous individuals rated at this level. Thus, upon learning that Uchiha Madara was merely classified as 6 stars, Tobarama was left in disbelief. If Madara was only 5 stars, what then could be said of those rated at 7 stars? Lord Hokage, there must be a reason why Lord Ban has assigned such ratings. Xiaochun concurred from her position nearby. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A young man clad in Nin attire stood at the door. Oh, Shimura Danzo. Are you here to request entry into the Umbu again? Shimura Danzo nodded. Although Yu was absent from the village, Izuna possessed the authority of Umbu leader, albeit with less freedom than Yu, as he required Tobarama's consent to undertake various matters, such as the appointment of Umbu members. Danzo, who harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Uchiha clan, had come directly to Tobarama, yet was met with delays as Tobarama deemed it too early. You've arrived at an opportune moment. There happens to be a C-rank mission available. Should you succeed, you will be permitted to join the Umbu. A flicker of delight crossed Danzo's face, clearly unexpected. Xiaochun, please hand this to Danzo. Tobarama passed the recently reviewed documents concerning the village of Rain to Danzo. Gather intelligence on this individual named Hanzo, and your mission will be complete, though you must also procure information on the Land of Rain. This task will be led by Izuna. Upon hearing Izuna's name, Danzo's expression immediately soured. Yet he gritted his teeth and reluctantly acquiesced for the sake of advancing into the Umbu. Once Danzo departed, Xiaochun inquired, "Why the sigh, Lord Hokage?" "I am troubled by the current plight of the Uchiha clan." The Uchiha situation? Since the conclusion of the Ninja World War, Izuna's act of safeguarding the retreat of the Uzumaki clan had somewhat altered the perceptions of other families within the village towards the Uchiha. Unfortunately, a portion of the populace remained unable to accept the Uchiha clan, much like the Shimura clan, where the terrifying legacy of the Uchiha Sharingan had cast a long shadow in the past. However, Tobarama believed that such matters would eventually fade from public memory and vanish, and the Uchiha clan would be accepted by all. You must be Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Izuna smiled broadly as he patted the shoulder of the newly arrived Shimura Danzo. Chuckling quietly, Danzo appeared rather reserved, giving a slight nod. Weren't you previously part of Lord Hokage's elite squad? What prompted you to join the Umbu? Danzo remained silent. Yet images from his childhood surfaced in his mind. A figure with black and white hair, exuding a heroic demeanor, whose every movement was lethal and cold-blooded. This was the combat style he admired, and it was precisely because of Yaiba that he chose to join the Umbu. It is time to depart, young one. Behind Shimura Danzo, a pair of large hands clapped on his shoulder, and a rabbit mask appeared beside him. You are Hyuga Yagura of the Hyuga clan. Upon removing the rabbit mask, a pair of white eyes revealed themselves, their aura strikingly similar to that of Uchiha Azuna. Let us proceed. Is it just the three of us for this mission? Danzo inquired. What did you expect? It's not like we're going to engage in combat with them. Oh, understood. The trio donned their umbu masks and swiftly made their way to the border of the Rain Village and the Land of Fire. Mako, this mission is entrusted to you. The leaders of the Wind Country deliberated and ultimately decided that they could not remain idle regarding the Rain Village. They needed to gather intelligence first. Mako is destined to become the third Kazekage. Since the original work did not provide a name, the author created one. Mako nodded. Transforming into a swirling mass of black magnetism, moving through the air toward the Rain Village. It seems someone is approaching. Within the Rain Village, amidst the cacophony of rainfall, Hanzo's heart jolted as he sensed the arrival of others. You all go outside the village and check for any suspicious individuals. If you find any, eliminate them immediately. Without question. Understood. Dozens of Rain Village ninjas, though not numerous, were intimately familiar with their surroundings and could quickly identify strangers. It appears I have drawn the attention of those shadows. Nevertheless, as I anticipated, I shall use you as instruments to enhance my reputation. Hanzo, wielding a scythe and iron chain, stood atop the highest point of the Rain Village, surveying the entirety of the Rain Country. Chapter 70. The New Bloodline Limit of Magnet Release. Lord Yagura, why have we not seen Lord Tobarama lately? Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Hyuga Yagura replied coldly. The whereabouts of the leader were known only to Lord Hokage. If you were curious, seek out Lord Hokage. Danzo had no choice but to remain silent. Several months had elapsed since Yiyu departed from the Hidden Leaf Village. Not only was the village unaware of his whereabouts, but even those like the enigmatic Hozuki man Gitsu, who had previously encountered him, were filled with curiosity regarding Yiyu's destination. They regarded him as a potential threat to their village, perpetually eager to eliminate him. During a mission undertaken by Shimura Danzo and his cohorts in the Wetbone Forest, the resonant toll of a bell signified the culmination of Yiyu's arduous training. With a deep breath, Yiyu opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the Sage of Slugs above him. In a sudden motion, he produced a kunai and thrust it into his own flesh. A sharp gasp escaped him as crimson fluid began to seep forth. Surprisingly, however, the moment the wound was inflicted, a remarkable healing process commenced, restoring the injury to its original state. Truly, one of the three great sage arts, its regenerative capabilities were astonishingly swift, Yiyu marveled. Under the condition of possessing another form of ninjutsu, to master the slug sage technique so rapidly was indeed a testament to the genius of the Senju clan. The Sage of Slugs remarked in admiration. Well then, I shall take my leave. My deepest gratitude to you, Sage of Slugs. Yiyu expressed as he rose to bow in thanks. You, the scion of the Senju clan, if I am not mistaken, your next destination must be the Dragon Cave. The sage intuited. It appears you have deduced correctly, Yiyu acknowledged without refutation. I advise you to exercise caution. The denizens of the Dragon Cave are exponentially more perilous than those of Mayaboka Mountain and the Wetbone Forest combined. They are not as amenable as we are. The sage warned. Yiyu chuckled softly. Fear not, sage. I shall not venture forth without adequate assurance. It seemed this lad was no fool. The Sage of Slugs nodded in understanding. Should you wish to go, come to me, and I shall transport you directly to the Dragon Cave, sparing you some of the perilous journey. Thank you, sage. I shall take my leave now. Little Red, a voice called. Yes, my lord. A red slug wobbled forward to stand before the sage. Could this boy be the fated child spoken of by the old toad? The sage pondered. After a moment of contemplation, Little Red shook her head. The old toad mentioned that the child had yellow hair. Oh, that is indeed unfortunate, the sage lamented. I had thought that savior referred to him. With the final sage art acquired, Yiyu felt a sense of accomplishment as he traversed the realm of mortals. Murmuring to himself, relying solely on the lineage of the Senju clan and his own comprehension, he had practiced the slug sage technique within the Wetbone Forest. Although he had yet to attain mastery, he was confident that with a few more visits, he would perfect the art. Furthermore, the system had granted him numerous advantages, such as potions that enhanced his chakra capacity. Without the system's notifications, Yiyu had also completed several default tasks over the years, accumulating a wealth of points. Previously, my lineage of the Sage of Six Paths was merely 10, yet now it has ascended to 30. In a state of urgency, Yiyu hastened to access the system, discovering therein tasks pertaining to the three great sacred lands. By mastering all three forms of celestial techniques, One could attain a total of 30 lineage points of the Sage of Six Paths. Upon accumulating 100 points, one would gain the ability to open their eyes at will, akin to the sage himself, thus forming a union similar to that of the Uchiha and Senju clans. At that juncture, the Rinnegan would no longer pose a challenge. It is worth noting that the Rinnegan is regarded as one of the most formidable ocular jutsu within the realm of Naruto, even eclipsing the prowess of the system itself. Only in his twilight years did Uchiha Madara unlock the Rinnegan. Even now, Yu yearned fervently for the Rinnegan, but first, a return home was in order. Hui Henner, how have you fared? Yu invoked the Flying Thunder God technique, preparing to journey immediately to Konohagakure. Just then, a figure emerged, accompanied by a tremor that stirred the surrounding stones, as a multitude of small black magnetic stones began to rise from the ground. Byakugan, what brings you? Bearer of the Wind Country's forehead protector? If Yu's recollection served him correctly, this territory belonged to Amigakure. During Hanzo's reign, Amigakure was persistently divided among the Wind, Fire, and Earth countries. It is likely that Hanzo has now begun to make a name for himself in the ninja world. Magnet Release, Sand Iron Rain. The newcomer formed hand seals and, in an instant, summoned a torrent of sand and iron akin to ocean waves, which then transformed into countless fine needles, hurtling towards Yu with great speed. This technique boasted an extensive attack range, prolonged duration, and formidable lethality, making evasion exceedingly difficult. The assailant appeared disinclined to regard Yu as anything but an insignificant obstacle, intent on swiftly completing their mission. Magnet Release? Yu had learned that only a scant few ninjas possessed the ability to wield Magnet Release. This was indeed a bloodline limit, allowing one to control metallic substances at will, as well as manipulate the iron within sandy terrain. Now I understand your identity, the third Kazekage. The magnetic user had fortuitously crossed paths with Yu. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A vast earthen wall materialized before Yu, intercepting the barrage of magnetic needles. Given that this was a bloodline limit, Yu resolved to accept the challenge without hesitation. He would show no mercy to anyone who did not belong to Konohagakure. Was this individual also a ninja? Thus, the magnetic user inquired, "Who are you?" Although aware that Yu was a ninja, the absence of a forehead protector rendered it unclear to which faction he belonged. The one who shall end your life. Celestial Technique. True Extinction Flame Technique. Yu's eyes transformed, revealing the toad-like golden pupils, as he unleashed a colossal flame resembling a dragon, seemingly intent on consuming everything in its path. Magnet Release, Iron Wall. Beneath the magnetic user's feet, a cacophony arose, followed by an eruption of black sand and iron, altering the magnetic force at play. This is also a unique characteristic of Meg. He possesses the ability to transform highly refined chakra into magnetic force, and can freely manipulate the iron within the sand. The magnetic force swiftly coalesced, ultimately forming a magnetic wall that enveloped Meg in an impenetrable barrier. The density of the iron within the sand was exceedingly high, preventing even the heat of flames from penetrating inside. Can it truly not be breached? The Sage Art, Extinguishing Flames technique is primarily effective against large-scale ninja assaults, proving somewhat ineffective against a singular opponent. Chapter 71, The Mightiest of Sunagakure? Yu evidently recognized this fact and began to shift his approach to attack. Name, Meg Affiliation, Guardian of the Wind Shadow of the Land of Wind, highly trusted by the Second Wind Shadow, and exceptionally skilled in magnetic ninjutsu. He can freely control objects containing iron and manipulate the iron within the sand. Combat Power, 6,900 detailed combat power descriptions of each character will follow below. Yu leaped from the ground into the air. Water Style, Water Barrier. Magnetic Style, Sand Iron Wall. The sand iron beneath Meg's feet coalesced once more, forming a towering wall akin to an iron barricade. However, as the water barrier's flow approached, it vanished even before making contact with the magnetic force, while the magnetic wall remained steadfast, a menacing black stone structure. It appears that both fire and water techniques are ineffective. Yu transformed his hand signs once more, and behind him, the aura of lightning chakra floated. Lightning Style, Thunderbolt Technique. Lightning illuminated Yu's form. How many types of ninjutsu does this individual possess? Meg marveled silently as he observed Yu seamlessly transitioning between 3 different ninjutsu, though he regarded such foundational techniques with disdain. He was a wielder of bloodline limits. The future successor of the Wind Shadow, how could he possibly be defeated by an ordinary ninja? Though this was their first encounter, it is regrettable that, in order to avoid hindering my mission, you must meet your end. Magnetic style, sand iron gyroscope. Behold, this is one of Meg's ultimate techniques, where magnetic force transforms into a colossal triangular prism of sand iron, spinning rapidly in the air. It even eclipsed the blazing sun, casting a vast shadow around Yu. Truly, it lives up to its reputation. As Yu activated his ninjutsu, he couldn't help but admire this technique, contemplating that if he were to replicate it, his combat power would soar significantly. Although Yu had mastered techniques like water style, water barrier to a grandmaster level, they were still classified as basic ninjutsu, leaving a considerable gap compared to higher-tier techniques and those beyond. Moreover, the system had indicated the existence of even more formidable high-level and above ninjutsu. Yu speculated that such advanced techniques might not even belong to this planet, but rather to the realms beyond Earth. Just as he pondered this, the sand iron gyroscope drew ever closer. Yu retrieved a kunai from his waist, but it was unlike any ordinary kunai. The one in his hand bore 3 sharp points, and the handle was inscribed with the symbols of the Flying Thunder God technique. With a swift motion, he embedded the kunai around the two of them. Had he lost his senses? The magnetic force gradually intensified, and with a thunderous roar, the forest was utterly devastated by the spinning iron gyroscope. Yet, the gyroscope's rotation did not cease. It burrowed into the ground, causing a violent tremor akin to an earthquake. Not seeing Yu's figure, Zai presumed he had been crushed to pieces. He halted the gyroscope's spin, snorted disdainfully, and prepared to depart. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning materialized from nowhere. Lightning release. Extreme lightning fong, transforming in Yu's grasp into the shape of a wolf, which lunged ferociously at Zai. Magnet release. Sand iron wings. With a swift motion, Zai compressed the sand iron on his shoulder into a pair of massive wings resembling those of a bird, propelling himself into the air. This is intolerable. I cannot engage him further. I must not fail the mission entrusted to me by Lord Kazakage. At that moment, Zai spotted the Leaf Village forehead protector at Yu's waist. A ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village? I shall remember you. Our paths will cross again. Zai thought to himself as he fled the scene. He escaped? Yu had never encountered such a situation before. It seemed Zai was in a hurry, leading Yu to a conclusion. The Land of Wind must have assigned him a significant task, or else why the urgency? That direction must be toward the Hidden Rain Village. In that case, I shall pay a visit as well. Yu collected the scattered kunai once more. Fortunately, thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique, that attack was truly unavoidable. However, this incident revealed to Yu a weakness in magnet release, though the lightning release. Extreme lightning fong had not inflicted substantial damage on Zai. A slight tremor had manifested in the sand iron the moment the lightning approached, as if it were on the brink of dislodging. So that is it. It appears that lightning release is the nemesis of magnet release. It is a pity that I only possess 2 or 3 basic lightning release techniques. Yu shook his head in regret. Otherwise, that previous strike would have surely drawn blood from Zai, enabling him to replicate the technique through the system. Hidden Rain Village. I am quite curious about what draws you from the Land of Wind. Lord Yezhuang, we have been here for 3 days, and the rain still persists. At this moment, Shimura Danzo and his companions had been in the Land of Rain for 3 days, and Danzo found the continuous rainfall astonishing. Is everything prepared? Yezhuang inquired. Danzo nodded, patting the pouch at his waist. In 3 days, he had unknowingly gathered all the intelligence regarding Hanzo and the Hidden Rain Village. Shimura Danzo was quite intrigued as to why Lord Tobarama would take an interest in this small nation. Young one, are you aware of the location of the Rain Ninja Village? Nestled at the confluence of the Wind Country, the Earth Country, and our Fire Country. Its geographical position is remarkably unique, perhaps unparalleled within the ninja world. To avert unforeseen circumstances, each leader of the Rain Ninja Village must first gather information regarding their predecessors, enabling them to make preliminary assessments about future developments based on the intelligence acquired. This is a lesson you ought to learn well, Izuna echoed in agreement. As they prepared to depart, a figure emerged from the borders of the Rain Ninja Village, stealthily infiltrating its depths. Coincidentally, Hans had just returned and spotted this individual ascending to the upper echelons of the village. Ninja from the Wind Country, what brings you here? Upon realizing he had been detected, the newcomer chuckled and shook his head. Am I perhaps a bit too hasty? I wasted too much time with the Leaf Ninja earlier. Since that is the case, I shall investigate personally. Magnetic release. iron sand triangular prism. The magnetic force propelled the iron sand triangular prism at an astonishing speed towards Hans. Its magnetic properties gripping Hans's iron armor, rendering evasion nearly impossible. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Fire release. Fireball technique. Hans seemed to have anticipated that the great nations would send scouts to this location, and he was well prepared, unleashing a fire technique in retaliation. Chapter 72. Convergence at the Rain Ninja Village. A great clash. Hans's fire did not target Magu, but rather a massive, interconnected wall beside him. Boom. As the flames struck the stone wall, it erupted violently. Fire release. Exploding flame array. Hissing sounds resonated beneath Magu's feet. What? When did this happen? Magu hastily flapped the magnetic wings on his back, attempting to ascend into the air. Humph. It is too late, Hans murmured, forming hand seals to manipulate the exploding flame array affixed to Magu's feet. Magnetic release. Iron sand wall. Magnetic iron sand surged beneath Magu, enveloping his legs. With a resounding explosion, Magu felt a sharp pain in his lower limbs, but fortunately, the protection of the magnetic release mitigated the damage. This guy. Magu fixed a steely gaze upon the masked Hans below, his demeanor growing tense. He had encountered the previous leader of the Rain Ninja Village, who had proven to be utterly inept, lacking even the skills of a true ninja. However, this current leader, Hans, was decidedly different. According to Lord F. Y's accounts, he had even engaged in sparring with the renowned samurai from the Land of Iron, Mifyun. Your strength indeed surpasses that of your predecessor, but with such base techniques, you shall never overcome me. Magnetic release. Iron sand rectangular prism. Behind the magnetic force, the sand iron gradually coalesced into a colossal rectangular block, coming to a halt above Hanzo. What is this? The three who were preparing to depart, including Danzo, found themselves equally astonished, their pupils contracting in disbelief. The bloodline limit of the Land of Wind. Night Village, take this little one and leave at once. Uchiha Azuna was acutely aware that this was an opportune moment to eliminate the rival village, a chance not to be squandered. Take care then. After a brief remark from Hyuga Night Village, he departed with Shimura Danzo. Susanoo. A gigantic Susanoo manifested at the heart of the Rain Ninja Village, leaping gracefully to the pinnacle of the tallest edifice. CHGI/. With the scabbard released, a long sword was drawn from Susanoo, cleaving towards the sand iron. The blade radiated immense pressure, obliterating every building in its path as it soared through the air. The thunderous roar incited chaos among the villagers of Rain Ninja Village, who, terrified, scrambled to hide within their homes. Susanoo? So, it is indeed a ninja from Konoha. You have arrived. This is a splendid opportunity to end your life. How could I not make my presence known? Once you are dead, the Kazakage of Sunagakure will face years of scrutiny. And so what? Magnet release. Sand iron rain. The massive rectangular block of sand iron began to rotate slowly, forming a swirling vortex, charging towards Azuna. Magneto cast Hanzo aside and launched a fierce assault on Azuna. A ninja from Konoha. Humph. Fortunately, I anticipated this. Hanzo sheathed his weapon, seeking a place to conceal himself, waiting for both combatants to exhaust their strength before reaping the benefits. Where do you intend to go? A voice suddenly emerged beside Hanzo, belonging to a middle-aged man. Who is it? Hanzo, who had initially relaxed, felt tension surge back, readjusting his scythe into a defensive stance, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. A hand landed on his left shoulder. Swordsmanship. As Hanzo turned, he found himself staring into a pair of crimson eyes. His mind spun, and he collapsed to the ground in shock. Who are you? Hanzo uttered weakly, as if immobilized by an unseen force. I see. It seems the Rain Ninja Village is destined for a transformation. Why not convert it into a satellite village of Konoha today? It would serve to deter the prying eyes of the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. You must be Hanzo. Your victory over Mifyun was merely a few months ago. You have only just begun to make a name for yourself, lacking the so-called demigod title. Are you also a ninja from Konoha? Yabuki couldn't help but commend Hanzo's audacity. Before him unfolded the battle between Susanoo and the giant sand iron, while behind him stood Konoha ninjas who instilled a sense of unease. Yet amidst such turmoil, Hanzo remained remarkably composed. Yi remained silent, merely nodding to acknowledge his identity. Just as I surmised, I did not expect such a high regard from you great nations, sending so many high-ranking officials to Rain Ninja Village. Is it to eliminate me? Hanzo taunted Yiyu. However, what Hanzo did not anticipate was Yiyu's denial of the latter part of his conjecture. We indeed came for your village, but it is not to bring about your demise. Rather, I wish for you to lead Rain Ninja Village toward greater strength. Lead the village to strength? Now it was Hanzo's turn to be astonished. What could this leaf ninja possibly be thinking? I have yet to finish speaking. The condition is that your village must develop under the vassalage of the leaf village. Humph. You great nations are truly predictable. It is likely that agreeing to such terms will render Rain Ninja Village's plight even more dire than it is now. Yiyu quietly seated himself behind Hanzo, offering no response to his words, uncertain how to reply. Although Hanzo's words held a measure of truth, Yiyu represented the position of the Leaf Village, and he would not allow them to act with impunity over such a strategically significant location as Rain Ninja Village. Hanzo, not hearing Yiyu's words, felt a slight panic rise within him, but controlled by the illusion, his body remained immobile. Why the silence? Have you lost your voice? A tremendous noise interrupted the two. A towering, greenish-blue figure emerged before Hanzo. What manner of beast is this? For the first time, Hanzo beheld Susanoo, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. In the presence of Susanoo, this creature still dares to resist. Izuna adjusted his stance, Susanoo wielding a longsword, charged forward once more. Izuna, do not employ wide-ranging attacks. This village still holds value for us. Understood. Uchiha Izuna had intended to obliterate everything in front of him with a single strike of long-used chaotic flow. But upon hearing Yiyu's words, he abandoned the idea. Nevertheless, each movement of Susanoo would wreak immense destruction upon the village while rapidly depleting Izuna's chakra. Izuna retracted Susanoo, planning to resolve the matter with taijutsu. Maki, having endured more than one strike from Long Yu, was now in a far worse condition, gasping for breath. Yet Maki understood that the Leaf Ninja, like himself, had come for the sake of Rain Ninja Village, and thus he could not relent. Magnetic Release, Iron Sand Boundary. Chapter 73, Agree to Submit, Capturing the Future Kazekage. From high above Rain Ninja Village, Maki utilized iron sand to form a large barrier with long spikes in the air, its range nearly enveloping the entire central area. What does he intend to accomplish? Hanzo was at a loss, on the verge of tears. He had been peacefully residing in Rain Ninja Village when suddenly so many people arrived, and with such a vast area of magnetic release. It seemed they aimed to obliterate Rain Ninja Village altogether. In a moment of desperation, Hanzo reluctantly acquiesced to Yiyu's proposition, recognizing that the independence of the Rain Ninja Village would require a more opportune moment. He spoke to Yiyu, who stood behind him, saying, "If your Konoha ninjas can thwart the one in the sky, I shall comply with your demands and submit to the Konoha Ninja Village." Yiyu let out a cold chuckle, dismissing the sincerity of his words. "What then do you wish for me to do?" Hanzo replied anxiously. Having finally ascended to the position of leader of the Rain Ninja Village, he felt that if the village were to perish, he might as well seek his own demise against a tree stump. Yiyu retrieved an object resembling an explosive tag from his storage pouch and pressed it against Hanzo's chest, stating calmly, "Should you entertain any treacherous thoughts, this tag will detonate. You are undoubtedly aware of the devastation such an explosion can cause." Hanzo swallowed hard. The ninjas of the great nations were indeed cunning, and he found himself compelled to obey Yiyu. Ensure that his attack does not strike this village. "You have returned?" Upon hearing a familiar voice, turned to find Yiyu beside Hanzo. There was no time for pleasantries. "Susanoo, protect the heavens." The form of Uchiha Izuna's Susanoo morphed from a skeletal structure into an expansive shield, which it raised high, directing it toward the above magnetic attack. A colossal shadow enveloped the Rain Ninja Village, and the clash between the magnetic technique and Susanoo sent shivers through the residents. Hanzo watched in astonishment at this remarkable scene. What had once seemed formidable now appeared laughable. He had heard whispers within the village about the Uchiha clan, known for their fearsome eyes that, when transformed beyond the three tomo, could manifest various forms of armor. "Fear not. By aligning with Konoha, you shall not suffer," Yiyu reassured Hanzo, patting him on the shoulder before leaping into the fray. "Izuna, let us finish this swiftly." Uchiha Izuna nodded, unleashing the Susanoo's long blade. Magnet Release, Magnetic Wall. With his hands positioned before him, Magna was taken aback as his ultimate strike was unexpectedly intercepted by Izuna. Lightning Release, Extreme Thunder Fong. Yiyu emerged from the rooftop, his hands crackling with electricity as he charged toward Magna. The lightning struck the magnetic wall, producing no sound. "My magnetic techniques can counter all fundamental ninjutsu. Mere assaults are futile." However, Magna felt a growing unease as his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. "Oh no." Suddenly, he watched in disbelief as his magnetic technique was pierced by the lightning, surging directly toward him. A wolf's head formed from the electricity sank its fangs into magna, causing blood to spatter. Senjutsu would release, true fist of the forest. Yiyu's face was adorned with the green patterns of a long-forgotten would-release experience card. From his clenched fist sprouted branches of would-release, striking Ji-He the moment the lightning release pierced through him. The would-release technique spread through Ji-He's body, sealing away his magnetic release. Moreover, this punch was imbued with the power of sage techniques, delivering a devastating blow to Ji-He. With a gasp, Ji-He lost his balance and fell from the sky, while simultaneously, Quan Nai dispelled the Susanoo. Although the sun emerged following the conclusion of the Susanoo's protective barrier, the rain continued to pour relentlessly. Ji still clung to life, propping himself against the wall. Was he to perish? As he gazed at Yiyu and the others approaching him, he never anticipated that merely seeking information would cost him his life. Yet, the thought of surrender vanished in an instant, his resolve quickly solidifying. Even if I perish, I must convey the information to Lord Kazekage. Ji-He summoned the last remnants of his chakra to activate the magnetic release, sand iron wings. Soaring into the air, he unleashed a fierce assault indiscriminately behind him. The flying needles formed from magnetic release filled the sky, mingling with raindrops as they descended. Magnetic release, sand iron rain. Simultaneously, he began to move towards another direction away from the Rain Ninja Village. That direction, oh no, Yiyu thought, realizing the impending danger. Ji-He intended to head toward the territory of the Iwagakure. He understood that there was no turning back to Sunagakure. Instead, he aimed for the Iwagakure, allied with them. You cannot escape. Yiyu refrained from moving, drawing forth another flying thunder god kunai from his waist and embedding it at Ji-He's feet. He activated the flying thunder god technique. Astonishingly, a mark of the flying thunder god also appeared behind Ji-He. This was an imprint Yiyu had deliberately placed when the lightning release had penetrated Ji-He's body earlier. Not only Ji-He, but even Hanzo bore the same mark. Whoosh! Yiyu suddenly appeared before Ji-He, leaving both Quan Nai and Hanzo below in a state of shock. How did Bandmen reach him so swiftly? They had no time to react. So fast, Hanzo murmured to himself, watching from the air. This is the flying thunder god technique. Sage art. Frog fist. Bang. On the ground, Ji-He lay on his back, utterly unable to move. Yiyu leaned down, dipping his fingers in a drop of Ji-He's blood. Ding. System analyzing bloodline limit magnetic release ninjutsu. Replication time. 3 days, commencing replication. Ji-He barely managed to speak before losing consciousness. Just confine him in your Rain Ninja Village. He may still hold some value. Indeed, Hanzo felt an increasing dread towards this man before him. Not merely due to his age, but because of the expression he bore during battle, as if he could disregard any consequences. Does he still hold any worth? Uchiha Azuna was perplexed, having spent years working within the Umbu. He was only beholden to the orders of the Hokage and had little understanding of the relationships between villages or nations. Am I to exchange him for something of great value to Konoha? Will they agree? He inquired. Yiyu confidently replied, of course. Yet inwardly, he mused, after all. He is destined to become the third Kazekage. The future of Sunagakure relies on him. As Hanzo dispatched men to transport Magato to the prison in the Rain Village, Yiyu ascended to a vantage point, surveying the ravaged village, and swiftly began forming hand seals. With a flourish, roots erupted from the earth. Chapter 74. Impure World Reincarnation. Kakuzu returns. The wood release. 4 pillars house technique. Yiyu, with hands deftly weaving seals, caused the trees to grow larger, advancing towards the dilapidated structures, ultimately constructing a complex wooden residence. After a while, every damaged building in the Rain Village had been restored through Yeyu's wood-release technique. This jutsu feels oddly familiar. Izuna pondered, seated atop one of the structures, closely observing Yeyu's every move. It reminded him of his brother, Shinja Hashirama, who seemed to possess a similar ability. Could it be a hereditary jutsu? My home has returned. Splendid. The ordinary citizens of the Rain Village beheld their houses restored to their former glory. Their spirits lifted from the depths of despair. Moreover, their homes were now even more spacious than before. After Hanzo imprisoned Magato, he was astonished to discover the village rejuvenated by Yeyu's powerful jutsu. What an extraordinary technique. Is it a bloodline limit? Hanzo had witnessed much that day, leaving him somewhat numb to the wonders unfolding before him. On their way back, Yeyu specifically instructed Hanzo, if the Sand Village's men come here, do not, under any circumstances, admit that Magato has been here. Do you understand? Once assured of Hanzo's compliance, Yu felt at ease returning to Konoha with Izuna. It seemed that the ninjas from the great nations were somewhat different from what he had imagined. Success. Within the basement constructed by Yu, before Tobarama lay a lifeless body. From a distance, it appeared as though it had perished, yet after a while, the fingers of the corpse twitched slightly, quickly catching Tobarama's attention. Although the technique had been perfected prior to the Ninja World War, Tobarama sought further refinement. During the war, he had gained renown by employing the impure world reincarnation technique. This time, the reincarnated possessed the pinnacle of their abilities from life. The individual lying before Tobarama was Kakuzu, previously slain by Yu, whose anatomical structure had long been thoroughly examined by Tobarama within the Konoha hospital. Indeed, my brother's cellular abilities remain yet to be fully explored. In the realm of the afterlife, the reincarnated body I once inhabited has undergone significant enhancement. Now, it possesses its own consciousness. Where has my bounty vanished? The very first action of the reincarnated Kakuzu was to reach for his waist, only to discover that the pouch containing his reward had disappeared. Your name is Kakuzu, is it not? Who are you? Kakuzu suddenly realized that there stood another person before him, amidst an utterly dark environment. At that moment, memories from his past surged into his mind. It was the Sharingan. Then came the vivid recollection of 5 shurikens striking his heart. To be honest, my initial target was not that mere child. What a shame. Yet, it matters not, for he will only grow stronger than that boy. Who are you? Where is this place? This is the Hidden Leaf Village. I am the second Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, and the brother of the one who has come to end your life. I have long heard of the Senju brothers. You must be Tobarama Senju. What is this power that has managed to resurrect me? Noticing Tobarama's silence, Kakuzu felt numerous threads emerge from behind him, accompanied by a dark substance materializing. Fire style. However, just as Kakuzu prepared to unleash his attack, Tobarama merely raised his hand, rendering Kakuzu's body immobile. Although you possess self-awareness, your body is under my control. Any attack you attempt is futile. Surrender. Kakuzu unleashed his Earth Grudge fear once more, but alas, it proved ineffective. As his body remained unresponsive, it seems I have succeeded. Tobarama observed Kakuzu's reactions, pondering to himself. In previous instances of reincarnation, control was limited to bodies devoid of autonomous consciousness, resulting in mindless forward assaults, lacking the intellect of a normal human. Even elite ninjas summoned by Tobarama, prior to enhancements, were merely of Ch9 level. Given that Kakuzu can autonomously initiate attacks, it appears I have triumphed. However, this ninjutsu is known to only a select few in the Hidden Leaf. Tobarama had only employed it in the context of the Ninja World War. He could not fathom why Yahiko insisted on having Kakuzu brought back through reincarnation. Nevertheless, Yahiko must have his reasons. Presently, only 2 individuals in the Hidden Leaf Village are capable of learning the reanimation jutsu, himself and his brother, Hashirama Senju, Yahiko. You shall remain here for now, Tobarama stated coldly as he exited the basement, leaving Kakuzu in a state of confusion. Hokage-sama. Danzo Shimura excitedly knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Come in. Hokage-sama. Danzo restrained his inner excitement and presented the intelligence he had brought from the Rain Village to Tsunade. Tsunade then handed it over to Tobarama. Hanzo of the Salamander? It appears that there exists such an individual. Tobarama lowered his head in contemplation. It seemed he had previously engaged in combat with someone from the Land of Iron, accompanied by a spirit beast. Prior to perusing the intelligence report, Tobarama had gathered a rough understanding of the youth known as Hanzo. Upon unveiling the information, he was somewhat taken aback to discover that, despite Hanzo's youth, he had already succeeded in propelling the development of the Hidden Rain Village. When Hanzo declared independence to the great nations, Tobarama had regarded him with disdain, believing Hanzo merely treated the harsh reality of the ninja world as a child's game. However, according to the intelligence collated by Shimura Danzo and his companions, it was evident that Hanzo would undoubtedly achieve even greater glory in the future. Danzo. He is of a similar age to you, remarked Shimura Danzo, nodding in agreement. During his time of covert observation in the Hidden Rain Village, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon encountering Hanzo, who was of his own age. It seemed they shared a strikingly similar disposition. Danzo, since you have successfully completed this mission, as per my promise prior to your undertaking, you shall commence your duties in the Umbu starting tomorrow. Shimura Danzo nodded excitedly. Shinobu, what are you smiling about? Once Danzo departed, Tsurugi Kokoro, who had been covering her mouth on his left side, inquired. Lord Hokage, it seems to me that you intended for Danzo to join the Umbu, did you not? Oh, do elaborate. With the protection of the esteemed Hinata Yoru and Uchiha Izuna. I believe I could also accomplish this task, she jested with a laugh. For once, the usually stoic Tobirama found himself chuckling as well. However, Tsurugi Kokoro only grasped a fragment of the situation and failed to comprehend the entirety. Do you know why I wish for Danzo to enter the Umbu? Chapter 75, Back to Konoha, the Wind Shadow S Fury. Tsurugi Kokoro shook her head. Given Danzo's temperament, he is indeed more suited for the Umbu. Tobirama possessed a calm and sagacious mind, coupled with remarkable analytical prowess. His extraordinary perceptive abilities were well suited for any young subordinate. By the way, why hasn't Izuna accompanied us? Creak. A pair of hands opened the window outside the Hokage building, and a masked figure peered in. It is someone from Sunagakure. They also ventured to the Hidden Rain village, seemingly with the same intentions as ours, the individual behind the window whispered. Tobirama nodded thoughtfully. It seems we must await Izuna's return to uncover what transpired. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the Hokage's office was rapped upon once more. Enter. The arriving ninja spoke with palpable excitement. Lord Hokage, Lord Izuna, and Lord Tobirama have returned together. Has Tobirama returned as well? Tobirama hastily donned his Hokage garb and, accompanied by Tsurugi Kokoro and his bodyguards, made his way to the village gates. After meeting with Yaiba, the two enjoyed a heartfelt reunion. Upon learning that the Hidden Rain village now fell under the jurisdiction of the Land of Fire, Tobirama was left utterly astonished. His younger brother's agility is rather astonishing. Brother, how is Kakuzu faring? Yiyu pondered the opportunity at hand, having captured such a strategically significant location as the Rain Ninja Village. It was imperative that the Takigakure also fall under his influence. Kakuzu, being a native of Takigakure, possessed an intimate understanding of the village, which was surrounded by the four great nations, thus facilitating future operations. As for how to win Kakuzu's allegiance, Yiyu had his own methods. Aren't you going to check on him? Tobirama inquired curiously. Yiyu shook his head. Now is not the time. When the moment is ripe, I shall seek him out. Until then, I kindly ask you to keep an eye on him. After meeting with Tobirama, Yiyu returned home, having learned senjutsu in the wet-bone forest. All the wrinkles on his body and face had vanished, rendering him as youthful as 18. Mitsukuin, you look remarkably youthful, Uiwa exclaimed upon seeing him, nearly failing to recognize him. I have something for you, Yiyu said gently, producing a palm-sized vial, filled with the fresh essence of bamboo collected from the wet-bone forest. A mere half bottle, when infused in water, would grant eternal youth, permanently. Yiyu had filled an entire vial, initially intended for Tobirama and Uiwa. However, to his surprise, Tobirama had declined it, prompting Yiyu to return home with the full vial. Collecting this essence was no easy feat. Yiyu had devoted considerable time, tirelessly gathering it in the sage's realm with the permission of the slug sage. Is it truly that miraculous? Uiwa asked, intrigued. Indeed, if you do not believe, you may try it. Uiwa shed her kimono, presenting her exquisite form before Yiyu. Even nearing 40, her body retained an alluring curvature with scarcely any wrinkles. As Yiyu approached, he was enveloped by a subtle fragrance that was utterly enchanting, a testament to Hueyue's meticulous self-care. Come, let us indulge together, Huiwei whispered. Her cheeks flushed. Very well. In the land of wind, Sunagakure. 3 days had elapsed. According to the pace of Magaho's progress, he should have returned by now. Why had there been no sign of him? The dispatched individuals had also gone silent. Shaman was beset by anxiety, fearing something might have gone awry. Magaho was one of the young powerhouses of Sunagakure, recognized by Shaman as one of the potential successors to the Kazekage. With each passing day without news of Magaho, Shaman's distress deepened. This is bad. This is dire. Lord Kazekage, a Sunagakure ninja rushed in, panting heavily, urgency apparent in his demeanor. It's all right. Take your time. Shaman replied, his heart sinking as he recognized the messenger sent to locate Magaho, an unsettling thought emerging. As he had surmised, when his subordinate informed him that Zai had vanished from the Rain Ninja Village, Hanzo's ignorance was evident upon their arrival. Initially, Shaman expressed skepticism, but soon his disbelief transformed into shock and ultimately into a profound rage. How audacious of the Rain Ninja Village to treat the land of wind as fools. A cloud of sand and dust emanated from Shaman's body, only to settle moments later. As he calmed himself and pondered the situation, he began to sense an anomaly. Zai's disappearance could only be attributed to the machinations of the Rain Ninja Village. But what was their motive? Capturing Zai would only incite enmity between the rain and sand villages. The names of the earth and fire nations echoed in his mind. Lord Windshadow, forgive my subordinates for failing to locate Lord Zai. Suddenly, the eyes of the ninjas below glinted with murderous intent, and in an instant, a kunai materialized in one of their hands, aimed directly at Shaman's heart, just as blood threatened to spill from his chest. Shaman cast a fleeting glance, and with a subtle movement of his finger, the swirling sand transformed into a swiftly moving pebble, deflecting the kunai with a resounding clang. Enough of this foolishness. I do not hold you accountable, but refrain from such reckless actions in the future. Yes. The sand ninja retrieved the kunai and retreated from the Wind Shadow's tower. Child, do not engage in such folly again. After stepping back, the disheartened sand ninja wandered through the sand village. A voice, tinged with age, resonated behind him. The mother's intent, a woman in her 40s, holding a faint thread of chakra, revealed herself as a puppet master. Her striking purple hair made her stand out in the sand village, not merely as one of its elite, but also as a practitioner of puppet techniques that surpassed even those of the second Wind Shadow, excelling in taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, and sealing techniques among others. Lady Chiyo, passing sand ninjas greeted her with utmost respect. Chiyo offered a symbolic nod and swiftly approached the young sand ninja. The lad who had just attempted to take his own life was none other than Chiyo's son, Kai, a name of my own crafting. Under Chiyo's influence, Kai had developed a profound attachment to the sand village, dutifully obeying the Wind Shadow's commands. Today marked the first time he had witnessed the Wind Shadow's anger. Kai, this incident is not your fault. You need not feel remorse. Sometimes, one must maintain a rational perspective towards the village. Do you understand? Chiyo gently instructed, guiding Kai, who at 17 had already risen to the rank of J-Nin, brimming with youthful vigor and taking his missions exceedingly seriously. However, Chiyo had learned from the accompanying ninjas that while searching for Zai, Kai had repeatedly attempted to persuade his comrades to forcibly confront Hanzo for information regarding Zai. Chapter 76. A return to the black market. After a session of persuasion, Chiyo arrived at the office of Lord Kazekage. Lord Kazekage, I have heard about the new mission, and I harbor suspicions that the village hidden in the rain may have connections with other major nations, Chiyo expressed with concern. This sentiment mirrored the thoughts of the Kazekage. I share your concerns, but we must refrain from hasty actions until we gather concrete evidence. Let us wait a while longer. Chiyo volunteered to venture to the village hidden in the rain for reconnaissance. As a high-ranking official of Sunagakure, the Kazekage hesitated initially, but ultimately consented. Chiyo's prowess was on par with the elite Jonin of Sunagakure, which alleviated the Kazekage's worries. Grandma Kage, you look so much younger. Tsunade exclaimed cheerfully upon visiting the home of Yiyu, having learned of his return. Yihan was also brought over by Yiyu, and according to their familial hierarchy, Tsunade would have to address Yihan as her cousin. Grandpa Banjian, my gambling skills have become remarkably refined, Tsunade proclaimed proudly, eager to demonstrate her prowess to Yiyu. With that, she produced 2 dice in her hand. This time, the contest is different. Whoever rolls the lowest number wins. Seeing Tsunade's serious demeanor, Yiyu nodded in agreement with a smile. Fortunately, he had watched films about gambling, and he knew that he could rely on his physical prowess and chakra for this game. All right, ahem, Tsunade suddenly shouted, placing the 2 dice into a container and shaking it vigorously. With a loud clap, she slammed the container onto the table and swiftly lifted the lid. Both dice revealed a face showing 1. I did it, Tsunade exclaimed with excitement, seemingly confident in her victory. Now it's my turn. Yi retrieved the container and began to shake it. Inside, the 2 dice collided violently, and eventually, a faint crack was heard, causing a smile to form on Yiyu's lips. He gently placed the dice on the table. The moment the container was unveiled, Tsunade's expression shifted to one of astonishment. No way. The original 2 dice had been shattered by Yiyu, yet one still displayed a 1. Though she marveled at the outcome, Tsunade quickly reacted. That's not fair. Not fair at all. Oh, how is it unfair? Yiyu inquired. Grandpa Banjian's strength exceeds mine. Had that die not broken, it would have matched my roll. Tsunade's words prompted Yiyu to consider that her current strength had yet to reach its full potential. Perhaps it would be beneficial to send Tsunade to the Wet-Bone Forest to learn sage techniques, providing an additional safeguard. Yiyu then began to seek Tsunade's opinion. Would you like to possess strength akin to Grandpa Banjian? Yes, I absolutely would. The earlier unfair demeanor of Tsunade vanished instantly, replaced by a radiant smile. Tsunade contemplated that if she could shatter the dice, Wouldn't it mean she could perpetually win such wagers in the future? Yet, she decided to ponder this further. Yiyu, resting his chin on his hand, appeared earnest. After all, Tsunade was merely 7 or 8 years old, and it wouldn't be too late for her to advance to a Chunin later on. The weight of disappointment suddenly bore down on Tsunade. However, considering the earlier match with you could be deemed a draw, shall we try once more? Very well, I shall not lose again. How did I lose again? Let's go again. How is it that I haven't won a single round against Grandpa? From morning till afternoon, apart from the first draw, Tsunade had not secured a single victory. It seemed that her innate talent for relentless gambling and continuous losses was something she was born with. All right, enough of the gloom. Here is something for you. Yiyu retrieved a pouch from his pocket. Have you been gambling with the villagers again? Tsunade hugged her head, chuckling softly as she accepted the pouch from Yiyu, which was filled with gleaming gold coins. It is well known that aside from her penchant for gambling, Tsunade also possesses a fondness for gold coins, as without them, how could one wager? After Tsunade joyfully departed, Yiyu began to contemplate his next scheme, which was indeed inspired by the gold coins he had given to Tsunade. Kakuzu had an insatiable love for wealth. Perhaps he could exploit bounties to mitigate Kakuzu's animosity, considering he had personally slain him. Yet, Yiyu firmly believed that money could move even the most obstinate of stones. Drawing from his previous experiences in the black market, Yiyu swiftly outlined 3 major black markets, one of which was the Star Ninja village he had previously visited, with the other 2 located in a small town in the southern region of the Land of Lightning and at the intersection of the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. The black market in the Land of Earth was certainly off-limits, should he be discovered as a Konoha ninja. Even if the ninjas from those 2 villages couldn't eliminate him, it would still have repercussions for Konoha. Thus, Star Ninja Village seemed the safer option, as he was familiar with its layout. The following day, Yiyu appeared near Star Ninja Village, which had changed significantly from over a decade ago. The population had increased. However, he was astonished to find that the black market beneath that rock had vanished. How peculiar! Where could it have gone? Yiyu scratched his head, curiously surveying his surroundings. Perhaps a visit to the village would lead him to the location of the black market. If he couldn't find it, he would have to seek out Zuki Mangetsu in the Mist Village, as that village was known for its frequent black market activities. The village was considerably smaller than Konoha, and its overall defenses were notably weak. Yiyu estimated that if Izuna were here, a single strike from his blade would reduce it to ruins. Whoosh! A figure brushed past Yiyu, and just as he caught sight of the newcomer, another individual swiftly followed, seemingly in pursuit of the first. It was an effortless occurrence. Observing the attire of the 2, Yiyu sensed an underlying intrigue. It was highly likely that the second individual was a bounty hunter specializing in capturing rogue ninjas or criminals. In the fleeting moment when the second person passed by him, Yiyu deftly marked him with the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! Upon reaching a stone bridge outside the Star Ninja Village, the 2 finally halted. With a swift motion, the second individual hurled a kunai, embedding it behind the first and effectively obstructing his path. Unceasingly, the ninja formed hand seals, invoking the Earth Release, Earth Flow Spear. The entire bridge trembled as a colossal stone spear erupted from beneath him, surging forward with remarkable speed. Water Release, Water Barrier. Yet, the watery wall proved insufficient to thwart the advance of the earthen spear. Just as the strike was imminent, a shadow darted past, unleashing a flash of lightning that pierced through the earth-based defense in an instant. The figure charged towards the ninja employing the Earth Release, and with a crackling blaze of electricity, the extreme Thunder Fong's wolf head violently pierced through him. Impressive. However, in his moment of astonishment, Yiyu turned, his crimson eyes locking with those of the adversary. Just as I suspected, he mused, with a swift clap of his hands. Yiyu secured the pursuing ninja beneath a great tree, releasing him from the influence of the Sharingan. What is happening? How did I end up here? The ninja, regaining consciousness, struggled against his bonds. A ninja from the Land of Wind? To think he wields water release techniques. Your name is Jia, correct? Yiyu inquired, retrieving a small booklet from the ninja's pocket and scrutinizing its contents. This territory belonged to the Land of Bears, a considerable distance from the Land of Wind. The audacity to chase a bounty all the way here was alarming. Jia swallowed hard. The man before him was far more formidable than he had anticipated. If he had intended to kill him, he could have done so already. Why was he hesitating? You little brat from Sunagakure. Do you know where the black market beneath Star Ninja Village is located? It appeared he was also a bounty hunter. A breath of relief escaped Jia. Bounty hunters were typically motivated by monetary gain, and as long as the price was right, negotiations would be feasible. Jia nodded fervently, urging Yi Yu to search his pockets. The person you just killed was a high-tier bounty, worth approximately 300,000 Rio. That underground market no longer exists. It is transformed into one of the currency exchange sites on the border of the Land of Wind. I suspect you're in need of funds as well. How about releasing me, and I can provide you with numerous bounty notices? Jia enticed, aware of the potential to negotiate despite his inherently combative nature. In the Land of Wind, Yi Yu was not attentive to Jia's words behind him. Instead, he silently recited the name of the Land of Wind. This had become quite the predicament. Both lucrative opportunities lay within the Land of Wind. In truth, Yi Yu had initially considered using the public assets of Konoha village to bribe Kakazu, but the village required development, making such a notion utterly infeasible. Observing Jia, who was bound, Yi Yu conceived a brilliant idea. Do you wish to earn a substantial fortune? Yi Yu inquired. Of course I do. Otherwise, why would I become a bounty hunter? Jia replied eagerly. Then I shall entrust you with a task. Upon its successful completion, we will split the earnings 70-30. What say you? Yi Yu proposed, naturally claiming the larger share for himself, given the significant risk involved. However, he was confident in his abilities to handle the wanted criminals with ease. Initially, Jia was skeptical when Yi Yu revealed his plan. Yar, the art of extinguishing flames. With a resounding boom, the stone bridge before them was engulfed in a colossal inferno, instantly reduced to charred ashes that vanished into the air. Impressive, Jia thought. Realizing that Yi Yu was likely a powerful wanderer from some village, forced to become a bounty hunter due to financial constraints. Very well, I agree. Once you obtain the items, come to Shingren village to find me. Let us set the time for 3 days hence. Remember, seize every bounty available. Jia eagerly nodded in affirmation. After Yi Yu departed, Jia freed himself from his bindings and stretched his limbs, a smile gracing his face. Now I can acquire some silver. Mother, I shall surely become a true ninja of Sunagakure, protecting our village, just like father. His eyes sparkled with fervor. Yi Yu utilized the flying thunder god Kanai that he had planted in the Rain Ninja village, teleporting to his current location. Bounties and commerce were undoubtedly the lifeblood of small ninja villages and nations, a truth that would extend even to the future demigod Hanzo. Hanzo brought Yi Yu to the place where Magahara was detained. Concerned that the Sunagakure would retaliate upon learning of Magahara's captivity, his conditions were not particularly harsh. With a thud, Yi Yu appeared before Magahara, who swiftly conjured sand into the shape of a long sword, striking the bars of his cell. Hanzo, aware that lightning release countered magnet release, had specially reinforced the bars with a metal imbued with lightning chakra. Are you dead? Yi Yu asked. Inside, Magahara remained motionless, merely lifting his gaze slightly, a murderous glint emanating from his eyes. I have gathered extensive information about you. It seems your standing in Sunagakure is quite substantial. The current Kazekage appears to hold you in high regard. If you were to perish like this, it would indeed be a lamentable loss for your village. Yi Yu remarked as he settled into a chair. A few days ago, a team from Sunagakure arrived at the Rain Ninja village, seemingly in an attempt to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Magahara reacted with intensity. The magnetic force within the body surged once more, striking against the railing. Despite knowing the futility of such actions, the attack was launched with unwavering determination. Rest assured, I have not harmed them, Yi remarked with a smile. You are my bargaining chip in the negotiations with the Land of Wind. To eliminate a few more would be most undesirable. You surely feel defiant now, do you not? Yi Yu rose and approached the cage, locking eyes with the magnetic figure. This future third Hokage, hailed as the mightiest of the Wind Shadows, could only impotently pound against the shackles that bound him. Upon escaping the prison, Hans, having endured his previous experiences, realized that he still had not liberated the Rain village from the grasp of the mighty Land of Fire, and his inner resolve began to wane. Lord Banjian, I wish to ascertain my true strength. Therefore, I implore you to allow me a duel. Hans pleaded. Initially, Yi Yu had been able to immobilize him merely with his ocular technique, making Hans acutely aware of the vast disparity in their powers. Only by sparring with a formidable opponent like Yi Yu could Hans identify his weaknesses. Very well, Yi Yu agreed to his request. Yi Yu welcomed Hans's proposition, as he sought not only to dominate the Rain village mentally, but also to earn the respect of both the village and its leader, Hans of the Salamander. Through sheer might, I am your elder. I shall employ only basic ninjutsu and summoning techniques. Naturally, You may utilize any ninjutsu at your disposal, including your summoning beast. The salamander. He knows of my summoning beast? Hans thought, startled. However, he quickly composed himself and hastened to an open area adjacent to the rain village. Summoning technique. Arise. Salamander, emerge. With a flourish, a colossal brown salamander burst forth from beneath Hans's feet, accompanied by a cloud of purple toxic mist. Lord Banjin, may I present a request? Speak. If I emerge victorious, I beseech you to refrain from interfering in the affairs of the Rain Village, allowing it to remain free from the control of the Land of Fire. Chapter 78. Yiyu vs. Hans. The leader of the Rain Village challenges the head of Konoha's Umbu. Hans was uncertain of his chances of victory. Yet he yearned to test himself against this man who instilled immense pressure within him, a legend of the same era as Senju Hashirama. Is he beginning with summoning techniques? Yiyu was in no rush to unleash his own summoning beast. Although the salamander was formidable in size, it was merely an intermediate-level summoning beast. The classification of summoning beasts was distinctly outlined between the ranks. Lower-tier beasts lacked active consciousness and could only act in accordance with their host's movements. In contrast, those of intermediate rank and above, like the salamander or slug, were capable of independent thought and required their hosts to earn their genuine allegiance before a contract could be established. Fire release, great fireball technique. Hans stood atop the salamander and unleashed a fireball towards Yiyu. The fireball blazed fiercely in the rain and was not extinguished by the downpour. Earth release, earth flow wall. Due to a prior agreement, Yiyu, restricted from utilizing bloodline limits and other ninjutsu, finds himself limited to merely 5 basic ninjutsu of different elemental attributes, all of which are of a relatively low tier. This situation is decidedly unfavorable for him. Had it been the original narrative's Hanzo, who had already ascended to the status of a demigod, Yiyu might have faced defeat. However, the current Hanzo is merely an emerging talent within the ninja world. Fire release, exploding flame formation. Hanzo evidently had been preparing for this battle for quite some time. Around Yiyu, even the inconspicuous stones and blades of grass began to emit a hissing sound. Truly, Hanzo is formidable, Yiyu mused. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions reverberated around Yiyu, sending plumes of water soaring into the air, mingling with the scent of gunpowder that permeated the atmosphere. Hanzo, with unwavering focus, gazed at the dispersing smoke, aware that Yiyu would not be so easily defeated. Suddenly, a multitude of flying thunder god kunai were hurled around Hanzo, scattered amidst the surrounding landscape. This is troublesome. Hanzo recognized Yiyu's technique, which allowed for rapid movement based on kunai placement, a vexing ability indeed. Lightning release, extreme thunder fong. Flying thunder god body technique. Crack. Lightning flashed, and Hanzo found himself confronted by an apparition right before his eyes. What? Before Hanzo could react, he reappeared beside a kunai positioned much closer. In a blink, he vanished again, relocating to another spot. Swish, swish, swish. To Hanzo's vision, the lightning danced erratically like shooting stars. Coupled with the low visibility of a rainy day, one moment of inattention brought the lightning crashing back before Hanzo. Roar. The wolf-like lightning emitted a furious growl, piercing through the air. This is bad. Hanzo pressed his scythe against his chest, clashing fiercely with the lightning. The tip of the blade skimming past as sparks flew. Blade technique. Chain. Bang. Hanzo finally managed to dissipate the lightning's spread, but due to the rain, he felt waves of tingling electricity coursing through his body, escalating into sharp pain, causing his limbs to tremble. Damn it. Hanzo's hand quivered. Although the lightning release, Extreme Thunder Fong lacked lethal force, it was capable of transmitting electricity into the body, inducing a paralyzing sensation. It was evident that Yiyu was not exerting his true strength, instead appearing to toy with him. However, Yiyu could not help but commend Hanzo, who was valiantly suppressing his tremors as he once again raised his scythe. Blade technique. Chain scythe dual strike. Hanzo hurled the chain from his scythe toward the kunai emitted by Yiyu, coiling it around and consolidating it into a single strike aimed forcefully at Yiyu. Before the slash landed, Hanzo coated the blade with a potent poison. Should Yiyu make contact, he would surely succumb to its effects. What Hanzo did not anticipate was that Yiyu would audaciously withstand this strike. What is he doing? Hans was filled with confusion. Although he knew that such an attack would not kill Yiyu, he was confident that anyone afflicted by his deadly poison would certainly suffer for a considerable time. With a swift motion, A sharp blade cut across Yeyu's chest, and the venom quickly began to seep out. Was this truly the venom of the giant salamander? It was indeed extraordinary. Any ordinary ninja who merely brushed against a drop of it would likely face a slow demise. However, Yeyu had cultivated his body through training in the wet bone forest, acquiring the regenerative abilities reminiscent of Hashirama. What was happening? Hans watched in astonishment as the toxin was seemingly forced out of Yeyu's body, the wound visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The poison sprayed forth. Hans, standing above the giant salamander, formed hand seals, and the creature unleashed a vast cloud of poisonous mist from its mouth. Soon, the purple gas enveloped Yeyu. Even if his body could recover, it would require time. Surely, such an amount of poison would buy him a moment, wouldn't it? The playful charade was about to conclude. A smirk crept across Yeyu's lips as he picked up the flying thunder god kunai that Hans had tossed before him. Summoning technique, shadowless bat. What? He too could perform summoning techniques. At this moment, the outcome was inevitable. The shadowless bat had been meticulously chosen by Yeyu in his youth and had only been summoned a couple of times. Now, his battle spirit could no longer be contained. Little brat, you finally set me free. The shadowless bat screeched, perplexed, strange. All the humans I've encountered age with time. Yet your voice suggests you seem younger than before. Enough chatter. I'll give you a quarter of an hour to deal with that little brat above. No need. Just 10 breaths will suffice. The shadowless bat flapped its wings and soared over the purple gas, diving toward Hans. What a massive bat! Hans exclaimed, simultaneously preparing his scythe for another attack, ready to strike as the shadowless bat descended. However, he underestimated the bat's speed. Whoosh! A shadow plunged downwards, claws slicing through Hans's defenses, and after soaring back into the sky, it executed a maneuver to emit ultrasonic waves to locate Hans's position. The shadowless bat screeched, cutting through the air and pouncing upon Hans. Upon sensing its master being struck, the giant salamander burrowed into a large hole to hide. Once the toxic gas dissipated, Yeyu approached the shadowless bat, unharmed. It seems I can no longer fulfill your request. Hans lay on the ground, merely suffering from abrasions, revealing that Yeyu had entirely toyed with him. Yet, this also earned Hans's respect, as he comprehended the vast chasm between himself and Yeyu. As long as Amigakure does not threaten the interests of Konohagakure, I will not interfere in the affairs of Amigakure. You remain its leader. After speaking, Yeyu walked past Hans. Once Hans had recovered, the two made their way to the office of the Amigakure leader. Let us establish communication with Sunigakure. I have already devised the conditions I wish to propose. Chapter 79. The Worries of the Star Ninja Village, the Hidden Sand Village, the Land of Wind. Following the recent events, Hanzo has now fully recognized the capabilities of Yeyu and is quite receptive to the plans proposed by him. The Rain Ninja Village wishes to negotiate. They have stated that Lord Uchiha is imprisoned within their dungeons, and if we desire his release, we must appear 3 days hence. Upon arriving at the office of the Wind Shadow, Chiyo's first words were this: It seems they have already discovered my existence. And the news is being disseminated widely throughout the Rain Ninja Village. It has now become common knowledge. Before long, I fear the Rock Hidden Village and the Leaf Village will also receive word. Clearly, Chiyo is still unaware that this is the handiwork of the Leaf Village. Are they not afraid of our ninja mobilizing? The combat strength of the Sand Village far surpasses that of the Rain Village by several folds, should the Sand Village desire. Wind Shadow Shaman is confident he could transform the Rain Ninja Village into a territory of the Land of Wind within 3 days. Chiyo, bring along 10 elite jonin from the village. Wind Shadow-sama, do you truly wish for? Chiyo appeared at a loss. Shaman rose from his seat. I wish to see what the Rain Ninja Village intends to do. In the depths of the Land of Wind, within an underground exchange for bounty, a youth, seemingly out of place at merely a dozen years of age, navigated the room with ease, having previously gained experience in accepting bounties. Due to the recent upheavals and the restoration following the war, the major underground black markets had been dismantled and restructured. Now, the ninja world is dotted with such exchanges. If one possesses sufficient strength, one could easily amass a fortune through bounty hunting. It's you. The proprietor of the exchange immediately recognized the boy standing at the window. Coincidentally, he was the same man who had once facilitated Yeyu's bounty. However, time had etched its marks upon his face, now adorned with wrinkles. Their method of transaction remained unchanged. Bounties were provided by employers or nations, and upon the successful elimination of a target, the employer would present a special mark or proof. With this proof in hand, One could visit the exchange to claim their gold or silver. 1 gold coin equals 1,000 silver coins. Do you have the proof? The boy nodded. To ensure that Jia would not perish from hunger en route, Yu had instructed him to collect his reward for the individuals he had previously dispatched. Gold coins or silver. Yu knew that Kakuzu favored the glimmer of gold. Thus he specifically directed Jia to request gold coins. With a clink, a total of 300 gold coins tumbled into the bag Jia had prepared. In the next moment, Jia observed the bounties plastered upon the walls of the exchange. The method for claiming a bounty was straightforward. One could simply tear down the bounty notice that caught their eye and seek out the designated target. With a flurry of motion, Jia tore down every bounty posted on the walls. Wait. The proprietor, witnessing this scene, hurriedly intervened to halt Jia's actions. Young man, do not be overly ambitious. Defeating a single wanted criminal does not imply that you possess the prowess to eliminate every individual depicted on that wall. Do you understand? Rest assured, my employer simply provide me with gold coins when the time comes. With that, he secured all the bounty notices into his waist and departed from the premises, leaving the proprietor in a state of bewilderment. Within the Star Ninja village, a ninja inquired, Lord Star Shadow, we have observed that man for 3 days now. He has been loitering near our village. Should we take action? Star Shadow pondered, uncertain if there was anything of interest within their village. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The meteorite. Star Shadow hastily led several star ninjas to the innermost and most fortified section of the village, where their most treasured possession, the extraterrestrial meteorite, was housed. It enabled the ninjas of Star Ninja Village to learn a unique ninjutsu known as the Peacock Secret Art. We must bolster our defenses here. The meteorite must not sustain even the slightest damage. Upon confirming the meteorite's safety, Star Shadow exhaled a sigh of relief. Furthermore, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Star Shadow's eyes. Any suspicious individuals surrounding Star Ninja Village, unless they belong to one of the 5 great ninja villages, shall be exterminated without mercy. Yes. Swiftly, dozens of ninjas from Star Ninja Village mobilized, encircling the area. Outside the village, the individual deemed suspicious by Star Ninja Village. Yu observed the sudden increase in vigilance and likely deduced the reason. Though curious about the meteorite, he was not inclined to resort to theft. However, Star Ninja Village was indeed part of Yu's plans to find a trustworthy individual to manage the village and expand the territory of Konoha. There. Do not let him escape, shouted the ninjas of Star Ninja Village. He does not wear a forehead protector. Hurry. The arriving ninjas, armed with kunai, began forming seals to unleash the Peacock Secret Art. Yu chuckled coldly, formed his own seals, and vanished before their eyes. Where did he go? Quickly, find him. We cannot allow him to escape. With a swift body flicker, Yu arrived atop a cliff, the very spot where he had arranged to meet Jia. As he waited, he retrieved a small pipe from his waist, igniting it with a flicker of flame and drawing in the smoke leisurely. I apologize for the wait. Jia huffed as he ran up, carrying a large bag. Here it is, he exclaimed, dropping it beside Yu. Inside were bounties of every conceivable level. Though Jia was uncertain how much of an impact Yu's words had on him. 3 days, you wait here for me. We agreed on a 70-30 split, correct? Indeed. Yu replied, stowing away the now empty pipe. Just wait. The following day, within the territory of the Land of Soup, a middle-aged man with a scarred face sought refuge in a nearby grove when an unexpected chill enveloped him. In an instant, his long blade was drawn and slashed towards the side. Thud. Before the scarred man could unleash his strike, a shuriken pierced through him, blood splattering in its wake. In the Land of Waves, a nation almost entirely surrounded by water, a perpetual mist hung in the air. A man donning a straw hat was brutally murdered in his sleep aboard a moored vessel, his head severed from his body. 3 days later, every currency exchange in the ninja world buzzed with excitement over the exploits of a masked man, speculating on the identity of the assassin. Could it be Kakuzu returning to the fray after years of silence? It seemed implausible. Curse it. Even I, a bounty target, am at risk of being usurped. Bounty notices could be claimed by multiple individuals. Whoever struck the killing blow would claim the reward. During those 3 days, rogue ninjas and wandering renegades in various small nations were overshadowed by the looming presence of that bounty hunter. Chapter 80. Truly a keeper of wealth. I sincerely apologize, but our currency exchange is currently lacking in gold coins. The proprietor could hardly believe that the youth before him was the famed bounty hunter of legend. However, if you are willing to wait, I can arrange for some gold to be brought over. he hastily replied. Given that the bounty hunter could accomplish so many tasks, it was evident that their exchange was akin to an automated teller machine, drawing substantial commissions from employers. Even with a 70-30 split between the hunter and Yeyu, the former could still acquire thousands of gold coins. Wait, esteemed elder, I am yet unaware of your name. The bounty hunter, unwilling to relinquish this opportunity, perceived Yeyu's formidable strength, which surpassed even that of his mother, Chiyo. Thus, he deduced that Yeyu might be a figure of considerable importance from some hidden village. Fate may bring us together again. In the underground laboratory of Konoha, Kakuzu lay there, reincarnated through the impure world reincarnation technique, immobilized. Unless the caster initiated the technique, the reincarnated individual would lose self-awareness and remain stationary. Yeyu arrived at this place, accompanied by Tobarama Senju, with a series of hand seals. Tobarama enabled Kakuzu to open his eyes, restoring his consciousness, although he remained unable to control his body. Perhaps it is time I learned the impure world reincarnation technique myself. Yeyu pondered. It is you. Kakuzu did not express much anger towards Yeyu for taking his life. Rather, he resented Yeyu for seizing the bounty that had been in his possession. Here, take this. Yeyu tossed a bag into the air, landing it before Kakuzu. As the bag opened, it illuminated the entire underground chamber with its gleaming contents. Gold coins. Kakuzu's heart leaped with joy as he approached the bag, picking up a coin and striking it against the ground to confirm its authenticity. All of this is for you. Ban, where did you procure these gold coins? Even Tobarama, who typically held little regard for wealth, was taken aback. The glimmering gold coins stirred a tremor in his heart. It was as simple as that. As Yeyu spoke, he produced a bounty notice from his waist. Gold, gold. Kakuzu watched intently as he extracted every coin from the bag, his hands overflowing with the shimmering currency. Overwhelmed with joy, do you wish to return to your former village? Yeyu inquired. Upon hearing Yeyu's words, Kakuzu immediately thought of Takigakure. When they tasked me with the assassination, we were square. Conversely, if I could break free of their control, my targets would not be you, but every single person in Takigakure. None of them shall escape. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed slightly as he provided his answer. Excellent. Join Konoha, and I can ensure a continuous flow of the gold you desire. What do you say? Yeyu extended an olive branch. To his surprise, Kakuzu decisively agreed. Yeyu then divulged his entire plan to Kakuzu, as it aligned perfectly with Kakuzu's current aspirations. Once this is over, you shall be the next leader of Takigakure. By that time, the interactions of the neighboring nations will be under your control. With Konoha's support, those nations will undoubtedly dispense gold like an ATM. You must be eager to witness such a spectacle. Yeyu articulated the advantages of the plan, causing Kakuzu's interest to peak. I accept your terms. Very well. Yeyu nodded slightly. With Kakuzu's agreement, the matter was settled. After Yeyu and Tobarama returned to the Hokage conference room, Yeyu slowly unfolded a map of the ninja world, marking Amigakure and Takigakure. Brother, look, Amigakure has now become our vassal. Next, it will be Takigakure, Kusagakure, and Hashigakure. Yeyu's demeanor conveyed a sense of urgency akin to the onset of a ninja war. These ninja villages appear to be situated all around Konoha. Tobarama merely glanced at the map and surmised Yeyu's intentions. He aimed to establish a defensive perimeter centered around Konoha, with villages as strongholds. Since the death of their elder brother, each nation has been striving to expand its influence and alliances. However, I must assert that the danger posed by those great nations pales in comparison to that of a single individual. Yeyu murmured, observing Yeyu's mysterious demeanor. Tobarama envisioned numerous possibilities, yet rejected each one. He was acutely aware of Yeyu's strength. Who could possibly pose a challenge to him? As Yeyu slowly uttered a name, Tobarama's expression shifted from disbelief and shock to fear. You mean he is still alive? How is that possible? Did you not witness his death with your own eyes? Furthermore, both my brother and I saw the corpse. Tobarama's voice quivered slightly. For the dread of Uchiha Madara is well known to all. Even the legendary god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, engaged in a fierce battle with him that lasted 3 days and nights before ultimately vanquishing him. Numerous ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan remain shrouded in mystery to us. After Leaf Feather spoke, he turned to face Tobarama. Tobarama, your eyes. Tobarama suddenly stepped back a few paces, a kunai glinting in his hand. Brother, I am still myself. There is no need for alarm. Leaf Feather had anticipated Tobarama's reaction and hastily divulged several secrets known only to their Senju clan. But how do you possess the Sharingan? Did you not study it previously, brother? Leaf Feather fixed his gaze intently on Tobirama. In the original narrative, Tobirama had been diligently researching the Uchiha clan's lore long after Madara's demise, possessing knowledge of the Sharingan that surpassed even some Uchiha members. Yet, once the Sharingan is transplanted into another body, it should not be able to close. Why do your eyes? Tobirama refrained from pressing further, aware of his brother's capabilities, especially since Leaf Feather had spent several years hidden away in the basement, yielding only ordinary research results. While I am aware of Madara's whereabouts, it is best to refrain from approaching him, ensuring that the Uchiha clan remains oblivious to our actions. That is only natural. In due time, Madara will find someone to carry out his mission, and that will present our true opportunity. Leaf Feather was confident that Madara would remain hidden from the public eye until his dying breath. Thus, it would be prudent to endure this prolonged period with a sense of tranquility. Meanwhile, Hanzo was now obedient to them in Konoha, making the likelihood of a second great ninja war exceedingly slim. Leaf Feather's true objective, which he had yet to disclose to Tobirama, pertained to the enigmatic clan, the Tsutsuki. In comparison to them, the Ninja World War seemed trivial. Leaf Feather could only strive to enhance his strength during this interval. Chapter 81. Abundant Points, Frantic Lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully replicating Tobirama's jutsu and acquiring the Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Ding. Spending 100 points to obtain the Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 1,000 points to acquire the Reanimation Technique. Beginner. There are no thresholds for D-rank and C-rank jutsus. As long as Leaf Feather encounters a ninja, he can acquire their favored techniques. However, jutsus of B rank and above require points for exchange. By the way, I recall there are numerous lottery opportunities within the system that I have yet to utilize. Before proceeding with his actions, Leaf Feather reopened the points system interface. Through decades of profound understanding, aside from ensuring Leaf Feather's foundational jutsu, he had not engaged with the system further. In truth, the current Konoha village did not necessitate his direct involvement. He would only emerge during significant events that could shake the ninja world. Host. Yu Senju Tobirama, Combat Power, 7,000 Ninjutsu Level, Mastery in Water Release Techniques, some expertise in Senju Tobirama Template. Mastery in Fire Release Techniques, some expertise in Izuna Template. Level of Lightning Release Techniques, Supporting Lightning, Extreme Lightning Fong. Level of Earth Release Techniques, Earth Flow Wall. Level of Wind Release Techniques, Great Breakthrough. Level of Fusion Ninjutsu, Wind Dragon Firebomb Technique. Level of Earth Grudge Fear, 7 Heart Shape. Dojutsu, Byakugan Expert, Sharingan Proficient. Points, 100. 000 Lottery Chances. 6. Let us utilize the lottery opportunities first. The unfamiliar lottery interface in the system caused Yu to momentarily lose focus. Damn. After so many years of accumulation, only 6 draws. As Yu clicked, the wheel began to turn slowly. The wheel contained various bloodline limits, alongside some bloodline eliminations. But most were items like food pills and consolation points. As expected, Yu's 5 consecutive draws yielded only points and food items. His points now reached 101,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline limit, Fire Release. Yu felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. For Fire Release is the ability bestowed by Sasuke's Mangekyou Sharingan in the original work, possessing immense offensive power. The system had even specifically equipped it to his eyes, allowing Yu to unleash fire release techniques using his Mangekyou Sharingan. Quite a worthwhile investment. Next came the time for the shop. Yu's current offensive power was sufficient, but he lacked defensive capabilities. It was time for a significant overhaul of his ninjutsu. Among the defensive ninjutsu, Earth Release techniques were the most robust. Upon accessing the Earth Release interface, an array of ninjutsu introductions appeared before him. After careful selection, he narrowed it down to 3 defensive Earth Release techniques. 1. Level Ninjutsu. Earth Flow Wall, Chakra Consumption. High. Creates a mountain-like barrier in front of oneself, capable of withstanding most high-damage attacks. Possessing exceptional defensive strength while providing defense to the caster. Points, 5,002. Level Ninjutsu. Great Mountain Technique. Creates a small mountain at the original location, Chakra Consumption. High. Points, 4,503. Level Ninjutsu. Earth Flow Cut. A medium-range supportive ninjutsu that infuses chakra into the ground to cut or elevate the terrain, Chakra Consumption. Medium. Points, 3,000. All three techniques prove to be quite useful. With that in mind, I shall acquire them all. Ding. Deducting 13,000 points. Learned Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. Earth Release. Great Mountain Technique. Earth Release. Earth Flow Cut. Looking at his remaining 88,000 points, Yi's expression remained unchanged, even slightly pleased. He closed the system and rose to step outside. Leader. Swish. In an instant, two figures appeared behind Yu, both of elite Jonin level from Konohagakure. There were no issues with Jiaodu's appearance. The two figures behind him nodded slightly. Is there any news from the Rain Ninja Village? The leader of the Rain Ninja Village, Hanzo, recently conveyed a message stating that the Wind Shadow has gone to their location. And Hanzo inquired whether you would like to accompany him. It seems the bait has been taken, thought Yu to himself. The Wind Shadow has merely come to probe the depths of the Rain Ninja Village. If that is the case, allow him to fulfill his curiosity. You too. Don the village's headbands and masks, and make a trip to the Rain Ninja Village. If the Wind Shadow appears, simply stand behind Hanzo. Understood. Yu surmised that the two would likely have to wait a considerable time for news, so he decided to head directly to the Takigakure with Jiaodu reanimation jutsu. Jiaodu's eyes lost their vitality, and his head slowly drooped. However, as Yu quickly formed hand seals, Jiaodu regained his composure. I never imagined you would master my reanimation jutsu in just 3 days, Tobarama praised Yu. Unbeknownst to Tobarama, Yu had delved into the scrolls of the reanimation jutsu long before Tobarama began his research. Today merely marked his first execution of it. Thus, the host controlling Jiaodu has shifted to me, making my actions considerably more convenient, Yu remarked. How do you feel? Jiaodu flexed his fingers. It feels quite similar to before, but this sensation is rather uncomfortable. Since you have developed such a technique, why not allow me to be resurrected directly? Jiaodu inquired with curiosity. Objectively, reanimation is a technique for bringing the deceased back to life, and one can also break free from its control through their own will. Tobarama replied indifferently. Jiaodu was taken aback by these words and examined his own body. Is it truly possible for someone to escape the shackles of reanimation? Jiaodu pondered silently. At the moment of his resurrection, he could hardly even regain consciousness, let alone act on his own. Huff. Yu exhaled deeply. Having completed the plan for Takigakure in Jiaodu's mind, now, only the action remained. Let us proceed. Takigakure and Kumogakure are allied, so we must exercise utmost caution in this mission. The journey will take approximately 3 days. Along the way, you must remain vigilant for any messages from the Rain Ninja Village. The continuous discoveries have made Jiaodu increasingly curious about Konohagakure, especially regarding the reanimation jutsu. After several days of experimentation, Jiaodu was convinced that he had become an immortal being, as his injuries, no matter how severe, could always be restored in an instant. Simultaneously, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from Yu. The Earth Grudge Fear? How does he possess this secret technique? Could it be that he has already visited Takigakure? On the night of the second day, as they were resting, a series of swift sounds pierced the air. Awakened abruptly, Kakuzu instantly activated his vengeful mode, his form materializing as a dark entity in the air. Who dares approach? Chapter 82. Time flies. The three shinobi make their names known. A new era arrives. As the flames illuminated them, the presence of the Konoha headband relaxed Kakuzu's vigilance. The two Umbu members hesitated upon seeing him. Yu rose from the ground and scathed. Speak your concerns. Leader, the meeting with the Rain Shinobi Village has concluded. Upon arriving at the Rain Shinobi Village, the Wind Shadow appeared to be deep in thought after seeing us, merely instructing Hans to surrender his men. What did Hans say? Upon hearing that Hans conveyed the terms as he had instructed, Yu's brow eased slightly. Did they agree? The two Umbu members shook their heads in unison. As he had anticipated, the notion of surrendering the tailed beast was tantamount to relinquishing their village's security. However, Yu was indifferent to this. Eliminating the strongest Wind Shadow of Sunagakure in its cradle would be quite advantageous. Inform Hans that if they wish for war, Konoha will stand resolute. Indeed, scoundrels. I knew who was behind this. Senju Hashirama has long departed from this world, yet they dare to act so brazenly. Outside the Rain Shinobi Village, within a certain abode, the Wind Shadow and elite jonin such as Chiyo were taking refuge. Upon receiving Hans's message, the Wind Shadow was furious. Had the first Hokage still been alive, the Sandmen might have felt some trepidation, but times have changed. Chiyo, my Lord Wind Shadow, Upon our return, notify the village to prepare for war. The Sandmen possess immense confidence in their strength, not only with the puppetry techniques created by shaman being inherited by Chiyo and others in mere years, but also with the mastery of magnetic release ninjutsu developed by him among the shinobi of Sunagakure. Returning to Takigakure, Kakuzu's countenance remained tranquil before undertaking assassination missions. He was merely an ordinary ninja. Now, however, someone not only offered him a wealth of gold, but also the position of leader of Takigakure. How could one not be tempted? Do not harm the civilians, and spare those ninjas who surrender. After Ieyu issued his command, the elite jonin of Konoha surged forth like arrows released from a bow, arriving at the waterfall of Takigakure. Soon, the area was engulfed in flames. Who are you? The leader of Takigakure was seized and dragged away. This war was devoid of suspense, concluding almost instantaneously. Ieyu's wood release, floral world technique incapacitated a multitude of ninjas from Takigakure, allowing him to accrue many points effortlessly. Kakuzu's vengeful mode wreaked havoc, and with the body of Edo Tensei, he no longer feared death. You are Kakuzu. Why have you betrayed the village? The leader of Takigakure exclaimed in disbelief, his voice a desperate cry. Why? Jiaodu approached and gazed down upon his former superior. Our relationship has been severed the moment you tasked me with eliminating someone beyond my capabilities, he stated coldly. With the forbidden technique of heart extraction, the leader of Takigakure's eyes dimmed, succumbing to an untimely demise. All adversaries had been dealt with, leaving only a handful of surrendering ninjas and ordinary citizens of Takigakure. There remains one unresolved matter, Ieyu remarked, as he and Jiaodu arrived at the ancestral hero's water of Takigakure. While this source could diminish human lifespan, it was capable of enhancing the overall strength of Takigakure's ninjas. Thus, it would remain. On that day, the leader of Takigakure perished, and Jiaodu ascended to the role of leader. However, Jiaodu had little inclination for governance, prompting Ieyu to assign a Leaf Village ninja, Shimura Danzo, to oversee affairs there. The rationale behind placing Danzo in this position lay in his training under Tobirama, akin to that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although his methods might be somewhat ruthless, Ieyu had faith in Danzo's capabilities. On their return journey, they made an unplanned visit to Hoshigakure, instilling considerable fear in Hoshikage. Subsequently, Hoshigakure was incorporated as a subordinate village to Konohagakure, with a contingent of Leaf ninjas dispatched. The east was bordered by the sea facing Kirigakure, while the west, north, and south were surrounded by various ninja villages. As long as there were any intrusions, Ieyu would receive immediate notification. Ieyu had previously sent individuals to the mountain graveyard, and he found it curious that Uchiha Madara was not there. Rather, it appeared to be a temporary refuge for him. It seemed that Madara would only reveal himself once he deemed someone worthy to inherit his ambitions. Ieyu, however, possessed ample time to await this moment. From the very beginning, his objective had been Uchiha Madara. Subsequently, a conflict erupted between Sunagakure and Konohagakure, leading Ieyu to bring Tsunade to the Wetbone Forest, where she too learned the art of sage techniques. Tobirama commanded the grand battle, collaborating with the Rain Village, Takigakure, Hoshigakure, and other subordinate villages to launch an offensive against Sunagakure. Thanks to Ieyu's meticulous preparations, the war commenced with Konohagakure holding a significant advantage. Hanzo, having bolstered his strength over the years, found ordinary Nin utterly incapable of withstanding his assaults. In this conflict, the likes of Hataki Sakumo, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Kato Dan shone brightly, with Jiraiya and his companions earning the title of the legendary Three Ninjas, albeit not during their clash with Hanzo. Their burdens were notably lighter, and Kato Dan, along with Nara Shikaku, survived the war. However, the circumstances for Sunagakure were dire. The Sandgate fell in battle, and Chiyo's son, Kage, was slain by Hataki Sakumo, the White Fang of the Leaf. Sunagakure suffered immense losses, and out of a sense of duty, Chiyo, despite her anguish, ultimately chose to surrender and cease hostilities. Out of humanitarian concern, Ieyu granted freedom to Magu, as requested by the people of Sunagakure. Years of imprisonment have dulled the spirit of Magneto, leaving one to ponder whether he is fit to assume the role of Hokage in the Hidden Sand Village. Meanwhile, the village hidden in the leaves has truly entered a prosperous era following the recent conflict. In the year 47 of the Leaf Village, several years after the conclusion of the Great War, Senju Tobirama decided to relinquish his position as Hokage. Following the Council of Many, Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the role of the third Hokage. Although Leafy was absent from the village, Sarutobi's authority was somewhat limited, supported instead by figures such as Akimichi Takumi, Uchiha Kagami, and Nara Shikaku. However, by this time, Tobirama had grown old and ceased to concern himself with political affairs, dedicating his energies to research in his laboratory. In the land of rain, Kakuzu, clad in dark attire, sat within the financial office of Takigakure. Under his management, the economy of the hidden waterfall village had seen a remarkable rise, nearing the production levels of the 5 great shinobi villages. Danzo had secretly established a unique organization known as Root within Takigakure, mirroring the nature of the Umbu, but with orders issued solely by him. As Danzo slowly exited the financial office, his ambition swelled alongside the growing strength of the Leaf Village. "Follow me," he commanded, flanked by 2 masked Root ninjas. Their destination set for the Rain Village. Chapter 83, Danzo's Conspiracy. In the Rain Village, the rain perpetually fell, as if the land itself wept. Over the years, the landscape had transformed, with towering edifices rising, giving an impression of burgeoning prosperity from an outsider's perspective. "Old friend, it has been a while," Hans greeted Danzo with warmth. Seated at the head of the table laden with food in the mansion of the land of Rain's daimyo. "Enough of the formalities, we are old acquaintances," Danzo replied with a frown, proficiently taking a seat beside Hans. Given the proximity of Takigakure to the Rain Village, the two had grown increasingly familiar with one another. "You are not here just to seek the Hokage's position, are you?" Hans queried, leisurely enjoying a piece of fruit. "Do you still believe you can stake a claim to Konoha? If Sarutobi Hiruzen and my master were to learn of this, you might find yourself ousted from your position." Danzo retorted with a scoff. "As before, once the deed is done, there will be no shortage of rewards for you. Now, speak of your intentions." Danzo laid bare his plans, which elicited little change in Hans' expression as he continued to savor the delicacies before him. "I did not expect you to set your sights on the Uchiha clan," he remarked. Under the influence of Tobirama, Danzo's disdain for the Uchiha clan had intensified, and with Leafyu absent from the village, he felt emboldened in his endeavors. The following day, a trio of Uchiha shinobi returned to the village after completing their mission, hastening their pace as dusk approached. With a swift whoosh, several shuriken were hurled from the forest towards the team. Clang, clang. The friction between the kunai sparked a flame, instantly alerting the trio to the impending danger. As the Sharingan activated, a menacing aura approached from all directions. An ambush. Exercise caution. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Flames clung to the swirling shuriken, engulfing them in searing heat, dispersing the surrounding darkness like scattered phoenix flowers. There, one of the individuals with a punk hairstyle spotted a shadow and immediately called out a warning. Buzzing. The sudden sound of insects made the trio pause momentarily. Their adversaries were likely insect-manipulating ninjas. They would have to rely heavily on fire techniques. Insect-using ninjas? This was the first time the trio had encountered anyone other than the Oil Woman clan from their own Hidden Leaf village. "Gather closer to me, don't spread out," commanded the leader of the punk group. Secret technique. Poison dust technique. Buzzing. Poisonous insects surged toward the trio, putting them at a significant disadvantage in the darkness. "Beware of those insects. Do not let them touch you," the punk leader shouted, swiftly distancing himself from the area. "Quickly, run toward the village." Swish, swish, swish. 5 figures appeared before them, blocking the path to the Hidden Leaf. "Damn it. Fire release. Great fireball technique." The punk leader formed hand seals and exhaled a torrent of flames directed at the 5 figures. The fireball soared high, illuminating the area and finally revealing the faces of their assailants. How is this possible? To their astonishment, 2 of them were familiar faces. One was the insect manipulation master under Danzo, a prodigious ninja from the Oil Woman clan, Yamanaka Toryun, and the other was Yamanaka Fu from the Yamanaka clan. "So it's you two." One of the trio relaxed his guard, smiling as he approached them. Caution. But it was too late. Secret technique. Poison dust technique. Yamanaka Toryun's hands turned a sickly shade of purple as swarms of insects erupted from him, racing toward the Uchiha ninja and burrowing into his body. Unlike ordinary members of the Oil Woman clan, the insects within Toryun were inherently poisonous. Mere contact would result in poisoning. By the time the Uchiha ninja realized what was happening, it was too late. A piercing pain surged through his body, racing to his brain. The punk leader sensed the murderous intent emanating from Toryun and his accomplices, and while he was shocked, he hurriedly moved the already poisoned Uchiha ninja and another teammate in a different direction. "We'll act once we've escaped the confines of the Hidden Leaf." A somewhat hoarse voice echoed. Understood. Rustling. The trio distanced themselves from the hidden leaf, eventually stopping atop a cliff to catch their breath. How could this be? Why did Toryun and his group suddenly turn against us? The punk leader pondered, utilizing his Sharingan to purge the poison while his mind raced with thoughts. Additionally, keep a vigilant watch on our surroundings. Should there be any disturbances, we shall relocate immediately. Understood. Uchiha activated his Sharingan, scanning the vicinity for any signs of movement. At that moment, the ominous clouds above dissipated, revealing the luminous moonlight that illuminated the injured. The Uchiha ninja was covered in a multitude of gaping wounds, each oozing blood, presenting a terrifying sight. Here they come. Uchiha whispered urgently. Let us go. Shamat swiftly wrapped the wounded in bandages, preparing to carry him away once more. Before departing, he placed a kunai and another weapon in a location easily detected by the Sharingan. Shamat's destination was the Rain Ninja Village, knowing that their alliance with Konoha would ensure their acceptance. Outside the gates of the Rain Ninja Village, a series of loud knocks shattered the tranquility of the night. Open the door. Quickly. We are ninjas from Konoha, and we have an injured comrade who is in critical condition. Lord Hanzo, 3 ninjas from Konoha have arrived. One appears to be injured. Inside the grand hall of the Rain Ninja Village, Hanzo seemed already aware of the situation, waving his hand dismissively, signaling to disregard them. Once again, dark clouds rolled in, obscuring the moon, leaving only the sounds of Shamat and at the door in the oppressive silence. Secret technique, phosphorescent insect. Block. He sensed a shadow darting towards him and swiftly raised his blade. He caught sight of a figure with vibrant orange hair. What do you intend to do, Kamizuki? He demanded sternly, thrusting his sword, causing Kamizuki to stagger back slightly. Before he could finish his warning, Yamanaka Torian lunged at him, and in an instant, poisonous insects infiltrated Yi's body, overwhelming him with sensations of paralysis, pain, and suffocation. Clang. Yi, in agony, released his grip, and the sword fell from his hands. Shamat, filled with rage, set down his injured comrade and charged at Yamanaka Torian with his sword. Mind transfer technique. Shamat suddenly seemed to lose focus, his weapon clattering to the ground as he slowly lifted his gaze towards Yi. Thud. Kamizuki collapsed suddenly onto the ground. Captain, are you all right? Just as he approached Shamat, he was struck unexpectedly on the shoulder, rendering him unconscious. Help. What do you intend to do? He is already under my control through my poisonous insects. Do not concern yourselves with him. Chapter 84. Crisis, Fugaku's request. Yamanaka Torian supported the fallen Kamizuki, who was manipulating Shamat to move, while the remaining 3 members of the Root organization dragged and the injured Uchiha ninja back towards the Takigakure. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3? The last encounter was merely a month ago. It seems, Danzo, that you value the Uchiha clan even more than I do. Accompanied by a chilling laughter that sent shivers down the spine. Beneath the village of Takigakure lies a laboratory, colossal in scale, twice the size of the one originally constructed by Yaoyu. Its master is none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin who emerged following the Second Shinobi World War. Initially, Orochimaru held no particular interest in human experimentation. Rather, he was captivated by the forbidden techniques crafted by the Second Hokage and those strictly prohibited by Konohagakure. Within the confines of his lab, Orochimaru stumbled upon the remnants of Senju's cells, thus embarking on a path from which he would never return. Once discovered by Hiruzen Sarutobi, he received a few reprimands and subsequently made his way to Takigakure, forging an alliance with Danzo. With Yu absent from the village and Tobirama aging, Danzo set his sights on the Uchiha clan, seeking to restore Konoha to its former glory, coveting the power of the Sharingan. Danzo went so far as to implant the eyes of the Uchiha clan into his own body. With Orochimaru's assistance, the fusion of the transplanted Senju cells and the Sharingan was remarkably successful. Though aesthetically unpleasing, it proved immensely powerful. As Danzo slowly unwound the bandages, an exceedingly grotesque right hand emerged, adorned with 3 blood-red tomo of the Sharingan, with 3 empty sockets remaining. It is truly unexpected that Hiruzen has such a disciple. Your temperaments are starkly opposed. Orochimaru chuckled, his enigmatic smile revealing nothing of his thoughts as he assisted Danzo with the eye transplantation. Once the task was complete, Danzo reminded him not to forget the terms of their agreement. The 3 individuals were now his subjects, free for him to dispose of as he wished. Danzo replied coolly. Afterward, he flexed his bandaged right hand, leaving with a sense of satisfaction. However, One eye socket remained untransplanted, which would require further time, as it occupied the most critical position on his body, his right eye. Danzo desired the most powerful eye of the Uchiha clan, the Mangeki Sharingan. Alas, none among the current Uchiha possessed such an eye, nor had any other clan members evolved to attain it. He could only bide his time, though he sensed that the individual he awaited would soon make an appearance. Days later, after an extended absence, the members of the Uchiha clan who had been on a mission reported back to Fugaku Uchiha. As the father of the future incarnation of Indra and the most formidable member of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku sat resolutely within his home, his expression stern and his gaze unwavering. Beside him, the mother of Itachi wept softly. When did they depart? Please provide the timeline of their mission in detail, Fugaku inquired. Itachi's mother recounted verbatim the words Itachi had spoken to her before his departure. Given that it was a time-sensitive mission, they should have returned the day before. As Fugaku pondered deeply, his countenance darkened. In addition to the disappearance of Itachi and his companions, 3 others had vanished under identical circumstances. It appeared he would have to seek the assistance of the Hokage, given the current circumstances. If Fugaku does not seek an audience with the Hokage to elucidate the severity of the situation, he can only be left in a state of anxious anticipation. Hokage-sama, I propose the establishment of an investigative team dedicated to probing these 2 incidents. Fugaku Uchiha declared with unwavering conviction. If this matter continues to be neglected, the Uchiha clan will remain in a perpetual state of fear. With their strongest member, Izuna Uchiha, already deceased, if he fails to ameliorate the plight of the Uchiha clan, they will find it increasingly arduous to thrive within the village of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his back turned to Fugaku, took a deep puff from his pipe, internally grappling with turmoil. Indeed, Sarutobi was aware of the perpetrator, yet he felt powerless to intervene. Danzo's current strength had significantly surpassed that of the past, compelling Sarutobi to deliberate carefully. Nevertheless, in the interest of his duties as Hokage, he ultimately acquiesced. Let us proceed as you suggest, should you require additional personnel. There are some shinobi available within the Umbu for your selection. Once Fugaku departed, Sarutobi's emotions grew increasingly convoluted. Since the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War and the disappearance of Lord Hashirama, the condition of Konoha had deteriorated sharply, yet neither he, Tsunade, nor Jiraiya had any words to offer. The trust forged through Leaf's connection with the 3 surrounding shinobi villages had facilitated an unexpectedly seamless response to the conflict with Sunagakure, almost as if they had been swept away with overwhelming force. Lord Hashirama, where have you gone? Nostalgia lingered, yet Sarutobi had pressing matters to attend to. Donning his Hokage cloak, he proceeded to another chamber within the Hokage building. What brings you here? He inquired. Are you also aware of Danzo's actions? Tsunade and Mito Menyen remained seated, their stillness signifying their equal standing with Sarutobi. What of it? The 2 responded indifferently. Bang! Sarutobi slammed his hand on the table, his eyes reflecting a mixture of anger and disappointment. The anger stemmed from Tsunade and Mito's apathy towards Danzo's reckless extermination of Uchiha clansmen, while the disappointment arose from the fact that his former beloved pupil, Orochimaru, had strayed onto a dark path and now conspired alongside Danzo within the Root organization. If Lord Hashirama were to return, you should be well aware of the consequences. Lord Hashirama? Tsunade and Mito initially expressed surprise, followed by a dismissive laughter. If Lord Hashirama were still in the village, would you still have become Hokage? Mito Menyen posed, her words akin to an interrogation aimed at Sarutobi. What do you mean by that? Sarutobi inquired. Mito sighed. Monkey, do you still not understand? After all these years, given Lord Hashirama's strength, he could have returned long ago. If he has not returned, then it is evident he truly cannot. What does Danzo intend to accomplish? Who can impose restrictions upon him? I have heard that his influence has now infiltrated the Umbu as well. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. The ambition of Danzo Shimura was indeed formidable. Let him proceed as he wishes, as long as it does not jeopardize the safety of the 3 of us, continued Narashikaku. Let us not forget, ever since Lord Tobarama ceased to involve himself in governance, the stability of Konoha's relations with other villages has relied heavily upon Danzo. These words rendered Sarutobi speechless, and the truth was indeed as stated. Chapter 85, Uchiha Fugaku Awakens. The Crimson Susanoo. Let that Uchiha kid fend for himself, said Mito Gaidon. Sarutobi sighed and took his leave. If their conversation were to reach Fugaku's ears, rebellion might ensue by the morrow. Chief, we have found a lead. The next day, outside the Uchiha compound, a gathering of elite members of the Uchiha clan, along with ninjas from other families, had assembled. A kunai and a Konoha headband had been discovered on a nearby cliff, seemingly left behind intentionally. Listen closely, regardless of who the enemy may be. Remain ever prepared for battle, commanded Fugaku. A Uchiha team of approximately 20 to 30 members departed from Konoha, maneuvering in a fan formation along the discovered cliff. Soon, they arrived at Takinen village, under Danzo's jurisdiction. Though its military might was lacking, its economy surpassed that of other ninja villages, gradually attracting many homeless civilians to settle there. However, Danzo's aversion towards the Uchiha clan was well known throughout the village. Suspicious of Danzo, Fugaku led his clansmen into Takinen village. What an unexpected visit, Danzo remarked. Seated at the head of the table, his right hand still wrapped in bandages, flanked by the elite Jonin, Aburame Shino and Yamanaka Inoichi, both formidable in their own right. Which posed a challenge for Fugaku. What brings you here with such an impressive display? Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. Fugaku took a seat at the entrance. His clansmen garbed in combat attire, their gazes fixed intently on Danzo. Lord Danzo, may I have a look at your right hand? In the silence, Fugaku's voice sliced through the air like a sword, exposing the knight. My arm was injured not long ago. The doctor advised against unwrapping it before the proper time. Danzo replied, Is that so? With a swift motion, Fugaku launched a kunai from his hand, hurtling toward Danzo like a wild stallion. Bang! Uchiha, what do you intend to do? Aburame Shino interjected, utilizing his insects to intercept the kunai, his tone sharp. Yet, before he could finish, another kunai sliced through the air, this time finding its mark and piercing Danzo's right arm, causing a portion of the bandages to unravel. Blood gushed forth from his arm, and in that fleeting moment, Fugaku beheld a vision he had long anticipated yet dreaded, a blood-red tomo. In an instant, his eyes were shrouded in fury. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Without uttering a word, Fugaku unleashed his fire ninjutsu, while the Uchiha shinobi behind him swiftly dispersed, launching an assault on Danzo and the oil user, Yamanaka F. The flames, resembling the head of a dragon, opened wide, ready to engulf Danzo. Danzo remained seated, unperturbed. Water release, water barrier. A masked member of the Root organization materialized before Danzo. The water barrier clashing with the flames, emitting a sizzling sound. With a thunderous crash, the door behind Fugaku shut with blinding speed, plunging the hall into darkness. From the depths of the shadows emerged dozens of Umbu and Root members, cloaked in black, resembling grim reapers. Having once been a member of the Umbu himself, Fugaku quickly recognized them as compatriots from the organization. Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder you are so brazen. Surely the Umbu now stands under your dominion. After the departure of Waihai, the Umbu fell under the control of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and Tobarama Senju. Danzo's ruthlessness earned him Tobarama's trust, granting him a share of power, while Sarutobi, consumed by his duties as Hokage, could not attend to the Umbu, thus providing Danzo with an opportunity. The once covert guardians of Konoha had been transformed into Danzo's personal guards. It is too late to say anything now, since you are intent on courting death. Allow me to escort you on your journey. Orochimaru has a particular interest in your Sharingan. Orochimaru? Fugaku scoffed. So even one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, is now your ally? It is of no consequence for you to know this now. Your death awaits. Upon finishing his words, the surrounding Umbu and Root members surged toward Fugaku and his companions. In the village of Konoha, outside a building adjacent to the Hokage Tower, a young man with a head of white hair commenced his movements after Fugaku and the others had departed. Orochimaru, I shall see what you intend to do. This man, one of the legendary three Sannin, self-proclaimed sage of toads, Jiraiya, declared, summoning technique. Jiraiya slammed his hands to the ground, and a small toad emerged amidst the smoke. Do you remember the location from our last encounter? Ribbit, ribbit. Soon, the scene unfolding might astonish an ordinary person for a lifetime. As a man nearing 2 meters in height crawled into the mouth of a toad no larger than a palm. Then, with a puff, the toad vanished. Fire release, great fireball technique. Danzo, if you wish to kill me, it will not be so easy. Fugaku, one of the foremost ninjas of Konoha, could not easily succumb to death. He had family and comrades. While others might possess countless reasons for perishing, he did not share that luxury. For he bore the weighty mantle of the Uchiha clan leader, tasked with upholding the clan's legacy. ensnared in a maelstrom of hatred towards Danzo. His entire being ignited with fervor, particularly his eyes, which began to bleed. Unbeknownst to anyone, Fugaku felt his Sharingan undergoing a profound transformation, the three tomo merging into a five-pointed star. Suddenly, a sound echoed. What was that? The crowd gasped, and Danzo, incredulous, soon found himself elated. He had not anticipated that Fugaku would awaken his eyes under such dire circumstances. Ha ha ha. Heaven favors me. The clan leader has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. The Uchiha clan members felt a resurgence of hope. The enemies, however, wore grave expressions, particularly the Umbu members, who had witnessed the terror of the Manjiki Sharingan when Izuna managed the Umbu. Had they now become foes? Fugaku meticulously attuned himself to this newfound power, perceiving the world around him in a languid manner, allowing him to evade even the shuriken hurtling towards him with ease. Hurry! Kill him! Danzo, seemingly oblivious to the significance of the term Manjiki, shouted fervently, consumed by a singular desire to seize Fugaku's Manjiki for himself. As for his promise to Orochimaru, he dismissed it with disdain. Humph! Observing all enemies charging towards him, Fugaku sneered. Let me demonstrate the true power of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 86, A New Ascendance. One of the divine artifacts. The great name of the rising sun. Channeling his entire chakra, Fugaku abruptly opened his eyes. Susanoo. A colossal, deep crimson skull enveloped Fugaku, manifesting from the air, its gaze radiating golden light, brimming with murderous intent. A torrent of red chakra surged forth from his hands, forming a crimson spear in the arms of the skull. The spear extended several meters, its tip trailing a wisp of red energy. With Susanoo wielding the spear, he unleashed an onslaught upon the surrounding Umbu ninjas, sweeping through them as if they were in a realm devoid of opposition. Those struck were hurled against the walls, the destructive force of the spear causing the very building to tremble. What sound is that? Orochimaru, conducting research below, emerged to glance upward. His laboratory was riddled with secret passages, all meticulously crafted by him as a contingency plan. Even as a member of the Akatsuki, he sought to avoid prolonged entanglements, focusing solely on his experimental pursuits. Outside the lake of Takigakure, a pale frog emerged from the water, its mouth agape. A hand, adorned with a forehead protector and slick with mucus, reached forth, and as Jiraiya emerged, he stretched his limbs. Send my regards to the old man. I shall visit him another day. Ribbit, ribbit. The little frog hopped a few times before vanishing into the depths of the lake. At long last, the opportunity has arrived. Jiraiya had previously gathered a plethora of intelligence regarding Orochimaru, seizing the chance presented by the battle between Fugaku and Danzo to infiltrate the scene. With a profound sense of responsibility, particularly after the prophecy from the great sage of Mount Myaboku foretelling his journey across the land, Jiraiya had nurtured the desire to explore the outside world. Here we go, he exclaimed, invigorated. Once this mission was complete, he would set forth. Approaching the vicinity of the Takigakure village, he discovered an opening beneath a waterfall, which led to the lower levels of the village. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya leaped inside. The darkness enveloped him. He exhaled a small flame, igniting a wooden stick, casting a warm glow around him. The entirety of the underground was now laid bare before him. Is this the tunnel below? It is far larger than I had anticipated. Jiraiya held his torch aloft, advancing step by step. He soon arrived at a grand door, adorned with intricate engravings and marked with the number 2. What could this signify? After rummaging around the door for a considerable time without discovering a mechanism, he resorted to brute force and pushed it with all his might. The sound echoed sharply within the tunnel. Beneath the door lay an abyssal staircase. So deep? Taking another deep breath, Jiraiya steadied himself against the frigid stone wall, cautiously descending. At the base of the staircase lay an unfathomable darkness, intermittently pierced by the eerie howling of wind through the entrance. In such an environment, not even Jiraiya, let alone Tobirama, could endure for long. Orochimaru, I am eager to uncover your true intentions. Above the laboratory, an increasing number of Umbu ninjas surged from the shadows. Yet they fell prey to the onslaught of the Susanoo. The crimson long spear danced with spiraling flames, each swing releasing a burst of fire. Distinct from the black flames of Amaterasu, Fugaku's Susanoo flames radiated a deep scarlet. It appears I underestimated the capabilities of the Manjiki Sharingan. However, as its power intensified, Danzo's smile widened, as if victory was assured. If only another Uchiha with awakened eyes were present, Danzo mused. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Due to the devastation wrought by the long spear, a massive stone wall, larger than the Susanoo itself, had collapsed above Danzo, obstructing his line of sight. He could only gauge the battle's progress by the sounds of conflict. As time wore on, he noticed the movements of the Umbu ninjas dwindling. While the long spear of the Susanoo was perilously close to shattering the stone wall before him. How could this be? Has he fully adapted to the capabilities of the Manjiki in such a short span? Rising to his feet, Danzo recognized the need to stabilize the morale of his forces. Wind release, vacuum wave. Brother, be careful. An Uchiha clan member, focused on the battle ahead, failed to notice Danzo's wind release had already approached from behind. Thud. The wind blade pierced through his body, and with a resounding thud, his upper and lower halves were severed, blood gushing forth instantaneously. In just over a second, he was separated from his brother, who was now a mere specter. Nisan. The ninja's brother bared his teeth in anguish, brandishing a kunai as he lunged toward Danzo. Fire release, great fireball technique. Be careful, Fujitaka cautioned, but his warning fell on deaf ears. Is it coming straight for me? Danzo formed hand seals, inhaling deeply as he gazed at the approaching fireball. Wind release, vacuum sphere. With a swift motion, Danzo unleashed his chakra, slicing through the fireball with a sound akin to a sonic boom, dispersing it mercilessly while still propelling forward towards the Uchiha. The brother of the ninja was riddled with numerous gaping wounds, and at that moment, Yamanaka Tru seized the opportunity, invoking his secret technique, the poison insect. The venomous creatures infiltrated the brother's body, spreading their toxins, and he perished in an instant. Danzo had taken down 2 Uchiha ninjas with merely 2 strikes, greatly invigorating the Umbu members as he charged once more at Fujitaka. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Tru and Oil Girl Tika, the 2 strongest ninjas aside from Danzo, dealt with the Uchiha clansmen surrounding Fujitaka. With me here, you shall not harm my kin. Fujitaka bellowed, the chakra surrounding his skeletal frame intensifying. With a fierce glare, layers of flesh-like tissue enveloped the skeletal structure, transforming the long spear in Susanoo's grasp into a divine weapon encased in flames, radiating a vibrant crimson hue. The appearance of this weapon struck a familiar chord in the minds of Yamanaka Tru and Oil Girl Tika. Danzo, too, was momentarily taken aback as he beheld the divine armament in Susanoo's grasp. This is from Konoha Village, from the collection of books gathered by Yaiba. I have perused parts of those texts myself, which contain accounts of several legendary weapons. Among them were the Yada Mirror, the Kusanagi sword, the Nagatsuki spear, and the Jagon, each possessing the power to obliterate worlds. The Nagatsuki spear, Danzo mused slowly, renowned as the swiftest weapon. Its attack speed far exceeded the limits of human reflexes, each thrust capable of distorting the surrounding space, rendering its target utterly unable to escape its grasp. Such knowledge was derived from that very book. I had assumed the contents were merely the musings of the Uchiha clan, never anticipating their manifestation in reality. Nagatsuki Zen. The area surrounding the spear began to swirl with chaotic currents reminiscent of oceanic whirlpools, a mesmerizing sight that induced a sense of vertigo. Chapter 87. Reverse Spirit Technique. The serpent-filled cave of chilling darkness. The deep crimson spear stirred an extraordinarily terrifying aura as it lunged towards Danzo and his companions. Thud. All members of the Umbu and the Root organization, save for Danzo and his allies, were sent flying. Ninjutsu proved almost futile before the might of Susanoo. Lord Danzo. My insect technique cannot penetrate his armor. The oil woman, Sin, leaned forward, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Her hands, densely swarmed with insects, released a purplish toxin. However, aside from its ineffectiveness against Fugaku, the remaining individuals suffered greatly from the venomous onslaught. Cries of anguish echoed as members of the Uchiha clan collapsed, writhing in agony. This protracted suffering was intolerable. Fugaku's Susanoo expanded in size, while his chakra dwindled rapidly. He needed to conclude the battle before his chakra was entirely depleted. Naruto's chaotic flow. The long spear emitted a clarion sound, its volume diminishing in a staircase-like manner, generating an audible shockwave as it struck out. Boom. 2 members of the Umbu beside Fugaku were instantaneously obliterated. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo unleashed a barrage of swift wind bullets at Susanoo, attempting to breach its defenses. But ultimately to no avail. The once overwhelming tide of Umbu and Root ninjas had now dwindled by more than half. Danzo, it's your turn. Fugaku's gaze fixed upon Danzo, as Susanoo elongated its arm, gathering power for a decisive strike, hurling the spear forth. The spear pierced through the chaotic space and the interwoven foes, leaving lifeless bodies in its wake. Water release, water barrier. Earth release, earth flow barrier. Wind release, wind protection technique. Danzo rapidly formed 3 jutsu to shield himself. The Oil Woman and Danzo's loyal ninjas endeavored to thwart Susanoo's further advance. With a series of crashing sounds, the long spear shattered the 3 barriers, halting just before Danzo, only to vanish without a trace. I've finally held it off. Danzo sighed in relief, yet in that fleeting moment, a sense of dread overwhelmed him. After them, he commanded, his heart racing as he coughed up a few drops of blood. Do not let them return to Konoha. Beneath the hidden mist village, in an expansive secret chamber, Jiraiya finally caught sight of a faint flicker of flame, the first glimmer of light discovered in this darkness. Under the weak illumination, a figure was seen incessantly flipping through books, the rustling sound piercing through the silence of the space. Just as Jiraiya contemplated advancing further, the figure abruptly stood up. Believing he had been detected, Jiraiya quickly concealed himself behind a stone wall, extinguishing the light. However, the figure did not approach him. Instead, it walked over to a nearby bookshelf and retrieved another tome. Lord Hiruzen, are you truly in that sage place? Hiruzen. Upon hearing that name, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. It signified but one individual, the younger brother of the first and second Hokage, a prodigious ninja from the Warring States era, and one of the founders of Konohagakure, Senju Tobarama. With a soft thud, the shadowy figure closed the book and bit into his finger, subsequently revealing a mysterious pattern beneath his feet, where 3 corpses lay. Although the cellular fusion was imperfect, they had still served their purpose well. With a cold smirk, the figure plunged his arm into the body, blue fluid coursing through his arm to fill his own being. Reverse summoning jutsu. The figure suddenly shouted, forming hand seals with both hands. This is bad. It's a summoning technique. Jiraiya would not allow him to escape so easily. He formed hand seals of his own for fire release, unleashing a torrent of flames towards the shadowy figure. The fire illuminated the dim chamber, rendering it as bright as day. Indeed, it is you, Jiraiya exclaimed in shock, recognizing the familiar visage of Orochimaru. You think you can hinder me? Upon seeing Jiraiya, Orochimaru displayed no surprise. Instead, he quickly formed summoning seals and struck the ground. Jiraiya hastened towards him, unwittingly stepping into the cursed seal circle that Orochimaru had conjured. With a resounding bang, the 2 vanished from their original spot. Tick-tock. Awakened by the sound, Jiraiya slowly opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in utter darkness. An eerie chill permeating the air. Fire release, flame. Suddenly, a hand stretched out before him, startling Jiraiya. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was Orochimaru. Though his expression was now tense, lacking the usual ease Jiraiya was accustomed to. This is not Konohagakure. If you wish to be devoured by those serpents, then open your mouth, Orochimaru warned. Jiraiya scanned his surroundings carefully, seeing naught but impenetrable blackness. Just as he was about to question Orochimaru about his clandestine activities, a hissing sound echoed, and several rocks tumbled down. Small, deep purple snakes slithered about like beasts lying in wait, poised to strike. Snakes? Jiraiya felt no fear. Rather, he was intrigued. Where was this place, and why were there so many serpents? The only one who could answer his queries was the steadily advancing Orochimaru. Hey, wait for me, Jiraiya called out. Orochimaru, his demeanor taut, injected himself with a carefully prepared potion, enabling him to perceive various unseen entities in the darkness. Jiraiya could only see the serpents. But as he lagged behind Orochimaru, he was unable to discern the surrounding stone walls, repeatedly colliding with them. What schemes are you concocting in that mind of yours? Jiraiya inquired, approaching Orochimaru's side. Jiraiya's journey to the hidden waterfall village was driven by an earnest desire to investigate the enigmatic activities of Orochimaru. Following the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, Orochimaru appeared to have undergone a profound transformation, becoming a spectral presence within Konohagakure, rarely seen and increasingly close to Danzo. Aware of Danzo's nefarious nature, Jiraiya sought to uncover the truth behind Orochimaru's dealings in the hidden waterfall, only to find himself ensnared in a realm that teetered between the human and the supernatural. Lower your voice, Orochimaru cautioned, placing a finger to his lips as a warning to Jiraiya. The commotion caused by Jiraiya's raised voice began to agitate the surrounding stone walls. and a hissing sound intensified as serpents coiled around his feet. Upon sensing the chilling cold beneath him, Jiraiya's instincts sharpened. Do not fear. As long as you refrain from any rash actions, these serpents will not turn against you, Orochimaru murmured softly. How do you know this place so well? Jiraiya inquired. Yet his question went unanswered as Orochimaru continued to press forward in silence. Before coming here, did you not utter something regarding Lord Jiraiya? Jiraiya ventured, and this time, Orochimaru responded succinctly. Before his departure, Lord Jiraiya left behind several tomes in the Hokage office, which detailed information about the 3 Great Sage Lands. The 3 Great Sage Lands. Jiraiya echoed, and Orochimaru nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the 3 Great Sage Lands, of which you and Tsunade have visited one, are Mount Myaboku, the Wetbone Forest, and the Dragon Cave. Each of these lands possesses its own sage mode. As far as I am aware, Lord Jiraiya mastered 2 of them, and the last one is precisely where we stand now. You mean to say this is the Dragon Cave? Jiraiya gasped quietly, struggling to reconcile this revelation with Lord Jiraiya's departure. Do you suppose that for all these years, Lord Jiraiya has merely been wandering the ninja world? Orochimaru's words hung in the air, prompting Jiraiya to ponder, though uncertainty lingered on his face. Orochimaru offered no further explanation, leading them onward until they finally reached the cave's entrance. To have arrived in such a desolate place after employing the reverse summoning technique, Jiraiya remarked, scratching his head in discontent. Before them, the cave entrance was not as illuminated as they had envisioned, merely a shade brighter than the darkness within. Inside the Dragon Cave, there were countless caverns akin to the one where Jiraiya stood, with an expanse of black dots stretching before them, and the ground was bare rock. Strange. There are no creatures aside from the snakes. What do they feed on? Jiraiya mused, only to have his curiosity swiftly addressed as a massive purple-black serpent, towering like a hill, emerged from one of the caverns. Before the astonished eyes of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, the colossal serpent swiftly devoured a smaller snake that had ventured too close. The purple serpent, upon finishing its meal, exhibited a glimmer of disappointment in its gaze, clearly unsated. It began to survey its surroundings and soon laid eyes on Jiraiya and his companion. Humans, the purple serpent exclaimed with excitement, swiftly coiling its body to pounce upon them. Quick, dodge. Jiraiya shouted to Orochimaru. Simultaneously, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball. In the face of a mutual adversary, the two set aside their differences and focused on the battle at hand. The fire and wind techniques intertwined, creating a broader conflagration that scorched the air above the purple serpent. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Orochimaru unleashed a fierce gust towards the serpent. So, you two are ninjas. Just like that fellow, the serpent muttered under its breath. Wasn't there another person here before us? Why should I tell you? It hissed, lunging towards Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Summoning technique. Jiraiya attempted to invoke the Toad Summon, but to no avail. The serpent swung its tail, sending Jiraiya hurtling through the air. This is also a sage realm. Summoning other creatures here is futile, Orochimaru reminded him. You could have mentioned that sooner, Jiraiya grumbled, rubbing his head in discontent. Orochimaru stood on a high ledge, intensely calculating how to subdue the serpent before him. Just as tensions escalated, an ethereal voice resonated from a distant place. Let the black-haired youth enter the trial. As for the white-haired one, deal with him as you wish. The owner of this voice clearly held a higher status than the purple serpent. Upon hearing it, the serpent froze in fear, and once the voice faded, it glanced at Orochimaru with a momentary look of surprise, quickly replaced by disdain. You, get out of my sight. Neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru had heard the voice, but upon realizing that the purple serpent had granted them passage, a flicker of surprise crossed Orochimaru's eyes. Jiraiya muttered something inaudible to Orochimaru. After the serpent made way, Orochimaru leaped away from the stone wall, leaving Jiraiya behind. Although the Dragon Cave was riddled with tunnels, one remarkable area resembled my Bokuzen and Shikatsu forest. At its center stood a grand temple, distinguished by a towering serpent statue suspended above it. Intrigued, Orochimaru ventured inside, suspecting that the serpent's prior demeanor hinted at some important news that compelled it to reluctantly allow his escape. As for Jiraiya, Orochimaru was not unconcerned. He believed Jiraiya possessed sufficient strength to evade the giant serpent even if he could not defeat it. Drip drop. Upon entering the temple, Orochimaru immediately sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him, yet he could not discern their source. Hiss. Above the temple of the dragon pit, a cerulean serpent slithered inside. And in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a strikingly beautiful young girl. She possessed long, deep blue hair, adorned with a golden crown. Atop the crown rested a golden orb, complemented by elongated golden pupils and crimson eyeshadow that extended to her nostrils. Her complexion was relatively pale, accentuated by aquamarine, jewel-like earrings. Clad in a flowing white robe, she bore a green ornament with a single hook-shaped jewel at her chest and exhibited sharp teeth. "You must be the individual whom Lady Whitesnake spoke of, come to undergo trials," she remarked. Upon hearing her voice, Orochimaru instinctively glanced behind him, discovering the young girl. However, appearances alone could not define a person. Through his knowledge of the Dragon Pit, Orochimaru deduced that this girl was likely an elder designated to test those who sought to cultivate within its depths. As they conversed, he learned her name was Uchiha, one of the 3 trusted elders serving under the Lord of the Dragon Pit, the Whitesnake Sage. With a sense of trepidation, Orochimaru nodded, intrigued yet cautious. Nonetheless, his ultimate goal remained to ascertain one crucial matter. Had Senju Tobirama ever set foot in this place? Before my arrival, were there others like me? He inquired curiously. "Only after you pass the trials may I answer your questions." Uchiha paused, then replied. "I see," Orochimaru mused. In Tobirama's writings, there was no mention of how the trials within the Dragon Pit were conducted. Now, he could only brace himself for the unknown. Chapter 89. The desire of greed. As Orochimaru ventured deeper into the temple of the Dragon Pit, he momentarily glimpsed an arrow soaring from the depths of the cave. Utilizing his extraordinary sensory abilities, he deftly sidestepped. Indeed, this was the most perilous of the 3 great sanctuaries. A mere misstep could result in demise. Orochimaru silently pondered while occasionally casting glances at Uchiha, who floated effortlessly in the air without reliance on chakra or any material substance. What was the principle behind this phenomenon? Orochimaru, a staunch believer in science, found himself perplexed. Uchiha led Orochimaru into the inner sanctum of the temple. Along their path lay not only serpents but numerous skeletons, evidence, undoubtedly, of those who had failed their trials. To master the sage arts of the Dragon Pit, one must successfully navigate the 3 trials set forth by the Whitesnake Sage: the desire of greed, the power of self, and the illusion of truth. These corresponded to human desires, mastery of ninjutsu and taijutsu, and the trials of illusion. After her explanation, Uchiha cast Orochimaru into a bottomless pit, vanishing from sight. Outside the Dragon Pit temple, a resounding thud echoed as the battle between Jiraiya and the purple serpent reached its conclusion. Jiraiya, breathless and exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. His gaze fixed upon a colossal purple serpent, which lay before him, unconscious. How fortunate he was to have escaped such peril. As he took a moment to recuperate, memories of the recent encounter flooded his mind. Just as the purple serpent was poised to launch an attack, it seemed to pause momentarily, as if alerted by some unseen force. Evidently, this serpent was not the most formidable summoning beast in the sacred realm. Jiraiya's thoughts drifted to Mount Myaboku, where a great toad sage presided over the sanctity of the land. He pondered whether a serpent sage might similarly inhabit this dragon's cave. Jiraiya was well aware of the prowess of the great toad sage, and he surmised that a sage of equal standing would not be lacking in strength. Emboldened by both curiosity and risk, Jiraiya resolved to explore the depths of the dragon's cave. He carefully maneuvered around the sprawling serpent that lay in slumber and, guided by his memory of Mount Myaboku's layout, made his way to the cave's center. As expected, a monumental serpent head statue loomed above, seemingly surveying the entire cavern. Hissus! Hissus! The serpents surrounding him began to converge as they detected his presence. This aura, he mused. No wonder it was capable of subduing that little rascal. It turns out he is a disciple of the Toad Elder. Deep within the dragon's cave, a magnificent white serpent gazed intently at the immense image reflected before it, expressing its dissatisfaction. "My lord, shall we take action against him?" Beside the white serpent stood 2 exquisite women, elders of the dragon's cave, akin to Tsuchigumo. The white serpent sage shook its head. "I had assumed he was merely an ordinary ninja. Since he is a disciple of the Toad Elder, let us not disturb him. If he happens upon his companions, it will simply be his good fortune." As Jiraiya prepared to employ his ninjutsu, he observed that the serpents began to retreat, reinforcing his belief that they were obedient to the sage residing here. "Since you choose to ignore me, do not blame me for any disturbances I may cause." With determination, Jiraiya advanced toward the temple within the dragon's cave. Unlike Orochimaru, he had no guide. However, the absence of serpents allowed his mind to clear significantly. After a considerable time navigating the labyrinthine passages, he finally grasped the layout of the cave. The interior was intricate and fraught with dead ends. Yet Jiraiya discovered a path that permitted further exploration. Upon reaching a chamber at the cave's entrance, he found the darkness somewhat oppressive, yet as he pressed on, he could distinctly feel his body leaning forward, indicating a passage leading downward. The deeper he ventured, the more pronounced the dampness became. Eventually, he spotted a glimmer of light ahead, though it was obstructed by rocks. Ninjutsu, Needle of the Earth. Jiraiya's hair lengthened as he thrust forward, and with a resounding crash, the rocks shattered into countless fragments, revealing an even more radiant illumination. As you have arrived here, you have thus earned the right to partake in the trial. Proceed with the challenge. A delicate voice resonated through the air. Boom. Simultaneously, the stone wall behind Jiraiya began to close. Release me at once. I have no desire to engage in your trivial trials, he protested, preparing to form hand seals with his hands. However, he soon realized something was amiss. The chakra within him was inexplicably stifled. This indicated that some force within this cavern suppressed his chakra, rendering him incapable of performing jutsu. Upon realizing that his techniques were futile, Jiraiya turned and charged towards the stone wall, desperate to escape this place. But it was too late. With a sharp crack, he found himself trapped. Damn it! Jiraiya struck the wall in frustration, his temper flaring. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and scrutinized the chamber. The voice had mentioned that he could participate in the trial. Thus, according to its words, this must be the arena for the test. But why was there nothing here? Confusion clouded Jiraiya's mind until he suddenly looked up and noticed 4 large characters inscribed upon the stone door, intricately carved atop a serpent's head, exuding an air of mystery, greed. Did this imply the avarice of humanity? If so, the first trial likely required him to resist temptation. What temptation could serve as a test? He pondered, as he sat cross-legged on the ground, utterly perplexed. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from his stomach. Fighting off hunger, Jiraiya closed his eyes to meditate. However, it was not long before a delightful aroma jolted him awake. He opened his eyes to find an array of food laid out before him: ramen, steaks, roasted meats, and more. Well, just as he prepared to indulge, the innate discipline of a ninja restrained him. No. Jiraiya's mind raced. Surely, the serpents of this cavern could not consider him a fool. If he was not mistaken, this food must be part of the trial. Who could be foolish enough to confuse food with life itself? Beneath the dragon's cavern, within the immense screen before the White Snake Sage, one image revealed a middle-aged man adorned with the hidden Cloud Village headband, lunging towards the food. Foolish ant. The man's belly was enveloped by the delectable feast, instantly transporting him to a state of bliss. Was this person truly so simple-minded? Even one of the trial elders, Tianshin Shinki, shook her head in disappointment, saying, "This man is mine." On the other side, Tenzinheim licked her lips in eager anticipation. "I do not favor the Dark One. Take it if you wish." Tianshin Shinki waved her hand. Consequently, Tenzinheim's formerly beautiful visage morphed grotesquely, her pupils elongating, and her 2 sharp fangs protruding alarmingly, instantly transforming her into a fearsome sight. Hissus. The figure of Tenzinheim floated gracefully towards the cave that imprisoned the ninjas of the hidden Cloud Village. Within the vision of the White Snake Sage, the ninjas indulging in sumptuous delicacies were startled by the apparition of the fearsome Tenzinheim hovering above them. In an instant, the scene transformed into a blood-red tableau, as the ninjas became mere nourishment for Tenzinheim. This, indeed, exemplified the brutal trials hidden within the dragon's cave. Should any participant fail to meet the trial's demands, the deities Tenshin Shinki, Tenzinheim, and Ichikishimaheim would consume them as sustenance, granted permission by the White Snake Sage. "There are only 3 left. Do not dare to covet our share," remarked Ichikishimaheim and Tenshin Shinki as they awaited Tenzinheim's return. "By the way, at what stage is that black-haired youth now?" The White Snake Sage, seated upon his throne, opened his eyes and spoke with a calm demeanor. "He has reached the stage of self-empowerment," came the reply. "Let us observe. I have a premonition that he will master the sage techniques of the dragon's cave, much like the previous individual." With this, a glimmer of light sparkled in the eyes of the White Snake Sage. Meanwhile, within the confines of Jiraiya's chamber, the trials continued unabated, with the variety of food increasing, simultaneously amplifying his gnawing hunger. This hunger was unlike any he had experienced before. It felt as though some unseen force was manipulating his emotions, magnifying his cravings exponentially. It transcended mere appetite, transforming into an intense longing for something beyond the physical sustenance. Indeed, this is a realm of sages, but I possess my own means, Jiraiya mused. While he did not regard himself as particularly strong-willed, he devised a strategy. He forcefully slammed his head against the stone wall, rendering himself unconscious. How intriguing! The White Snake Sage exclaimed, genuinely impressed, as Ichikishimaheim and the others expressed their astonishment at such a method of overcoming trials. To possess a clear understanding of one's abilities and to pursue goals without blind ambition is a rarity. It seems the old toad has taken on a remarkable disciple. The White Snake Sage remarked. However, after witnessing Orochimaru's previous performance, the White Snake Sage could only marvel at Jiraiya's approach. Unlike Jiraiya, Orochimaru had resisted the temptations without resorting to such drastic measures, persevering to reach the stage of self-empowerment. Aside from Jiraiya and Orochimaru, many other ninjas had inadvertently arrived at this place, yet only 3 remained after the selection process. One of them hailed from the land of water and, like Orochimaru, had withstood the allure, currently undergoing trials in the stage of self-empowerment. Time swiftly passed, and Jiraiya, awakening from his stupor, sat on the ground for an extended period until he noticed Tenshin Shinki approaching. I never expected you to surpass this challenge, she remarked. Having been the one to close the stone wall earlier, initially anticipating that Jiraiya would become her meal. You are one of the high-ranking members of the Dragon's Cave, and I must say, you have grown quite beautiful. Jiraiya beheld the exquisite beauty of Tenshin Shinshi, and his lascivious desires surged within him, his gaze lingering on her with a glimmer of mischief. Suddenly, Tenshin Shinshi's expression shifted, revealing a visage reminiscent of Tuanjin-ji. Jiraiya was taken aback, jolted into awareness. Ha! Tenshin Shinshi, observing Jiraiya's flustered demeanor, could not help but chuckle, her long tongue flickering with each laugh, a most peculiar sight. Very well, follow me. And may you become my sustenance, she silently mused. In another secluded chamber, Orochimaru withdrew his hands, the fireball he had expelled continuing to emit wisps of white steam. The usually composed Orochimaru found himself panting, not without reason. The trial of self-power proved to be exceedingly perilous. This formidable test demanded an unwavering exertion of both stamina and strength, requiring the breaking through of multiple stone walls, followed by an arduous ascent, culminating in the challenge of a colossal serpent dwelling within a dragon cave. Although chakra restoration was granted upon passing the initial trial, the toll on his physical endurance was substantial. Adjacent to him, a ninja from the land of water similarly emerged victorious. He was a member of the Kirigakure's H-Zuki clan, the son of H-Zuki and Jetsu, named H-Zuki Sayoki. His purpose for participating was to acquire the sage power from the dragon cave. Approaching the 3rd trial, he vowed, "Fear not, father. I shall not let your expectations dissolve into nothingness." When Sayoki was but a child, the news of his father's death reached the H-Zuki clan. They had hoped that the clan leader, H-Zuki Kagen, would avenge the renowned genius ninja, but fate took a different turn. H-Zuki Kagen ceased to mention Injetsu, as if shrouded in unspoken concerns. As Sayoki matured and learned that the one responsible for his father's demise was a figure of great renown within the ninja world, he resolved that one day, the esteemed individuals of Konohagakure would pay for their transgressions. Here I go. H-Zuki Sayoki inhaled deeply and stepped into the unknown realm. To his surprise, there were no inscriptions upon the stone walls this time. Moreover, a sense of warmth enveloped him, instilling a comforting assurance. Suddenly, a series of sounds echoed behind him. Who goes there? Sayoki instantly became vigilant, having just endured the depletion of his chakra, now barely sufficient for support. He drew a kunai from his waist and turned towards the source of the sound, only to behold a figure he could scarcely believe. Father, the man before him, clad in garments from a bygone era of the land of water, smiled warmly, his presence exuding comfort. Long time no see, my son. Aren't you going to greet your father? H-Zuki and Jetsu beamed, extending his arms wide. Father. Guizhongjiu rubbed his eyes once more, ensuring that what he saw was indeed his father. Yet, wasn't his father supposed to have perished in that great war among the ninja? How could he possibly appear here out of thin air? Could it be an illusion? Guizhongjiu became wary, gripping his kunai tightly, directing it at Guizhongjiu, and coldly inquired, "Who are you really? If my father were alive, he would not appear so youthful. What nonsense are you spouting?" Son, such words are unbecoming. Am I not alive and well? Do you wish for your father's demise? Then how are you here? Guizhongjiu pressed, questioning intensely. Unexpectedly, Guizhongjiu stepped directly towards him. What do you intend to do? Guizhongjiu began to admonish, but as Guizhongjiu approached, despite his father's visage being a distant memory, the familiar aura enveloped him, drawing Guizhongjiu closer without his realization. At the moment Guizhongjiu was about to make contact, suddenly, Guizhongyu's form shattered, replaced by an expanse of nothingness. Just as Guizhongjiu stood in shock, a figure slowly materialized behind him. It was Shichikujima Haim, who had appeared unbeknownst to him. With a swish, the screen before the white snake sage vanished. In the third trial, if one neared the person within the illusion, upon crossing a threshold of contact, they would be ordered to be erased by the white snake sage. It seemed only the two of them remained. The white snake sage's interest was piqued as he sought to ascertain whether Orochimaru and Jiraiya possessed the qualifications to attain his sage arts. Jiraiya, standing beneath the stone wall, enunciated each word with precision. In contrast to the greed exhibited before, the trial area had transformed, now adorned with numerous small mountainous walls. This time, there was a considerate explanation. One must utilize ninjutsu to shatter the walls before them and challenge a great serpent within the dragon cave, enduring for a quarter of an hour in its presence. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Jiraiya formed hand seals, unleashing a tremendous fireball resembling a dragon's head. With formidable destructive power, the fireball shattered 3 walls, yet the mountain walls surrounded him on 4 sides. His previous strike had only breached one direction. Jiraiya swiftly unleashed 3 additional fireballs, obliterating all the walls. As they crumbled, a grand door materialized before him. The door was partially ajar, and Jiraiya effortlessly pushed it open. Hiss! The moment he opened it, a massive serpent lunged at Jiraiya, baring its fangs to strike. Lion's main technique. Jiraiya elongated his hair, forming a lion's head to ensnare the serpent's jaws. Before him lay a great green serpent, its form identical to that of the previous purple snake. The moment Jiraiya stepped through the door, the torch above ignited, and a serpent statue emerged in the air, accompanied by an ethereal voice. As the venom dripped from the serpent's head, it signaled the conclusion. Drip drop, the liquid above began to flow downward. The azure serpent immediately launched a frenzied assault on Jiraiya, causing debris to scatter from the stone walls surrounding them. Earth release, yellow spring swamp technique. A vast swamp materialized beneath Jiraiya's feet, and the azure serpent, caught off guard, fell into it. However, the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. Damn it. What have you done, you little brat? The azure serpent shouted in fury. Jiraiya, seizing this fortuitous moment, unleashed the barrier technique, surrounding the azure serpent with a transparent shield, effectively encasing it. After a prolonged battle, he finally triumphed in the second round of trials. Ichiraku Island Princess appeared behind Jiraiya after the conclusion. I didn't expect you to possess some strength, but the final trial will not be so easily passed. Although surprised, she recognized that this did not guarantee Jiraiya would succeed in all challenges. In another cavern, Orochimaru gazed at the figure he had contemplated countless times, yet dared not approach. Who are you? The half-white, half-black youth looked at him with curiosity. They had been locked in a stalemate for an hour, during which Orochimaru was influenced by various sounds from within the dragon cave, impairing his judgment. Fortunately, Orochimaru's mind was remarkably rational. He clapped his hands to the ground, and with a rumble, a fissure appeared beneath the youth's feet. Sensing danger, the youth remained calm and broke into a grin, as expected of one of the legendary 3. Even in my absence from Konoha, you can still reach the sage realm of the dragon cave. With a sudden whoosh, the youth's ethereal form vanished, and Orochimaru found himself surrounded by a shattered mirror-like illusion. With a thunderous boom, he was no longer in the dim cave, but within a realm illuminated by a gentle light. At the pinnacle of this sacred ground, a colossal white serpent sat regally, its gaze toward Orochimaru filled with expectation, adorned with a crown. Flanking the white serpent were the 2 elders, Tanshin and Katsuji, whose eyes mirrored the serpent's anticipation. What is your name, and from whence do you hail? The white serpent sage inquired with a slow, tranquil voice. Konoha, Orochimaru, he replied. Konoha? The white serpent sage's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he mused, just as that youth, hailing from the same place. Are you the leader of the dragon cave? The white serpent sage? Oh, you know of me? The white serpent sage grew more intrigued by Orochimaru, simultaneously curious about Konoha. The white-haired boy who accompanied me. He did not come here to learn sage arts. It was my error to bring him here. Could you release him? Orochimaru implored earnestly. Very well. The White Snake Sage's promise astonished the elder beside him, for the sage had remarkably conceded to the words of a mere child. The White Snake Sage conveyed his command across the miles, and Tsuchigo Mohaime, who was observing Jiraiya's trial, received the message. Though incredulous, she dispelled the illusion and freed Jiraiya. Upon witnessing Jiraiya emerge unscathed, Orochimaru silently exhaled in relief. That white-haired child, consider yourself fortunate. You are the first to depart the dragon's lair without passing the trial. Before the White Snake Sage changes his mind, you should leave swiftly, admonished Tenkatsu Haim and Tenkakushi Haim in unison. Orochimaru reflected to himself. The answer could only be revealed in the realm of mortals now. Whoosh. The White Snake Sage employed a reverse summoning technique, causing Jiraiya to vanish from sight. Left behind, Orochimaru gazed up at the White Snake Sage, locked in a tense silence for an extended period. Finally, Orochimaru broke the stillness. White Snake Elder, might I inquire if you encountered the young man from the illusion while in the dragon's lair? Are you referring to the child named Madara? The White Snake Sage inquired. Orochimaru nodded fervently. That child has caused quite a bit of trouble for my dragon's lair. Yet, even while expressing such grievances, the White Snake Sage's visage remained imbued with admiration for Madara. Through the recounting of the White Snake Sage, Orochimaru finally gleaned the events that transpired prior to his arrival. In the 45th year of Konoha, the White Snake Sage was roused from slumber by a cacophony of destruction. White Snake Elder, someone has come to the dragon's lair. Oh? The White Snake Sage inquired with keen interest. What is their strength? With a single strike, the intruder had brought down a myriad of serpents. At that time, the serpents were far less formidable than they are now, yet it captured the White Snake Sage's attention. For it had been a long time since anyone had come to undertake the trial. Boom. A grand spectacle illuminated the dragon's lair. The thought wave was a unique ability of the White Snake Sage, a special power that could record and replay experiences, presenting past events anew. Before Orochimaru unfolded a scene from the moment White Sinja Madara arrived. The first act, the greed for desire. Why passed effortlessly. The second act, why executed at least 4 forms of ninjutsu, displaying the caliber of a true master of ninjutsu. Some techniques elicited a shake of the head from the well-versed Orochimaru. The third act, the illusion of truth. Essentially, the White Snake Sage intended to test individuals through their most vulnerable or longed for visions. To the sage's astonishment, before why stood a shadow. Indeed, it was merely a shadow. And then nothingness ensued. There are only 2 possible explanations for this situation. Either Yu harbors no significant concerns within, or, deep down, the person is not even present on this planet. Orochimaru also realized this and promptly inquired of the White Snake Sage. The White Snake Sage, with a resigned shake of the head, replied, May I ask, is Lord Sinja Hashirama still in the Dragon Cave? The White Snake Sage nodded affirmatively. However, to meet him, one must venture into the depths of the Dragon Cave. The depths of the Dragon Cave? Beneath our feet lies a space teeming with senjutsu chakra, yet it is far more perilous than the upper levels. Filled with remnants of transformed sage energy, a mere touch can inflict excruciating pain. However, if you have mastered the senjutsu of the Dragon Cave, you can draw vitality from inanimate objects like rocks to mask your presence. Yet, once you enter, it is all too easy to lose oneself. I suspect that this very issue is why he is yet to emerge. Astonished by this revelation, Orochimaru was taken aback. The inhabitants of Konohagakure believed Yu was still wandering the ninja world, unaware that he was imprisoned in such a place. Young one, I understand your urgency. At this juncture, your only recourse is to practice senjutsu. In the human realm, after Jiraiya departed from the Dragon Cave, he spotted a massive deep crimson armored figure racing outside. Before this towering figure were several ninjas clad in Konoha's Genin vests. Are those members of the Uchiha clan? Jiraiya recognized them quickly, having been informed of the matters between Danzo and Fugaku prior to his departure. In Jiraiya's view, both parties had their reasons. Yet Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions were indeed excessive. This was largely influenced by Tobirama, for since he used departure, Tobirama had lacked a strategist by his side. And with age, his clarity on various matters had grown increasingly clouded. Jiraiya bit his finger and performed the summoning technique, summoning Toad of the Market. A colossal toad descended from the sky, crashing down between Fugaku and his companions, obstructing their path. What is this? How is there a giant toad? Now's our chance. Run quickly while I hold them off. Fugaka struggled to maintain composure as Danzo's men pursued relentlessly and his chakra was nearly depleted. Upon being summoned, the toad glanced around. Failing to recognize any familiar faces, instead spotting a slightly shorter deep crimson armored figure along with several individuals clad in black. Toad, block those individuals in black for me. Upon hearing Jiraiya's voice, the toad nodded, unsheathing 2 blades from its back, and with a single strike, it dispatched several Anbu ninjas. Damn it, this toad is attacking us. Everyone, be cautious and evade. As the members of the Anbu clashed with Gamabunta, Getsu retracted his Susanoo and advanced forward. They had reached the outskirts of Konohagakure, and the pursuit ordered by Danzo had become futile. Just as the Anbu members were about to strike at Gamabunta, Jiraiya timely lifted the summoning jutsu, and the giant toad dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. They've escaped. Hurry and report to Lord Danzo. The Anbu members hastily departed. Jiraiya exhaled in relief and also made his way toward the village. Orochimaru remained in the Riichi cave, his fate uncertain, and his words increasingly piqued Jiraiya's curiosity. Even after all these years, the name of Senju Hashirama still shone brightly, as if it would never fade into obscurity. Having previously trained in sage arts at Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya utilized his contract with the mountain to arrive there once more. Old Grandfather Toad, it is a pleasure to see you again. Ah, little Jiraiya, what brings you here? I wish to inquire about Senju Hashirama. Has he truly not aged? It has been decades, yet his name still resonates. What would you like to know, young Jiraiya? Jiraiya sought to understand the past of Hashirama, particularly why he chose to train in the Riichi cave after mastering the sage arts of Mount Myaboku. Gamamaru offered a slight smile. That young man possesses an inexplicable obsession with power, which is quite remarkable. His talent is indeed extraordinary, aside from a long-lost dear friend. He is the only one I have encountered worthy of such praise. With such high regard from the esteemed Gamamaru, Jiraiya's respect for Hashirama deepened. Perhaps his ambitions were more intricate than mere strength. Sitting cross-legged before Gamamaru, Jiraiya listened intently to the tales of the past. After a long while, he rose to express his gratitude. Little Jiraiya, having learned so much, do not forget your mission. The prophecy foretold by Gamamaru continued to unfold. Upon departing, Jiraiya packed a large satchel, preparing to journey elsewhere after consulting with Orochimaru. He held firm to the prophecy of the great sage of toads and intended to act upon it. Within the Riichi cave, in the original narrative, Orochimaru's plan to invade Konoha prevented him from completing his training there. When he entered the cave, his hands had already been sealed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's Shiki FN, thwarting his progress. Under the guidance of the White Snake Sage, Orochimaru sat cross-legged in the cave, absorbing the essence of the surrounding rocks and various life forms, transforming it into his own.